持できるぐらいのレベルの高さだと思うので IVS でも出ると思いますし 100% 維持はすると思います。
那么在 IVL 和 IGL 两个赛区，在上一次深渊正面交手的时候呢 ，IVL 这边是遗憾落败了，所以我希望这次在 IVS 的对决当中呢 ，IVL 赛区的两支队伍一定要更加的加倍努力啊，争取拿下比赛的胜利。
それでは続いての質問をしていきたいと思います。中国、香港、マカオ、台湾地区の今回 KLっていうチームが IVT で優勝をしましたけれども、このチームについての特徴っていうのを教えていただいてよろしいですか？
我觉得这次的话，其实 KL 战队他们有点像打破了以往 RD 的那种统治嘛，是拿到了我们的这冠军，进军到 IVS 里面。那我觉得其实他们的监玩者真的是功不可没，因为他们监玩者整体的一个角色识跟熟练度是非常非常高的。
なるほど、やっぱ4強で持ってるハンターの方はやっぱ強いっていうのはもちろんですもんね。世界で大体やっぱりハンターの人が4強を持ちながら戦ってますからね。
そうですね。サバイバルの方はどうですかね？
我来说一下 KL 这支队伍的求生者吧。这支队伍的求生者，其实他们作为一支素人队伍，就是非职业化的队伍来讲的话，他们求生者的水平其实是相当之高的。可能大家在看 IVT 的时候，会因为这支队伍的监管者卡戎的强力发挥而掩盖了他们求生者队伍的一些光芒。但是他们的游戏理解，无论是从 BP 还是到局内具体的对局来说，都是非常高深的。所以说这支队伍，我觉得他们的求生者其实是一个隐藏的强点，容易被其他队伍去在备战上去被忽略掉的。所以很多队伍在面对他们的时候，在备战上真的要格外小心，是一支非常危险的队伍。
なるほど、ちょっとリジェクト味をちょっと感じますね。
そうですね。
ハンターも強いし、奇襲という形にもサバイバー側が仕掛けてくるかもしれないっていうチームになるっていうことですもんね。
ということですね。
いや楽しみですね。
楽しみですね。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
IVS が始まるということで、ここでね一旦お別れとはなりますが、ぜひ上海にいた時には美味しいご飯がいっぱいあると思うので教えてくれたら嬉しいです。
好，当然可以了。上海有很多美食等待着你们，我们上海见吧，拜拜。
拜拜。
バイバイ。谢谢。
中国のキャスター陣とこういうことを話せて、いや本当楽しかったですね。
いやそうなんですよ。現地で結構お会いすることはあるんですけど、こういう第五人格のチームのそして試合のことに関して喋る機会っていうのがあんまりなかったので、すごく楽しかったです。
はい。楽しかったです。次は欧米地区と東南アジア地区、そして韓国地区のチームについても見ていきたいと思います。
はい、こちらはですね、現地の公式キャスターさんから、コメントをいただいておりますので、それを早速見ていきたいと思います。
Well, with IVS coming up soon, as we saw the announcement as well made from NetEase alongside with all the social media as well, it'll be starting from the September 11th to September 14th. Of course, your caster here, Kurosho, who will be guiding you through the NAU and the Southeast Asia teams that will be representing from the global side. For NAU, we have B4U, previously known as Rivals, who will be representing from the NAU side. As a region themselves, they've always been the most dominant team in our current NAU region. Overall, their team comp has been pretty solid from their side, with being able to get a 3-man escape, a clutch 3-man endgame 3-man escape, if I may add, during our finals of match 2 first half. And then of course you have Sprinter as well, who's been very solid as a hunter. We finally seen his Ivy being played as well for our first days of finals 2, securing a 4-man elimination. And of course you can't forget about that last game on and getting another 4-man elimination up against Omni 2.
はい、ということで、欧米地区のまずは動画を見たんですけれども、結構アイビーの露出が高いのかなと思いました。見てて。
そうですね。アイビー4釣りしてる場面が多かったと思いますね。
あとはサバイバー陣のやっぱりこの4釣りをされない力だったりとか、1、2ゲをこだわるっていうところだったりとか、あとはやっぱりその重要な場面での3、2ゲっていうところも今動画の中で詰まっていたと思うので、サバイバー、ハンターともにかなり安定したチームなのかなと B4U は思いましたね。
はい。B4U は皆様も聞き馴染みのあるチームだと思います。その中でもスプリンター選手ですね。あの選手、今回新しい環境になると思うんですが、その中でもどのような戦い方をするのか楽しみですね。
楽しみです。
はい。次は東南アジア地区を見ていきましょう。
Then, of course, you have the Southeast Asia representatives, FT, who's been representing Southeast Asia division for almost 2 to 3 years now. So we also do have a long standing from Asia side too. They have been very clutch in getting 1-man escapes here up against Hushen's, Wu Chan in Game 2 in River Park, and of course, Das Sculptor in Game 3 in Lakeside Village. So much hype between these two teams. I'm sure they'll be able to bring us fantastic games going into IVS 2025.
はい、ということで東南アジア地区の動画を見ていきましたけれども、実 実はですね、その IVT に出場していないハンターの方が今回 IVS に参加されるということで、
はい、
新しいハンターが
はい、
来るというので、すごく楽しみにしてい
め
ただきたい
ちゃめちゃ楽しみ。
はい思います。それでは韓国地区の動画を見ていきたいと思います。
안녕하세요. 한국 지역 IVT 진행을 맡았던 PQQ입니다. UD는 언더독이란 뜻을 가지고 있는데요. 언더독이란 스포츠에서 우승이나 이길 확률이 적은 팀이나 선수를 일컫는 말입니다. 실제로 지금까지 한국 지역에서 국제전을 갔었던 팀과 선수들을 상대로 우승 후 IVS 진출권을 획득했습니다. 결승전에서는 올킬이 거의 반 확정이 된 상황에서 지렁이 컨트롤과 상작강에서 나온 아대로 생존자들의 끝까지 포기하지 않는 플레이로 지하 통로 탈출을 기록하며 올킬을 내어주지 않았던 플레이가 기억이 나네요. 팀명 그대로 한국 지역에서의 언더독의 반란을 보여줬던 것처럼 IVS에서도 멋진 활약 기대하겠습니다.
韓国地区の動画でした。
はい、
そうですね、名前、初めて聞くチームだったんですけど、名前についてもやっぱりしっかりと意味を込めてるなって思いましたね。
ありましたね。
はい。
あとサバイバーについてもね、かなり触れてましたけど、どうでした？
はい、そうですね、もう4釣りしそうな盤面で、こらえて1、2ゲーをしっかりと、やっぱりそのサバイバーの、粘り強さが注目になるんじゃないかなって思いましたね。
そうですね。
はい。
エゴ選手の粘着色、骨董オフェンスっていうのがかなり試合の中の展開を早めたりとかもしてたので、ここは特に注目かなと思いました。カエルさん、
はい、
今回の、IVS 大会予習いかがでしたか？
そうですね、自分それこそその日本地区と中国本土地区の大会とか見てるんですけど、その他の地区についてはまだ情報があまり入ってなかったんで、これを機に、勉強しつつも、選手たちの戦略を見るのを楽しみにしてます。
いや、そうですね、
はい、
まさにその国際大会なので、COA 以外でのこういう貴重な場っていうのもありますし、やっぱりこういろんな地区、いろんなチームがありますし、アマチュアプロのチームが混ざっての戦いになるので、いろんなチーム、いろんな選手っていうところっていうのもやっぱりこう見ていただきたいですよね。
そうですね、本当にもう違うチームにフォーカス、しっかり当たると思うんで、楽しみにしていきましょう。
そうですね、こういうところでこの大会予習という番組を通じて、少しでもやっぱりこういろんなチーム、いろんな選手の見どころだったりとかっていうのが伝わればいいなと思っております。
皆さんも応援の準備を整えて、素晴らしい試合を楽しんでいきましょう。
さあ、それでは IVS 本戦でお会いしましょう。バイバーイ。
皆さんこんにちは。はい、 IVS へようこそ。今回の番組では出発を目前に控えた選手の皆様に特別インタビューしていきたいと思います。それでは恒例のこのコーナーに参りましょう。荷物公開よー。今回皆さんが上海へ持っていく荷物がどんなものなのか、ご視聴の皆さんも気になっていることだと思います。そこでですね、選手の皆さんにこれだけは絶対に持っていきたいというアイテムを2つ準備していただきました。それでは3、2、1、どうぞ。
秋田小町。見えるかい？見えました。お前過去から学びすぎでしょ。
そうこれうちのマネージャーがその炊飯器持ってきてくれるんで、すぐ炊けるように米持っていきます。
破滅のなんかサプリみたいな、それなんだ？本？
商業簿記3級。
あ、そっちか。そういうこと？
その隙間時間に勉強するように。
なるほどね。
ちょっと簿記で計算しようかな。他の方はアイマッサージャー。
アイマッサージャー？
いいね。
VR やんこれ。
これ見える？ちなみに見えてる。
画面が見えてる。目の前が見えてる。
そう、これ見えるんですよ、目の前。だから俺はこれをしながら簿記を勉強しようかな。
休めよ。
いかついて。
あ、フリスク、それいつも持ってるやつやん。
マルチビタミンのサプリと、やっぱ海外ってまあ初めて食べるもの多いじゃん。だから酸化マグネシウム。
これはいいものですね。これは中国語のフレーズだね。
ああ、マジか。
あとは松葉杖。
松葉杖一番大事やね、それ。
松葉杖ないと生きていけないからね、俺。
今生きていけないからね。
アイマスク。
お
うん
お部屋運ピーと一緒やから絶対アイマスクないと寝ないなと思って。
そうなん？
じゃあ
どっちかといったら耳栓じゃない。
そうだよな。じゃあそうだ。
イヤホンでなんとか済むけど。
で C さんが
僕はゼリーと IGL カード。
IGL カード。何用なの？
どういう用途？
中国のキャスターさんと開けるっていう。
でポップコーン。
これ必須なの？
これはもう必須ですよ。ポップコーンあればもうみんなで食べれて楽しくなれるじゃん。練習後の一日になります。
ポップコーン何袋持ってくの
2袋。
2袋しか持ってないの？
うん。
じゃあ俺と食べる用のもう1個は？
もう1個ある、もう1個。
本当3個ある？
いや、それはない、それはない。
俺と一緒に食べるって約束したじゃんか、マジ。
一緒に食べよう、じゃあ、これを。
なんだこのホワホワしたポップコーンみたいな空間は。
若い方が強気なプレーできると思うんで、もう良くも悪くも恐れ知らずだと思うんで、
はいはい。
それを武器に戦ってほしいなと思います。
最近覚えた流行語はバンウェイっていう言葉で、なんかもうめちゃくちゃ疲れたみたいな、仕事で疲れたみたいな時に使うらしいんですけど、どうなんだろう、使ってみようかなと思ってます。
CT のイーセン選手と MRC のシャオリー選手です。イーセン選手は昔に1-1とかで遊んだりしたことがあったので、実際試合で戦ってみたいのと、シャオリー選手は昔からいる第5人格の猛者プレイヤーなので戦ってみたいです。
上海行くのは自分としても初めてで、めちゃくちゃ楽しみにしてる東方明珠タワーを中心としたその上海の夜景を見たいなって思ってます。
ご飯を作る時間が結構僕は好きなので、その自炊してる時が、スマホ触らなくてリラックスできるかなと思います。
フグとかじゃないですかね。フグってその調理するのにその毒を取るのに慎重にいかないといけないじゃないですか。自分もそのハンターのことを慎重に戦ってるんで、まあフグじゃないですかね。
ということで、コーナーは以上で終了となります。上海でお会いいたしましょう。バイバイ。
The mysterious town, plenty, been lost but never found. A prize within a hide's a second skin. Under the ground, we learn what's deep within. Chaos stirring beneath the street.
Ghostly signals drift beneath the earth, veiling the only code to the heist. In the hunter's shadowy world, there are no stray bullets, only deliberate accidents. The prey leaves more than just blood behind. Restless frequencies haunt the airwaves. When treasure disappears into darkness, ambition sounds the death knell. A bank's greatest vulnerability isn't a crack in the vault. It's the person holding the key. Let debt and guilt be swallowed by the night. Here, truth is irrelevant. Only silence matters. Every recovered treasure is merely a new stake in the next game.
我是主持人潇潇，我们今天第一天的比赛马上就要开始了，先让我们现场的观众以及我们在备战间的选手们感受一下我们大家的这个热情，好不好？来，3、2、1，我们一起来一下掌声和欢呼声啊！3、2、1，掌声，欢呼声。然后今天呢，看到我们的排场非常的足啊，我们6大赛区的吉祥物都在这里，马上又要给大家传统小尬舞的表演环节了。我在唱跳这个领域已经可以说是独树一帜了。来吧，导演，我准备好了，服从性测试罢了，来吧。音乐 ，IVS 的宝宝们上车喽！好帅 ，IVS 的你好帅，美，好美，宝宝宝宝你好美，尬，好尬，我在台上我好尬，谢谢大家，谢谢大家。最后，因为我们的开幕式马上就要开始了，让我们最后再来给我们 IVS 6大赛区一起来喊一句加油，好不好？就像我们刚才的这个赛前采访一样，我们一起来6大赛区加油！来，3、2、1，6大赛区，谢谢大家，再整尬的杀了你。拜拜。 旋转木马的残影割裂圆月，6大赛区冲破禁锢，与月亮河公园重铸战旗。过山车轨道碾碎时空帷幕，将淬火而生的冠军奖杯悍然送达。6つの地区から出血した戦隊たちがここで再び戦いの火蓋が切られます。The hype is real, the stage is set. One trophy, 8 legends. 赛场的终极博弈蓄势待发，现在有请8支战队登场。IVS いざ開幕。それでは戦隊たちに登場していただきましょう。Now everybody in Shanghai, give it up for your competing teams. 欢迎来自韩国赛区的优地战队 ，Welcome Underdog。欢迎来自中国港澳台赛区的 K2 战队 ，Welcome Kilo Love Forever。欢迎来自欧美赛区的 B4U 战队 ，Welcome B4U。欢迎来自东南亚赛区的 FD 战队 ，Welcome Future。欢迎来自日本赛区的 ZETA 战队 ，Welcome ZETA Division。欢迎来自日本赛区的2C 战队 ，Welcome Reject。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 ACT 战队 ，Welcome ACT Esports。欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 MRC 战队 ，Welcome Miracle Crew。月亮 和的终章也响彻云霄，让我们屏息见证，谁将撕下虚假之面，加冕为狂欢纪元唯一真王。我宣布，2025第5人格 IVS 洲际邀请赛此刻启幕。2025 IVS 招待大会いよいよ開幕です。Let the battle commence！
虽然第一次来到这个舞台，但我们会留下属于自己的故事。
영광스럽게도 세계 1류 강팀과 맞붙게 되었으니 저희는 최선을 다해 싸울 것입니다.
FT 从来不缺席任何大赛，你们同样会继续见识到我们的实力。
Before you stands at the pinnacle of the Western region. I'm fired up to take every one of you.
救得下来吗？感觉救不下来了。
怎么说？能不能交错？踩双
两个双倒。
떴습니다.
네, 만주가 있거든요. 어떡하지?
Tie game here. RD fighting for his life with this explorer and making God's play.
Seen some clutch rescues on Schmitty's side. Can't lose hope here. He might get the 100%. Able to eat that hit.
我们没有太大的包袱，会尽情地享受这个舞台。
1年にわたる鍛錬を経て、ゼータディビジョンは第5人格を代表するトップレベルのプロチームの一つとしてさらに成長しました。再び IVS の舞台に立つ今、後悔は一切残しません。
3年前的记忆再次涌现，这支全新的 MRC 同样会成为冠军的有力争夺者。
イジェクトは常に高みを目指し挑戦を続けてきました。今回は IGL 優勝の栄光を携えてこの舞台に立ちます。みんな準備はできてるか？
スクローのゲージは今半分といったところ、フライホイールでまたつないで。
横拦住吗？莫武石这边是有点牵制，钻过去了，把维龙拆掉。
まだちょっとこれどうですかね、やっと飛び降りてきてエアーボールの補助が入った。
欢迎来到2025 IVS 洲际邀请赛第一天第一场的比赛，让我们掌声有请2支战队登场。 首先有请优地战队 ，Welcome Underdog。
왕큰 강아지가 간다. 감사합니다.
欢迎西燕 ，Alex、Echo、So。AI， 接下来让我们有请 ZETA 战队 ，Welcome ZETA Division。
你好，我们是早安早练。
欢 ト、初猫、ピーター、ドリス、ミコメロディ、ハメス、シナミ。这里是第一天第一场的比赛，由 Underdog 对阵 ZETA 对位胜。我是主持人潇潇，让我们一起期待接下来的精彩对决。
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. It is IVS time 2025. Hot Spice and Nello Mello sharing the mic once again. It's been a minute, Nell. How are you? How are you feeling?
I'll put it in terms of number. I'm feeling 9 out of 10 today. And
okay.
It's partly because we are at the first day of IdentityV Stellaris Challenge. And commentating with you is we're definitely going to be watching a lot of interesting games. And of course, it's great to see everyone in chat as well. So everything put together, beautiful day today.
Yeah, I'm excited. A lot of people were talking about the chat, about the matches that we have for today. You just saw in front of your screen that we will have UD versus ZETA. Underdogs. They're complete underdogs. Not just in the name, but in this matchup because they're going up against the KOA defending champs in ZETA division. And the match that we're also going to commentate, the second one, it's going to be, I believe, MRC versus Rejects. So that's going to be another interesting one. But please say hi to some people in the chat. I feel like we've already caught up here. It's been a while since we talked to these guys.
I know. Missing IVT Southeast Asia was the first for me this year, and obviously I missed out on a lot of people. But hello guys, it's been a minute. Thank you for still being here, and it's so nice to see you guys. I've missed you guys because trust me, I've spent quite a moment in solitude, so it's good to be here. Good to be back.
Yeah, saying what's up to Zenedin, saying what's up to Cinna. Fart is here. Salty Sugi.
Fart is here. Oh my god.
I see Xiaoji's cat is here, I think. Or we got a lot of people to say hi to. Lucien, Pachi Roby, shout outs to Silly Oils, shout outs to everyone. Vanilla Kind is here. The usual suspects are here. So we are gonna say what's up to everyone, but we gotta tell you guys what is at stake aside from this being a sort of mini KOA. That was the prize pool that was on the line, 800,000 CNY. But this is the tournament bracket we have for today. UD versus ZETA. We'll be covering that match as same with RC versus MRC. But B4U versus FT is going to be another barn burner, which is going to be carried over by Kuroshiro and Gummy. So do show them your love. And also ACT versus KL to close out the day.
Yeah, a lot of interesting matches to come in, and I like what you've pointed out. It's mini KOA in its own right, and it's just the clash of regions. That's another term I would use, right? Because they bring out the best of each region. They come in here for this match, and it's just, and you can see that how do you put this? You can see when the styles clash. And then this is where we get to see our favorite players from different teams and different people rooting for their personal teams. And that's what we love to see, right? Especially when we come to an international event like this.
Yeah, I hope you guys love to see Lakeside Village because that seems like the map we are going to be playing. So we also are going to be seeing I believe the changes of, I think it's June 26 changes that we're going to be playing on. We're not going to see Escapologist for today or Qist. I think the most we're going to see is Meteorologist and Archer that's going to be coming to the way. Big harassers and also the nerfs to Hullabaloo and the Goatman. So I'm expected to see a lot of back and forths, unlike how Call of the Abyss was, where it was very hunter-sided at the start. Saying what's up to, we have Labubu IDV that's here. We have a Labubu on stream. What's up, guys? Chu is also here. Yola AMR. Again, we want to make this first day like a celebration. We're coming back into form. We're kind of warming things up. Nell spent some time in solitude, finding himself in this universe and life, and do send me your well wishes. He was going through some things health-wise, but I'm glad that you're here to celebrate the gift that is IDV.
Exactly. And what better way to start things off with ZETA versus UD, because this is exactly what we will be watching in a moment's time. Of course, these two teams, the best of the best, right? One from Korea division, one from the Japan division, going up against each other. This is where we typically would see certain metas coming in. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on, because right now we'll be bringing you through the players, starting off with Cien. And you can see that's the Archer that we are probably going to be seeing in the first game itself, and the Aeroplanist.
I think that's
oh, sorry,
this meteorologist.
Sorry, my
Yep,
bad.
yep.
My
Another
eyes are
another
showing
character
up.
that we will be seeing. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd use meteorologist, also use toy merchant, psychologist, so kind of the flex survivor of the team underdogs. But now we're gonna move on over to 1127. Uses the magician. Magician really good at countering, let's say, Goatman, especially eating a lot of those hits. Acrobat and making those transitional kites and moving away from, let's say, the hullabaloo. But he's also used fire investigator, patient, just all around really good team when it came to clutch matches. If you guys have seen IVT Korea, especially how SMS performed, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Talk to me about Ego now.
Yeah, Ego can be the harasser of the team. Also, the utility characters are available for him to use. Novelist, forward, that's exactly what he is going to be functioning in this team. And I think then this meta where survivors are starting to fight back against hunters, having this in their character pool is definitely very, very useful.
Not to mention also Ego having a great performance with Antiquarian, like you said, being a harasser of that team. We do have Soul making his way to the mix. Not really SMS, so I'm not sure if he changed his name. But overall, underdogs, they have nothing to lose, everything to gain as they make their mark in the IVS stage. But going up against none other than Peter. He had an amazing performance in IJL, in KOA. Yeah, whatever meta is being played, he is on top of it.
Yeah, the Peter Pandem of IDV, right? That's definitely the technician, the strategist, the thinker. But one thing's for sure, he has ice. How do you put this? Ice in his veins. He's just calm and collected, right? Whether he's pursuing, camping, just playing overall game all the way from middle to the late games, you rarely see him get caught out in a panicky situation. So that's one of the very good traits that you have to possess
agree.
as a hunter.
Something that we were questioning coming into Call of the Abyss was how he's going to fill in big shoes, because Alf was the main hunter of Zeta. Alf had to take a leave because he had to finish his studies, but now he's back. But he's in Team RC with Aka, and he's usually round 2 hunter. Like you said, Peter, he really went through the ringer going from BO3s to BO5s. So he was really battle tested in that regard. So the best of the best of Korea, or Korea's finest, will be going up against Peter. So I think that's a good, I'd say, measurement to go up against. If you want to go up against international competition or the bar that Peter has set, this is a good way to test it out. Not sure though if it's going to be good in the first day that you're going to be coming in, not warmed up. You're just going to go straight into it. So it's going to be a little tough for our heroes here in underdogs.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard, regardless of what team it is, right? Because, I mean, it's Zeta we're talking about after all. But the name says it all. They're UD, the underdogs. And when you're an underdog, there's strength coming from the name itself, right? Because what that means is you come in with nothing to lose. So I think that's what they have to do. Come in with nothing to lose, have fun, play as a team, and leave a lasting impression to the fans as well. So I feel like that's what they really need to do, especially since they're going up against Peter in this first half of the map. Just look at Peter. He's just so focused, laser focused right there.
So speaking of Peter, I'm glad that chat brought this up because I believe it was Peter's birthday recently. So he has the birthday buff coming in, folks. So
5%.
Yeah, if
5%
you guys have, what?
Aura.
5% what?
Aura. 5% plus 5% aura. Plus 5% fear presence. I don't know.
I thought plus 5% friendliness that the survivors are going to give him. Okay, all right, let's let him chase me. All right, sure. Let's just I'll wait for your skills to cool down and I'll be ready for it. Yeah, that definitely adds to his aura, his mystique. But do also let us know, chat, if it's your birthday or if anyone's birthday, we'll give you guys shout outs. So we'll celebrate along with you guys, along with Peter and everyone else here, because IVS, yes, mini KOA in itself. Stakes are still high. But at least here it's more of just, I'd say, high-level scrims up against different regions. So we get to see the different styles go up against each other.
Yeah. I like how just a snooty just brings out Peter. And it just reminds us of that. Oh my god, you did it. This is exactly how it sounds like. But yes, I also would like to give a shout outs to the top 3 fans of the IDV chat, because why not, right? You guys earned the badge. So number 1 fan, that's Circus Freak, shout out to you. And number 2, Lottie. And number 3, Idol Master. So shout outs to you guys, and keep fighting for that top 3 spots, because we're definitely going to give you shout outs right there and then.
Yeah, shout outs to Girthquake here. It says it was my birthday 2 days ago, so happy birthday to you. Ooh. Hopefully y'all are feeling the good vibes here. My birthday was on the 3rd, if that counts. Grayscale HD, of course it counts. Thanks so much for being here with us and watching the matches. Let us know also how your apples are gonna be. Like, well, I mean, it would be safe to say if you actually put your apples onto ZETA, but do we got some underdog fans in the chat? Do we got some supporters of underdogs? Let your voices be heard.
Yeah, let your voices be heard. Let your cheers be known. And this is such a huge stage. Is this really the 6th floor? It looks so big, but yeah, honestly, definitely full packed on the very first day itself. Of course, filled to the brim with fans of IDV cheering for the teams. And yes, they are definitely looking forward to the matches coming in alongside with us and with you guys as well. So they have the offline stage as a companions, and you have us to accompany you in the online realm. So here we are, and let's go. Let's have a good game in this first half.
Yeah, before we talk about the meta and talk about the different changes, I just want to give a shout out to Sarah. It is her birthday, so happy birthday. Yeah, of course you can get a shout out. And Nick saying, I'm Nello and Poch's #1 fan. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate you. But right now we're going to be fans of underdogs and Team ZETA. So I'm excited to see Lakeside. Goatman, Hullabaloo, Nell, it's been a minute since we've seen it. I think the last time we saw it was IVT NAEU. That was the last time we commentated. And the meta has kind of shifted. We've seen a little bit of changes here and there. How are you liking it so far in terms of what the fans or what people can expect for this matchup here?
I mean, honestly, the meta, because there's the introduction of new characters, right? Playable characters, right? Characters that are actually able to fight back. So let's talk a little bit more after this.
Wow.
Right. Very quick interview.
Shout out to Ego.
Shout out to Ego. All right. We got you.
So, but survivors that fight back. So it's going to be kind of
fight back. Yeah.
Very harass heavy.
Harass heavy. Yeah. Probably not too much of an over support. Individual kiting skills is still very crucial. The ability to kite that 2.5 ciphers or 3 ciphers in the beginning of the game would definitely impact a lot how the game's going to run from mid to late game. That's optimally the best situation ever. So honestly, if UD wants to have a chance in this first half against Peter, they gotta manage these 2.5 ciphers kite to 3 ciphers kite, and doesn't matter if they use up support utility resources just to make that happen, right? Because that's definitely going to throw Peter off the pace a little bit for the early games, and hopefully get more ciphers done and pressure Peter even more just to deal with those 2 remaining ciphers. But we've seen a lot of cases, right, Posh, like where people some kites they have a really short kite, but then the rebound kite was just amazing. So that can happen as well.
True. Because sometimes the rebound kite kind of it kind of wakes you up, or it jolts you awake, or it gets everyone else to kind of rotate accordingly to where it's a sweeter spot. Because yes, a lot is riding on the first kite, especially in the highest level, but there's always a second chance, chat.
Second chance.
Shout outs to Ren. You are welcome in this chat. We do like to keep things, constructive and positive too, because we love this game and we also love the community. So you're more than welcome to hang around here. Also, what I like to point out, like you said, yes, harass heavy, but you kind of need to find that sweet spot of going for objectives, getting rescues done while still going harassing the hunter. So I like this, going for the Gravekeeper start, lock in with the Psychologist Gravekeeper. seems can tank hits and can create that space. So it's I think in this meta with Hullabaloo and Goatman, it's really good. And you got to pair that up with either Magician or Puppeteer just to eat those hits.
Yeah. A lot of the factor always boils down to the ban pick phase, right? You gotta pick up tanky characters, you gotta pick up utility characters, especially in a map like this when you anticipate, yes, our opponent, and in this case, that's gonna be Peter, he's gonna be playing certain characters in this map, and we gotta prepare for an all-rounded balanced composition in order for us to not only have a good start, but at least able to salvage any mistakes that happens during the early to mid game, so that at least we'll be able to fight and get that dungeon open if things go south. So they gotta account for all things, and this is where things can get a little bit interesting because they're bringing out the Professor in this very big map. So there's not gonna be a lot of mobility here, I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a little bit of a problem. But at least they have that tankiness and the shovel to work with and the scales to negate, and all of this negates single hit hunters.
Yeah,
Peter.
And I think also something that can counterbalance the I'd say the lessened mobility in these characters, since Aeroplanist got away. You have the Wi-Fi heal of the Psychologist, so that can promote like a second rescue, and that can be able to, and now we see actually not going for the Hullabaloo or the Goatman, but going for the Opera Singer, which, okay, you got tankiness, I got speed, I got speed. Attacks on attacks. You can't pull that much distance away from an Opera Singer, especially in a map like Lakeside Village, which, back to your point, Nell, it's kind of scary considering that this lineup does not have that mobility factor.
True. It always comes down to the same strategy, right? Find that first target, cut them down as fast as possible, and then try and foil that rescue coming in, or at least get them to the second chair before other ciphers are being done in time, and then middle camp towards far, because as like what we found out, they don't have mobility here. So we can do middle camping, stop them in their tracks, switch to teleport midway, and stop the rescue from happening. And that's gonna spoil the survivor's plan in order to rescue. So I think that can be done, because 3 ciphers, I think very standard. Realistically, I would think UD would be able to do at least 2 to 3 ciphers, no problem. But the question comes, the issue would come after that. What happens to the 4th and 5th? And that's where mobility might actually ruin their chances a little bit.
That's true. When damage starts piling up, when items and cooldowns are used, it's really hard for you to kind of push past the midway point of the game and not let it slip into the hunter's hands. And speaking of handshakes, we are seeing the handshake of both the coaches. Looking at the persona webs here, 2 flywheels on Magician and the Professor, while we do have 3 flywheels, my apologies, and only borrowed time on Sol, while we do see a standard detention blink hunter and trump card on Peter's side.
Yeah, I think that would account for a lot of help. I mean, they're just prepared to get at least 1 or 2 people out, at least 1 out against Opera Singer. But the personas has been set. This is going to be Lakeside Village. And have we actually seen the spawn locations?
Yeah, we did. It was Magician on Big Boat. You have Shaq.
So all right, okay. So coming in, that's Nello, and that's Poch, and I'm Nello. This is game number 1.
I could be Nello. You could be Poch. I'm like, I'm kidding.
You could be Peter. You could be
Peter. Peter is him, though. So let's see how he chases Sol. Very interesting, going for the Gravekeeper. We've seen a lot of these strategies in high level, going for the Rescuer, just so it really ruins the midway point of the game. Use up the shovel already, just for the utility to be out right away. But you got the Shadow Dance, the Shadow Step for him to actually corner Sol for the first hit to register now.
Yeah, love that the Psychologist placed down the pallets just so that Gravekeeper can play a little bit more. But Peter, with that shadow, that was so important for him to blink, to teleport on point. And now removing Sol from that shovel, Peter has a blink ready in 10 seconds. And I don't know, he might not even need it. But realistically, he might need it here, because this is a very hard terrain to fight, to chase.
It is. He's gonna force another shovel just so, not much utility on Sol's side. So the person that can come for the rescue is that Magician, but hits him out of it, still gaining that presence. Like you called, Nell, it seems like 3 ciphers might be completed, but the blink does not through the window, though. That was so close for Sol to be away from, though.
I know. But as you can see, Soul has done his job, right? 2.5 ciphers kite, using all of his resources. And the good thing is not even needing team support right there. So I think that's good. And even Xian's already in position to just come and rescue. But the flywheel, though, is just trying to buy a little bit more time. Probably gets caught a little bit early in this position.
Yeah, because it is quite an early rescue. Gravekeeper can stay on chair for a while, and considering that Gravekeeper unfortunately doesn't have any items to work with, maybe try to buy a little more time. They're working on their 4th cipher, and they do have one more Tide Turner left. So like you said, I think they're kind of going for the strategy. But Peter trying to stop and contain a bit of the cipher progress, chases the Magician away. Saul creates that distance. Now they're trying to create some separation while they work on their last cipher.
Yeah, Peter's just going to chair Soul here. Soul has no items to work with. That's why he probably knew that he should just get away from the ciphers as far as possible. But if they really want to play this late game, I reckon Magician really needs to go for the rescue one more time just to force him away from this area, because it's not even done, the middle cipher.
Right.
So go buy more time.
Let's see. He also needs to body block as well, because Gravekeeper is going to be in his last chair. This rescue needs to be timed perfectly. Now, chat, keep quiet. Ego is trying to concentrate. Peter, just nerves of steel. But now he's able to actually farm off a hit here, Nell. So you called it. Gravekeeper will be going down. Last cipher has a lot of progress, but now calls the midway point of the game. This is where everything can kind of change if he chooses to go and change straight here. But he's going to try and monitor where everyone is at. He's going to actually have the middle cipher as the last one.
Actually, this is amazing, right? UD has already, they're down to the last cipher, and Soul is the only one that's going to be sent back to the manor so far. So 3 survivors at this point with the last cipher. I reckon they definitely need to open a 6th cipher, because that middle cipher is definitely a very dangerous spot to be forcing it.
Oh my god, yeah. Like you called it, very dangerous. Ego now unfortunately unable to get away, has to eat that hit. And now, yeah, Peter's just going to patrol around this He's going to get this terrain under control here. He's going to distribute some damage. Psychologist can still go for those heals. And seems like Xian's going to open up another cipher away from the center, which is at the left side of Big Boat.
Good news is Peter has no teleport to work with, right? So 1127 right there, that's the professor we're talking about. This is up to him to come up with the plays to allow that timing to stun. Oh, the flywheel, beautifully done. Not committing to the scales just yet. Still on cooldown, everything. But Peter, eyes on the prize, knows that the last cipher is being popped, and it's already at 99%. It's just gonna pop. End game, 3 survivors running around, Potch.
Oh my god, let's go Underdogs. Underdogs. Ooh, another excellent pallet. It's at Vault there. They just need to get, I'd say a tie is a win. A one-man escape is a really good for them already. And CN able to drop down the pallet just in time. Not going for the gates just yet. I like this. They're acting very disciplined. They have to make sure that they buy enough time, but unfortunately Psychologist does fall, and they're still making the rotation towards the gate.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario here, I think they can just get one person out. Ego, yeah, because I think Peter knows with the timing and the positioning of the remaining survivors, he knows that he gets one person down, checks the front gate, checks the front boat. If there's Tinnitus, then pursue. If there's no Tinnitus, he can easily just teleport to the back. Oh, he's gonna teleport! He's gonna make it.
The gate, it's not open yet!
The scales missed!
Oh no! Yeah, the scales unfortunately was not able to save.
Oh my god, 4K?
Professor. Oh my, can he get the rescue going? But we still have so much time left here onto the detention period, and they're already injured, so it's practically, yeah, just one hit down. Eagle can make the save, but the front gate's not even open yet now.
It's not. Peter is definitely guaranteed a 3K here. 4K if he can catch the remaining survivors, but he's gonna catch up to the survivor that's going towards south. So if he catches Ego here, he can easily go for where Psychologist is, and he has a bit of time work. Okay, a scale to work with, a little bit of time, just baiting it out. Ego's gonna go down. If he decides to not chair and just go, just 3K. Peter knows. Peter knows. Front gate's probably open by this time.
Wow, what a turn of events. But just like that, it was so scary how the scales were not able to work. If that was able to work, he'd be able to open the gate and possibly the rescue attempt could happen. So it was looking like they were fighting for that tie, but a one-person escape is definitely a W on underdog side. So congratulations, really giving Peter a run for his money. And I think it really started with that gamble of him going for the Gravekeeper at the start. The Gravekeeper did so much already. He's like, all right, I'm just going to go for broke. Let's use up all the shovels by the time.
True. He bought enough time, like 2.5 ciphers, like what we talked about, and Psychologist did not even manage to use the heals. But at least she's tanky enough to survive the hit. Honestly, I felt like he could have bought a little bit more time because she can take 3 hits, right? So I felt like she could have just taken, just sacrifice herself a little bit more, take 1 hit, and then go in and rescue at like 45% because she was definitely a little bit early there. But that's not the end of the world, right? Because ultimately, they managed to pop the ciphers, 3-person running out. But this is what happens when your last cipher is in the middle of the map. When you popped it, your teammates are not even at the gate yet, because that was a forced pop. That was not, how do you put this? That was not
planned.
That was not the optimal
Plan.
pop.
Or
Yeah, because they don't have borrowed time, right? I reckon if that was the case, they could have just waited a little bit more before one survivor reaches the back gate, right? But yeah, I definitely hope that this is but then again, right, we're expecting a 1 escape from UD, so definitely good job, UD. This is Peter we're talking about.
I'll be honest, I was expecting a 4K from Peter, like because Peter's always known for that. So they really prepared for I'd say they were really hoping that the Goatman was going to come out, but the Sangria came in. We talked about how mobility matches up well with these type of survivors since they can't pull that much distance. But unfortunately, he chased after the one survivor that can pull mobility, which is the Gravekeeper, and eat a lot of those hits. So it really played into what UD was trying to go for in this lineup. So congratulations, UD. Them getting a 1-man escape is definitely something that is an accomplishment, especially up against Peter and his Sangria. And the way they played that too, really prolonging. The first elimination happened towards the 3-minute mark in the game, which is quite the feat with how they were able to get those rescues going. The containment time was really good onto the Gravekeepers. Hopefully they can keep that up and just kind of shock the world here, because imagine if ZETA falls day 1, the KOA defending champs at the lower bracket. That's crazy.
It is. And I mean, they're definitely prepared to come in with 1 escape. Let's hope that that's enough for them, because Peter, how do you put this? It is Peter after all, right? So they definitely got to play a little bit more cautious right there. And yeah, I mean, I feel like UD could have pushed a little bit more. Things could have been played a little bit better there. I don't want to nitpick, but what I'm thinking is, since you're already doing so well, they could have probably started that 6 cipher way earlier at that point. That middle cipher as the last cipher was not optimal at all for them, because get 1 person down, teleport's available for Peter. So it's like guaranteed 3K. So I felt like UD could have played a little bit more aggressive. I know that's me, because we're the underdogs, right? I feel like I'm just trying to play cheerleader for UD right here and be like, hey, you're the underdogs. Come on, go. Try and risk more. You're already doing so well. But yeah, I mean, that's just my personal thought right there.
Yeah, I think it's already like splitting hairs at that point, because underdogs possibly, kind of were doing so well, and they were like, okay, they kind of lose track and let go of the wheel just for a little bit, and that's how Peter towards the end really was able to ramp up his pressure, and that was very scary. So hopefully they can sustain that type of pressure that they can give to people. Reverie saying what's up to you, saying it's nice to see Poch and Mello again. Also Happy Eyes saying, hey Nello Mello, it's been a while. So shout out to you guys, and shout outs to everyone, and shout outs to Shinami that is on the stage right now, the rescuer of ZETA Division. They want to be able to at least get a tie just for them to continue on the win streak of Peter here. Since 3-1, it is still a win on Peter's side.
Yeah, I'm just I'm just really happy. I mean, the shoutouts, and thank you so much for the shoutouts as well. I know we're in the middle of the player introduction here. But I just want to say really quickly how much it means to receive your personal messages, just asking how I was doing. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. I was at a solitude state, right? So seeing those get well messages definitely mean a lot to me. So thank you so much, really.
Yeah. And you recovered in time, or still recovering, that you're able to make it here and to commentate the matches here. That was Dolisu, guys. Next up, we have Hametu, another support player. So it's, huh? Sorry.
He's blonde.
Yes, he is blonde. You were blonde at one point. No, I need to color my hair.
Poch needs to color. Guys, come up with the color that Poch needs to do right now for the next one.
Me and Chocho were thinking pink. Like, she was going with pink, I was going with pink, but I don't know what happened.
All right. All we need is Kuro's black hair, and then we have black pink.
That's true. That's true. Or you go black.
I could.
We all jump. Sorry, that's the new song. Anyway, Kazuneko played such a stellar role. I mean, in all the tournaments, right? You do not want to chase this this beast of a man at the start of the game. I mean, we'll see. I did see in chat that the South Korea division love their clerks, so they could possibly prepare for a clerk match, but it really depends on how they're feeling.
Yeah. Sorry for that reaction. I mean, Clark's amazing. When it came out, no one knew how to counter it in the beginning. But at this point, I feel like everyone knows how to counter Clark. And Zeta has definitely had their fair share of going up against Clark. So AI, right here, I don't know. You probably need to come up with a different hunter, because if they're expecting this from you, rest assured, they're going to counter you hard.
So what's interesting is that AI was not in the IVT. It's not in my notes. It was Off and Takuno. So having this said, this could be a little like a surprise for Zeta, because how do you prepare for someone that you possibly don't have notes on? And also in the graph, you can't really see what. But I mean, Zeta are the franchise players. They're prepared for anything.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. How do you prepare for someone that you don't know, you don't have data on? You just gotta be so good you can counter everything. It's like it's like learning additional maths. You practice every single question in the book, that whatever question comes out in the exam, you're already prepared, right? So I feel like professional teams, they have this capacity to run. They have this capacity, resources to practice a lot of hours every day and get paid for it. So I feel like they're definitely at an advantage here, since they are professional teams. So Zeta division going up against AI. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing if they will be able to get that victory on the survivor side.
Man, everyone's going up against AI these days, so it's gonna be Zeta division to go up against AI. Probably the setting is gonna be in hard mode for AI now here, and hopefully the underdogs once again can at least get a 3-person elimination, just so they could be up to par with Peter. But like you said, Zeta division are the franchise players. They're the ones that are ready for anything you throw at them. So a lot of support also in the crowd, the live crowd here. And considering this is a Thursday, I can't imagine how the finals is going to be. So shout outs to everyone that has made it in the offline stage, and also everyone in this chat for being here and supporting your favorite players.
Yeah. Shout outs to you guys. We are going to have a blast today, and hopefully you guys are going to be able to stay with us from beginning until the end. Poch and I will be covering the first 2 matches. You'll be seeing Kuro and Gummy on the second one. So yeah, guys, we are in for a fun-filled Thursday or a Wednesday night, wherever you guys are. But right now, all eyes on the Zeta survivors, and I don't know, man. They look locked in. And whatever result that they have, even if they get a draw here, they already win. They will already win round 1.
True. Circus Freak saying there's a chat GPT joke somewhere in there. We'll try to sneak it in, especially since AI, or I believe it's but we're just gonna say AI just to be safe. I'm not really sure the pronunciation. I know there was a bot in chat one time also, and everyone was like, "Oh no, the bot's back." So I'm sure the bot
Remember
is
the
going to cheer
time-
for AI.
the vicious age of the bots where they just keep coming in.
Hey, sometimes when I'm practicing against bots in IDV, it's like, wow, these bots are kind of good. Like
They're
I gotta
really
be careful.
good.
I remember you were showing me like you went in nightmare mode bot, you were acrobat, and he tried to. I don't know how long you lasted, but it was pretty hard. You had to kind of get your bearings.
Yeah.
You thought you could just chill.
Yeah. The thing about AIs is that you can predict bots, you can predict their behavior, you can predict how they're gonna play, but not these IDV bots.
やっぱり
True,
前回は悔しい思いを
And here we have
して
Hametu.
日本に帰ったんですけど、今回は嬉しい気持ちで帰れたらなっていうのと、やっぱり直近の世界大会でいい結果を残しているので、世界戦ではそれを活用していい結果を残せたらなと思います。
So
There we go,
what he's
feeling
really
grateful.
saying.
What is he saying? What is he saying?
So what he's really saying is, we got this. We've been through hell. We got
Nell,
this.
the esports player translator. He's like, well,
Exactly.
okay.
If you watch that skit, the translator, the anger
Yeah,
translator.
yeah,
Yeah, that's I think we could
The
do that,
anger
but-
translator. So Nell should be
Yeah,
hired
yeah.
for that. Shout outs to
Yeah.
Idris Pants. Shout outs to our commentators for coming back after a long absence. It's been a minute. Not gonna lie,
It
chat.
is.
It's been
I
a
know.
minute. Like events have been kind of far and in between, but you gotta appreciate when they do happen, and you gotta support your favorite players and support the game as much as you can. And every time we're here, it's always just like a reunion. And yeah, I consider it always a celebration to be on the mic with Nell.
Yeah, I mean, this is always such a joy, right? I mean, I feel nostalgic because a lot of the people here we already know, right? We already know. We already seen familiar faces, and thank you for sticking to your usernames as well. That makes it so much easier for us to keep track and to remember you guys. And speaking of which, I gotta give my shout outs to Ray Green. This is Ray Green's first time in stream, I believe.
Oh.
So shouts to you. I hope you have
Yes.
an amazing time. People here are amazing too. So just make yourself heard here.
Yeah, we're just kind of talking about the matches, and when it takes a little bit long, we'll give some shout outs here and there. I know Sasabella was here since the beginning. Horton Hines is here as well. Grayscale HD, Cinna, Two Bros Kisser, Yola AMR, Idolmaster, who is at number 2 now. How do you get like the number 1, 2, 3 here? You just got to keep commenting, or you got to share? How do you get the status? It's pretty good flex.
You gotta yap non-stop.
Hey, we should get that status then.
we should. Shout out to Nella for being tough. Thank you to Burrows Kisser. Trust me, 10 days in the ward can drive anyone crazy. So I'm just happy to be out and in the real
He was
world.
at he was at the Sacred Heart Hospital, guys. Nell's been recovering. He was in the Survivor
10 days.
ward.
Yeah. Any longer than 10 days, I would end up in the White Sand Asylum. So
Asylum. That's good.
Oh god,
man.
but yeah, it's really good. It's really good. But question comes: will AI be able to overcome the monster that's Zeta survivors? Because these guys, I would cry if I was the hunter going up against them in rank. I would cry and say, "Why am I still playing this game?
Why am I here? What the heck?"
Why?
So we're seeing a bit of a switch up here, not going for Gravekeeper but First Officer, and First Officer is a survivor that has been making waves, kind of replacing Mercenary as priority in a lot of these matches just for the pocket watch rescue. So Puppeteer getting blocked out here kind of shows that AI might be I'd say Puppeteer always is around one staple. Magician also, just to counter that Goatman just in case. So it's up to AI with how he's going to respond to this.
Yeah, how is he going to respond? Shouts to Moth as well. First time watching the esports stream too. So have a good time here. And yes,
pass around the popcorn to Moth, guys. Shout outs to all our new timers here and also the old timers. Get acquainted with Two Bros that's been here, Chew as well, like our Horton, passing around the water to everyone, staying hydrated. All right, pop a seat. All right, here we go. Dolisu is up next when it comes to the picks, and okay, this is actually really good now. They actually have mobility now with the Aeroplanist. In the map like
That's
this,
good.
where you can change elevations in Big Boat, I'm a big fan of Aeroplanist on Lakeside.
Yeah, Aeroplanist is so good. by changing positions, and the elevation at one point is also very good as well. So yeah, it's definitely a very good character to have here that can definitely help them kite a little bit more. Especially if you're doing the second kite, even if you're the first kite, that's going to matter a lot here. So I'm already loving this lineup right here. Professor, definitely the scales are going to be a factor here. Probably anticipating another single hit hunter by I. But honestly, just with the addition of this aeroplanist, this game is already looking pretty hard for I. He has to make a lot of decisions here. Like, wait, I mean, what do I do here? Hermit? Drag the game out?
Whatever I has to leave no regrets. Kind of like Larunda in the chat. Shout outs to Larunda. Woke up at 5 a.m. No regrets. Shout outs to you for being here as well. If it's 5 a.m. at your time, that's crazy. But if you woke up 5 a.m. and are joining us, hopefully you had a good day. But yeah, it's still up to I with how he's gonna play this. Is he gonna go surprise pick? Is he gonna go meta? Because if he goes a surprise pick, you gotta pull like something crazy off, like a really big trick that ZETA has not seen. And if you go with the meta, they've scrimmed the meta. So it seems like he will be going with that goat man, kind of playing into what they kind of predicted with how they drafted their composition here.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you have to rely on the power of meta just to have a shot at it, right? So to speak. You do not want to let the score widen too much. Even if you can't equalize it, you don't want the score to widen too much. So Goatman can be a very viable pick here, but this is where the problem comes in.
Yeah.
Every single one of them can counter Goatman.
Yeah, they kind of prepared for it, right? Pulling distance, absorbing hits, just being really tough to deal with. I like, yeah. So we're just waiting to see where Goatman is gonna spawn here. But everyone kind of has access or can transition towards that big boat.
Yeah, everyone can. They're just gonna place it. I would like to call this formation the Chase Professor, leave us all behind. Leave us all alone.
That's a good one. Yeah, just leave us alone. Let us decode. Let us do our homework. You guys go have fun outside.
3-1. Obviously, we want you to chase the person there, so have fun. Have fun, please.
Also,
no, I insist.
I insist. Don't worry. I'll type this all out. I'll fix this typewriter. I'll make sure. I'll fix it. You guys do your thing. Play outside. Shout outs to people in the chat. Yes, unfortunately, we will not see Qist or Peddler in this tournament. We will. Archer and Airplanist are on the table, and what else is on the table are these persona traits. 3 borrowed times. We got some flywheels on the board on the side of ZETA, while pretty standard Trump detention and blink on I's side. Lakeside Village is going to be where we're going to play our second half of game number 1. That's Nello Mello. I'm Potch Spice. We are your commentators for this matchup between ZETA versus Underdogs.
All right, the scary goat man trying to look for his delicious, juicy target. Obviously, that's not one a professor. The spikes just makes it so hard to devour. So I's gonna try and look for someone at the front gate, but unfortunately, Kazuneko has already make that distance. He's just like, yeah, I know you're gonna come for me. I'm just gonna be ready and go into the boat. But don't forget, the cage can allow the goat man to close the distance. So I already spots out the bloody trail. Knows that it's the aeroplanist probably here. Kazuneko's still trying to run rounds. Oh wait, a little bit stuck at the moment, but this cage is kind of sus.
Yeah, because I mean he did have access to the he does have the scales, and he has access to that windowed area. So unfortunately, cage was not as optimal as he wanted. And this is what ZETA wants. Kazuneko is one of the greatest kiters this game has seen, and I really putting up his metal up against him is gonna be a test where he's gonna see another cage here. But in this area also, he has flywheel to use, and now he's gonna try and force out the okay, great patience on I's side. Tried to force out the scales, and it was kind of expensive. He used his jetpack and his flywheel, so now he's gonna try to corner Kazuneko, gets a blink down, and that's gonna be the down of Kazuneko.
Yeah, one of the greatest kiters ever seen, right? But he's done his job. He still has one more jetpack to work with, so at least when they come and rescue him, he would still be able to rebound kite, so to speak. So Kazuneko right here, almost 3 ciphers kite, beautifully done. You can see that Shinami is already on his way. Wanted order is not going to be a deterrent at all. Just waiting for the time. And this is where you see First Officer excels in the art of stalling. And
I call it procrastination when I can't get anything done. But the art of stalling it is. Shinami now. Oh my god. But can Kazuneko pull enough distance? Resentment is all good for another cage, but AI has to walk all the way there. And this is where Psychologist can come in for the Wi-Fi heal. So great mid-game for I to be able to try to corner out Kazuneko. Kazuneko has to be very careful with his last jetpack.
Yeah, you gotta make it count, right? Shinami's already sacrificed himself for you. I jinxed it. I'm so sorry, but that rock.
Curse.
I know, but that rock definitely said no to Kazuneko kiting a little bit further. And this is what I might be looking for, because this double down has bought a lot of time for them, right? A lot of time for AI just to prolong the end a little bit more. Hametu in position.
Yep. So we gotta wait just a little bit more here, and gets the hit off the Professor, and now Aeroplanist, unfortunately, will have to take this last kite. Flywheel's gonna be ready, so it has to be used optimally here. Double cage here just for him to get hit. Unfortunately, Kazuneko will be falling down with a flywheel.
Yeah, I guess that's goodbye to Kazuneko. And while all of this is going on, it's really unfortunate because they don't have a last cipher yet. And Goatman, the more the game progresses, the more terrorizing he's gonna be. So Hametu right here, half health. He's gotta make this count. He's gotta make this count because ciphers are definitely not enough. Wait, Hametu! What?
Was waiting there, trying to bait out a reaction. Goes for the scales again, but actually a pallet here is actually really good. And now I has to wait for the cage to actually reside. One good thing about this lineup is that they all have borrowed time, so they can't wait for that end game pop. So they won't be able to force out anything. Nice flywheel for him to buy a little more time for that last cipher to move on accordingly now.
Yeah, beautifully done. Hametu is buying so much time. He's like saying, yo, guys, I got this.
Fellas,
I got this. Yeah, I got this. Don't worry. The goat ain't got nothing on me. Wait.
He's an underdog though. He Barton back.
I know. Cypher's prime, Potch. He's
Prime,
kind of until Cypher's primed. My God.
Amazing on Hametu's side, just waiting. I mean, he did get interviewed. He was grateful, and like he said, the translation by Nell, we got this. Gonna force out the scales. Oh, wow, actually able to get it, but they don't. I think, Shinami is actually working on the back gate, so still waiting. Like you said, the stalling, or just priming themselves for the end game, because they know Hametu's got this.
Yeah, he's got this, man. The blonde hair, man. Come on.
Super Saiyan Hametu. Okay, forces out a regular hit out of the cage, but not forcing anything just yet. Super Saiyan Hametu. Keeping things in check. Now we got a cage. Waiting for it. Just gets hit. Now they force it. And this is going to be, already going for the exit gate as we speak. So how long can Hametu last here while they try to make a rotation to get at least a tie?
Okay, he has a skill to work with. No more activation. Second activation has been done. The patience by I as well, but gotta be careful though, because the last gate, the back gate has already been opened. If Hametu's teleport now is gonna matter a lot. If he teleports to the front gate, he's gonna equalize the game. If he teleports to the back gate, doesn't really matter because Shinami is there. He can go for the rescue, but wait. Yeah, just trying to buy more time. They need time for the Lisu to open the front gate. Going to the back gate!
Dungeon!
No!
And Dungeon,
No!
look at that! But he's trying to try to go for the rescue. Wow, they actually want to get a 3-man escape. They're really going to force all the resentment out of I. And this is the winning spirit that ZETA has. And they're opening up a chest as well. Can he make it in time? Rescue happens now.
They're balling. Chase, Shinami's fine. He has a pocket watch to work with, so AI is definitely not going to chase him. But now Dolisu, he can be around to provide that. He has 3 wands, guys. He has 3 wands and a scale. He
The
can
magic
protect
is definitely in his
Hametu.
hands.
Hametu has all the scales in the world. He can do it. He has
Watch
flywheel
out.
too.
He
has
does.
flywheel
Gate.
too.
Oh, it's at Gate gets blocked out. Oh, but unfortunately unable to get it. That was so close. Hametu now. Okay, yeah, he has to chase out Dolisu. Okay,
Yeah, he has
he's
to.
definitely gonna.
Dolisu's like, yeah, take my
Yeah, I
skills.
got it.
Oh my god, just when you thought there's 3 wands to body block for 1 mini scale, 1 full scale, 1 flywheel. Hametu's like, yeah, bro, I used up my Super Saiyan powers. That's it for me.
Done.
It's
I'm
fine.
done.
Take the draw. I'm done.
I passed 9,000 there with my
Power
with
level.
my
Oh, no,
skills.
Okay, the struggle.
Wait.
Dungeon.
Dungeon. Oh, but he's able to actually cage him off. But he's got the scales. He's got a flywheel as well. Able to get a little bit of push. Are we gonna see a scale in time? We have a flywheel as well. Hametu, he's still got the Super Saiyan in him. He flywheels too soon now.
No, but he still has a scale. He still has a scale. He still
Oh my God!
has a scale. Hametu.
Oh, it's done. Actually, there's no more detention. He has to force another cage for him to be able to get this. He needs to block it now.
No.
Forcing it out. Gets
No,
the push.
he did. He got it.
Uh-oh.
Does he? Oh, the mind games, the mirror balls, the AI losing track.
I got it.
Hametu!
He has nothing left.
The god!
Able to
Hametu!
get it.
Who these teammates? Hametu said, I don't care. Get out there. I can do it alone. Look at the guns. Look at the
Super
celebration.
Saiyan Hametu. That's why he's blind. Oh my god.
Who's the dog now? He's like, oh my god.
They're the big
Jesus.
dogs, dude. Going up against the
I
underdogs.
know,
That
I
was
know.
crazy.
It was. And you know what? What's crazy? The champions playing as if they have nothing to lose. And that's exactly what we need to see. Playing like you have nothing to lose. Hametu. And playing out of his mind. That's the only thing I can say. Playing out of his mind. And guys, already our first highlight of the day. Someone click that. Someone
Please
click that. Right,
So,
please.
okay, can we rewind a little bit?
Yeah.
He struggled free. Was there a chair closer by, or he just didn't want another rescue? Because I thought he was past half. So, with where he chaired, because he chaired like towards the side of the big boat, right? Wasn't there a chair at the big rock that he could have gone towards? Let us know, chat, what you think. But
yeah, there's definitely a chair there.
I'm not
Weird.
sure if he went past half, or I'm pretty sure maybe Hametu also brought like struggle free, but it was really looking like a tied game at that point. But never say die, says Hametu. Just when he thought he was like, oh, I don't have enough, give me that Senzu bean. I got a res here. Then like, oh, I'm back in the game. Oh, what the heck?
Yeah. I powered up even more after I struggle free, right? So Cyan trait, the more you fight in the brink of death, you get even more powerful. And Hametu was cracked.
Yeah, he
was
insane.
cracked.
Oh my god.
There's nothing we can say in that situation except the mind games going on, right? Because if only you guys can just like look back at that. Let's just all look back at that and just, if only you watch that replay, you'll realize the mind games going on back and forth, the amount of pressure that you need to have. Like, wait, I'm breaking this wall. Are you gonna hit me? And that time you gotta anticipate the hit. You gotta anticipate ready with your scale stunts, and then you gotta get ready with your flywheel as well. And you continue breaking the wall. And even if it doesn't work out, you have to go through the wall, the mirror. So a lot of mind games there, right there. And I think AI, the power of AI is now matched for Hametu Super Saiyan right there. It broke the AI.
Can't beat Super Saiyans. And brother, look at the 203 seconds up against a goat man. So that's again, we always talk about how Puppeteer, Gravekeeper, and also Aeroplanist are really good counters or can pull that distance. But Professor as well with those scales, just like you pointed out, like the mind games was real. And the fact that they, like you said, kind of stalled it out. They made Hametu kite for as long as he could towards the center. They didn't pop any ciphers. They didn't want to give any advantage towards that hunter. So I think that's the winning trait that they have, that they're able to, okay, you know what? They see the pressure and it's like, all right, I'm gonna raise you. I'm gonna call you on this pressure. I'm not gonna pop it just yet. We got the borrowed time. We can handle the pressure. So we stay in. We keep grinding.
True. But that's the thing about bluffing a professional player, right? Because you cannot outbluff a professional bluffer.
That's true.
Yeah, right. But in case you guys want to witness again.
ある海があるあ、オッケーオッケー。じゃあ縦3で、真ん中フェネゲだね、はめつくん。あと1シーン。まだ耐えれる。これ入ってきたら。でかい。お。あ、これ3じゃねだいぶ。
Oh, that was Peter, ladies and gentlemen. What the heck? He was also amazed with how his team performed. And Hametu, I'm liking this new Look, usually players are pro players. Like it's rare to see them exude that confidence. I think it's especially in the IJL division, like Soba's a character, Rauli. But Hametu now like flexing and like, yeah, just kind of popping off. Well-deserved, King. Congratulations. As Nell said, that was one of the highlights of, I would say, the day. I don't know how the rest of the day is going to pan out, but how can you top that as a Survivor player?
True. But it's okay. I mean, we're probably going to see a little bit more today before we decide. But that's definitely going to be going into the top 5 plays of the day for sure, right? But yeah, I mean, this is definitely just a very, very high level play of baiting back and forth. It's just that, like what I said, you cannot outbluff a professional bluffer. And in this case, Hametu was the more experienced, more cheeky player. Like, you cannot bait him. Do you see the amount of times AI was trying to bait him with the swings and the cage and the swings? Hametu did not fall
reaction. For it. Yeah, it's like, stoic as
what are you doing, bro? What are you twerking there? Like, what?
Yeah, it's like he's just trying to bait some stuff out. And I think it was in the previous match where I think we see a lot of I think actually it was in the previous chases too, where the hunter was able to get a lot of reactions from the survivors, but not Hametu, able to kind of just stay clear, just be able to stay the course. And especially if you're the professor, using those scales has a really interesting timing that you don't want to be able to you want to be able to maximize that utility. So I'm excited to see how this next matchup is going to play out, because they've kind of felt each other's powers, and now this is where things can end for the run of underdogs, or they continue on for match number 3.
Yeah. That's 6-2 in favor of ZETA in the first game, right? So it's looking like a very strong game for ZETA at the moment, and it's not gonna be, it's not even gonna be much of a shocker if they actually dominate in the next game as well, because, mind you, AI has already used up one meta character.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the Goatman, right? And which means he does not have access to Goatman anymore. Rest assured, next map pick, you can just ban out the other character depending on the map. You can ban out the opera singer, you can ban out Hullabaloo, and what do you have left to play? Right? Whereas for Peter, he lost access to opera singer, but he still has access to either Goatman or Hullabaloo. So this is going to make things a little bit more difficult for the underdogs. And underdogs, like what I said earlier, you gotta play aggressive. And I felt like they lost that opportunity to play a little bit more aggressive in the first game. They would have landed with a draw, I feel. A very strong draw if they could manage it well, because Peter was not able to handle that Cypher Rush at the end. But yeah, I think this round they should play.
Play what? Sorry.
Play aggressive.
Hopefully they still have that confidence, because they're not players like Underdogs and also the from Chinese HMT region, they don't have an IVL or IJL. I mean, I would also say same for FT and B4U. So I'd say it's always a learning experience, but we did see moments of brilliance from them, and hopefully they can continue on with that and play. I would say lean onto their strengths, which is, you know, kind of going for those kites, going for aggressive plays, just kind of tightening it up, because in the previous match we just witnessed, they're not ZETA is not holding back anything, and they know, all right, you're the underdogs, all right, sure, we'll give that much respect to you as we're playing in IVL finals or IJL finals or KOA finals. We're going to give you our all just to see where you measure up, and hopefully they'll be able to measure up well in this match number 2. And I think something also to add little more challenge to is that it is going to be map selection of ZETA in this next one.
That's gonna make things all even harder for the underdogs here, right? But like what I mentioned earlier, there's no other way around it. You gotta go. If you feel like you need a little bit more support, try and play a little bit more aggressive, and hopefully they'll be able to put up a fight against Peter, right?
So
you could bring out the Archer.
That's what I was gonna ask. How are you feeling about the Archer? Pew pew pew
pew pew. I love the Archer. I mean, Archer's really good at harassing as well. So I would definitely love to have it picked up by the team. I believe Chad would love to see an Archer as well. Even if you lose access to Archer being banned, at least pick up the Meteorologist. If Meteorologist gets banned, make sure you pick up the Archer. So one or the other, right? So at least that way you'll be able to have more ways to maneuver and fight back. And Archer's tools are just amazing, honestly. Being able to close the distance, to put a gap on the distance between you and the hunter. That's also very good, right? You just lunge backwards.
Yeah, the backstep of Archer. What's interesting is that Archer has to be played similar to Batter, where you kind of need to be in that distance of close to mid-range. And look at Kazuneko meditating, trying to find that.
What can I do?
Yeah. So
what can I do to be like
Archer was finally played, I believe, in IVL. Like, it was towards the midway point after the changes that were made towards the stun, because from 60 it became 50 with the arrows, the laceration. But yeah, I feel like with an aggressive style, Archer can bring that to the table, and maybe that's what they need. But we are going with ZETA survivors first, so AI wants to be able to kind of bounce back from this. And we see a Dolisu fan here on the screen, so shout outs to ZETA and all their fans. If you guys are fans of ZETA as well, let that be heard in chat. But if you guys are rooting for the underdog, let's see some dog emojis in chat.
Yeah, dog emojis for sure. The dogs.
They put a PNG of Dolisu. They just doing thumbs up.
That's cute. That's cute. Love it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of fan signs, fan supports coming in for both ZETA and the underdogs. So yeah, please do make your supports known in the chat itself as well. Oh, Dolisu. He's now
the thumbs up to the half heart thing. I love that.
Yeah, that's really cute. It's about time we have one of those things. You know, it was actually like before this, it was AR audience, right? And now we have actually like a live audience right here. And look at the place itself. It's packed.
Yeah, I
so
like you said,
it's huge.
I really think maybe this time of year, there's a lot more people that are available. And KOA, right? It's like consecutive days for group stage. Here, I think people in the area can just file for leave or just not go to where they need to be for 4 days and just support their favorite players and teams. So I think we got a lot of supporters of ZETA, which again, they're the away team technically. Well, both teams are the away team. So I wonder how the next match is going to play out when you have MRC versus RC. As Chinese mainland division team versus Japan division team.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very intense. I can anticipate it already. But right now, this intense moment, AI from the underdog, he's going to be forced to face this survivor menace, right? He's like, I'm not sure if he's recovered well enough or if he managed to reset during those downtime after that first game. But he definitely needs to do it now because you gotta feel the effect of being solo kited and having Hamid to jump the dungeon right in front of you. That's definitely gonna put a toll onto your mental state, right? Onto your psyche, so to speak. So AI right here probably needs to compose himself because now this is round 2, game 2, first half.
I will say that AI was able to manage. Oh, is it Lakeside again?
Is it Lakeside again? No.
I think they got to update the graphic because.
Yeah.
I think, or maybe they can double up on it. But I mean, that would not make the chat. I think the chat doesn't like that. The chat was not a fan of Lakeside. Oh, there we go. There we go. Arms. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. Production. Shout out to production for that always keeping everything, the lights on in this broadcast. So AI did really well going up against Kazuneko, even though there were it was a little hard for him to start with those first 2 cages, but once he was able to chase him out of Big Boat, it was pretty good how he was able to down Kazuneko in a fast way. So Arms Factory, no Ivy, by the way. Ivy is banned. So he has access to Hullabaloo and the Opera Singer, Hullabaloo, and Goatman.
Goatman's already globally banned.
Oh, right, globally banned. Right.
Yeah. So out of the big 4, there's really only Opera Singer and Hullabaloo to play. But I feel like ZETA is just ready for it because look, there's already an Antiquarian. That's already a strong deterrent character against Opera Singer, in a way, and definitely towards Hullabaloo, right? So, I mean, if they want to double up on it, they can pick a knight here as well, like just to play rock paper scissors here. Don't play but no, they're gonna go with my favorite character.
Hey, the Postman.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
As a Postman player, what's your favorite map? I'm trying to understand
Postman
why
player,
they picked Postman.
not so much as map. I would say it's so much as the value it brings to the team. And I love writing letters. So Postman loves sending letters. And all his letters are so meaningful, right? Like it helps boost the team's decoding. It helps the survivors vault faster. It gives them hope, opening the gates faster, finding the dungeon. So a lot of utility with the Postman. And if the hunter chases the Postman, there's even a doggo bite that you can use to stun the hunter and slow them down. So I'm actually a really big fan, a huge fan of having a Postman play because you can never go wrong with a Postman in your lineup. Like there's no way you can mess up. You know what I mean? There's no way you can mess up.
You'd be surprised. I mess up and like I'm with randos. I'm trying to mess up.
Let's go. But
I mess up the dog bites. I send the wrong letters. I'm like, oh no, I got these letters mixed up. I'm not supposed to send you that. I'm supposed to send this guy that. He's kiting. You're decoding. Why am I giving you a letter of kiting?
Like, I think they can
wrong
happen,
send.
right? Oh yeah, I was expecting this. Yeah, he's not gonna go with the big 4. He's just gonna go with Hermit and just drain them out of their resources. And no healers in the team, so I think this is a very good choice for AI because ZETA has no way of healing themselves off the chip damages, but none of that really matters if they could out-kite AI on Hermit, right? So maybe that's the plan. Out-kite Hermit with the high walls and making sure that when they get stunned, there's a pallet covering so that when he breaks the pallets, they'll be able to get out of the stun and get out of the way. So that's the plan, I guess, coming for the survivors.
Someone in chat's asking, Nell, please write us a letter. What letter would you write to chat? What's an open letter you want to give to chat?
Hope. I will write a hope letter. Yeah.
A hope letter. You're on your own.
You're on your own. Oh my god. You're on your own. Get away from me. I'm just kidding.
Focus on decoding.
I would never say that to anyone here. Like you're on your own.
Just when you play in your old
account. When I play.
You're on your own.
You're on.
I'm decoding here. We got it.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised with how many people are so good at playing, especially when they started playing, because of the amount of content out there by content creators and on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube. You'd be surprised how these new players, or even some players at like a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, they play amazing.
Yeah,
they play so much more amazing. So I would say
you'd say
I
what?
would say it's a good time to play at this point.
Yeah,
so
I
much
think so too.
resources to help.
Yeah, shout outs to Kuro, one of my favorite content creators that covers IVL, IJL top level players and breaks it down really good. And his energy is through the roof. So if you guys haven't yet, he will be commentating with Gummy. Gummy also, follow her YouTube channel. She also does commentary as well. So they will be commentating the second half of the day. But we have a postman game, guys.
Let's go. You know, with the way
careful.
Kuro has been rapping throughout his entire commentary, I'm surprised he hasn't changed his name to Machine Gun Kuro or something.
Machine Gun with the
Machine Gun Kuro. Machine Gun Kuro.
Rap line Kuro. So Insolence, Detention, and Blink on I's side. Well, we do have pretty much the same, well, actually 2 borrowed times, and we got some flywheels on the board for Kazuneko and Dolisu. So, like you said, no, they won't have any healing potential here if they share those damage, but this is Zeta Division we're talking about. Never say die attitude, no matter who the opponent is. That's Nello. I'm Pot Spice. We will be bringing you the commentary action here at Arms Factory Game 2 first half.
All right, Alva, probably not looking to connect any ciphers yet. I mean, some Alva players, they look to just get 1 or 2 hits first before hitting someone. That's obviously one play style. But here it seems like AI is like, yeah, probably not. I'm just going to go with the standard, connect the ciphers, slow things down, and then hopefully get someone on the charge. But look, no one's on the cipher yet. So they're like, yeah, we don't really want to touch any ciphers just yet. And the corner is going to be that first one to start decoding.
Look at that. Shinami hiding skills. Unable to peek that corner from the spot out Shinami. So Shinami crouching accordingly, just giving that tinnitus. Know that there's a red light in the area. So let's see if he's actually going to start running already. So enough time being bought. It is going to get spread out. So I think also if they don't get the hits early on, what they do is they injure the survivor, then disconnect, and then go for the hit. So the backstep, unfortunately, was not there for I. Shinami's still holding on here, already used up one of his elbow pads. But in this walled area, he's going to try to buy enough time for him not to get that Eye of Sauron dunk.
Exactly. Honestly, I don't know why their heart rates are so high, especially since they're just decoding.
It's intense.
Whoa! Oh, nice! That's 60% damage hit onto Shinami. One more hit, and that's gonna do it for Shinami, actually.
True.
But no blink, so you gotta mind you though. That's gonna be the last elbow pad being used. Shinami has already receiving a love letter from the postman. See, that's why we need the postman, right? So
that's why you got to send love letters out, guys. Oh, unfortunately, I tried to go for that pallet hit. He wasn't there. Now the blue charge, he can share damage. So this is going to keep the kite even longer, but no more abilities for Shinami to work with. Ciphers are going to start popping. Actually, 2 ciphers are almost done. So Shinami's got to be very careful. He's going to share the damage with the Antiquarian and Postman. We are going to see the prolonging of this kite. So still the standard Hermit plays.
Yeah, standard Hermit plays. Just trying to get everyone down as much as possible. Blue charge, Shinami. Obviously, they are not going to change the charge anymore. They're just going to let Shinami down at this point. Shinami down for the count. But damage has been done on the side of the survivors. 3 ciphers kite, even with all ciphers connected. Watch.
Yeah.
That's actually impressive.
Yeah, they definitely got those perfect calibrations going on, and they really made sure to not let Shinami's kite go in vain, because he is the sole. Oh no, their airplanist can go for the rescue. And note that airplanist did not get a charge hit, so he can come for a clean rescue. But you got to be careful here. Last two ciphers are going to be worked on. I just trying to get the charge here.
Okay.
Gets the hit, actually shares it with an Antiquarian. So Mercenary back on his feet.
Back on his feet, running away. Shinami doesn't mind even if he goes down here. That's going to be a 60% damage. So Shinami's going to go down right after this. Doesn't matter. Last effort's going to help him get a little bit further away. Shinami is really just, oh my god. Is this a sign of panic here? Shinami just decides to take the charge. He's like, oh, you missed? Well, let me help you there, sir. Let me help
Oh, don't
you
worry.
there.
I got you. Don't worry. It's okay. It's we are going to see now. I believe Hametu is going to try to make his way into the mix, but Antiquarian has received some significant damage here. What's funny is the one on the rocket chair is the one with the lowest heart rate. Like, okay, I'm just chilling. You guys rescue me. There's no pressure on me.
Why is the person kiting with such low heart rate and the person decoding? It's so much pressure decoding. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, it's wild. Okay, gets the shove and now gets a clean rescue, and also tries to get the silence and gets it off. Hametu, another great play on his side, forcing out a blink. But the down could happen, but no. Tried to go for, okay, buying enough time here. Gets the dunk. Can he make it in time? Gets the hit, but it distributes damage. Last cipher being worked on here now.
Oh my god, it's going so fast. It makes you wonder, is there really a hermit in this game? Because Shinami is not down for the count. He still has borrowed time, especially when ciphers are down. Pop the cipher, go. And it's going up. Four-man endgame. ZETA division running around. AI, he's thinking, who should I chase? What should I do? I don't know. Four of them running around. I guess I'll go with Dolisu.
Change the prompt.
No.
Oh no,
Okay.
the AI unfortunately unable to get the down, because Hermit, they distribute the damage, and slowly but surely exit gates are opening. But as he called out, 4-man end game is no joke, even for AI here that has trump card, but he's already used up his blink. Dolisu flywheeling away, able to actually get enough distance here, but no, unfortunately falls down here. The postman, oh no, doesn't even get the dungeon.
The martyr. But it doesn't really matter because both gates have been open. And look at this game, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. That's not a normal Hermit game at all. Hermit did not manage to slow down the ciphers at all. If you notice, he only managed to disconnect once or twice throughout the entire game. That just shows how much pressure the ZETA survivors were giving to him. It's like, yeah, look at how we do it. Like, that's how we do it. And
standard business, early day in the office for our friends in ZETA. And we were concerned about how they don't have any healers, but they didn't need to. They just played that very well with the tools that they were given. The kite, if you chase Shinami at the start, he's not just an excellent rescuer, but he uses his kiting abilities really well. They got the charges off really good too to distribute the damage, because usually when we first saw Hermit in competitive, they didn't know how to manage the damage, right? But here it was super calculated how they were able to manage everything, not overextend, and at above it all, Nell, they got the ciphers primed in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's not normal. Yeah, it's even faster than some of the games that you play with other characters. But honestly, it really just comes down to how much tunnel visioned AI was towards Shinami. You realize he wasn't even changing targets. Usually, okay, I am just gonna yap a little bit more, but usually what happens with Hermit players is when you're having such a hard time trying to chase one survivor, you try and rotate. Put this damage, once you get one hit, it's fine. Teleport to another cipher, get that damage, because they already have the charge on their body. You build up your presence faster. You put damage onto them even faster. You stop that cipher even more. So what Hermit does is you don't just tunnel vision on one person. If it doesn't work out, change targets. Keep changing targets until everyone's injured. One down, everyone's going down. Yeah, that we've seen players done that before. We've seen one local example would be even Meowpie has done that before. Like, just he played Hermit, change targets, get everyone injured. You already have a charge in your body. You get that instant guaranteed stun instead of refreshing the charge every single time you hit. Yeah,
true.
chasing the Merc first didn't help too.
Yeah. Now that you break it down like that, yeah, Hermit does thrive when he's distributing the damage and not getting tunnel visioned at all. And I mean, you got to play to the strengths, right? Distributing the damage, making sure that everyone's injured to the point that you can't even heal off like the 25% chip damage. Because the only person that could do that is doctor, barmaid, psychologist. So yeah, they played that very well, and I think AI played into how ZETA wanted them to play. So here we have it. There's that scoreline, 9-3. Game number 1 won by ZETA, but first half of game 2 won by ZETA once again. So last stand is going to be on the underdog survivor side.
Yeah, and Salty Sugi makes a really good point as well. A strat is also to get a faster down without connecting ciphers to deny sharing damage. Yeah, that's that's what some Hermit players do as well. Connect the cipher first, get that first hit, which he actually did. First hit was 60% onto, and then disconnect the cipher, instantly go for that down again, then connect ciphers again. Yeah, that could work as well. That definitely works as well. So yeah, I mean, after all has been said and done, ZETA survivors definitely had their fair share of going against. So Hermit might not even be a surprise for them or even a hassle for them, because like what I said,
how they handled it, that was crazy good. And also I think another moment where it really swung in the favor of the survivor side was that missed blink opportunity. I think that's when hurts. You can kind of feel AI felt a lot of pressure. I know someone also asked in chat, where's the trump card? It was so late in the game for him to use that blink that it wasn't effective at all to down early, that trump card was the cooldown was too much, so it wasn't a factor at all. So just ZETA having calculated precision going up against that Hermit match just shows that they did their homework, not just with AI's Hermit, I believe. I just think with Hermits in general. So you can't pull that trick off up against ZETA if they know they could see you coming with that.
Yeah, and now it's up to Peter. Peter's definitely having a very comfortable time. He's like, well, what do I do now? A draw? Yeah, maybe let's just get a draw and then get a ramen after that. But
well, I think they go
Peter,
hot pot. They're in Guangzhou. Hot pot.
In Guangzhou. Guys, can I just let you know, Guangzhou is amazing. The food, you would think that it's expensive. It's not really expensive. And the food are tasty. And they're really healthy. It might seem like it's fatty and stuff like that, but it's healthy.
With your trip to Guangzhou, what was your favorite food that you ate there? Don't say McDonald's.
I'm not gonna say McDonald's. Although my colleagues from America, from EMEA, they probably love McDonald's and they're like, "Oh my God, we need pizza and McDonald's." But yeah, it's a different culture, right? For me, I would say everything's amazing. The dim sum's amazing. The chicken's amazing. The lamb is amazing. They cook it Chinese cuisine style, a Western style.
How
Japanese.
are you? Nell, how are you with spice levels? Are you like you're with mala? Like, are you like, do you really like spicy or?
They don't have mala available, and honestly, I don't want to hurt myself eating mala too, because it's a different kind of spice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different kind of spice. Yeah, but Guangzhou, definitely you gotta go, you guys. If you guys have an opportunity to go and visit, it's really modern. Transportation isn't even that expensive. Plenty of access.
The heart.
Yeah.
Who says what in chat?
Oh, what? Sorry.
No, I thought you were reading chat. But if anyone wants to give hand hearts,
we
got no supporters of the underdogs. Oh no! Let's see a heart.
Come on, someone give a heart.
Come on. Give the heart. Go.
Give
Don't
it
leave
to
her
her.
hanging.
No,
oh, yeah,
the
she was
other
trying
hand,
to, but she couldn't. There we go.
Yeah,
All right.
let's go.
Let's do it. Hooray!
Nice.
Chat, let us know. How do you? Oh no, against Dolisu, you can't do that. Yeah, I gotta change it up.
I know,
but yes, chat, let us know how you rate your spice levels with spice emojis. 5 being like you can handle spice. I can't. I have a tough time in the toilet afterwards, and I'm just like, oh, I need to drink like Gaviscon or something. It's just acid. It's terrible.
Gaviscon.
Sometimes to the point now that I need an SOS real quick.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just real quick.
Yeah. Definitely. Like if you have spice levels off the roof, definitely Gaviscon. I mean, guys, I don't know about you guys, but I never had gastric my entire life up until just like 1 or 2 weeks ago when I was in the Sacred Heart Hospital. And gastric, the feeling sucks. I don't know. I never experienced it, but the feeling is really bad. So guys, please do take care of what you eat. I don't know. Because I definitely need to take care of what I eat. And yeah, spice levels, keep it going. Like 1 spice level being the mildest, all the way up to 5 spice levels. That's like burning your lips. You look like you have burned out lips. Your stomach aches.
Oh my gosh, I'm seeing a lot of fire by Happy Eyes and Circus Freak.
Oh my god, Happy Eyes. Poo the chili seeds is what I would say. Poo the chili seeds.
Even Labubu IDV got the 6 chilies. I'm like
6 chilies.
I'm like a 2 at most. I know we went to Thailand and we tried the boat noodles. I was able to handle a little bit, but I had a tough time in the morning after that.
I know it's really hard sometimes, but Indo level Lamau. We have Labubu. Where's Jellycat?
Labubu.
Yeah. Labubu. Yeah, Jellycat's pretty cute nowadays. I collect some.
You do? Oh, nice.
Yeah, I do like 10, 11.
Nice.
Yeah, because May likes it, so I bought it for her. Yeah.
Oh, shout outs. Anybody, any Labubu lovers out there? Or you guys got those Labubu keychains? Aside from, I'm pretty sure Labubu IDV does have those. But
got a lot of Labubus too.
Labubus.
Yeah.
So
I know.
Back to the match here. It seems like we are gonna see hopefully some aggressive plays like we called out earlier that UD can go for. But like you pointed out, he still has access to either the Hullabaloo or the Ivy. Now that Opera Singer was globally banned, they take out the Goat Man. So what else can they bring to the table but an Antiquarian here?
Same lineups. I would say pretty much the same lineups. Especially with an Antiquarian on board. Yeah, it's difficult. Peter can play anything right here. And when I say anything, he can just go with anything.
Breaking Wheel. I'm kidding. In this map,
I'm just kidding too. Yeah. Disciple. You can definitely go with Disciple here
he could.
if you want to. Secure the easy draw. Bon. Yeah. Because UD, you got to make something work. You got to get that 4-man escape to win. Or even a 3-man escape just to tie. So you play a Bon, you get 1 person down. Everyone's forced to save. Everyone is forced to save. So a lot of options for Peter. But I would like to see a Wu-Chang though.
Ooh, I would definitely. I mean, yeah, we're a big fan of Wu-Chang. I'd love to see how he would try and match. You know, if he is aiming for that tie, he can, but it'll be a lot harder compared to like maybe the others that we can bring to the table. Wu-Chang was making his way in IVL. Naiad. Oh, sorry, go.
Or he can play the Boogeyman.
The Boogeyman.
The Boogeyman.
Nightmare?
New character.
Oh, okay. Why IDV leaks? What's
IDV leaks? I'm just sorry guys, we got sidetracked there a little bit. I got sidetracked a little bit, but always looking for new things to the design concept, right? We always try to design and try and think about new hunters. But seems like the hunter of choice for Peter is none other than Ivy. And Ivy right here, they have the mobility, right? So I think Peter is just confident. Peter's just confident at this point. He's like, okay.
Also, the map is very small. So him putting the obstacle in areas, it kind of plays to their advantage. And like you said, you could literally play any hunter. And technically, Ivy is still part of that top 4 because of the map pressure. And in this map alone, it's really good. UD definitely has to bring their A game here, and I'm pretty sure they have scrimmed up against Ivy because they will run into a lot of Ivies round 2, round 3, and going up against Peter's Ivy, they need to bring that same type of fire they did in the previous match and kind of sustain it a little longer, because having this small map here, it's going to be definitely close quarters, and they do have stun ability. It's just that first chase is going to have to be very good, and I don't know if he's going to go for mercenary or airplanist to start out.
Any one of the targets are going to be really hard for him. But if I have to really choose, You could make Mercenary waste all the pads. Aeroplanist as well is also a good target to make him waste all his jetpacks. That'll be good as well. A lot of choices up and there. I just feel like Peter's just so strict. Like, he always goes with meta. Right?
That's what got him the win in Koa, so I feel like he can. And like you said, I feel like it's more of a respect thing. He wants to make sure that he's going to give UD his all, so I respect it.
Okay, all right.
Especially with Insolence, Detention, and Blink. While we see just one flywheel onto the Aeroplanist and also a Tide Turner. So Cian is expecting to get the rescue or get the kite going on, not having any borrowed time. So last stand for UD, or can they push for game number 3? We're going to find out in just a bit. That's Nello Mello. I'm Pod Spice. We're your commentators for this matchup.
Yeah, Ivy trying to find that first optimal target. Moving towards the middle, spots out 1127. Acrobat, trust me, is not the best first chase target, but he's gonna look for that secondary target. Probably tries to blindside 1127 a little bit. Probably spawns an Ostrakon when needed, but Ego seems to be the target for now. Ego bring out a pallet preemptively. Ostrakon has been employed at this vicinity. Ego still trying to make that kite work. Trying to kite a little bit more. Oh, Ego.
Wow.
First one, but the second one's gonna connect. Third one has missed, but he's gonna get that in time. The disarm went off.
It did, and also the exchange was in favor of Ivy. So just the patience, let's eat one hit, and you kind of forced out 3/4 of the stick. So this stick is going to be used for either a slight stun or just the continuous mobility. Considering that Blink is going to be used, just needs one more hit onto Ego to get the down here. So can he force out the Blink attempt? We're going to see a flip over. Unfortunate Terror Shock just to get so much pressure. And I'm not sure if he was able to get that flip over, but I mean, he got the down, and that's all Peter wants to do ultimately.
Yeah, the adrenaline as well, the heart rate by the survivors. Everyone's triple digits. It feels like they are just so stressful decoding at this point, right? Because 2.5 ciphers being done is actually not too bad for UD. But what's crucial is what happens after this. Soul's can come in for the rescue. Let's see if he makes it.
I'm waiting for the corruptions to build up. No spray scare here, but build some distance. So
what?
Huh?
Did he forget to turn off his elbow pad?
Oh
my God,
that's gonna be quite unfortunate if that's the case now. But yeah, quite questionable here. So now they have to go for a full rescue, just buying time. That's the only caveat, right? But Antiquarian's on his last chair, so even if Cian can come for that rescue, it's now or never for Sol. So that was a bit unfortunate. Peter, can't even make it in time.
No,
gets the scare. Oh no, gets the hit, able to actually rescue. So that's actually really good. He's gonna have to try and body block, but it's not gonna happen. So Ego is just gonna drag the and then the last effort's gonna pop. So last two ciphers though.
Yeah, I probably have to look at it again after this. Yeah, I think he definitely misplayed that.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate. The body block's not going to happen simply for the reason that Antiquarian has no more resources to work with, and they need Merc up and alive away just to finish off the ciphers as well. So as you can see, 2 ciphers are not even past the half point, and if history can, if you can learn anything from history, you need more. You need more survivors up and alive and running, more progress in order to at least get more survivors out in the late game. Yeah. Because even with 2-3 survivors up in the late game running, Ivy can still dwindle you down to the very last person. So this is looking scary for UD.
Yeah, and considering Peter just needs to tie it and they move on. So it's really pressure is on the side of UD, and people in the chat also like, oh yeah, it happens to if it happens to these players, definitely happens to us as well. So that was the case. They need to kind of pick up the pieces from here. So Sol, unfortunately, 80% corruption just gets hit in time and not even going to build that much distance because 100% is going to happen. So yeah, it's going to be tough. He's just going to have to focus on the Sol, and that is going to be the victory on Zeta Division for this entire game.
True. I think at this point, right, Yudi's probably thinking, yeah, what can we do here? And even if whatever we can do here, does it really matter? Because Peter has absolute control of the entire map. And look at the positioning of the two remaining survivors. Xian is in the vicinity, but last Cypher not even done. So gets him done here, goes for the hit again. Soul's gonna go down again. Look, Peter doesn't even care about the two remaining survivors. His objective is just dwindle all resources, get everyone to half health, and then that's where he goes in for the kill.
Yeah, distributed damage, a lot of pressure onto the map. Yeah, Peter wants to not just settle on his laurels with that tie. Allows the rescue to happen because, yeah, the tide turner was in effect, so it's no use chasing because 15 seconds up. So now he can go for a down onto either of these survivors. We're going to see Peter now really use the Ostracan areas just to make sure he's patrolling around this area. But it's going to be hard for UD to kind of bounce back from this, considering how much pressure is on them. Looking at the inventory, we do see that Mercenary did pick up Syringe. So that could give a sign of life here, but it's going to be a little harder because now all the Cypher... One Cypher is primed, the other one is stuck at 50%, and you still got endgame to worry about.
Yeah, endgame is definitely going to be really scary for UD, the underdogs right here, because Ivy, late game, tremendous pressure. And with Peter on it as well, it's a very strong it's a very strong premonition that he can go for the 4K here. Aeroplane is surviving by just 1% off from going 100%. Otherwise, that's going to be a down, honestly.
Yeah. You gotta be very careful. You can't look. No look back gaming here, just like how we play now. But Flywheel just to transition away. The blink is gonna down the aeroplanist, and they did open up the last cipher. Well, I mean, all ciphers here are touched. So I like how they're building up backups, but the fact that Peter was able to put so much pressure in the mid game really explains how this matchup is going. Two ciphers already primed, by the way. But the win condition of Peter still remains. He just needs a tie, and they already win.
Yeah, but he knows that the action is going to be happening, right? Because if UD wants to survive and go to round number 3, they gotta get this rescue up, and they did. Xian's gonna be rescued. Soul's gonna be going away. Has to be really careful though. That's his last chair. But he decides to pursue the acrobat instead, so probably prioritizing ciphers a little bit at this point.
Yeah, so this is actually a good moment for the team to actually open up another cipher, but Saul's gonna get caught out in the open here, and Saul, Mercenary has already used up the syringe. Still kind of a tense situation. We just have to cross the bridge when we get there when it comes to endgame, but I think moral victory for UD is that they want to at least get some escapes and not give the 4K to Peter. You see, he's already recalled the ghost, and now he's trying to patrol this area over at Sandbags, which is kind of moving along. They're opening up items and trying to figure out if they can get more resources towards endgame, which is super important up against an Ivy. But I mean, the detention here is going to be a factor, and also considering that trump card has not been used just yet. Oh, actually, yeah, detention's still a factor.
It's still a factor for sure.
No
this
trump card
game. Yeah, it's just a full-on build 9-6 blink. Coming in 1127 right here. Gonna try and use that last bomb. Already 100%. It's gonna go down. That wax gonna bring him down to the ground. Peter, one person on the chair again, and he's just gonna keep doing this until everyone ends up on the chair. Look at the two remaining survivors. They're so far away, and Soul saying, "What is wrong with my life? I'm decoding here," and he has to leave the cipher. He has to come in for the rescue, which is very unfortunate. Last cipher is almost done, so maybe they're banking on forcing the cipher, but Xian's not even done with the cipher. 58% or 66.
This is where, they're forcing, and gets a down onto the Mercenary too, because everyone's kind of injured, and now all he has to do is get a double down. Actually, not even that, just kind of force the ghost onto. Wow, and the blink was ready in time. Fortunately, Aeroplanist isn't going to pop the cipher in time. Peter could actually get the victory conditions, which is get the 2-man elimination, and then the cherry on top is to get that 4-man elimination.
Yeah, he can just teleport at this point. He knows that the Masonry is still on the floor. Has an exit path though, so he can definitely stand up even if he wants to.
Oh, the pop for
Like
the
a pop,
mercenary to
yeah.
stand up here. So now he just needs to defend, but the tension in the air is going to be a little tough. Mercenary can't tank that hit anymore. So we are going to see him actually try to patrol towards the middle part of this map. So never say die attitude on UD's side. So Peter's still in control, or trying to control up this match. Again, he just needs one more survivor down for him to be able to get the victory condition, and he gets that. Tied game means Zeta wins. Can they get one more out though? UD just wants to get that moral victory, but Soul eating that hit towards the tail end of it.
Beautifully done as well. The side step into a moonwalk, into a hit from the side. That angle, getting the Terra Shock, and not forgetting Cien, that last person standing, 99% again. Peter hiding the red light, going for the win. That's a 4-man elimination by Zeta. Peter right there. Very, very convincing win, honestly.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the 3-1 was actually uncharacteristic, but yeah, I think he was just surprised with how well UD prepared for him, and they did really well. Kudos to them giving them a fight, but Zeta are the top dogs. They are the favored ones to win this matchup and win possibly the entire IVS championship. So congratulations to Zeta Division for them to be able to move on in this tournament. UD still has a second chance of life at the lower bracket, so still keep rooting for them and still keep cheering them on, chat.
Yeah, keep cheering on for them indeed, because they do have another chance to redeem themselves. But for now, Zeta Survivors, Zeta Hunter, the Zeta Division is going to be the winner between these two teams. So congratulations, Zeta. They're moving up the line. And both factions actually, Survivors, Hunters, they carried their own weight really, really well there. And the experience, professionalism definitely showed. But we want to give our shout outs to Team UD as well, because they definitely put up a really good fight as underdogs.
Yeah, the way that they were able to, you know, start out that match really well, and they really lived the whole underdog spirit. So maybe just some fine tuning, right? Especially in that first match, there were some moments of brilliance that they could have gotten a tie. And considering how well they perform now, I think they have time to prepare for tomorrow's matches when the stakes are a bit higher. So, like you said, maybe they have the rest of the day still ahead of them in Guangzhou. They could grab some food, hot pot, whatever, like you recommended, and then come back tomorrow with a fresh mind for them to be able to fight their way in this tournament.
Yeah, it's very important to balance out, right, your mental, emotional, and health and physical condition, right, just so that you can play optimally. So congratulations, Zeta has definitely earned that lunch that we're talking about. It's definitely earned that meal. Whereas UD, they're probably gonna be going back, re-strategize, and think, wait, what can we do next? What can we do to brush up? What can we do to tighten up a little bit? Because they definitely had the potential there, especially from round number 1. The Survivors definitely showed potential. AI definitely showed potential. It's just those tightening, the tightening of screws a little bit, the fine tuning needed. And if they can do that, I think they can put up an even better fight in the lower brackets run. So keep trying, UD, underdogs.
Definitely. And hopefully, I know that the Korea division, we only had like standout players. I hope that they stick together and continue on, especially when it comes to Call of the Abyss. I know the South Korea division has been known for interesting picks, but considering how this matchup went, they didn't stray too far away from the current meta that we are playing. So yeah, like you said, just tightening it up and also kind of believing in their own aggression and believing in their own strategies for them to capitalize on gaps of knowledge or gaps of familiarity that the franchise players aren't used to facing off up against, like regions like South Korea, like Chinese HMT, Southeast Asia, and also NAEU. So again, congratulations to Zeta. They are still on the upper bracket, but UD, one hell of a fight here up against Peter and up against the survivors of Zeta.
Yeah, Ivy's just so strong in this map. But it's really hard because even though they want to play and show what they can do in their individual skills, but the ban pick itself is already a problem. But there you have it, the final scores. the match results, you can see it was a 2-0 sweep, 6-2 in the first game, 8-1 in the second round. And that's going to be ZETA's 2-0 against the underdogs. Very well deserving too. Everyone had their moment to shine right there, Botch.
And considering how if you watch the previous IVT Korea, this was a really good performance. So let's check out the highlights before we honor the MVP of this match. So don't go anywhere. It's about to happen in 3, 2, 1.
左下鬼没だから大丈夫だと思う。
死ぬ。
大丈夫。これで
인정 갈것 같은데?
인정 가, 인정 가.
막을 막을.
용병 첫 꽂혀 가자.
계속 돌릴게 그럼. 뒤 보지 말고.
풀.
오 나이스 나이스.
이수인 여기 있어서 못 연다고. 아 까비. 이거는
There you have it, Nell. We got the highlights already. You okay?
Sorry,
An intense matchup. So, yeah. So I believe we're going to throw it to the stage because we will be seeing a short interview, but an amazing performance all throughout the day when it came to UD versus, I'd say ZETA, which when we talk to the other casters, we'd kind of think like, wow, this is going to be kind of like a lopsided or a favored matchup for ZETA. But if you watch the match, they really stayed in the fight all throughout.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, intense matches, right? The best of the best coming in from their division, trying to represent the division, and just showing what they're capable of. With 800,000 yuan as a total prize pool, that's a lot of incentive, a lot of motivation to go as far as you can. Just looking at the replay, I'm so sorry. And hey, shout out to Kuroshiro, he's in the chat.
Yes, he's
What's
in the
up,
chat.
Kuro?
It's at Kuro well, he did say that he is going for RC in this matchup, and also Gummy is going for MRC. So it's going to be very interesting because they're kind of clashing against each other. So I think they have like this this wager. Whoever is gonna lose is gonna do like a TikTok dance. You have to ask them. You have to ask them. They're the ones that did that.
Yeah, Gummy's from Korea, right? So she's like, yeah, I'll take you on, Kisekia.
I think the loser has to dance Soda Pop. So.
Oh really?
No,
Saja boys.
I don't know. They're gonna get mad at me for that if I incentivize them to do that. But yeah, that the next matchup is gonna be RC versus MRC. We still have to crown who the MVP is now. Do you think that Hametu did enough to be MVP, or do you think it's gonna be Peter with that 4K?
I think I would love to see Hametu on that MVP, but honestly, Peter is more likely to get MVP simply because he's gotten 3 eliminations in the first game, 4 eliminations in the second. So total points might actually favor him. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's Peter. But
Yeah,
my personal favorite would be Hametu.
Hametu with the highlight of the day. We're really going Super Saiyan for all of us. And hey, maybe the points could be favored towards Hametu because he did get a dungeon escape. So maybe in that performance alone, it could be. But yeah, you're right. When it comes to tallying it up, a 4K performance on a Hunter's side usually, more often than not, gets that MVP. So we just have to wait and see. Yeah, Sublime with the Soda Pop. Not a Saja Boy fan? You're more of a Huntrix?
Huntrix? Oh,
Dun.
Yeah. Okay, I kid you not. When I was in Sacred Heart Hospital, the nurses were singing Huntrix Golden.
That means the Honmoon was saved, bro. That's what they needed.
The nurses were singing. I was like, what? What's going on? Help!
Can you reach the golden note?
I don't know
if you can. There we go.
Oh,
Hametu!
Let's go. Big guns. The big guns, for sure. But very well deserving. 121 seconds containment time. Average deduction points of 9,620. The dungeon escape definitely helped him a lot right there. But congratulations, Hametu.
So after this, folks, we will be heading towards the stage for the interview portion. I wonder who they're going to be interviewing, but Once again, our congratulations and our salutations go up to Hametu for him, and our acknowledgement will go to Hametu with his amazing performance that will be talked throughout this entire IVS. And congratulations to ZETA still staying in the upper bracket. Now let's head to the stage for the interview.
比赛的胜利，我们是请到了 Dolly 和 Pita 来到赛后采访，先来打声招呼吧。
本日勝利おめでとうございます。では一つずつご挨拶をお願いします。
大家好，ZETA Division のドリスです。
欢迎 Dolly。
大家好，ZETA Division の Peter です。
欢迎 Peter。现场的观众非常热情，因为这是我们今天的第一场比赛，非常漂亮的2-0拿下了今天的胜利。就还是想要问一下两位，对自己今天的发挥满意吗？然后包括第一场比赛打下来，整体的感受如何呢？
ではまず本日のこのストレート勝利まずおめでとうございます。ではこの試合を経て本日の調子とかパフォーマンスいかがでしたか？一人ずつお答えください。
そうですね、IVS 今日から始まって、初戦のスタートが自分的には大事だと思っているので、このストレート勝利でいい流れを作れたのかなって思います。
IVS 他毕竟是第一场的比赛，所以他自己也觉得我们第一场的比赛其实是非常的重要的。那这个非常的重要的比赛，以2-0拿下了这场比赛，也是为之后增加了气势，他非常的开心。
刚刚听到他们的赛前助威那个加油声音就特别大了。那 Peter 選手，
はい。そうですね、あぎとりさんの言う通り、初戦良かったんで、次の試合もこの調子でいけたらなって思ってます。
是的，和多利斯选手说的一样，我们第一场非常的重要，也拿到了胜利。那么我们之后也会以这样的一个气势继续打下去。
感觉今天大家的状态都非常的开心，因为今天确实还是比较顺利的拿下了整场比赛嘛。那接下来这个问题就想问一下，我们今天 Peter 选手第一次上场，因为确实是用到歌剧演员这个角色，有没有用跛脚羊呀这种我们感觉好像是常规会使用的第一顺位的监管者，然后包括也是第一次跟优弟战队交手，对方的求生者也很拼很焦灼，打的最后是3人开门战，他整体会有一个什么样的感觉呢？第一场打完。
ではピーター選手、まず1戦目のオペラ歌手の試合で、まずは足内の羊ではなくオペラ歌手をピックされたと思いますし、しかも今回初めて UD チームとの対戦ですし、盤面的にはUD チームもすごく粘り強く、そういうシーンもあったと思うので、実際対戦してみていかがでしたか？
すごく強いチームで、クリア出して正解だったと思います。
就觉得 UD team 战队是一个非常强势的战队，而且第一局反而觉得拿歌剧是一个正确的决定。
是的，是的，今天的这个 BP 的战术感觉也体现出来了优势。那接下来就想问一下我们求生者的那个3跑，太帅了，因为大家都在夸海麦斯最后的那个地窖也很燃，所以特别想知道当时整个队内的一些沟通啊，或者面对整个局势，大家求生者阵营会有一个什么样子的反馈呢？
ドリス選手、1戦目のサバイバーの試合でハミス選手がすごく素晴らしいチェイスをされて、無事3人ゲームを果たしたと思うのですが、その時に実際 VC の中で皆さんどういうふうに話してみましたか？
まず残り新規1台っていうところで、通電後までめちゃくちゃナイスチェイスしてくれて、でその後に通電後の8攻防、一番盛り上がったと思うんですけど、あの時は結構もう破滅自身はもう超集中モードって感じで、みんなも見守るみたいな感じの雰囲気の VC でした。
首先他们当时还剩最后一台密码机的时候，就是多亏了海梅斯选手的这个牵制，顺利拖到了开门战。而且到最后，其实，在地窖前的那个博弈其实是海梅斯选手是非常的专注的去做这个博弈，那么其他的选手也是默默的去注视他、祝福他这样。
完全是能感觉到他们队员之间的这种互相性，然后包括在第2局上半场的时候也是非常漂亮。我们求生者是拿下了2场3跑嘛，今天。那第2局上半场的时候，大家有没有感觉说今天确实是手感非常火热，然后发挥的也很不错？有没有什么整场比赛觉得特别可圈可点的地方，想要在这里说一下呢？
続いて同じくドレス選手、第2試合も同じく3人ゲーを果たして、本日のこの全ての試合を経て。サバイバーとして良かったと思うポイントとかありましたか？
サバイバーとして良かったところは、みんな VC でちゃんと声出せて 情報共有をできてたので、全員が冷静に立ち回れたのはいいところだったかなって思います。
我觉得整个整场比赛中，大家的声音就是都就这样的发言，包括去爆点也好，去分享自己所知的情报，也是做了非常好的配合。
大家的气势今天包括准备啊、BP 啊，包括沟通都非常非常棒。那接下来就想问到刚刚结束的我们 Pita 选手的那把4抓，因为中间有一个特别有戏剧性的点，就是佣兵过来救人啊，他可能以为自己救下来了，然后结果就是还回来吃饭嘛，就出现了一个那样比较好玩的局面嘛。所以当时 Pita 选手他在那边的话，会有一个第一什么样子的反应呢？然后之后他会有一个什么样子的想法，再去把控整个局势呢？
続いてピッター選手の第2試合で、球場シーンでは、一つ少し面白かったところがあったと思うのですが、傭兵が救助しに来て、救助できたと思って離れたところがあったと思うんですが、それを見てどういう反応をしましたか？そしてその後の立ち回りとかはどういうふうに考えていましたか？
傭兵さんが救助しなかった時、僕あの時は試合中はミスっていうことに気づかなかったから、そういう動きするんだ、じゃあ1人飛ばせるから引き分けできるから勝てるなって思って、試合を続けてましたね。
首先，他其实在那个时间点没有发现是佣兵的失误，他以为是佣兵故意做了这样的举动。所以当时他就觉得，那既然已经挂飞了一个人，那我能保平了，那我们就可以赢了。所以就是这样打完了这场比赛。
所以看来场上的局势真的还是瞬息万变，要及时的再去做出一些战术，包括是思路上的一些调整。但是今天我觉得 ZETA 战队发挥的非常非常不错。那因为我们 ZETA 战队目前抽签的这个形式来看的话，他们将要面对的职业战队的含量还挺高的，所以这次 IVS 特别好奇，他们两个有没有什么特别想要去迎战的对手？然后包括刚才我在场外采访的时候，我们现场很多粉丝都是为 ZETA 战队来加油助威的，你们在哪里？给我一点热情，让他们听到好不好？对，特地来到现场支持 ZETA 战队，有没有什么想要对现场的粉丝们讲的呢？
では今回の IVS で、抽選的に結構たくさんのプロチームに当たる抽選にはなると思うんですが、例えばどのチームと戦ってみたいですかっていうのをまず一つと、今回たくさんのファンは現地まで応援してきていただいているので、そのファンの方への言葉を一人ずつお願いします。
今回の IVS で、もちろん全チームと戦ってみたいんですけど、その IVS を勝ち進めていく上で次のリジェクトかミラクル戦どっちか勝ち上がった方とチームと戦うんですけど、その試合が一番大事だと思うんで、リジェクトとミラクルには勝てるように頑張りたいです。あと、IVS で現地まで来てくれて皆さんありがとうございます。で、ZETA は優勝できるように、このまま勝ち進めて頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
首先，本次 IVS 也真的很期待跟各个战队的这个比拼，但是对他们来说，其实非常重要的就是下一场，RC 和 MRC 究竟谁会进入到晋级，包括因为晋级的队伍会跟 ZETA 进行下一次的比拼，这一场比赛对于他们这个队伍也是非常重要的，所以他们也会为了赢RC 或者是 MRC 进行继续的训练以及努力，以及对于粉丝的话，今天感谢大家远道而来去进行这个应援，那么他们 ZETA 也会为了最终的获胜一直努力赢下去的，谢谢大家的支持。
哇，说的非常好，因为刚才兜丽丝说完，我听到 Pita 说，哇，就是他可能也觉得兜丽丝总结的很棒了，对不对？那也是请 Pita 来给台下的粉丝讲两句吧。
じゃあ Pita 選手もファンへの言葉をお願いします。
はい。現地に来てくれた皆さんや、配信で見てくれている皆さんへ本当に見てくれてありがとうございました。
谢谢大家远道而来，以及线上正在观战的大家，谢谢大家的支持。
谢谢两位，谢谢 Pita， 谢谢兜丽丝，让我们再次把掌声送给他们。好的，也是感谢两位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 ZETA 战队拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。 来到2025 IVS 洲际邀请赛第一天第2场的比赛，让我们掌声有请2支战队登场。欢迎 RC 战队 ，Welcome Reject。
治ったぜ！
欢迎 City、Yunpi、Alpha、Aka、Soba、Lowly、福福。接下来欢迎 MRC 战队 ，Welcome Miracle Ground。
加油，鼓的鼓的！
欢迎小迪、花慈、奈奈、星河、白鹿、小程。这里是第一天第2场的比赛，由 RC 对阵 MRC， 我是主持人潇潇，让我们一起期待接下来的精彩对决。
And there you have it, folks. We have our next matchup ready for us. We have RC versus Miracle Crown. Reject Soba, leaving the crutches behind. He's like, I don't even need that anymore. I'm going to be able to survive with my homies. So, second matchup of the day. Nell, how are you feeling about this one?
Definitely a very intense matchup between the two because both teams are obviously professional teams, and going up against each other, they both have their own reputation as well as their own expertise. So on the side of MRC, they're definitely led by a very reliable and seasoned players such as Shouty. And of course, bolstered with the Hunter, we also see XC as well. And it's just a tight-knit bond of a team, right? And going up against RC, that's full of character and life, and you can see that leaving the crutches behind. Like they're like, yeah, I'm all fired up. And when the adrenaline kicks in, I would expect to see a lot of high-level aggressive plays coming from them. So this clash up, I would say it might go the whole BO3.
Out of all the matches of the day, this is the one that's looking like it can go the entire BO3 and is potential to actually be the grand finals of this entire tournament with how well and how seasoned RC and both MRC are. However, MRC still trying to find their groove in this new meta. Bailu doing an amazing job as the Hunter. Seems like we're going to Ever Sleeping Town in our first matchup, while Moonlit River Park are being banned out, as well as Chinatown by MRC. So I think no frills here. We're going to see like super meta picks on both sides. Aka though on Reject sides has been using a lot of Nightmare in IJL, so that's very interesting to note. Has Clown as well, and also the return of the king himself, Alfred the Great, is also sporting a different jersey on Reject side. He has already kind of wet his feet in IJL, but he's more, again, like he is before, just a round 2 Hunter, going with Hermit, Opera Singer, Ivy. Not really seeing much of his Goatman or Hullabaloo in this mix.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good to have a round 1 Hunter and then a secondary Hunter that can go in BO2, BO3, because you have to have that stamina to play, right? And I always love a team that has a specialist Hunter, especially in this kind of situation. Introducing RC, that's Fuku, Orali, Aka, Soba, Alf, City, and Unpi. Makes up the whole entire roster of RC. And of course, Alf being the new addition to the team. Followed by MRC, Miracle Crown, that's Wasi, Nanako, Shouty, Bailu, XC, and Xinghe. These two powerhouses going up against each other. I would expect to see a lot of surprises, and hopefully this time we'll get to see the Archer.
Yeah, Archer, I think it was, who was the one who used Archer? I know it was an FPXEQ Weibo gaming match that was covered, and someone did use an Archer up against the Goatman. But Unp being the first one we are going to see here on the desk, or at least on the survivor side. Unp being known for his clown as well as his featured aeroplanist, but Unp also known for his antiquarian, his acrobat, postman, enchantress, meteorologist, novelist, so kind of the harasser of this team. So I'm excited to see how he's going to make his way into this mix. Now, as we introduce our next team member here, Rowley.
Rowley. That's also a Super Saiyan on the team, right? He's always full of energy. Plays the fire investigator and magician, and of course, just looking at the stats, he's a really all-rounder sort of player, right? Does not spend a lot of time healing, to say the very least. Not a lot of rescuing, but hey, count on him if you want to get the decoding done. Count on him if you want to get at least a 60 seconds average containment time. So that's Rowley in a nutshell for you guys, followed by Soba.
Yeah, Soba being, I think, like the shot caller of the team. He's definitely the one that's raising everyone's spirits and controlling this wild bunch of rejects here. Soba having a puppeteer, a fire investigator, lucky guy, prospector, embalmer, coordinator, even explorer. So wherever the team needs filled, like when it comes to decoding, everyone wants to harass. All right, Soba's got it.
Harasser, for sure. CD's up next. That's the rescuer role that he's filling in. Okay, saying hi to the camera. They're saying, yeah, I'm pretty good. How you guys doing? I'm fine. Yeah, nothing much. I'm just gonna be rescuing as usual, as the first officer, as the gravekeeper as well. And you can see that it's a very high percentage of escape probability, which means that, you rescue people, you get good karma, you're most likely to escape from the game. So 70%, that's actually really high. It's like, bye. I'm gonna survive. That's all.
Yeah, so let's try to chat. Let's try to figure out how this matchup is going to be, because Bailu is going to be the main hunter of Team RC. So Bailu, once again, kind of I'd say the rock of MRC. XC, unfortunately, not really adapting too well to the meta, but Bailu in the mix here really changed things up with his Goatman, his opera singer. He's also got a really good clown, his Nightmare, Hullabaloo Ivy, and also his basically his list of meta hunters is definitely one to boast. So the survivors are going to have their hands full in this matchup.
Definitely, for sure. Just coming in, this was already looking like a very intense game from the get-go. Even the game in itself, right? Because both of them, they are so strong with their meta characters that in game number one, we can almost always expect to see a big four. The big four, the four horsemen, be it what you call. That's definitely going to be the choice to go for both of these factions. So right here, right now, you can see that MRC going up against RC. We can almost always expect a Goatman, especially in this kind of scenario, right? So I think just play the tried and tested composition that you've been doing in scrims, during your practice routes, and that's going to help set the wave, right? Just make minimal mistakes, and that's gonna help out a lot more, especially when it comes to going against meta characters that, well, every top hunter is playing at this moment.
Yeah, I think that we can't expect anything less with how these teams are going to perform. They're definitely going to push the meta to its limits. Goatman making its way into the mix is definitely going to rock a lot of boats here, unless they kind of opt for a swap out and save that Goatman for game number 2, or also the Hullabaloo in game number 2, which Peter was kind of opting for. But Peter opted to go for the Ivy because it was an Arms Factory match. But you know what, just like the previous matchup, we do see a lot of people kind of supporting their favorite teams here. We got some MRC fan banners. I'm sure this is their hometown. They do have the home advantage, but we also see a lot of reject supporters out there. You see one of the MRC players doing the floss as a GIF. So again, chat, let us know. Actually, chat, I gotta ask you guys, are you for rejects or are you for MRC? Because this match is, I'd say, the most watched match because of how high level this is going to be, because these are two IVL versus IJL teams making their way into the mix here.
Yeah, I mean, when the strongest goes against the strongest, it's only a given that the team that makes the less mistake, that's the team that's going to lose the game because of how close neck and neck these two teams are, right? So as I said, 50% of the success of the outcome of a match depends on the ban pick phase. And this is what they have to do. Bailu's already taking out Seer, already taken out Antiquarian, already taken out Weeping Clown. He knows what's up. And RC, they're going to respond with their own tanky characters, add Professor to the mix. They're going to have the Puppeteer. They're going to have the Gravekeeper. That's already 3 characters that are super hard to aim to shoot down at this point.
Yeah, the fact that they have Puppeteer into this mix here, I think that's definitely a win in their column. Not to mention how Lucino was able to get a highlight from the previous game. Couple that with the Gravekeeper, and now you get your wish here. Now we have the Archer in the mix for this lineup. You don't have just tankiness, but you also have the harassment of that Archer. So I'm super excited to see the first Archer of the day. Bailu is gonna have to be very careful with who he chases first. And not just that, if you're chasing someone else besides the Archer, Archer is really good as a off support, or the ones that able to harass the hunters. If someone gets ballooned, you can't really move so much. You got to wait for the lacerations to go down, or just basically just help provide enough distance, or help provide enough distraction for the hunter to stray away from his original plan. So I wonder what Bailu is going to bring here going up against this lineup, because we've been wanting it and we got it. Unpi bringing the Archer.
Yeah, RC's already pulling out the big guns, right? Like they're putting everything up in round number 1. They're saying you have to go strong. We're gonna bring out Archer. We're not even going to risk it getting banned, not being able to use it in the later rounds. So they've already shown their cards. So right now, Bailu, like what you've mentioned, it's all up to what he wants to play. Ever Sleeping Town is a very neutral ground for both factions. He can go strong with the Goatman first, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. And that can work. That can work in his favor too, because everyone, even though they have that extra factor going on for them, tankiness, the scales, the shovels, and now plus that Archer's arrows, life is going to be a nightmare for Bailu, but he can rectify this by bringing excitement if he deems it necessary.
That's the question, right? Excitement just for that Archer, maybe for that scales as well. I mean, I like the Goatman choice. We were talking about how at the start of this game, we are going to see Goatman round 1, just for them to establish the dominance of Goatman. Because compared to the changes that did happen with Hullabaloo, Goatman is still, I'd say, the more consistent hunter, the one that is more viable. So it seems like a cross-shaped spawn here. Archer right above the corner house here, while we see Lucino right next to the graveyard up at the 2nd story area. So leaving Puppeteer and Gravekeeper away from the clutches of this Goatman. So it seems like he might actually opt to go for either Professor or that Archer.
Yeah, every single target is a problem for Bailu because of the menace that they can bring. Like even you saw in the first matchup, right? Even the Gravekeeper, using up all the resources, is able to buy 2.5 ciphers time. So here is the same thing for our rejects. Pulling out all the big guns. They have 2 flywheels. Everyone has borrowed time, so that's the strategy for rejects. Bailu is going to go with a very, very common 3-6 blink. So no abnormal, no excitement, just relying on the blink itself. So let's see what happens when the Goatman goes against a team of tankers, stunners, and harassers. That's round number 1, Ever Sleeping Town. I'm Nello, that's Posh Spice. We'll be commentating for this first half.
All right, so now let's see who the first target's going to be, making a complete left, trying to go for that Rowley at the center of this map, building up that resentment. Rowley already making his way towards the 2nd story, dropping down right away. Note that Rowley is the Professor, so he can provide enough time and kite inside the caged area because he does have the scales he can work with here. And also, he did bring a kiting build. So the flywheel's not ready just yet.
Nice.
Actually just opts for the scale hit there. So did not get any injuries, but now this is where the cages come in.
Yeah, okay, trying to go back and forth. trying to break that mirror in the same time. Going through the window is going to buy a little bit more time for him. Bailu's going to actually not get the full hit.
Yeah.
That's only going to be a chip damage onto Rowley, so that's already a very good start. Not to mention, Rowley's going to have access to Flywheel very, very soon. Oh,
true. Oh, but a drop down here is going to give him enough damage. Gotta be careful, that trap. We didn't do our predictions now of the tram hits, so luckily no one got hit just yet. Bailu still has one more hit left in him, and especially in the caged area. Rowley using the flywheel a little early, and now the down is registered.
Yeah, at this level, it's so hard to bait, right? It's so hard to bait. Bait the flywheel, hard to bait. Oh, wait a minute, Archer! That's the Archer factor coming in. It's so good here on P. Let's see if he'll be able to do it. Okay, it's been reduced all the way down to 0%. Let's see if that second arrow is gonna help a little bit more. Rowley's gonna be picked up as the cage is gonna deter a little bit more. Oh no, the harm coming in. He's gonna just put it down a little bit more. And look at the time being bought. Look at the time being bought. 2.5 ciphers while all of that's happening.
And I like this because this just eats up the resentment of the Goat Man. So Unp's presence here just bought so much time, like you said. He's going to eat that hit. It's not even a caged hit, so it's totally fine. And Unp can kind of go for a rescue and also go for the support. He's going to just have that registered hit. It's totally fine because there's no cage that he can work with. Unp now has the attention of Bailu.
Nice.
Flywheels. And goes for the backstep.
Wow, what a beautiful play right there. He's like, yeah, I know you want to deal chip damage to me, but nope. And that is so crucial, right? Because that chip damage is going to matter so much in the later game. But Unp doesn't matter anymore, even if you're only at 25% hit, because that Terror Shock's going to bring you down. Unp is going to be the one on the chair right now, Poch.
Yeah, so, I mean, job well done. He was able to actually take the attention away. And now it's the Gravekeeper's turn to kind of go for the rescue. At least they were able to play a little bit of musical chairs to buy time. Double cage here. City in big trouble. Might have to eat a regular hit, and now he's able to get it through the cage.
Oh no, the cage,
There's still enough resentment for him to actually get that last effort. Nice hit onto the Archer.
Yeah, beautifully done. And that's actually really good. Because worst case scenario is CD gets hit there and it's going to be a double down situation. So that's really good. Unp right now is going to be focused down. So that's good news for CD in a way. He'll be able to go back and decode that final cipher. The last cipher is only going to be started decoding now. And Archer's already on that second chair. Has 2 more shots to work with, right? But at this point, who's going to really come for the rescue? Soba's only going to be the only one right here, and no Tide Turner as well.
Yeah, so like you said, those 2 arrows really need to count. Sova, Puppeteer, can tank some hits. He's going to go into puppet form. He's going to force out another cage and a swing. He's got to play it very carefully how he's going to play out his next puppet. While this is happening, 2 ciphers still remain. We get the rescue happening. Everyone is injured, so now they have to really worry. Borrowed time is going to help them out here. So let's see if Unp drops down the pallet. He's going to draw his arrow here. Trying to go for the backstep. Oh no, he didn't actually use it yet. 2 arrows still remaining.
Okay, that's gonna help him a little bit. No, the backstep doesn't really matter because Bailu has his own backstep, and that's gonna put an end to Unp right there. First survivor out, but look at the time Reject has bought, because while all of that's happening, last cipher is almost primed. But given everyone's injured, so this is gonna be a little bit tricky for Rejects.
Considering also there's 1 cipher they worked on. They didn't consider actually getting another cipher, and this is the pressure that Goatman brings to the table. Rowley now has to be very careful. The first target goes for actually a hit, and now able to get a bit of a stun, create a bit of separation. No, City getting caught out here, a little bit greedy. They might have to open up a new cipher.
Yeah, probably needs to, but it seems like they have their own strategy coming in. Look at Rejects. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna employ strategy. Let's all decode. Let's all decode and see who's the lucky one, right? They have to do it. 2%. Come on, guys. You can do it. Oh my god, they did it. They did it. 3 of them running amok right here. And Bailu's like, how did this just happen? Right? But it doesn't really matter because they're all so close to the Goatman right here. Every single one of them. The trap.
So close. Sova, can he get through? Forcing out a puppet. Excellent usage of that. Drops both the pallets here just for him to be able to get cut off. Oh no, double cage needs to be used here. Resentment is going to whittle down here. Sova tries to go for the scales, but Bailu able to actually wear it out and goes for the Terror Shock.
That was very, very nicely done. Detention's not. Oh wait, yeah, detention's not gonna matter, right? Because he already is on half health. So, pretty good job so far, though, because the other gate is already being opened, and City is going to be at least securing that with Rowley. That's gonna be a draw against Bailu. So, a job well done.
Yeah.
And yeah, early game until mid game until late game, Archer played an important role, and it seems like this is really playing to their plan as well. They're like, okay, we got a 2-man against Bailu. We got a two-man escape. We got it. We got this done, right? That's what we came to do, and now let our hunter go. So I think that's the plan. Yeah.
And I think Archer really plays well with Rejects, because considering all the IJL teams, Rejects really likes the support meta. They really like harassing. They like working as a team.
Yeah.
And plays like that towards the end. Let's triple decode this cipher. We don't care about detention. It's fine. Let's keep going. Let's get one
Grand
down.
sales.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Buy one, free one. Grand sales. Who cares about
IDV math, bro? IDV math. Detention? No, it's still 3 versus 1. It's totally fine. Very, I'd say, aggressive start to how this game is going to be played. And I think the Archer, now that we've seen it in action, Nell, did it live up to your expectation? Did it live up to the hype? Did it harass enough for you? What did you like? What did you didn't like about that match?
Considering that everyone knows about the Archer meta, and considering everyone that's playing Hunter has already practiced against the Archer meta, I would say Unp has done his job right there really well, because he forced, even though Bailu managed to chair, but the time bot, that was what mattered. The time bot and the fear of being struck by an arrow, right? The time bot, it bought so much time. So when Bailu changed targets towards Unp, that gave so much opportunity for Raleigh to go and decode. Gave opportunity for City to decode, right? So win-win situation, I would say, because Unp, he bought enough time. He definitely bought more than enough time right there. And honestly, he has more kiting. He has more kiting abilities and utilities if you want to compare it with the other teammates. So yeah,
I think when it comes down to it, it just had to play that role of, okay, I need to be the sacrificial lamb. It's totally fine. I got my shots off.
Always,
I was able to open up the game for it to be a tied game up against the Goatman, which is very rare if you think about it, with how well Bailu was kind of snowballing it. And I'm just reminded with how scary Goatman can be, especially towards the mid to late game when he builds up all of his resentment, and it's really tough. What I liked also about Rejects is that they were forcing hits. However, there were hits outside of the cage, so it really just forced more interactions, stalling from the survivor side, that they played very well for them to get this tied game.
If you notice, right, in this game, Bailu's cages were on point, and there were no unnecessary cages being employed. It's either to block the survivors off or just to keep them inside and to deal that full damage. So that in itself is already showing that, yes, these are two top-tier team plays, top-tier team plays, and there's no room for mistakes. You can see that the mind games is almost non-existential, like the baiting towards the Terra Shock. So I would say this is a whole different game than what we've witnessed from the first one. And this is why getting a draw, which is why Rejects rejoiced when they got the draw against the Goldman.
Yeah, Nick and Earl and the Aka and Alf to bring home the game number 1. But we are introducing Team MRC survivors first. That was Xiao Di, the veteran of this team. You saw his meteorologist, his mechanic. Also has Embalmer, Coordinator, Explorer. But we're going to move things over to Nanako. He does use the Professor a lot. Also, he did bring out Archer in IVL. Has a Lucky Guy, Painter. Also swaps out with Meteorologist. And as you can see here, also has a Fire Investigator.
Yeah, Fire Investigator is also a very strong character to have, right? Because Hunter, okay, for those of you who are new to the game, maybe, who knows, maybe there are new players in the chat, maybe are the first time comers to the chat. Make yourself known. You gotta right click to destroy the balloon, right? So a lot of the players, they use the balloon to block certain spots, and when the Hunter picks up the survivors, it's hard for them to move through. So that's one utility that's super good for Fire Investigator.
And there are really good spots also here in the alleyways for them to actually cut corners. So if Fire Investigator does come into the mix, that's definitely going to be on Nanako's side. But now with Sing H, the rescuer of this team, and Hua Si also, what I would say one of the dedicated kiters or one of the long stays for MRC here. So Hua Si has Puppeteer, Airplanist, Patient, Journalist, Dancer, Psychologist, you name it. You want him to kite, he'll be able to do it. And that's Hua Si.
Yeah, his stats are almost maxed out, with the exception of rescues and heals. So this guy probably doesn't want to heal and rescue as much, but everything else is pretty much maxed up, right? So yeah, you name it, he can play it. So that's definitely one of the veteran characters for MRC. So let's see if Bailu has done enough with the draw. Let's see if Rejects is right in celebrating the draw in the first half.
Speaking of max stats, bro, look at this also. You got Aka with not much Terror Shocks, but he definitely has maxed out average deduction points, knockdowns, 4-man eliminations. It's not that intimidating, right? But
casual day in the office.
Exactly. Look at that also. He has like a highlight streak, a red highlight streak as well on one side of his bangs.
Yeah. I mean, this is good, right? Because he comes in as a dedicated first round hunter. And then the good thing is the second and third round, they still have access to most of the big 4 hunters. So this is looking good so far. And MRC, I don't think they're in much of a pressure, because technically, I think they would just expect a draw here, right? You know what I mean? They would just probably expect a draw here as well. Unless if Xiaodi's feeling cheeky and they think that they can get one under Aka, you know, like, okay, maybe you can do it. Aka's probably going to bring Nightmare and we could probably do something against it. We could probably draft something that beats it. And who knows, with a little bit of stroke of luck and lady luck from the tram, maybe they can do it, right? So
look at that, bowing to the MRC supremacy. True, I think it's really going to be a battle of inches in this game, and who's going to let up first, or who's going to try to make a big play that's going to capitalize on it, or it's going to be someone that's it's really going to be like down to at least one bad interaction for either the hunter or survivor side with how evenly this matchup is going to be. So not going to waste any more time here speculating. We're going to head towards the picks and bans. Aka, known for his very interesting picks. I mean, he did make a huge impression on us when he did use Mad Eyes and put it on the map, but that's really an Aka like character. Not anyone else could master it the way Aka does. So banning out Antiquarian and Seer, and kind of the same mix we're seeing here with Professor and the Puppeteer.
Yeah, I think we were almost always going to expect to see these two characters, right? Professor, Puppeteer, either Gravekeeper if it's banned, that's going to be First Officer. Meteorologist is going to be banned, that's probably going to be Archer in the mix. I'm hoping it's an Archer, but no, it's going to be a Novelist. So they know what's up.
Yeah.
They're probably anticipating Nightmare.
Aka knows what's up. He actually banned out Archer. I'm looking at the ban. So he banned out Gravekeeper, Antiquarian, Seer, and Archer. So the power that Archer brings to the table, right? That Aka, I mean, I guess he scrims with his teammates a lot too, and probably felt the wrath of Unp and his Archer. That is like, yeah, let's not put that in the mix. But Novelist, though, has been also very much into the meta of how, especially with team comms working, you can really help when it comes to the first kite, and also help with supports and kidnap the hunter into a pallet and slam it right away. So hopefully Aka won't fall for that. Note the notable hunters of Aka. He has a Clown, he has a Hullabaloo, uses Ivy, and also that Nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing if you are so specialized in one character that everyone just has that detail info on you, and then they can just build their composition around countering you. So Aka, unfortunately, I think he's probably gonna be playing that, but no, he's not gonna be. He's gonna be playing Goatman instead. So he's like, yeah, I can play Goatman if I want to. I don't necessarily need to go with a non-meta character from the start. And I guess that just shows, right? They're just pulling all the big guns in the beginning. Like, you use up your meta character. I don't see any reason why we don't. right?
And you,
yeah,
I'd say you predicted this from the beginning, right? Round one, Goatmans are gonna get out of the way for now. Survivors are gonna have to survive the early onslaught, or I'd say the storm, the early storm of Goatmans. And you know what? Ragex did a really good job. MRC kind of have to double down on the fact that, you know what, they were able to get Puppeteer in the mix, and they were able to get a what's that? A Puppeteer as well as First Officer. Professor.
Professor.
So
yeah.
could this be an Archer diff, or could this be like, oh, Archer not in the mix? Could that be the difference maker?
I mean, Archer's a range harasser, right? So that can play a little bit into the factor. Novelist against, I mean, shoutouts to Fluffy, man. This guy kited so well with a Novelist in Never Sleeping Town against Goatman. So I don't see why this doesn't work. I mean, yeah, it sucks not having Archer, but Novelist is still a very fun character to have to play against. So
true.
Goatman, two very yummy choices. If he wants to travel the distance, he can definitely go for the Novelist at the very north. But other than that, I think Goatman's good to go. I think this is going to look like a very, very possible draw. Unless if MRC has something to say about it, or RC has something to say about it.
Yeah, Aka, Patroller, Goatman also possibly just to keep them. Yeah, I don't know. I think I do remember it was, I think Dong Xuan brought out Puppeteer Hullabaloo, which is quite interesting. Here, kind of interesting, he opted for Patroller, maybe to keep them in the cage. But looking at it now, we have 3 Tide Turners. We got all borrowed times. So they, not borrowed time, sorry, 3 flywheels. Oh, 2 flywheels, sorry.
2 flywheels, yeah. 3 Tide Turners is gonna be a big factor here. It's gonna be a super big factor here. But yeah, let's see if the triple Tide Turner is gonna play into effect, triple borrowed time as well. And if the patrol is actually gonna matter, because that's Poch, I'm Nello, we'll be your commentators for this second half of the first round.
The first chase is going to be very important. I think that's why they brought 3 Tide Turners, because they were estimating that, oh, our rescuer is going to get out of the way, but at least we'll try and get something here. Wow, a surprise hit onto the first officer without the first officer using the watch. I don't think he expected that. I don't think anybody did, because he actually was chasing after someone. Then, no, let me backstep. I know someone's here. Turns out it's the first officer at the center of this map. Now he's going to use the pocket watch, a forced pocket watch, and he hasn't even caged yet.
Wow. I swear, I just saw him look at. Oh no! Oh, this is what the patrol is for. This is what the patrol is for. Oh my goodness! One more cage just to measure a little bit more. Okay, and that's that was such a fast down. That was such a fast down. Aka, he was just looking at the wall, and he did a no-look swing. That's the first damage. Patroller to shut down the hypnotism.
Yeah.
Well played, sir.
Very well played. And you could tell that he practiced that opening, like it's an opening chess move, right? At the start. He had the no-look hit. Who does that? It's only Aka, guys.
Yeah, I know. Xiaodi's forced to come. Xiaodi's like, why? What's going on here? Why? You have a watch. Use it, sir. But the patroller said no, and you cannot blame him, right? But that's going to be a free rescue. So beautifully done by Xiaodi.
Yeah, so actually it was Hua Si, I believe, that was able to get the rescue.
Oh, Hua Si,
but
sorry.
now Xing H was able to actually use the pocket watch here, but just gonna provide a little more distance. He's gonna swing it once again, but it's actually kind of close. He's actually he didn't get the range. So now it seems like he's just waiting for the after image, but he knows that the after image is actually himself. So he's gonna go for the cage and try to time the hit well. But Aka, I'd say early down. Let's see if he can capitalize on it more.
Yeah. Oh no, he got the hit before the cage expired. So that's going to be the second time Xing H is going to be on the chair. Not to mention, no more pocket watches. 2 new ciphers. MRC, what are you going to do here? They are expecting a draw. They are pretty much expecting a draw. But with how things are going here, Aka has a patroller to be used very, very soon. How are you going to play this is the matter.
And that was quite unfortunate. Professor actually, used the scales. I was going to say had wanted order, but Xiaodi really being patient, the veteran player that he is, He's going to try and exhaust as much time as possible. But first officer does take a little more time onto that rocket chair. So he's going to hit him right away before he's able to get the scales up, but he passes scales along to the first officer. So a little bit of skills usage here for, or at least some survivability onto the first officer. But the cage, try to get a body block here. Aka, is he going to swing? He's forced to actually swing, and the scales absorb it.
Yeah, this is beautiful, right? And Aka, because of the professor's presence, right? They are always constantly forced. Aka is constantly always forced. He's gonna be forced to change into Blink, and that's gonna bring Sing H down, and that's one survivor down. But MRC recovered so well from that. It's already 70% on the last cipher. And let me just finish my thought. It's so hard with a professor around because you're constantly forced to swing and bait that skill. That's gonna buy so much time.
Backstep into the swing, as you called out here, and yes, that was so much time being bought. Now they know that, I mean, center cipher here in this map is so hard, especially if you're up against the GOAT man. Hwasi forced out the puppet, and now we're at the puppet form here. Let's see if he's gonna actually get the hit before the cage expires. Last cipher is at 50%, and now they really have to play this end game very carefully, Nell, because last cipher is moving at 53%. Professor is going to be the one to just decode while Novelist comes for the rescue. No Tide Turner on their side.
No Tide Turner, and very unfortunate. They do have 2 flywheels available, right? But Nanako, honestly, he cannot be found in the middle ground because if he gets hit here, beautifully done, Nanako. The only book available, but that hit's gonna register enough time for him to put a cage up. Does he have enough time? No! Nanako!
Yeah, this is going to be a little...
Nanako is going to wait for Cypher Pop. Yeah, Nanako is going to wait for Cypher Prime. It's going to happen. Yep, that's going to happen now. Waiting. Just farming some book at the process. That's going to go down. No one's going to go down yet. That's a 25% damage, chip damage right there. Xiaodi is just really happy priming the Cypher here. So honestly, Hwasi needs to buy a little bit more resentment time. Needs to waste a little bit more time because that's 45 seconds before his trade is up online. But they're just gonna pop the Cypher, Poch.
Yeah, just forcing him to break that pallet. So I think Aka is kind of forced to go for the tied game here. Nanako has already built up that book. Can he flywheel in time to get the pallets done? Able to get it. And now this actually opens up the prospect for them to rotate accordingly. But Nanako does fall here. Yeah, trump card is available, so, and there's still 17 seconds left. We have a lot of resentment to actually make the grounds to go for that exit, but I don't know if he's going to make it in time. Now 10 seconds left on to change of trait here. He's going to try and go for 2 cages.
Yeah, he already started. He started with Patroller. It's Bling. They already used up. But
right,
now,
the
trap!
Hang on.
The skills of Professor played such an important role. That's going to be a draw on the side of MRC, Poch.
The way that they were able to challenge that start of the game, it was not at their favor, right? The early hit onto the first officer and the elimination of the officer. But you got to give it up to that Professor. The scales, like you pointed out, not just towards the prolongment of the first officer's life, but also the end game. If they didn't have that scales, that could have been another down, and that could have been another story. But the fact that I believe it was Xiaodi, with how well he was able to play the Professor's scales, was just on another level.
Exactly, and that's why you always see Professor now. The skills are so important, especially against single hit hunters, just to negate, just to push back, that little knockback, that mini knockback. That's utility right there. And with the Professor, well, he's one of those few characters that can recharge his mini skills to be given to his teammates. So good job. MRC, I feel like MRC was at such a close call because Aka had such an amazing early start that you would think it's gearing towards a 3K, but MRC said, nope. We were expecting a draw all along. We're just pushing our luck to see if we can get a 3-man escape. But ultimately, draw. VO2, that's going to be where the action really starts right here.
Yeah, and this guarantees that best of 3 or possibly even overtime if they continue to keep drawing till the very end, because this matchup, folks, was kind of predicted as it could be potentially the grand finals with how well these two teams are. And yeah, MRC kind of showing some grit, showing some survivability here with how rocky the start was, but the finish was definitely something well desired with that tied game. And courtesy, I'd say MVP performance of this match was on Xiao Di's side with how well he was able to just support, use the scales, show why the professor is so hard to deal with. I think he's up there with Hametu with you gotta ban out Professor at round 1 if you want to play Goat Man.
Yeah, Hametu is the prime example of how to play a professor. But then he was presented with that opportunity in that situation, with that timing, in that battle, right? Because how many... he was placed in that position, he slayed, he got that dungeon escape. So that was the peak professor highlights of the day. So, but today, honestly, this is a whole different category because this is just utility being used at its maximum, and it allowed them to deter Aka from taking down that third survivor. And it meant everything to them. It meant everything to them. They went out and it's a draw. And Shadi couldn't even put out a smile like, oh, something like that, right?
Like we're in for a long game, folks. That's what Xiaodi was saying. We're gonna check the highlights in just a bit, but I feel like the way that they played it were kind of levels of this is how you play as a kiter, but this is a professor, but this is how you play a a support heavy professor. But let's check out those highlights and we'll be right back, folks. Wow, the roar of the crowd was just intense, but then he was able to get that pallet slam. So game number 2 inbound. It is all tied up for both teams. More bans on the board here. Professor was a problem for both sides. Well, Archer. It's actually a Professor Archer diff, I'd have to say.
Yeah, for real. One of those two are already... They're both annoying in their respective rights, and I can see why a lot of hunters are also... They're having a hard time, right? Like survivors are the true hunters of the game, so to speak, right? But really, hunter is a very hard role to play, and you can see why right now, because everyone has that power, utility, resource to fight back against hunter, and that was a perfect example of how they fought back against the hunter. But yeah, as what I said, Goatman's out of the way. Game number 2. We're gonna see a little bit of change with the picks, especially the hunter side.
Yeah, and if you guys are just joining us now, unfortunately, we won't see Peddler or Qist in this. We are playing with the June 26 patch, I believe, but we did see an Archer. Meteorologist was also on the table, but it was banned out. So I'm excited to see what else we're gonna see in this matchup, and I'm excited to see just the girls in chat. We also see little Starlings in chat. Lynn. Simone is here. Who else? Sasabella's been here since the beginning. Any shout outs you want to give out now? People are kind of freaking out in chat with how well these matchups are going.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a very tightly fought match, but shout outs to FM as well. Manike, Sasabella for sure, from the very beginning, right? Sublime, just a girl who's married to 487. I see you have not given up on your dream. Keep dreaming, girl. You go.
I think she knows that 487 is not playing today, so it's like, all right. Well, I still support the scene. I still support everyone, even though my husband is not here.
Yeah, make sure your GPS is fine-tuned to find 487.
Oh gosh, be careful if you are driving and you have us on, because we will be screaming at your ear with how these matchups go.
Yeah, take a short turn to the left.
Sorry. There's also just a boy who's married to Chongai.
Oh, let's go. Shout out to you as well. Yeah, if you're gonna follow in the steps of just a girl, you probably need to have a GPS installed in your car. Although I think a lot of vehicles have GPS nowadays.
That's true. I think it's kind of built in, especially modern cars. Hopefully you have the Nello and Pot Spice mod for the GPS voices out there.
Oh, they'll be crazy. Yours would be like,
turn left now. I'm kidding.
Turn left now. And I'll be like, chill, girl. Take the U-turn. And you already passed that. intersection. And
whoops.
after
Let me write you a letter. Yeah.
Oh my
I'll write you a
God.
letter of hope. Sorry about that. Go back.
letter
Take
of
a
hope.
U-turn
Go
on
back.
the freeway.
You know what? Slow down your car, slowly reverse, and then make that U-turn.
In the freeway? Oh my God. Whoops.
Oh my God. Maybe like, oh God, yeah, don't do that on the highway, please. Sorry, we were just kidding in case you guys.
Yeah, I
don't
mean, I'm
know.
sure. I know they got that as a joke. Please don't do that. That's not gonna be
Please
a thing.
don't, please don't. It's scary. But you know what's the crazy thing?
Tell me.
There are actually people caught on camera doing that.
Yeah, we don't advocate that.
Yeah, we don't. But people still cross without the zebra crossing or the traffic lights. So yeah, stuff like that do happen. But whatever it is, safety first. You're not the man of steel, so yeah, please be careful wherever you are.
Yeah. Simone, 23, first time watching an IDV stream, so hopefully you're enjoying. You're in for a treat with this matchup. So we got a lot of newcomers here. So shout outs to you guys that are newcomers. Sorry, we have inside jokes with the regulars here, like Just the Girl or Horton Hines passing out water just for them to stay hydrated. The husbands of like different people in the chat. I know we had Shaudi's cat was here. Who else was here? There was a YMM's toilet at one point.
I don't know. I don't know why someone's toilet ends up in the chat, but you know what? We're gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Hanako.
Wow,
So,
just doxing them right away.
I know. I'm just kidding. But yeah, don't be surprised if this is unfamiliar territories, because everyone here is nice. If this is your first time here, do mingle around, do say hi. We won't bite. Everyone here is really nice, so hope you have an enjoyable experience here.
And also let us know who you guys are for. Are you for MRC? Are you for rejects? Can we get some crowns in the chat or the rejects sign if you guys are for rejects or for MRC? Because this is I'd say the most contested match of the day that is for sure guaranteed to get that third game, which again, how the first match went, it tied up, and now we're slated for seeing that match number 2 and 3 coming up.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a banger.
Moth is like, toilet?
Toilet? Whose toilet?
Yeah.
Obviously, YMM's toilet. If you know. If you've been here long enough,
toilet.
you would know.
Yeah. A skibbity toilet.
I know. At one point, it was just skibbity every single time we see the chat. But yeah. OGs know Hanako is YMM's toilet. Paradox.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's an OG. God, there are OGs now in the chat that have been with us till the very from the start, or like till the very the times of YMM's toilet. YMM's even retired. Like he's not even here anymore.
I know,
right?
And the funny thing is he loves doing TikTok. So Hanako, where's your TikTok? Where's your TikTok?
Wow, you're not even saying the username, which is Hanako. What's that?
What the heck? I know. Where's Carol, by the way? Carol, our A student. We want to give up some quiz. We want to give up some quizzes.
Well,
you guys want to do some quizzes? Do you guys want to do some quizzes? We'll give you some sort of reward.
Well, they're I think people are doing some pop quiz in the game, so that's why they're watching, just so that we like who got the 4K or how many pallets done, blah blah blah. So they're doing their own quiz, but we can have our own English stream Southeast Asia quiz here if you want.
Quiz, yeah. Sure,
how many seconds was bought by? I'm kidding. Down to the precise milliseconds, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. That's really hard. I can't math, but okay. Here's the question.
Okay.
Which character?
Oh wow. Okay.
In IDV, do you think has the best costume?
Wow. That's
best
tough,
costume.
and that's very subjective. I thought it was going to be like a true or false, or like a very standard question.
True or false. True or false. Okay.
True or false.
We can try that.
No, it'd be funny. True or false? Which character has the best costume? True.
Like, what? True. What? That doesn't work. How does that work? I don't know. How does that even work? But okay.
I do see.
Very serious. Very serious.
Very serious.
Okay, serious.
Okay.
If you win this, we're gonna give you shout outs after this. Okay. But this question: true or false? true or false?
Okay.
Hot Spice
What?
has cosplayed
Oh no.
as mercenary before. Okay.
That's
True or
false.
false? Come
That's
on,
false.
let's go.
That's a
Let's
false
go.
claim.
Let's go.
That's it. But shout out to Adley that is supporting rejects. I do see a little bit of emojis in chat here, so let us know what you think and get that true or false going on. False, I'd answer. That is my answer to that
You
question.
should do one true and false for me too.
True or
A quick one
false?
before we go. Yeah.
Oh, okay, true or false? Nell.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
Something that only OGs would know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
This one.
Oh yeah. Nell has dyed. Wait, no. Nell has dyed his hair purple. True or false?
Oh, okay.
That's good, right?
True or
That's good.
false? Purple. Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate the question before we go to the back band picks phase, true or false? Hodge has cosplayed as a
Oh
mercenary
wow,
before.
the answers are coming in.
Oh, and mine's
How do you?
no?
No.
No
It's-
way.
Is
Everyone's
it? Is it true? Is it true? I don't even
Is
know.
it true though?
Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Huh? Where's the proof? True, bald Nello, by the way. What the heck? Ethan
What the
Winters.
hell? What?
Oh, yo, I know someone in chat was looking for a lucky guy. Got the lucky guy on Nanako's side. But yes. True or false if Nels has ever dyed his hair purple?
Yeah, yeah, you guys gotta answer that as well. But going back to this game itself, Red Church, right? We're looking at Red Church, and this map is the map where just a girl thought he could get married to 487, but that's not gonna happen because 487 is not here. Because 487 is not here. Not yet. Yeah.
Okay,
She's still finding him through GPS, so I don't know. But for now, we're gonna have the Patient, which is a really rare character we see. I don't know why he's so good, right, with the 3 grapple hooks. But we're gonna see the lucky guy as well. Coordinator, Merc. Okay, very steady lineup. No harassers here. No siree. Aka's still gonna be playing in this first half. So here, what can he play? Opera singer? I would say opera singer, honestly.
Yeah. It's if they're gonna go standard, opera singer's there. But Aka, I don't know, people in the chat are wanting to see his mad eyes, which can be there, but he's still gonna go with the hullabaloo, which is kind of crazy now because we're so used to seeing hullabaloos in Koa, but now this is the first hullabaloo we're seeing the whole day, and Aka is the one to bring it out. So Aka's gonna try his best. He does not have to worry about Professor or Puppeteer anymore. He can silence a bunch of skills here for them to not get any distance, considering that the Puppeteer, the hullabaloos, you need to get away from his stage. So he really need to pull distance from this type of hunter. A lot of people got it right. I think, well, I mean, I don't know. You tell us, no. They were saying false, not purple.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too. Honestly, I don't know if it's true or false, but don't play with my emotions now, just a girl says. But honestly, I think MRC is playing with our emotions because there's 2 coordinators I see on the map. There's 2 coordinators right there, right? And Hullabaloo, I don't know, man. There's 2 guns right at your face. This is going to be a pretty hard game, but this is where things are going to take a turn. And this is where the changes are going to be. I mean, it can definitely go 2-2 in game number 2 and be decided in game number 3. But here, MRC, they're going to go hard right here against the Hullabaloo. If they can get a draw here, perfect. Because Hullabaloo is definitely a very hard character to win against in this map.
Yeah, a draw is definitely a win condition on their side. We're going to see the Persona webs in just a bit. With this, you want to be able to survive till endgame, because we were talking about it a while ago, if everyone's clumped up together, it's endgame, and Hullabaloo is like just trying to swing for the fences. It's really hard because you need those 3 stacks of bombs for you to be able to down some folks. We got 1 flywheel on Nanako's side, and everyone else is kind of preparing for endgame with their borrowed time, while we do see an abnormal insolence and trump card on Aka's side.
Abnormal is going to be a really, really hard factor for them, right?
Yeah.
One good abnormal is going to mess up their rhythm so much. But before everything else, this is game number 2, first half. I'm Nello, that's Posh Bias. We will be commentating this game for you in just a girl's favorite map.
If you squint tightly and you look at the red carpet, just a girl is just waiting for 487. But
hard enough.
we are not there. Yeah, just like see, it's right there. But we do see that I believe it is going to be first chase on Xiao Di's side, the coordinator. So if you get the flare gun out of the way, it's going to be an easier time. Coordinator gets silence, also gets the black bomb as well. One more would do it for him to get that first injury on the board for his for the Hunter side.
Yeah. Whoa. Beautiful pallet slam. No siree. Shouty. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm going to fight back as hard as possible. I'm hard to get. And that's exactly what Shouty's doing right here. Still has a gun to be used. But that's the first damage going to be done. Shouty's probably going to keep the fight around the back gate, right? Just because he doesn't want to disrupt. Oh no, double surprise coming in. That's going to be a white ball. Has another double surprise to work with, but Xiaodi right here. Aka, trapeze, probably going to use to catch up with it a little bit, but no, just wants to avoid that gun, honestly. Gun!
Oh my god, gets the red bomb here. Gun is still available. Cannot trade. Wants to try to go for the double surprise here. Puts up another one and right behind cover. Now, I guess the saving grace here is that Xiaodi has a rebound kite potential with that gun. So,
yeah,
all's well that ends well, I guess. But now, ciphers are looking kind of decent for the survivors.
Yeah, Nanako's coming in, has a perfume to work with. The bot's also going to help with decoding. So this is the power of Miracle Crown, and this is the power of Aka's Abnormal. My heart died.
You said it best. This can definitely ruin the rhythm and I'd say confidence of how MRC is going to continue on. But they faced adversity before. Now it's a little bit late for an early game here for them to kind of bounce back from this, but Mercenary is going to eat that hit. Not using up the elbow pad yet. Already spent one. Coordinator still has that gun. Got to be careful with that double surprise. Trapeze. Able to actually drop the pallet in time.
Yeah, beautifully done. And this is exactly what they need to do. Buy more time. Keep that gun as a factor, as a scare factor. Like, yo, wait a minute. Oh, don't shout it! Keep the gun as a scare factor. That's what I said. Why? You lost your trump card.
I think you reminded him. Oh, right. Yeah, no, thank you. Boom. Oh, no. The trade. That is painful to see. The down and the trade-off with the flare gun. So now they have to rely on... Man, they don't even have another tide turner to work with. So I don't know if it's going to be worth the rescue here. Coordinator does stay on the rocket chair for a while.
Oh, it's worth it.
No,
it's
gets
worth
it
for them. Okay, but no sorry. No tide turner. Not going to matter much. That's just going to be a rescue. Almost instant chair. And Xiaodi's going to say bye-bye. That's going to be 3v1 at this point on forward. And mind you, even with the bot, that Abnormal has definitely wasted so much progress on the side of MRC.
Speaking of Abnormal, we have another Abnormal on the board. He does not want to push for the end game because he does not have detention to work with. He does have trump card. So now he's prolonged the last two ciphers from moving. Accelerated decoding has happened. Mercenary is the only one that is injured, and Nanako seems to be the one for the next chase here, as he does have some perfume to work with. Try to go. Oh, he actually locked him out of his skills. No, he's able to actually break free from it, and now Nanako using the perfume. Can perfume back? Is he going to do it? He's going to do it.
Yeah, he's going to do it, but one more black mark that's going to bring one damage to Nanako. Another white one. A red one's going to bring Nanako down. No last ciphers. I'm really, really worried about MRC right here because the ciphers are looking so slow at this point. Nanako, flywheel, but the pallet slam, that's going to buy a little bit more time for Miracle Crown right here. But how long can you withstand this? The answer is none. Zills, nada, because Nanako's going to go down for the count while the cipher is almost completed, the fourth one actually.
Yeah, so yeah, two excellent uses of that Abnormal. I wonder if he's going to use that trump card already, or he's going to try to Abnormal the 50% cipher, because it definitely goes down, right? But the fact that Aka is far camping here is really good because Wasi has to rotate away. He's going to try and go for the rescue here, but this allows the last cipher to actually move. Going back and forth, you got to love it. So inside the window to outside, patient actually receiving. Oh, teleport! Nice movement here from Aka. Actually, nice stroke of decision-making here just to prolong the end game from happening.
Aka coming online with the hullabaloo. Singh is not gonna spare any expenses, right? He's just gonna use up that elbow pad. No more resources to work with, and that's gonna be 1 damage onto Singh. 1 more red bomb. That's gonna bring him down. 2v1 at the moment. They're gonna have to buy a little bit more time to heal each other up, and then the bot's like, help mama, don't hit me. And,
don't abandon me. With just a little bit of juice left, it's still very scary to have a bot around. So I wonder if that's gonna bite them in the back towards the end game. But now he has to set up a perimeter here in this side because that Cypher is at 74%. Mercenary could still stay on the rocket chair. We're going back and forth here, but Lucky Guy eats that red mark. 1 more. Oh, hang on. Able to actually get the injury, and Dungeon is here now.
Yeah, this is so hard. The Cyphers are going to be touched at this point. But mind you, though, Lucky Guy has no borrowed time, Podge. So it doesn't really matter if he gets it up here. The kiting continues though. Pretty good by
they
Nanako.
pop it already. So Lucky Guy, like you said, is not phased here. So it's looking like it might be a tied game here. Unless he gets a fast down. Wow, Nanako buying so much time. Staying away, but now he's gonna pick up right away. Teleport is ready for him to use. So this is gonna be very clutch. He has to teleport now once he chairs and just starts swinging for the fences here now.
Singh is so... He's just helping to body block at this point. Beautifully done. That's gonna be a draw.
Oh my God.
MRC. My
draw.
God. That was looking like such a good game for Aka. But MRC, the survivors, they clutch drawed it.
Yeah, they did.
Insane.
The way that they were able to do that and cycle through the hullabaloo was just so good. And again, Xiao Di getting out of the game was actually kind of a moment of concern because Xiao Di is the one that usually is the clutch kiter. But the way that they were able to manage their way through that and playing to their strengths. All right, we know we have normals. We know we can push for that end game. They were actually really calculated in that approach. And MRC really just bouncing back from the brink of a loss in terms of the survivor side. You gotta love how their survivors are. Sorry.
Yeah, you gotta love it, right? The way MRC comes back from seemingly hard positions. Don't forget, game number 1 against the Goatman, Aka was having an amazing first start. Game number 2, I would say Xiao Di did an amazing job holding on, but seriously though, getting down after shooting that gun, that was definitely hard to watch. But despite all of that, despite Xiao Di being the first to be sent back to the manor, they were still able to fight tooth and nail to get that draw at the very end, which shows how tenacious they are. The understanding of, yeah, we know Aka's gonna come, but he's not gonna be able to down us as fast as possible, simply because we know he does not have detention. So that's a very crucial part to know as well.
I'd say one of the crucial parts there was that Lucky Guy chase towards the end, really priming everything, knowing that Nanako was being chased without the help of borrowed time, really clutched it out for them to buy enough time for them to pop the last cipher and that primed the exit gate for them to get the 2-person escape. So tie all throughout. Let's see if the survivors of RC are gonna change the mix, or if we're gonna see Bailu bring out something else here. I wonder if they're gonna go the same route in actually allowing the hullabaloo to come out, or are they going to opt to go for maybe a ban out of the Ivy or Opera Singer and allow hullabaloo to make its way into the mix here in Red Church?
They could consider going with a mirror match sort of pick, right? But honestly, only MRC could have made that composition work. The bot definitely saved them a little bit of problem thanks to that extra decoding with the robot, and that's thanks to Lucky Guy. Not to mention Nanako's perfume did buy him a lot of time, the flywheel, and you saw how he kited really long, especially against a fully unlocked, full presence unlocked hullabaloo. So that's also a very important factor. And thanks to these 2 factors, they were able to buy enough time, containment time, to allow that last cipher to be popped because it was going so slow. So if I was Rejects, if I was Reject's side at this time, I probably wouldn't go the same strategy because that composition, simply because only MRC could have made that work in that situation. They're just so used to dealing with this kind of delayed pop, right? So Rejects they're just gonna probably lean towards more harass heavy. I think that worked for them so far. So that's probably the game plan.
Yeah, Archer is going to be, I think, globally banned. So they will have access to possibly, as we called out, the Meteorologist, Antiquarian, if they want to even go for Batter, because there's interesting spots that you can use the cricket bat here in the windows and also the alleyway of the shack area. Yeah, I'd like to see a mirror match of sorts since the scores kind of mirror each other. So how back and forth can this match even get with how it's going to be decided? So now harass heavy lineup possibly coming out for RC. That is their bread and butter. And also I just want to point out with Xiaodi, even the unfortunate trade of the gun, the flare gun, right? And also 2 good abnormals on the side of Aka still didn't stop the efforts of MRC to get that tied game. So incredible stuff on the side of MRC. A moral victory, but they didn't celebrate just yet. Let's check out what Rowley has to say. Wow, real man of few words, just saying that they're very confident, folks. So Rowley has one of the best pop-offs if he gets his way in a matchup. Really good when it comes to harassment. He was actually known in, I think, the IJL as well as KOA for his batter. So his batter could definitely make his way into the mix in this matchup. Kazuneko also with his forward is an amazing antiquarian as well. Could be a factor for Bailu to consider in this matchup. And I'm looking at the tie of the coach here. It looks actually kind of cute. It looked like a meme face. But yeah, a lot of support coming out for MRC here, chat. I think also, chat is actually, I think, more Reject sided. I'm not sure, but let us know your predictions on who you think is going to win this matchup.
Yeah, Rejects or MRC, make your thoughts be known in the chat. And I love how you mentioned Batter, because Batter is actually such a fun character to play. And I know
you had a Batter phase at one point. I remember.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
That's called the bully the hunter phase, right? Batter, I believe it was Sincerely as well. He was joining us.
Yeah. We played, the 3 of us.
Prospector, Enchantress, Batter. The hunters these guys are not decoding. They're just trying to make my heart.
Yeah.
They're just trying to make my life hard. I'm sorry, we're not trying to make your life hard. But all in good fun. Seen a lot of contents on TikTok as well where people play Batter, and a lot of times they just push the hunter into the pallet coupled with a slam. So that can definitely be something be played, right? A lot of times. The knockback into the pallet, slam the pallet. Wow, that's a really good play. So hopefully we might see Batter some point in the competition, because it's so fun to see Ganji Gupta. Who wouldn't like to see a Batter, right? So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see that.
I think having Rowley in the mix here, especially if we hit game number 3, we could potentially get that, since he's known to really love this character. But you know what, Nell, I would also have to say that our next match is one we should really look out for, because it's FT versus B4U. I'm pretty sure the chat is going to be divided with how that matchup is going to go. So I'm just considering where else we could possibly see a Batter in the mix aside from this match. But yeah, I definitely do want to see how Ganji is going to be able to kind of change up the meta, especially with how well he can harass and how well he can perform as the off support or off harasser.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of IdentityV, right? There's just so many characters you can utilize, even more when you're a survivor player. So many deep deep character pools you can play and utilize and combine to make that best composition going up against certain characters. Right now, no doubt, IJL, IVL, that's the standards to go. Like, people go there, watch the meta, see how these top tier players create their meta. And I feel like one day, hopefully, NAEU, SEA, enough just learning and taking what people do and making that it their own. I would love to see the time. There was a brief moment when we made the meta.
Yeah.
At one particular point. Remember? The thief, the lawyer? That came
lawyer.
from SEA.
I'd say also, if we date back to KOA 3, Southeast Asia was the only one that predicted the forward meta. No one was using forward in 3, in KOA 3. Everyone was like, oh, it's Bloody Queen, Dream Witch. I forgot who it was, but it was a player from Thailand that was able to stun the hunter for like 3 seconds. It was crazy. And speaking of stunning hunters, we got the forward, hopefully by Kazuma.
Let's go.
So yeah, I do share that dream. I do share that same sentiment that the other regions are going to come up with their own meta and not just look at the playbook of IVL and IJL. Yes, they do optimize things, but with a game like this that inspires a lot of creativity, a lot of communication in the game, you could definitely come up with something given enough time and given a different perspective. And that's going to be our lineup here. Fire Investigator, Lucky Guy, Airplanist, and a forward for Team RC.
RC only has one job here. If they can't win, they have to make sure that they at least get a draw. And with this lineup, I feel like it's very probable. It's not over support heavy sort of thing. And with Fire Investigator, all you have to do is just place the balloons, and that will allow your teammates to kite or even block the hunter's route. So that in itself is just like deploy and just allow them to use, sort of like a toy merchant's catapult, right? So just put, and that's it, your job's done. So here they have a Lucky Guy. That's probably going to play into the meta, right? Because the opening of the box is going to be is faster now, and the ability to determine an item that you can definitely get, that also helps a lot, because you hate playing the Lucky Guy and getting stringed half the time. So
that's the beauty.
That's not the beauty.
That's the fortune you get. Like, oh, what did I do in my previous life to get a syringe when I'm fully healed?
Unlucky guy, so to speak. But yeah, stage has been set. Opera singer, Goatman's out of the equation. Bailu is gonna go with the Hullabaloo. That's gonna be the mirror matchup that we will see in second half of game number 2. Hullabaloo.
So trading, just looking at the Survivor lineup, trading a flare gun, from Coordinator with forward stun, as well as the balloons that you mentioned from Fire Investigator. And in this matchup, in this map, there are some interesting spots where you can block the entranceway of Shack or block the entrance of the church. So that could come into the mix here as we check out our spawn locations. Fire Investigator at the red carpet here, just so we could block out certain entryways into the church. We do have the back gate being occupied by the Airplanist. We do have broken walls by the forward centers where the Lucky Guy is at. So pretty much, well, same standard, I'd say, location where Hullabaloo did spawn in. So mirror match, possibly if we get the 2-2 and we tie it all the way up to round number 3, but not if RC or MRC has to say anything about it, because one of them really wants to capture the lead at this point.
Yeah, it's been draw all the way up until this point. And who knows, this might be the chance to change things up, because Bailu's not going to go with abnormal. He's going to go with peepers. That's 3-9 peepers right there. RC survivors, they're going to have 4 flywheels, 2 borrowed time, and 2 tight turners. That's their equation, 4-2-2 right there. So let's see if this is going to pay out. Work out against Bailu's peepers right here. Game number 2, second half. So far, we are still drawn all the way up to this point. Let's see if this is the game where the stalemate is going to be broken. I'm Nello. That's Posh Spice. We'll be commentating this second half.
IDV math. I love it. Thanks for breaking down the persona web here, Nell. Bailu, are you making out his way towards the center of this map where Rowley is at? And Rowley, being the Fire Investigator here, is going to get locked out of his trait. He does have access to the window here, and Bailu not forced to even go through that window. Note that they do want to be able to push ciphers and push for that end game. There is some borrowed time on the board, but now Peepers is going to be deployed here, so now they're going to kind of know what he's up to. Black Bomb being dropped, and we are going to see a schmoove with the balloon here.
Yeah, beautifully done. And this is exactly what you want as a Fire Investigator, right? Make the Hullabaloo use up all the double surprise, and with the balloon, Wow, Bailu knows exactly what's up. He was already charging the attack before the balloon was even placed. But Rowley still has the balloon to work with here. So the double surprise. First one's going to miss. Still has the second one. Not really. It's still on cooldown.
Wow.
Oh, Rowley. Rowley is kiting off his mind. He's like, I do not want red. Get me out of the red. Get me out of the red. No red. No red. But very
buying
soon,
so much.
Bailu,
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, corner situation here. You do have a black bomb. He's trying to cut off his way towards the balloon, and
so
now
fast.
he's able to down. Yeah, that was the second hit was really fast. I mean, the first one was so delayed, but at this point, it's totally fine. They have at least 3 ciphers being worked on. One has already popped, but this is where it's hard. Fire Investigator does not have any more balloons to work with. City is going to make his way to the mix here to try and go for the rescue. But let's see if we're going to see a rotation here. City does have a jetpack for him to close the distance.
Beautifully done. That's going to be a rescue done without getting any damage. Our City needs to be really careful. Has no jetpacks to work with. At least it's going to be just half a damage, right? Because City will still be up and about. So that's good. But the forward is there. Let's see if the forward's going to be the one to create some harassment.
Oh, trying to just buy enough time here, but Fire Investigator, one more black mark is going to put him down. We do see that he does fall down, but Unpi being in the mix here, just constantly harassing, surveying the area, drops down the pallet, eats a white mark. Cyphers are moving, but oh my god, be very careful, Unpi. Uses the flywheel, but no, they trade the over support. Might be to the detriment of the survivors now.
This is what you're afraid of, right? Because once you use up the flywheel, and Unpi refusing to use the football at all costs.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up, man, but honestly, if you really need to prioritize keeping yourself alive, you need to, because now look what's going on. You're disrupting the middle cipher. Your teammates in the basement. You're on the floor. Decoding's gonna be stopped. Everyone's injured. Only Soba's half injured, and even then he has to go for the rescue. So this is really hard.
And he has to use up his items here. He did get that.
Nice stun.
Nice. The support here for the rescue to happen. So RC Rowley's just gonna run his way outside the mix here, and the flywheel, unable to get it in time. So Rowley will be sent out of this game. 3 ciphers are still working, and unfortunately I think someone missed the calibration there in the 79%, so gonna buy a little more time, but they still are focusing on one last cipher here now. The question is, can they push for more than just a tie?
One more stun!
I have it! Oh my god, the stun!
Rowley, is this the redemption by Unpi right here? Rowley refuses to go down. One more red mark's gonna do it. He's gonna pick up. Unpi's still around. 93%, 94%. The cipher's gonna be pop in time. Fire Investigator has borrowed time. Don't forget, they'll be able to come up and run. Are they gonna pop? They're just gonna pop. Oh my god, 4-man endgame. Will Rejects be able to do this against Bailu? Bailu's panicking. He's still trying to get him down. No one. The back gate's already being opened. What's going on?
Okay, he still has trump card. He can still teleport, but the back gate, as you said, is being open. Forward is still here. Oh no, actually no, it's not the forward. Sorry,
Forward
it's
still has
the
half
mechanic.
a football. It doesn't matter.
But here we go.
He has
He can try to go for a stun. Oh, they separate, but RC still stays alive. Aeroplane is unfortunately unable to get the flywheel in time. He is down. He could try to crawl his way out, and now he's trying to go for a pickup. We get it down. Forward. Does it? No.
Just
tries
crawl.
to buy enough time.
Just crawl! Just crawl!
Tie game here. Uh-oh.
Okay,
drops
crawl!
down the airplane. Forward. Crawl away! Soba! Oh no! Gets the hit!
No more
Oh, drops down. Crawl! Oh, struggle free!
No, Soba's not gonna live. But Unpi City is definitely gonna live. Oh, wait. No, don't go for the double down. Wait. Be careful.
Oh, lucky guy's up! Oh my god, they get the rescue. Airplane is still crawling. Uh-oh.
Crawl!
Unpi! Be very careful. Oh, don't. They're both out.
Crawl!
Both out. Lucky guy. Where's the lucky guy? Get out. Wow! 3-man escape.
Rejects! MRC! Lost for words. Rejects is celebrating right there. He's like, hullabaloo? No, sir. Goodbye, Baloo. Right there.
Oh my god. That was a crawl. Literal crawl to win there. My goodness.
I know.
That was so scary.
Too.
But
I was
okay,
scrolling.
it kind of makes sense now with how greedy Unpi was with the football. He was really saving it till the very end, which
he was.
It looked very. I'm not gonna lie, no. I share the same sentiments with you with how the middle game was really looking so dire for the survivors.
Yeah.
It really fell into place towards the end there because wow, he's being quite greedy with the support and not using up the ball. But I guess we gotta trust with how Unpi is with that football because he was the difference maker in creating that chaos towards the end game. And the 3-person escape leads RC to win this clutch victory. My goodness.
I know. Rejects on a whole other level right there against Hullabaloo, right? And you see, this is why I don't want to say this is why, but Abnormal would have been better there. Abnormal to shut down the ciphers. Or even Excitement. Okay, maybe not Excitement because Unp didn't really do anything until the very late game, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
I agree. When it came to the Abnormal really helped Aka at least secure that tie and prolong the game. Peepers helped a little bit, but you have to give it up to Bailu. He was able to get downs really well. I don't know if Peepers kind of helped him out in terms of just seeing through the pallets, but yeah, if he prolonged game a little more, we wouldn't be seeing this result. It would either be a tie or even more for Bailu.
Yeah, but seriously, man, it was all on P right there at the very end, right? Not the best start. That's why people say it's not how you start, but how you end. And Unp ended with helping his teammates get a 3-man escape. That's the best feeling ever. You're like the hero of the story, and Unp was undeniably the hero.
You know, it's crazy. If you play support, or if you play like someone like a harass OB a character, it's either you're a god, you're like Umpy, or it's like, dude, why are you here, Decode? It's like it's one or the other. It's never like it's either you're a god, yeah, you're great, or like, dude, come on, stop being here. You're not supposed to be here. So it's funny that there's no middle ground. But luckily for forward mains and for Umpy, he had a stellar performance. And also the rest of the survivor teams, considering also they had a basement rescue. That's how dire the situation was.
True. But time to give you guys moments to relive the highlights. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Wow,
火球吗？哎，一垒就走位。好打，那不是直接开了，他没心脏的，直接开了吧。他没心脏的。插个白。
どうする？向かいよ。白ね、白。ごめん、届かない。今3割。うわ、うまっ、これ3割。これいける。おっつい。回転使ってる。ラスト黒。出れない。出る。
Let's go.
There you have it, folks. RC, doing the fist bumps, doing with the EDM music in the background. A well-deserved pop-off on their side. You saw how even the locker room of RC was ecstatic with that 3-man escape. So now, Nell, we're not gonna settle things with just a tie. They actually broke free of that, and we're gonna settle things in game number 3. MRC can't afford any more ties. They need to win a half just for them to provide a little bit more pressure coming into whatever half they're into. So pressure's on their side. It's kind of scary and crazy to think one of these teams is going to the lower bracket.
It is. And the team that faces them is going to be probably having a pretty similar thought. Like, why am I in this bracket?
Why?
But this is but this is a competition, and
yeah,
there's 800,000 yuan. That's a lot of money, and not to mention the honor and recognition that comes with it. And honestly, it's called IVS, but this really is just the clash of divisions, and they really want to showcase what they are capable of, and we've seen what rejects are capable of. But all is not over. If you guys are for MRC, it's not over yet, because score is so, the difference is so minimal. It's 5-3, right? So anything can still happen, and I would say game number 3, first half, that's going to determine the outcome of the end of MRC versus rejects. First half, that's it. Second half might not even matter as much, because first half, if you get a very convincing 3-1 or even a 5-0, which we have yet to see, right? That's gonna just put a stop to whatever that's gonna happen in second half.
That's right. IDV math, right?
I know.
So if you think about it, this is MRC's last stand in this first half. They cannot afford to tie. They need to be able to dictate the pace and force that round 3 second half for them to be able to continue on this upper bracket. And what's scary about RC now, that I'd say the sticky situations that we've seen on MRC's side pales in comparison with the scary situation that RC faced just now, and they were able to literally crawl their way to victory in that matchup. So MRC seeing that, hopefully they're able to get that fire in them, that like, yo, we can do this. We can one up them. We can be able to get the victory on either the Hunter and Survivor side, but they actually need to get it on both sides if they want to be able to claim victory here and now. If they get a 3 and tie, then that's going to be a tiebreaker match, which, again, I feel like they don't want to do that. They want to be able to just continue on with the victory as they take it. So is Alf going to come in? Are they going to make any substitutes on MRC's side? We just have to find out.
Yeah. If you look at it from an eagle's eye view, right? Aka's actually doing really well. He's not really getting those 3Ks. But not giving points to the survivors is also very crucial. And a lot of times he was actually very capable of pushing MRC survivors, right? MRC survivors had to work extra hard. They had to rely extra hard just to fight through, just to not lose. Whereas for rejects, the survivors are looking far more alive. And here I would say out of the out of the 2 factions from 2 teams, Bailu, honestly, I think he's the difference maker now. He really needs to step up. Otherwise, XC probably needs to step in game number 3. You notice something?
Yeah, no, someone in the chat has a birthday. Floy. Shout outs to Floy. It is Floy's birthday, so happy birthday. A lot of people are manifesting Alf Bonbon in the chat. Aka Nightmare seems quite exciting. So we are going to see the map selection in Moonlit River Park. So a map that, at least no Lakeside Village. I'm just glad we don't see the scary. You know what? If we didn't see any wax artists, so we don't see the angry ghosts anymore. So that's good. So I'm glad.
I know, the angry ghosts. The last thing we need are ghosts here.
And Sasabella saying, Sasabella did save a cookie for the stream. So do get your snacks, get some water. Just try and relax. We still got more matches to come, but honestly, this is me and Nell's last match for the day. We'll be back again tomorrow to commentate the first 2 matches, but do share that energy and share that love with Kuro as well as Gummy that will be taking over for the next couple matches. But yeah, me and Nell want to end strong, and also thank you guys for giving us your love and support. Again, Nell spent time in some solitude here, so you know the fact that he's here, guys, is celebration, because he definitely wanted to celebrate with you guys IVS and see these amazing teams leave it on the line for us.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be anywhere else. It's the last event for this year for IdentityV after all, right? And then we'll have to wait for 2026 and
Asian Games.
Asian Games, let's go. I would love to go to Japan. Has anyone here in the chat been to Japan before? Aichi Nagoya before? How's the place? Like
especially in September or like in the months that are coming. if anybody has attended IJL, let us know too. It seems like a very interesting stage too. The set pieces are really good. But yeah, again, glad to have you here, Nell. Thank you so much for gracing with your presence. Thank you, chat, also for giving us your energy and also trudging us through and giving us also keeping things light and also welcoming also the new folks that have joined us. Because again, we are a community, so it's really cool of you guys being very welcoming to newcomers.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. It really means a lot. And even people, newcomers who come in, they comment themselves, like they comment by themselves saying that, wow, this is actually a really nice community. It's not toxic, it's friendly, and we earn this reputation, guys. We really do earn, and it's thanks to you guys. So thank you, guys. Let's keep it up.
Yes, please. And also keep up the support for these two teams. And it seems like we are going to see a switch up. I think that's not by Lou. XC. I really hope XC brings it to the table here, because it's man, that's a lot of pressure considering that, like you said, it's all going to rely on this half, and you're bringing in XC, a hunter that has not seen BO1, BO2, and he has to clutch it out.
That's true. That's true. Just a girl saying, "Oh no, goodbye to my dad jokes duo." Here's the dad jokes for you. What do you mean dad jokes? Here's a dad joke for you.
You got a dad joke? You got a dad joke?
I do. Where do surfers? Oh God. Where do surfers go for an education?
Where do surfers go for an education?
Yep.
Where?
Boarding school.
Nice one.
Here's one more.
You gotta know that? Okay.
Why doesn't it hurt if someone throws a can of Coke at your head? Coca-Cola.
Why does it hurt when someone?
Why doesn't it hurt if someone?
It does not. Why does not it hurt? Okay. Why doesn't it hurt then?
If someone throws a can. Because it's a soft drink.
I didn't think of that. I'm trying to figure out the punchline, but I didn't get that. I haven't heard those two. We'll put a pause on that. I don't know. I think chat say, thank God, let's pause on that. We'll pause on that for a bit, because now we have a meteorologist now. Ooh. Oh no.
Let's go.
That just plays into the harassment lineup that RC is really known for. Archer getting banned is good. Seer as well, and Fire Investigator. But Meteorologist also has that fly that could change her elevations if she's the one that's chased first. The bottle, the shakes, has been changed down, so does not have as much push as possible. But it seems like having Meteorologist here could change things for the better for the survivors. Oh, just a girl.
Yeah.
I knew it. She knows the punchline.
I knew it. Yeah, because she's from boarding school. Just kidding.
Oh, she is.
But yeah, Meteorologist is definitely very good. Not just to push hunters away, but to help herself, right? In terms of elevation, it's definitely very useful.
I have a dad joke.
Okay. Let's hear it.
I think you might have heard this. What did Sushi A say to Sushi B?
Sushi A say to Sushi B. What?
Wasabi.
Okay, I try not to laugh, but
I'll let you guys use that.
That's good. That's a good one.
Did I tell you this one? When was the egg born?
When?
The egg was born a long time ago. No.
Time ago. A long time ago. That's very good.
Thank you. Okay. I hope chat does not cringe with my joke. Okay, y'all know.
Okay, last one.
Okay, last one.
Why?
Journalist. Okay, go. Why?
Why did the boy do his homework on the plane?
Why did the boy do his homework on the plane?
He wanted a higher education.
Oh, okay. That was a good one. Right, I was really trying to. Who was that? Very highbrow humor here. We have a bunch of jokesters on the mic, chat. Hopefully, you guys are all right after that segment of humorous banter with me and Nell. That's what you get when you get the dynamic duo of us, the dynamic dad duo here of
dad jokes.
Dad joke duo. The Tamago. I got Sino and Sinonen. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Just like periods. What?
Long Tamago. That's good. That's actually really good. That and wasabi.
Yeah. Oh damn. But yes, we do have a postman ban. Very interesting on Xy's side. Final lineup here. We got journalist, two rescuers technically, journalist, mercenary, antiquarian, meteorologist. So harassment lineup and Xy taking up the hits of old, the golden hits. Bon. In a big map like this, Nell, we've seen it happen before. Alf in particular does not care how big the map is. He'll bring out the Bon. So Xy bring out this Bon. Interesting that he brings it out now, that considering that he needs to go for more than just the tie. So that's just the ability he has with this Bon. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I mean, Bon is a long, a tried and tested long Tamago kind of hunter, you know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm thinking of Tamago now. Getting hungry. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was a tried and tested hunter a long time ago.
Since long time ago. So... Oh shit, my gut hurts. I can't breathe.
All right, chat, we gotta focus up. Sorry, a bunch of dads laughing here. We're just at the barbecue cookout and be like, ha, we got a joke for you guys. Okay.
For reals. But what is this lineup right here? Second, third, and fourth is pretty good. The first one is gonna be on the second stop, simply just to turn off the stop. That might be the idea. But Bon's gonna be in between them.
Still debating whether he's gonna go with the right side or left side. Seems like he's gonna put himself in between, allowing the meteorologist to have access to the second stop and can potentially transition away from that area and loop our way back in, or go to God kiting right beside the what's that, the two-story area. So it's still a lot of options, but we know Xy is pinpoint accurate when it comes to dropping the bombs. He just needs to play really well, because the survivors are in a bit of an advantage here, because they just need to tie it out to hold on to this lead.
Yeah. Bon needs the survivors to bring him the action. That's one of the things that's really hard. But hey, hopefully he knows what he's doing with a warp gate as well. That's not going to be a camping Bon. That's probably going to be a chasing Bon, right? And with three flywheels and 3 borrowed times and 2 tight turners, they're going to face up against Xy's 3-9 warp gate. So let's see if Xy will be the difference maker for MRC, because they are down 1 game right now. So game number 3, first half. That's Poch and I'm Nello. More dad jokes to come.
The Tin Man coming into the mix here. Xy means business, and Rowley immediately rotating away. He knows the assignment. He has to be able to provide enough pressure onto this hunter for them to be able to secure a really strong midway point of this game. Rowley, being the meteorologist, already used up his shake for him to get maybe a cloud push going on. Seems like 2 ciphers are moving on accordingly, and no one has put the gate here. The tram or the coaster here yet. But he's going to use it to actually transition towards the 4th stop, using that cloud, and now forcing Xy to just rotate his way towards this 4th stop.
Yeah, he does not believe in sight. He's like, yeah, I just need to hunt you down based off scent. All right. That's going to activate Hunt's instinct, right? So let's see if the 6 bombs is enough. Oh, trying to bait a little bit. But hey, guys, don't forget, this is the Rowley from last game, Fire Investigator. You can trust that he's definitely going to kite a lot. Ooh, Xy, beautiful push. Done. This is going to buy a lot of time for him.
Oh, yeah, unable to get some distance, but now, yeah, doing pretty good, but he has no more bottle shakes anymore. So unfortunately, he will eat that hit. The insolence is going to give him unlock that first presence. Does have a little more wind cloud force to work with. I wonder how he's going to use this push. Might be a 3 cipher kite here now. Rowley doing an amazing job, just trying to hide the line of sight here. So Xy trying to drop some bombs while he's just using this carousel to break the line of sight.
Definitely 3 ciphers kite here. Rowley's already doing such an amazing job. Oh, and the wind force gonna be pushing him away. Rowley Rowley. What a beautiful play. That's a 3 Cypher's kite without any help. XC has used up his trades. They know what is up. So even if Rowley goes down here, he's like, I don't really care. I don't really care. Because you can have Rowley, it's fine. We know you don't have teleport. It's fine. It's really, really fine. Oh, Rowley!
God.
I want to go down with the
Wow. The fact that he was able to just keep dodging meant that he was not content. He wanted to continue on kiting. And you pointed it out. Him forcing trait was so crucial. No teleport anymore. Warp, honestly, was not a factor in that kite. Meteorologist, sure, does not have any more rebound kite ability, but damage has been done. Last Cypher is being worked on. Soba is here for that rescue. Journalist able to actually get the flywheel.
Beautifully
Little bro.
done. Okay. Little bro!
No! Oh my god! Soba!
This is exactly what we're afraid of. And which is why CD is... No, CD! Before half! Before half! Before half! Yes! He did it! Oh my god! What a play! Okay, rescue now.
So
rescue
scary.
now. CD, just rescue now. It doesn't really matter. Wait.
That was wild, Nell. I'm still trying to reel back the effects of that because that was so fast. Just like that, XG's back in the game. 2 Cyphers are still being worked on. Rowley is, yeah, it's going to be hard for him to kite out. Did he save before half? He did, right?
He did. He did save before half. And now, Masonry has rescued Journalist. And let's just say that Journalist can still go for the rescue after this if he wants to. But honestly, I think they're just going to let Rowley go down here. Rowley, though, amazing kite so far. Like,
my god, Rowley does not want to go down, Nell. Oh, but he has to go down here. But my goodness, the way that he was able to provide enough time for the Journalist to be saved, and Journalist only used one of his little bros. So he still has usage of that photograph, but more to drop pallets. And now we're actually seeing the last Cypher being primed. We do have Warp Gate up already. And no, he's just going to teleport straight towards this. Journalist is going to use the little bro just to distract. But it's going to be a little tough. Allowing the rescue to happen. So now they have their pick of which Cypher to work with. Journalist does fall, though.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Journalist is going to fall for the second time. But at least the Cypher is moving, right? City's doing a secondary Cypher. XC is not out of the game yet. He can definitely still come back, and he just needs to make sure that the Cyphers do not get to the prime Cypher state, because that's going to be really, really annoying. Unp, beautifully done.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it creates that separation. Our city is also here, but now we see some bombs being dropped. Last Cypher is about to pop here. We're going to see the Journalist try and distract here.
Nice!
Little bro coming in clutch, dropping that pallet. Note, there is no detention on the side of XC, so this is going to be super important. Fortunate swing and a miss here, but we do see that Soba is going to try and kite this out towards the Cypher Prime here, but he can just stack everything up, able to actually get the pickup in time because Soba, unfortunately, does not have the borrowed time.
Yeah, but it's still good. It's still good for rejects because they know that XC does not have detention. That's one, and number two, the trade's probably not up yet. So they can still have a little bit of time. XC right now has 7 seconds before he can teleport to the gate. So this is going to matter really, really much. Anti-Quarry with the stick, only 1 and 2 sticks. I hope that that's going to be the difference maker that they need.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, another one. Oh my god.
Nice. Nice.
They have the flywheel. Can they get it down? City has to be very careful. And now everyone's going to be marching their way out of the gate.
Wow.
And there you have it. RC getting the victory.
Rejects are no joke. That's the second 3-man escape that they did. First to Bailu, now to XC. And XC has got to be devastated right there because he was trying his best to block with his body right there. He was trying his best in the way. He was like, stop. I'm trying to block you guys. But oh no, everyone's running out and no detention. So that's really, really the sad part. Anti-Quarry with the last remaining 2 swipes. First struck, second swipe, so that cancels off the bomb. Managed to get the gate up, and basically it's just running home free from there. So XC has done his best, honestly. Rowley's first kite was just too good in the beginning.
Imagine 3 Cypher kite, no support needed from anyone else. Just use the shakes of the meteorologist, and we've been teasing the meteorologist since the beginning of how well she can be used as a harasser, and not to mention a kiter, which we just saw on full display in 4K just now with how Rowley was able to work that match. What's scary now is we are still going to play that second half, but it's all or nothing. The only way that they can win this half is for them to get a 5-0.
And that's
no overtime. That's it.
That's gonna be really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hunter, right? The fact that and you're up against RC Survivor. You're up against RC's Hunter that could just play it super safe in this matchup. So Survivors need a 4-man escape or it's nothing, because if they get a 5-0, they win that and they also win in points, I believe. But if they don't, they
can get 4-man escape.
They
right?
have. Oh wait,
MRC can get 4-man escape and then they win. Right?
They win. Yeah. Yes.
And if you and we play for RC right now, I think they win. So I think if we play for RC now, I think they'd get that 4-man.
Yeah,
100%.
we just have to. We'll be
100%.
telling dad jokes the entire time. Even if we duo Hunters against 4 Survivors, we'd still lose, I think. Because that's how good MRC is.
For reals. But jokes aside, or was it a joke?
Take out your phone. All right, let's go, Nell. It's time.
It's time. I can't even swipe left. I don't know. But honestly, it's such a tall order, because up next it can still be Akka, it can also be Alf, and it's hard to imagine either one of them getting 4-man.
Yeah,
It's really hard imagining that.
Even in their worst performance, they at least just secure 1, and they could do that. That's the win condition. Just get 1-man elimination, and that's fine. So if MRC can pull this off, this could be the miracle of the year. And Alf is coming in. Alf the
Gandalf. Gandalf is here.
You shall not pass. Sorry.
Oh my god. What's he gonna play? The Lightkeeper? I don't know. Kermit.
Oh
the
God,
Kermit.
please no.
Play Kermit.
In this map, that's gonna be so crazy.
Yeah. Hermit, but Kermit, you know? So maybe.
Oh, I worked on a new voice.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, try to guess. Okay, all right,
okay.
Ready? Hello, Nello. This is your favorite mouse, Mickey Mouse.
Oh, Mickey Mouse! I want to go to Disneyland. I want to go to Disneyland. Have you been to Disneyland?
I've been to Disneyland once.
Where?
In Florida.
Country?
The Florida.
Florida.
Yeah,
wow.
it's really fun, but the heat is kind of crazy, and I didn't see Mickey.
Oh no! Who do you see?
I saw Donald Duck and a Goofy. Yeah, I saw those two.
That's nice. Yeah. That's nice. I like Donald Duck.
Can you do a Donald Duck voice?
I don't know. I don't think I can. This is so hard. But yeah, very, very nice impression of Mickey Mouse right there. And I shall respond.
Okay, you got
another
one?
dad joke.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
Okay. This is very easy. I think you should know.
Okay.
How do bees get to school?
How do bees get to school?
On the school bus.
Okay.
That's really
I should have gotten that. I didn't know that.
Do you have one?
No, you tapped me out with the jokes. I'm trying to think of something good. What else?
Okay.
I will prepare for tomorrow. Don't worry.
Okay. Sure.
I think our viewership's gonna go down, but chat engagement's gonna go up because people are just the girls gonna tell us no more dad jokes.
No more dad jokes. But that's what you call us. So that's what you have to expect, right?
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. But yeah, this is definitely one of the few things that we are very equipped doing. the wasabi.
Dad jokes and impressions.
Tamago. I know. So, jokes aside, actually, I want to tell one more, but yeah,
Sure.
I'm
I mean,
just
we're still
go-
waiting. I don't know. I'm okay. Like, just a girl. Just cover your ears. Don't worry. It'll give like
Just
it'll
cover
be
your
like 10
ears,
seconds.
Okay. What do you call when a cow grows facial hair?
A cow grows facial hair. What do you call that?
A mustache. A mustache.
The delivery made it really funny because he really put it on the move. Like that was funny.
The mustache.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
fair
wait,
enough,
Tune
fair
B.
enough.
Tune B Fish saying, I used to hate facial hair, and then it grew on me. Good job. You have a mustache right there.
I'll be honest. I wish I could grow a mustache. I cannot. I'm follically challenged
I
when it
could,
comes
too.
to my face.
Yeah.
I think it's the Asian thing. Like, it's hard for me to maintain or like make it look cool. I do not look cool with facial hair, or it's like it's very whisker like.
My colleagues all have facial hair. I don't know how they grow it, but all the guys I'm with, only one person does not have facial hair.
Is that me?
That's
I'm kidding.
That's Lake Day.
Oh.
Lake Day.
That's true.
Everyone else has facial hair. I'm like,
Yeah.
why?
I mean, they got the genes for it, able to do it.
Definitely. But Aeroplanist has facial hair, so
That's true. He's got the gruff 6 o'clock shadow going on, so that's good. I like these picks so far. Lucky Guy also, Xiao Di's main. You definitely keeping it on him. Priestess, we got Meteorologist banned. Dude, they got to bring out Archer. Bring out the Archer. Or
They have
I
to.
don't know, actually.
they can.
I would like to see the Archer. I would definitely like to see it.
Four-man escape in Moonlit River Park. A very, very, I would say this is John Wick difficulty level, the impossible task.
That's true.
No offense intended, but getting a 4-man out in this such a huge map against Alf, I don't know. Alf has to substitute with either me or Poch in order for them to get 4-man escape. I think that's the. I think that's what they. I think that's what MRC needs. But Alf's gonna say no, thank you. I got this.
No, thank you guys. Thanks for offering, guys. I appreciate it. Just tell your little jokes on stream. I got this. Don't worry.
Yeah. You guys can't even grow a mustache. What makes you think you can do it?
When you say mustache, like I keep saying
mustache. Mustache. Yeah.
And
Alf is
Alf could go. This could be a literal mirror match from start to finish with Hullabaloo, the one that was in the previous game, and Goatman. Alf is known for that Bon, so he can go Bon and just get a one-man elimination. No man left behind strategy that they need to employ here, and I mean it's a really strong lineup. But to get a get a 4-man escape, that's really tough.
Well, at least they got an Uber character there.
Wow.
That Uber character can definitely help, but no, it's too late, guys.
Yeah.
Guys, Gandalf has chosen the Lightkeeper. It's over, guys. I think whenever you try to grab an Uber, Alf's just gonna hook you back.
Nope.
So this is gonna be really hard. Yeah.
True, and I mean there is some mobility on the Airplanist and Gravekeeper's side, but man, you're just playing for a one-man elimination, and his chariot camping game is really intense. Once he sets up his traps and camping, it's so hard. The hooks in this map, the cooldowns, he could basically, he's his own Uber ride. You could just like zip around the map if you play it correctly once you get that a skill unlocked. So MRC uphill battle, I mean, I'd say a mountain climb here just for them to get every man escape here. So let's see if they really live up to their name as a miracle, because they definitely are going to need an amazing performance to get the victory conditions of all man escape here.
That's very true. It's too hard. It's the impossible task, right? But nonetheless, MRC's never a team that gives up before trying. So we gotta give it to them. They're definitely gonna try their hardest. Whereas, like what you said, Alf just needs to sit back, lock in, tunnel vision, one survivor, harder than a clingy partner, and that's it. He gets the win. Right?
Yeah. That's a good one. I did not expect that, but sort of a similar build, but detention is going to be accounted for here. Warp detention on Alp's side, so you know he's playing for at least a tied game. While we do see 2 flywheels, we have tide turners on Xiaodi, Nanako, and Sing H. And let's see if this is going to be enough. MRC with the impossible task of getting all-man escape, while Alf just has a layup here in front of him. He just needs a one-man elimination. What is going to happen? We're going to find out in just a bit. MRC versus RC. That's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. Let's get into the commentary action, Nell.
And that's the Molten Hound we're talking about. Alf, wow, trying to find his first target, setting up the traps. That's honey traps, guys, in case you don't know. So looking to see. And he's going to find Xiaodi almost instantly. That's the blood trail. And Xiaodi's going to waste no time using the first rocket, trying to build the time, but he has to realize by now that there's already a trap blocking the entrance, which is why he's not going there. So good distance so far, but doesn't really matter. We're talking about the gamekeeper. Oh, missing that one. That's going to matter.
Yeah, that's true. But Xiaodi, I mean, one of the veteran survivors of this game, if anyone could like provide enough support here or provide enough time for the team, it is Xiaodi, but not wasting any time, not being conservative with the rockets at all, because he knows how fast the cooldowns of the hooks can be. Warp is going to actually make him catch up instantly, and just like that, he is right in front of Xiaodi and gets the hook already.
Yeah, and Xiaodi knows he cannot enter through the front gate, through the front door. That's going to be a problem. Singhish is in the vicinity though, so not sure what the game plan is. Probably trying to block a little bit, so they can reach towards the.
Yo! Oh my God! It's through the. Oh God, that was actually pinpoint knowledge there by Alf. Knew that he was going to be at that vicinity. The hitbox can go through that, and just like that, Alf has his first target on the rocket chair.
Oh my God, that hook. Singhish could have probably played that closer. Like, you know, just body sticking towards where Xiaodi was going. But then again, if you block, well, you're pretty much the gamekeeper that needs to kite after that. But right now, the save is going to happen anytime soon.
Okay.
That's going to be that hit and the rescue.
And now the body block has to happen here, but Xiaodi, let's see. Oh, unable to get that hook, so we're on a 10-second cooldown here. So this could buy enough time for them to formulate a plot here, but already cutting off this is really good area. Sing H has the shovel to work with, so the rescue is going to have to happen by someone else. Xiaodi trying to transition away. We actually eat the shovel hit onto Sing H, so Xiaodi still stays alive, folks.
Staying alive, but Alf does have one more trap to work with, so he can definitely make that happen. They're playing a little bit of a mini turret right here, right? Xiaodi being covered by Singhish, but either one of them only has one. They're gonna go down after one hit, and what magical hitbox?
The control of that hitbox, you called it, Nell. One of them's gonna go down one hit, boom, right away. Yeah, you mean this hit, Nell? That's what Alf was saying.
Basement, see ya.
Oh gosh, the pressure is being put onto MRC survivors here. Alf with a basement chair. Now they have to go for a double rescue, so they haven't worked on their last cipher just yet. Warp is available already for Alf to work with. He's gonna have Nanako forced to drop down hit. Oh, but the perfume, we're still staying alive though.
Okay. Coming in, going for the double rescue. Gravekeeper's gonna go down, pick up the Gravekeeper, and start whacking.
And Tide Turner is gonna be spent down here in the basement as well.
Yeah, waste that time. Waste that time.
Yeah. He's trying his best. Able to actually just wait. He's waiting out, but now he's gonna get the slows onto them as the crashes do happen. Nanako does have a flare gun. Another hook, but the flywheel. Gravekeeper, he's almost close to actually being recovered here. He gets the hit. Now, is he gonna go for the flare gun pickup? Oh, here we go. Oh no, he's actually hiding, and that's gonna be the victory condition for Alf.
Wow, GG, well played. Alf is like, I may look buff, I may look big, That doesn't mean I'm gonna walk right into your flare gun. Sting H looking to join the vicinity, joining the fate of Xiaodi, has no exit path. Nanako's already down. MRC knows they already lost, right? Because 1K was all that Alf needed.
Yeah, and I think that was pretty masterful for him to like sidestep the gun right behind the vicinity, and they wasn't able to even get the flare gun to go off. So now Alf just playing to his tie condition here. He's already got the victory, but now Nanako is the one that will be chased at the end here. Is going to get that pocket watch off, and he also does have a flare gun to work with. But Detention Gamekeeper is a different story. We are going to see a rescue attempt on the side of the aeroplanist. He does make his way towards the two-story area. Look at this. Just at this point, flare gun's going to get used. And now Nanako, I mean, you got to give it up to MRC survivors, right? They want to fight till the very end and try and get at least a moral victory to get a tied game going.
Yeah, stop playing with my heart. Stop hooking into me. And one flare gun's gonna put a stop to all that. But now Alf is gonna continue the barrage. It's like, yeah, let me train my fishing skills.
Oh my god, yeah, just... And now he's actually able to use trap cards to try and stop the exit gate from opening. But exit gate hasn't been used just yet. Oh, it's starting to move just now. We do see that the aeroplanist is here for a potential rescue. So I wonder if Alf is gonna, he's just gonna patrol around the area before using up the teleport. He's already switched to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's already achieved the minimum requirement, so I guess he doesn't really mind anymore at this point.
Yeah.
But the gate's gonna be open by Gravekeeper. He's gonna be like, yeah, okay. Oh, I thought that was gonna hit for a moment.
That was close.
So close. Super close. But now I was like, yeah, let me just get back to where the chair is. Huasi's coming in for the rescue. Huasi's like, yeah, no way I'm gonna jeopardize my almost maxed out stats. Let me just get one rescue, sir. Just let me do that.
Okay, airplane.
Okay. Oh my god! If that
wow, sidestepping. That was really crucial. Still, detention is up for a minute, and they do have the coaster to work with. Oh, but Nanako is going to be left behind here, so this is actually a little scary. Gets the hook once again. The change of elevations, but the fly, he's cornered. So that's going to be an elimination onto the lucky guy, and Huasi can go for that dungeon escape.
True. He's like, yeah, I've already rescued him. My stats are leveled up. Let me in. But what if Alf decides to not chair?
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's gonna do that.
He's gonna chair.
Or he could have just trapped the dungeon too, or like trapped close by. Can he make it?
Can you do it?
Oh my god! Ah, that was so close. But there you go. Chat.
Sayonara.
RC, your champions. They're moving on, but MRC, I'd say valiant effort for them to make it all the way and push the limits of Rejects. And Rejects rejects everything but victory in this performance.
Exactly. Like, reject everything but a mustache. Shout out to you, Starling, right there. I bet 5K, they're going to do that jokes after this. But yeah, for reals, they definitely played very, very well. It was practically neck and neck all the way up until second game, where the balance was finally thwarted thanks to the 3-man escape by Reject. So Reject survivors, watch out, because these guys, they leveled up so hard. So yeah, they're really a force to be reckoned with. So really glad to see that they achieved this kind of result. And honestly, it's Unp, Rowley, these two guys, you gotta watch out for them in Rejects.
Yeah. And what's scary is that, in Rejects, we really we highlight the hunters in how well Aka and Alf perform. But to be honest, the survivors really stepped up. And I wouldn't be surprised if MVP performance goes to either Unp or Rowley for this matchup. And that's 2 matches now that we're going to see. And the start of IVS, if ever, is going to be MVP on survivor side. So you can kind of see how the shift of meta is happening. I know the previous shift was very hunter-sided in round 1. So now we're starting to see survivors kind of bloom and blossom once again. So it's definitely a cycle with competitive Identity 5.
Yeah, but nonetheless, both teams have definitely played their hearts out. So guys, do join us in congratulating Rejects for moving forward, but of course, our heart goes out to MRC as well because they've definitely shown what they can do. Like the survivors of MRC, first 2 games, beautifully done as well. But Rejects has gotten the best out of them in the best of 3 today. So they're the better teams today. Yeah.
And this is grand finals worthy, to be honest. These 2 teams. Imagine if it was best of 5. This is the only time we're going to see them kind of play all the way to that limit. So hopefully we see the run back and we see the rematch happen for Rejects and MRC. But it seems like Rejects moving on. They're going to be facing up against, I believe, ZETA Division. So an IJL Classic for the first match on the winner's side, or the upper bracket semifinals. While the lower brackets has to be determined who underdogs are going to be facing, as well as Team MRC. But like you said, I feel like the team that's going to go up against MRC, the lower bracket, is it's going to be questioning why.
For sure. One thing's for sure, folks, we're going to check out the highlights.
They
さよなら。え、避けた？お前避けた。大丈夫。待って、決勝。開けた。いける。这个时候小心，上去小心。这个东西没法防，来了。哎呦。
And there you have it, folks. You did see a little bit of frustration coming from the side of MRC, but then again, it's because they put their hearts on the line and also the hard work, right? So you got to show them some respect for them fighting till the very end. And also, we got to give our congratulations, our flowers to the winner of this match, which is Team Reject. So congratulations to them. And hopefully, if you guys have put your golden apples on the line for them, you guys are reaping the rewards of that.
For reals. So hopefully the ones that got their Apple predictions correct, they're going to be rejoicing. For those of you who don't, well,
there's still tomorrow.
Stop gambling. You know, I don't know. That's why I never lose, because I don't gamble, right?
I don't play. You can't lose a game you don't play. That's exactly. Facts right there.
Exactly. And here's another dad joke.
Okay. Okay, let's hear it. There you go.
How do you get a squirrel's attention?
How do you get a squirrel's attention?
Act like a nut.
Oh, classy. I like that.
Classy. Yeah? Okay. Approved. Okay. Poch approved. You guys approve?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think chat has a different level of validation when it comes to these jokes. I laugh at that. It's very clever. The puns are there. I like puns.
The puns are there. Yeah. Dad jokes have been around a long time ago, you know. So
just like eggs.
For real. Like, who cares? Eggs or chicken first? Chicken or eggs first, right?
I wonder if Soba or Rowley are gonna like that Tamago joke. I don't know.
Yeah, they're probably gonna. Oh, so desu ne.
Oh,
Sugoi.
Mm-hmm.
You guys so funny. Oh my god, do I sound? I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. My bad.
No.
My bad.
No, it's fine. I hope they find us funny. Like, I hope people in the chat find us. I mean, with dad jokes aside, we're here to entertain you guys, and I think dad jokes are just for me and Nell. It's really funny. We like going back and forth with these things. But I hope you guys enjoyed. This kind of puts a timestamp with our commentary for this first 2 matches. And before we wrap things up, we're gonna reward Unp with the MVP of the day.
Let's go, Unp. Approved by Lily from chat. Shouts to Lily right there. But
there
congratulations, Unp, the MVP. I love it because of that one forward play. So today, technically, we have Hamid too as the Survivor MVP with that insane clutch dungeon play against Goatman, and Unp with that insane forward harassment all the way helping his teammates to get a 3 escape. So far, it seems to be the day of highlights for the survivors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So hopefully that was our half of the day. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Survivor half, like a lot of back and forth. Maybe we're kind of seeing a shifting of the tides when it comes to MVPs because of how the Hunter changes have played out. But hopefully you guys can support your favorite teams, because up next we do have FT versus B4U, a clash of Southeast Asia versus NAEU. I'm excited because Kuro and Gummy will be taking that matchup, and you ask them who they predict. But I mean, me and Nell are a little bit biased because we're from the region of Southeast Asia, but we love our friends over in NAEU. We love B4U as well. So
reals. Yeah. But one thing's for sure, we're gonna head on to the interview right now.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人潇潇。首先恭喜 RC 战队拿下今天比赛的胜利。我们请到了 Yunpi 和阿卡来到赛后采访，先打声招呼吧。
まず本日勝利おめでとうございます。は一つずつご挨拶をお願いします。
大家好，我是RC的阿卡。
欢迎阿卡。
大家好。
好标准。
Yunpiです。
哦，欢迎 Yunpi， 好标准的中文啊，二位特别棒。那接下来第一个问题还是想问一下阿卡，因为今天 MRC 对阵 RC。收视率非常高，我们都觉得宿命之战。那他们今天在面对 MRC 的时候，有没有做什么特殊的战术上的准备呢？
まず赤間選手、本日の試合はリジェクト対 MRC 結構注目されている試合ですし、この IVS の中でも運命の一戦といいますが、というのもあると思うので、実際 MRC との対戦に向けて何かチームの中で準備とか対策と考えてきましたか？
今日スーパーチェイスをしたラオリさんと夜遅くまで対マンをいっぱいやってました。
今天就是劳力选手的牵制非常的好，他其实和劳力选手真的每天就很晚，就是单练了很长时间，为了这个比赛。
真的是为了 IVS 努力的有在提升今天的这样的一个竞技的状态，能看到大家发挥特别好。然后今天Yunpi也是拿到了最佳演绎 MVP， 然后刚才看到在后台大家有在庆祝，有没有什么特别开心的一些感受想要分享一下
？Yunpi 選手本日 MVP おめでとうございます。先ほど裏で見て皆さんも祝っていただいたと思うので、自分今心境いかがですか
？MVP 自体は嬉しいんですけど。今日の MVP は正直ラオリだと思うんで、まあ素直に嬉しいですけど、ちょっとラオリに申し訳ない気持ちがあります。
首先拿到 MVP 我非常的开心，但是在我的心里，我认为今天表现非常好的 MVP 是劳力选手，大家都非常的棒。
今天每个人发挥都特别好，特别是能看到在第一局双方打得如此焦灼的情况下，大家都不想放松，所以就很想问一下阿卡，就面对第一局开局很焦灼有来有回的一个平局，他有觉得哪个地方是觉得还好抓住机会了，又觉得哪个地方是有那么一点可惜的呢？
まず赤選手、試合の話になってくるんですけれども、まず1戦目の、引き分けの試合の中で、自分が思う、良かった、そのやってよかったと思うポイントと、ちょっと惜しかったなというポイントとかありますか？
やってよかったところは糸交換しを初手で追って、2折り 2.5 折りぐらいでダウンを取れたことで、ちょっと惜しかったところは、1回目の救助シーンで無傷救助を抑えてしまったところです。
首先，他认为就是做的比较好的是用大概2.5个笼子顺利击倒了这个大副，然后呢，但是比较可惜的是他救援的时候被无伤救了，这个是比较可惜的。
今天因为对面确实打得也很拼，包括看到他们的很多战术也是蛮出其不意的。但是我们求生者这边是在第二局开始状态发挥越来越火热了，是完成了一个非常漂亮的3跑，所以就很好奇，当时他们求生者阵营会有想到最后是一个3跑的局面吗？因为可能前期节奏没有那么的好，那当时是如何完成这个3跑的呢？
続いてサバイバーの2戦目、本当に素晴らしい2戦目です。はい、本当に素晴らしい3逃げを果たしたと思うのですが、まず最初から3逃げできると思っていましたが、そしてその3逃げに向けて何か皆さんで話し合ってしましたか
？IJL のプレーオフの時から2戦目のフラバル相手に、全部3逃げが、引き分け以上に取れてるんで。フラブルが来た時点で、負けはないかなと正直思ってたんですけど、途中で自分が、あんまりうまく粘着できなかったあたりで引き分けシフトにはしていたんですけど、 全体的にラオリが伸ばしてくれたりとか、そば粉の街道管理がうまかったりとかで4通目指せるよってなったあたりから、これはノーワンないことが確定してたから3逃げできるなっていうタイミングになりました。
首先，他们其实，在 IGL 的夏季赛的季后赛的时候，他们面对第2局的喧嚣还没有输过，都是平局以及3跑，所以他们在这场比赛开始前，大概就是我觉得我们不会输的一个状态开始的这样的一个比赛。那在比赛中期，他运币选手的这个牵制稍微有一些应该说 OB 有一点失误，他当时其实整个的局面来讲，队伍还是以平局优先的状态，但是到了后面，尤其是劳力选手的牵制，包括索巴尔选手整个对于密码机的管理都是非常优秀的，所以让他的整个状态就是整个局面越来越偏向求生者，以及到最后他们也知道我们的这个监管是没有挽留的，那么他们其实就已经准备3跑了。
所以本身就是非常有自信的，越是打到后面越是打出风采了。那第3局的那个3跑呢，其实还是蛮好奇，想问一下他们2位，就是看到邦邦的时候，我们现场所有观众基本都吓了一跳，就很少见对面小城会掏出邦邦这个角色，然后最后又是一个很刺激的3跑。就当时不管是在场上的选手，还是在备战间的阿卡，对于那一局大概又会有一个什么样子的一个感受？
で第3試合、まずシャオチュン選手が、ボンボンピックっていうのはまず想像していましたか？そして実際試合しているユンビ選手からも、あと楽屋で見ていた赤選手からも、どういう感じでしたか？一人ずつ、まずはい。
いや、まさかボンボンを使ってると思わなくてびっくりしました。
赤选手说：“我真的没有想到他会拿邦邦，但是就是很惊讶。”是的。
对，而且我看到最后求生者拿下3跑也是很开心的在庆祝。当时在场上大家的沟通是什么样的情况呢？
そのボンボン相手に3逃げを果たしたサバイバー側はいかがでしたか？
自分もボンボン来ることは全く予想してなくて、来た時びっくりはしたんですけど、練習から遊園地のボンボンはアルフでかなり練習していたんで、ラオリーがチェイス伸ばした理由も日頃からアルフと戦っていたからだと思うので、来たことにはびっくりしたんですけど、来ても問題はないかなっていう雰囲気にはなってました。
首先，他们看到邦邦其实也是吓了一跳，但是他们在队内有一个非常强的邦邦的对是阿鲁夫，所以他们在队内训练的时候，尤其是拉欧利为什么在这次比赛牵制的这么好，也是因为他们在私下训练的时候，他跟阿鲁夫做了非常非常多的这样的训练，所以他们其实对于邦邦来这件事情是有惊讶，可是并没有去有什么担心，因为他们有很强的自信。
所以这一次感觉到 RC 的这个赛前准备非常的充分，就各种单类也好，战术也好，有那种一切尽在掌握中的感觉。所以今天来到现场，我们台下有非常多的观众，也是 RC 战队的粉丝，包括今天赛前的时候也有看到有 RC 的粉丝 cos 了庄园主，特地来到现场给你们加油。就2位有没有什么话想要送给我们现场的观众们呢？
では最後に本当に本日たくさんのファンの方がお越しいただいて、そして応援してくださったファンが悪夢のコスプレをされてきた方もいるらしくて、それではそのファンの方への言葉を一人ずつお願いします。
悪夢のコスプレぜひ見たいです。
我很想看一看，
在哪里呀？
我很想看一看噩梦的 cosplay。噩
梦的 coser 在那边，在那边，他举着那个帽子哦。
ありがとうございます。
谢谢。
かっこいい。
非常的帅气。
多分日本から応援に来てくださってる方もいると思うので、リジェクトが IVS 优勝絶対します。応援よろしくお願いします。
说我们这次现场其实除了国内，也有一些从日本过来，就是应援大家的这些粉丝。那么，所以我们 RC 会在这次 IVS 取得最终的胜利。谢谢大家的支持。
也是感谢了现场及屏幕前所有海内外支持 RC 的朋友们，也是再次感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 RC 战队拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。 来到2025 IVS 洲际邀请赛第一天第3场的比赛，让我们掌声有请战队登场，欢迎 Before You，Welcome Before You。
晚风都破碎，卡拉永远 OK， 加油！
欢迎 Schmidty、Green、狼焰、MyLab、Roland、Anto、Sprinter。接下来，让我们有请 FT 战队 ，Welcome Future。
深渊8我们赢了，这一次胜利还是我们的。
欢迎阿弟、Mini Blue、Shadow、火源、夕阳。这里是第一天的第3场比赛，由 Before You 对阵 Future， 我是主持人潇潇，让我们一起期待接下来的精彩对决。
Well then, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be our third match of IVS 2025 Day 1. I'm your commentator, Kuroshiro, and with me is Gomi. Well then, Gomi, how do we feel about our third matchup for today?
Yeah, I mean, we had very exciting matches. In the first round, we had UD versus ZETA. ZETA being a mainland Japanese team, Chinese teams, they have much more experience, they have much more tournaments. So UD did do a very good job against Japan, but ZETA was able to get that win in that first matchup. In the second matchup, we had a very close competitive matchup. It was RC versus MRC. We had amazing gameplays, especially Unp with that forward. He did also get that MVP. So I was a little worried in the beginning when he wasn't able to get the stuns in and he was knocked down, and then we got the basement chair, but he pulled it off at the end. That clutch gate 3-man endgame crawling out was very exciting to watch. And so yeah, now we'll be moving on to our third game, which is Before You versus FT.
Yes, for Before You versus FT as well, as we just saw in the opening ceremonies too. From FT Adi, he did mention once again that in Core 8 they've taken down Before You once. They said they'll be able to take them down once again for IVS for our first matchup today as well. So I would say it is still pretty heated between these two teams for now. However, we can't forget there are still some roster changes from both teams here as well, so nothing is certain just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about the roster changes if you'd like. We see that on the side of, and we have the map bans. FT will be banning Sacred Heart Hospital and Arms Factory, and Before You has chosen Lakeside Village. Interesting, they're gonna go with a big map for the round 1.
Yeah, you actually rarely see Lakeside Village being chosen out first, but like it's as we've seen as well, right, with the ZETA division gameplays as well. It's Peter bringing out the opera singer, and even Goatman works on this map as well. So it's kind of like maybe a 50-50 between both Hunter sides as well. However, once again, you can't forget, right, during the now new ban pick phases, round 1 is always going to be 2 map bans and 1 map selection pick. We also did see there too that FT decided that they wanted their survivors to come out first against Before You's Hunter.
Right, and so if we do talk about the FT survivors changes, Kuga is no longer on the roster, and we do have Shadow joining them. He was previously on UPDG, and he wasn't played, so we don't actually have a character pool or any stats on him from IVT SEA. That will be interesting to see as he's the new person added onto the survivor roster. And for the Hunter side, we will be having Sprinter, the one and only Sprinter on the side for Before You.
Definitely. Sprinter has been performing pretty well here, especially from IVT and AEU. We've seen him taking out that Ivy inside, the Arms Factory for their first matchup, for their finals as well. But we can go towards the player statistics here too. It's going to be Adi here first. FT Adi, main container as dash, coordinator, as we've seen before as well, and the mechanic with a 5-cypher machine kite with the Goatman. However, we see the stats here too. 7,760 average deduction points, 53-second average containment time, 0.5 average rescues overall, and a very nice 40% escape rate overall from the side of Adi too.
And the next survivor we will be looking at is Mini Blue. He is the rescuer for their team. He has been playing most of the stable rescuers, Gravekeeper, Mercenary, First Officer. And if we look at the average points, it looks like 6,189. We can see that other stats.
It's pretty solid, isn't it? Because you see as well, right? The rescues overall from Mini Blue is also very good too. And it's also with the fact that like Mini Blue has been such a stable rescuer from the side of FT2. Yes, there has been kind of scenarios where we didn't really pan out well when it comes to rescue, especially during finals in that Nula part. But they definitely did have more than enough time to kind of rejuvenate and recover from their previous mistakes. We see here as well, this is going to be FT Shadow, who is joining back towards his team as well, who was in UPDG before. However, statistics is a little bit late there. We don't really have too much information on him as we move on now towards the next survivor here too. As it does seem like our stats here are a little bit kind of delayed from our side.
Yeah, I believe it is Yuan. Oh, it is. Okay. And he has been taking a lot of the kiter roles. So he's been playing Magician a lot, 3 times, Psychologist, Meteorologist twice, Lucky Guy twice. So he's a kiter, and he also helps with the Meteorologist. He's most likely to take one of the first kites, so just buying a lot of time so that they'll be able to finish up those first 3 Cypher machines.
Exactly, yeah. We also have seen Yuan playing a lot of Magician, some Meteorologist as well from time to time as well. But like overall, a very nice solid container. Shosho has also given a lot of complimentaries towards this player as well as maybe one of the best containers here on FT as well.
And we'll be moving on to B4U's Hunter Sprinter. We have been seeing him. He's been playing Ivy more. So he's played Ivy 3 times, Opera Singer twice, and Goatman only once during the NAEU IVT stage. He's played Wax Artist twice, but he also plays Hullabaloo and Ann. So he plays all of the 4 main hunters. So it could be a surprise what kind of hunter is he going to choose on Lakeside Village. He has been choosing Ivy a lot, so that does look like a possible choice, but we don't know that for sure.
Yeah, that's true as well. And like we also do see as well, right, average 4-round elimination points is currently at 70%. Now the question will be whether or not FT will be able to knock that down even further on. We can't forget as well though, FT's coach is actually YMM. Our previous COA, I'm quite sure it's IVL 2023, that Joseph Lakeside Village. It's the same map where he got that 4-man elimination as the Joseph. And this time he'll be participating as the coach for FT. Definitely will have quite a lot of strategies in our mind as well, but Gummy, let's take us through our coach for B4U.
Right, and the new coach for B4U is Skyfall. We've known him for a very long time. He's been in a lot of competitions. He has his YouTube channel, and now he's going to be working, helping out B4U NAEU team, former SCA players. So he will definitely know more strategy for the side of SCA since he's been playing in that region for quite some time. He's played against FT quite a lot of times, so he's definitely a very good new member for NAEU.
Exactly, and not only that as well, we can't forget Skyfall has a lot of experience too when it comes to rescuing, when it comes to just overall shot calling and knowing kind of the weaknesses of FT Survivor side too. So potentially for Sprinter here, if you can't beat them, let's join them, and that's what we have here from the side of B4U as well. Skyfall joining here could be the biggest advantage that B4U can get when it comes to going up against FT.
I mean, we have to think about, since B4U has had that experience going against FT, they're going to have to come up with a new strategy. Will FB be able to defend that winning title against B4U, or will B4U be able to finally get the win over FT? FT has been doing such a great job in the tournament scene. We've been seeing them, they're the only non-Japan, non-China region to make it all the way to the playoffs. And they have actually won a few of the matches in the playoffs, so they have a lot of experience. They definitely have the talent. NAU has not yet quite made it to the playoff stage, but can this be the turning point? We also have the losers bracket, so even if they don't make it in this matchup, they still have a second chance. But do you want to take the advantage now, or do you want to get the advantage later?
Exactly. But like, it's also from the side of FC2, right? We can't really look down on Sprinter. Sprinter has been very dominant from the side of NAU, and even up against CN teams as well, he's done quite a good number up against them too. Sprinter's hunter pool is huge, however, but like YMM can also counter this pretty well. We've seen the recent, the recent rise of Archer, the recent rise of a meteorologist, and of course journalist here too as well, in our current new meta forms as well, going to round 2, round 3s, having double rescuers just to counter up against that Dream Witch that he potentially have, just to counter up that Anne as well. So like, even for Sprinter here, it is quite a lot of tough challenges to face up as well. Dream Witch, you have Mercenary Journalist, and you also have Mercenary Journalist. So from the side of FT, I would say their rescues is definitely going to be very solid. However, containment wise, okay, Adi with the mechanic, definitely no problem at all. But if it's up against the Dream Witch, will it be enough? Yuan with Magician, Yuan with Professor, Yuan with Puppeteer. Yes, you can counter Goldmount with it, but can you counter the rest of his hunter pool?
And since we are also in Lakeside Village, that means we could also possibly utilize the Explorer. We haven't seen him being chosen first round because, I mean, there is the very... If he's found early, he can't really kite and he can't really help with the decoding, so there is a very big risk in choosing him. But I mean, there's a lot of grass, so that is a possibility.
Definitely.
Not a very high possibility, but a very low possibility.
I know, but it kind of does depend as well, right? Coming from our side as well, it's kind of like, okay, he's playing Ivy a little bit more now. He still has the Opera Stinger. We know that Ivy is, a potential a huge counter from the side of Explorer, especially when it comes to hiding as well, especially with how fast the Phantom moves too. But like, we also have seen, right, in multiple IVT Southeast Asia regions, whenever Explorer is first picked, hunters are just not willing to chase after them at all.
Yeah, they don't want to give them the possibility of hiding enough and getting the free decoding without even chasing a survivor. If it is Goldman, he will be able to get resentment, but he wants to be constantly pushing the survivors off those cipher machines. And yeah, hunters don't really like to take time to go after that Explorer.
Yeah, it's a lot of time wasted in game as well, and it just kind of allows survivors to transition away way too easily too. However, I would say more or less for first game, we move on straight towards the pan-pick phase. We're kind of missing out the graphics in general, but there we go. It's going to be Professor and Anti-Current here, first 2 picks, and the bans are going to be that Seer and Explorer from Sprinter.
It looks like Sprinter does not want to go looking for this Explorer, especially in this big map, and there's lots of grass. He doesn't want to allow them to get that Cypher Rush, so he will be banning out those 2 survivors. Seer has been banned out over and over. He doesn't want to allow any survivor to get a 3-hit down situation. And for the side of the Rescuer, he will also be banning the Gravekeeper so that he can't be tanking all those hits.
Yeah, it seems like Sprinter is kind of going for the Goldman angle right now. The Explorer being banned isn't such a bad idea, but there's still an Archer potential if FT has it, as we have seen how well Umpi has done up against Bailu. With our last ban here from the side of Sprinter, potentially speaking, a good decent support / mini decoder will be nice to get rid of as well. And with that, we'll get rid of Aeroplanist in exchange. That 2% decoding speed boost, that map control and map awareness from the side of Aeroplanist is still very strong. Just missing one last rescuer though from the side of FT.
And it looks like we will be choosing the Puppeteer. We've been seeing him coming up a lot of the times. He can tank a lot of hits, he can buy a lot of time, he can utilize Undaunted even if he's at his last puppet. So very versatile character, very good against Goatman. He just needs to make sure to time those puppets, because we have been seeing Goatman really working around him, surprising them, and just hitting them outside of the cage because it's still a chip hit. So sometimes hunters like to accumulate the chip damages.
Yeah, and just to gain as much presence as possible as well, right? But like we have seen as well during the past 2 matchups as well, with UD ZETA, with MRC RC, some of these puppeteer mings hasn't actually been able to actually react fast enough up against the Goatman's backstep alongside with his cage teleport too, in which we were actually able to get a half health hit immediately instead of getting that little Lewis out. I would say maybe from the side of all regions right now, there is a potential jet lag. There's also speaking potentially maybe just we're slowly starting to kind of get warmed up now, because it's a double elimination stage. It's not like a full playoff where if you do lose, you're eliminated. No, it's not that. Still have a second chance after all. But overall, with such a great team comp like this, I do think one of the downsides of this probably will be where would Professor Scaled be, because he only can have one. And that Sprinter wish that Wax are his first pick.
Wow, that is very unexpected. We were all expecting the Goat Man. We saw the Survivor combination. We're like, okay, it's gonna be a Goat Man. But interesting, with the help of their coach Skyfall, it looks like they're going for a different type of strategy to try and counter FT survivors. I mean, if we do see the Antiquarian, as when she gets the stun, she will also accumulate wax, so that may be a way to counter Anti in a sense, but we've been seeing Antiquarians to stun the Hunter as soon as they get 100, and they're both stunned at that time, and then they're back to being roaming around free. So it really depends on how well this Antiquarian does against this wax and how she utilizes those stuns.
Definitely. And it's not only that too, Professor has been buffed to go up against stun characters, and yes, Bobatera may be the weakest one out of them all, but you can still designate them towards Big Bo, as you do see the area selection mode here as well. FT, let's see here. Small Bo will be given straight towards the Antiquarian, meanwhile Shaq will be given towards Professor, as of course, as we said as well, Big Bo has to be given towards Bobatera just because he's the weakest one out of them all, especially up against a stun type wax artist. First officer closely towards that broken raft, as we see as well, the cornfields for Sprinter to be in as the wax artist. It's going to be quite a long time before we can actually gain any wax on towards those survivors.
Right, and being able to spawn at Cornfield, that also means that Big Boat Cypher Machine's blocked off, so Puppeteer will have to go for a different Cypher Machine. It depends on where the Cypher Machines actually spawn. There might be one close by at the bottom of Big Boat, but he might have to go all the way to shore, so in that instance, he is trying to counter the survivors by the spawn points.
Yes, we're trying to lock as much Cypher Machines as possible, so early game can be as slow as, as slow and stable just for Sprinter. But we see here the selling points as well. Adi as Puppeteer with Tide Turner, we see Antiquarian with Flywheel alongside with the Mini Blue as the first officer with Tide Turner, and of course Yuan as our Professor with Flywheel as well. We do see here right from detention alongside Wish Warp here from the side of Sprinter, and of course once again this will be IVS 2025 Day 1 Match 3 Game 1 first half in Lakeside Village, as we're going to be able to see FT versus B4U for our first matchup.
And it looks like he will be spawning in Corfield, and he's making his way towards Shack, where he will be running into his first survivor, Yuan. He's already transitioning around, and the Hunter is going to be utilizing that wax to block off this window. The basement is not in this area. He's trying to catch him off guard. He's going to go through that window and try to meet him on the outside of Shack.
Oh, Yuan kind of fell for that mind game there a little bit, but we still do have a mini shell shock here to actually get rid of the stuns. We just have to see how well Yuan does this. He's 2 chances right now. Sprinter, we're trying to do as much as possible, but actually did land there just about on time as well. However, the first hit will still land pretty fast to Yuan. That failed mind game towards the back of Shaq was a little bit unfortunate, but Sprinter is such a brilliant first hit as the wax artist.
Seems like the survivors were caught off guard and is able to get the 100% wax and down his first survivor. Look at the Cypher progress. They barely have any. It's like 30, 40, 40. So incredibly fast down for the side of this wax artist.
There is a potential that Mini Blue might actually not come into a rescue. We can still sell up against the Waxers, and especially in Lakeside Village as well. These big ROPs do quite a number up against Sprinter too, but with the Pocket Watch there being popped out there a little bit early on as well, it's a little bit risky here because we can still get the 100 stacks of wax, and if we do try to go in now, you're gonna get an after half rescue and force rescue instead. So Mini Blue deciding to retreat back a little bit, it is the best choice out of it all.
And he has just utilized his second ring, and he can utilize his pocket watch one more time. He isn't able to get the hit onto the first officer quite yet. He's slowly making his way to the chair. His pocket watch is slowly running out. He needs to start making his way. Is going to be taking the hit and getting the rescue off onto this Professor.
It's okay, Professor still has Flywheel left in our hands to use, so we can drop down the pallet here just about on time. Yes, the pallet will be broken, but it's still okay. Flywheel, mini Shell Shock, we have so much here left to use. As Sprinter still trying to play mind games here for as long as we can, but Shell Shock should come out first as this is the safest option. There we go, that's brilliantly done. We can Shell Shock maybe one more time, so Flywheel came out here instead. It's a Terror Shock from the side of Sprinter, which allows him to get that 100% max presence. But even so, 2.5 Cypher Machines still not bad, even after such a bad early containment from the Professor.
Exactly, it was an after half rescue, so the first survivor is already sent back to the manor. He's looking for his next target, and he's at full presence with that Terror Shock. The Flywheel, but he was patient and he waited a second, and then he swung and was able to get that wax onto that survivor. It looks like he's making his way to Big Boat, where he will be running into one of the survivors. Haven't been able to see who it is.
Like,
Adi.
Yeah, it seems like it's Adi here as the Puppeteer as well. Puppeteer with just a Titaner here though. Puppeteer is kind of the worst character when it comes to containing up against a Wax Artist, just because of the stun duration, and of course if you time it properly, you won't actually be able to get much from this. But it seems like we're going to be able to double hit here instantly as well. No mini flywheel from the side of Puppeteer, unfortunately speaking here, as we still do have Warp. Kind of dropped down there a little bit. I think that was a mistake from the side of Adi.
And it looks like he's trying to hide behind these little boats so that he can avoid the wax building up. Hunter is going to also stop that Cypher Machine in the middle from being decoded by that Antiquarian. Adi's just trying to transition to a better area. He has 2 pallets here to work with, but when you throw down this pallet, you'll also be eating a lot of wax. Hunter's closing the distance, and he's just continuously looping this area while in his puppet form.
Yeah, for Puppeteer right now, I think the best case scenario here is if we can get it stunned to gain that full max 100 stacks, it would be for the best. But right now, Sprinter, very beautiful stun there, just about on time. We're able to see almost 4 Cypher Machines done, but Shadow Cypher Machine will be locked here just one more time. Anti-Current Cypher at 96, which is very unfortunate, and she has to be the one that comes into rescue.
A very scary thing about Wax Artist is he can just block off those Cypher Machines. They're still lacking on that last Cypher Machine. It's the first chair for this Puppeteer. First officer's at half health, so Shadow's the only person who's going to be able to get this rescue, but Hunter is pressuring him. Now only one person's decoding. They were able to finish that shore Cypher Machine, but they need to also push this middle Cypher Machine where the Hunter chaired this Puppeteer, so things are getting a little bit complicated. Looks like Mini Blue's trying to attempt the backdoor rescue.
If they want to go for the one-man escape, they could leave Puppeteer here by themselves, but the Warp and Teleport is still available to use. Sprinter has yet to use any traits. Mini Blue trying to come in for maybe a potential backdoor rescue. But even if you do manage to get it, Sprinter does have Hot Wax. He can normally hit up against Puppeteer, so I would say for Puppeteer here, yes, that Lil Lewis will have to come out a little bit early, but Hot Wax would be more than enough, but it doesn't seem like we're waiting to consume it here just yet. As a normal hit here will register first. It seems like we're able to at least get away from the most crucial area as we're able to get, towards these 2 double pallets near Broken Hush.
It looks like he will be taking him down while throwing down this pallet. He was rescued after half, so another survivor is sent back to the manor. They're starting to end Cypher Machines. Not a lot of progress at the moment. However, Antiquarian still has full health, so it's definitely something they could work with. He's going to teleport to the big boat Cypher Machine, and now his next target seems to be Shadow.
The good thing about FT is they're really good at getting one-man escapes, especially when it comes to clutching up against that one-man escape. We see here as well, right? First officer, 1 pocket watch, they're already being consumed as well. So overall, for this point, it is flying a beautiful flywheel from Shadow, by the way. That has to be the biggest highlight, because if that landed, 1 hot wax, and it will be an immediate hit down afterwards too. Shadow, once again, it's going to be a long loop here towards these windows area, but a very, very, very nice flip straight towards the pallet. And this containment allowed us to get 75% Cypher Machine done.
Wonderful containment, as you've mentioned, on this Antiquarian. She's utilizing her stick to the greatest ability, and it looks like the Hunter is afraid to getting stunned, so he's been continuously keeping his distance, but he hasn't been able to accumulate that wax, so he's becoming much more aggressive here. He knows that the Cypher Machines are being primed up, and it looks like he's trying to get some hits onto this, but she's able to get this vault. She wants to eat this hit so that she can prepare for this endgame situation. They do all have borrowed time, and the Cyphers are primed.
Yeah, for Sprinter here, yes, we're locking the window first, but it seems like we're actually waiting for Teleport to be ready as well. Shadow, that's a very nice speed boost here from the spin as well. Now what we can do is we can start disarming this Waxer as much as we can, as we do see here as well. First officer, backing open that pocket watch here just to get towards the gate, as it's starting to be decoded right now. Even for Sprinter here, even if you can't share Shadow, it doesn't matter. 16 seconds isn't enough time to teleport towards that first officer. It's just not enough. Even with a block box from this area, it's just too far, and we can actually congratulate FT here for that beautiful one-man escape. 4 seconds left until teleport is ready, and FT once again denying that 4-man elimination from Sprinter.
Yeah, Sprinter is very well known for his 4-man eliminations, but it does look like that first officer was able to slip away. Wonderful containment time on that Antiquarian. The Hunter was continuously keeping distance away from this Antiquarian because he doesn't want to get stunned. So it was much harder for that wax to accumulate, and he was able to get that flywheel. If he missed that flywheel, that would have been a completely different story, but he was able to get the flywheels, and he was being very patient and popped the Cypher Machine at the right moment, was able to also contain the Hunter long enough after the Cypher Machines were popped, so they were able to open up that exit gate.
Exactly, and not only that as well, right? We saw during the endgame scenarios here too, when it comes to going towards the players, Adi was actually pretty satisfied with the result as well. Like getting a 1-man escape is still better than a 4-man, especially with Yuan early game. What I would say from the Professor side is definitely try to play some type of window mind games there, but like it's kind of in that scenario, we could have maybe go back towards where we actually ran from instead of trying to go towards the pallet. In that scenario, Sprinter got free 80 stacks of wax, and like in those type of tight mind games, it is really hard here for a Professor to actually survive. Usually we would prefer you to kind of cut corners there as much as possible, so like maybe from the side of you a bit greedy on the pallet, which allowed Sprinter to get that very fast and good early first hit.
Right, and we'll be looking at the match stats. We can see that FT Shadow does have the most containment time at 94 seconds. We did see Mini Blue did go for that first rescue, and after that first rescue, he's been decoding and opening that cipher machine, so decoding progress is at 240%. We did initially say that Spencer got that early down on that Professor in the beginning, and the first officer was caught off way too far away, so making the way to the chair before half was incredibly hard. He was able to get the rescue after half, but the Hunter was just way too close. He wasn't really able to rebound Kite. He flywheeled, but he was able to still get a hit through that window. So first survivor was sent back to the manor. Then we had the Puppeteer. He was also sent back to the manor because he was rescued after half once again. So wonderful job with the chair camp and the pressure on the side of the wax artist.
Exactly, and we saw there from the point stats as well, it's only 3-1 for B4U right now, but even so, moving on towards the second half here, we will be able to see the new Hunter from FT side going up against B4U survivors. Speaking of B4U survivors, though, we have seen their performance overall in IVT NAU as well, right before, our IVS. What I would say is they have done pretty well, especially when it comes to coordinating, even as a whole new team as well, right? Their synergy is pretty up and pretty decent too, but I would say one of the biggest questions now is, would FT's Hunter be enough to go against B4U, or will B4U come out on top? Because we saw there, right? Round 1, it was Sprinter on a wax artist with a 3-man elimination. So that just means round 2 and round 3, he still has that Goldman, still has that Hullabaloo, still has the Ivy. So B4U now really has a huge advantage point up against FT.
Yeah, I definitely think that the wax artist pick was a very genius part on the side of the Hunter, because we had him kind of freezing up the Puppeteer. He has to time his puppets very well, and he also did a very good job staying away from this Antiquarian, and it looks like we're going to be looking at the B4U survivors. First up is Roland. He is their stable rescuer. We've been seeing him playing first officer, the mercenary gravekeeper, and weeping clown. Very stable rescuer.
Yeah, overall from Roland's side, like he's been in B4U for such a long time now. We also do see the stats here too, right? 6,500 average deduction points, 50 average containment time, 1.25 average rescues, 115.5% average decoding progress, 0.12 average shields, and an overall of 50% escape rate.
And we can look at the next survivor player is going to be Green. He's known to be the harasser and the kiter. We've been seeing him playing Puppeteer, Airplanist, Antiquarian, Acrobat, and the Prospector. So a lot of stunners, harassers on the side for Green.
Yes, definitely. And like from the side of Green as well, right? He still also does have that forward too. We can't forget. Green's like a mini type of harasser and a container at the same time. He has his prospector, his forward, just a very overall versatile survivor that is very suited for B4U as well. Because from the side of B4U, we know like most of the survivors, most of the OGs are on that team already, and it's kind of like, okay, we're main containers, we're main rescuers, but missing that harasser main and having Green coming in is kind of the right fit for the puzzle here as well. So overall from Green, it's a really nice fit from B4U. And then we'll have Schmitty here. Schmitty, also a very solid container. We see him contain 3 Cypher Machines, 4 Cypher Machines, 5 Cypher Machines up against, Sienna Hunters as well. And like you do see here, right, Fire Investigator being used just a lot more. His Acrobat is still pretty scary as well. The Embalmer there for the guarantee saved high games. And we see the stats here. 6,800 average detection points, 42-second average containment time, 0.88 average rescues, 174.25 average decoding progress, average shields of an A, and of course, and the probability of escape is 50%. Very solid survivor and very veteran player as well.
And the new additional member for B4U Survivors is Lian. He was playing in FNE, I believe, for NAU IVT. So he was one of the players, so we do still have his stats available. We see him playing coordinator, embalmer, journalist, seer, so he sometimes takes a rescuing role and a kiting role. Interesting to see because we've seen him, he has replaced Yudo, who has been that forward player, so a new addition. We'll see how he plays in the IVS big global matchups.
Exactly, and like for Lian as well, he's kind of a dual faction type of player as well, so like he would know quite a lot more from the Hunter's perspective too. But moving on straight towards FT side, we see our new Hunter here, Xiang, who is a Breaking Wheel main here alongside Wish Opera Singer. I would say Breaking Wheel in this map would be a little bit non-beneficial for us, so maybe we can move on towards game 2, where FT can choose a map and in which, you know, it's just a bit easier, honestly speaking, for CN to play. But like, you still can't forget, once again, this map has been chosen by B4U. So B4U is the home team today, if I'm not wrong, and then the away team is actually FT. So then, like, moving on towards game 2, FT then can finally choose a map. But for now, Sprinter being able to get a 3-man elimination on their own map selection is already really good.
So we have seen their previous Hunter was him, and he was also a Wax Artist player. So he played a Wax Artist, Hullabaloo, Ivy, Goatman, Opera, Clown, Feaster, so had a very large character pool. We're going to assume they're going to have a similar character pool because they have similar strategies. What I'm interested to know is, what Hunter are you going to choose? Are you going to follow with that Wax Artist? Really depends on the Survivor picks, but what kind of strategy do you have coming into the first round? A little bit of pressure because they were able to get that 3-man elimination on this big map.
Yes, definitely. But I say maybe from the side of YMM, the kind of mindset we're trying to give towards the Hunter right now is, doesn't matter what Sprinter has done during the first half with the Wax Artist. If we can guarantee this 4-man elimination, whatever in the first half does not matter. Even if Sprinter does have those big 4 Hunters to use in game 2 and in game 3, we're still at a big advantage point. We're not really losing anything here. So the 4-man kind of is what we're trying to guarantee here. From the side of YMM as well, he is someone who does prefer to play a little bit more safe, but he also can cater towards very niche picks as well. However, when we saw with stats too, Breaking Wheel on this map just wouldn't really work that well, especially with Small Boat so many windows, especially with Shack so many windows. Now, you know, you could potentially say after buff, he is possibly doable, but it really is dependent player by player.
And we have also seen that during NAU IVT, Pitstoppers was able to utilize that Breaking Wheel and get a 4-man elimination on Chinatown. So if the Survivors aren't prepared, he might be able to bring out that Breaking Wheel, but it looks like we are going to go to the pick and ban stages. We're going to have the normal bans. We're going to have Seer and Antiquarian ban. We've been seeing this happen most of the time. They're the most banned Survivors, so interesting picks on the side of the Survivor characters.
Yeah, and like from Survivor's selection here as well, right? Schmitty immediately on that Explorer pick alongside with Puppeteer here being chosen out too. It's not bad to get Explorer out first, but we still can't forget, right? Maybe this is what B4U wants to try and do. They want to try force out an Ivy for game 1. But with Aeroplane is banned there alongside with a Professor pick, it is still a very Ivy counterable, but it is also very Goatman counterable as well.
We see the usual suspects, Puppeteer, not first officer, the Professor. The Hunter is going to be banning the next Rescuer, which is going to be the Gravekeeper. And yeah, Explorer being a very good addition. It looks like this is the strategy for B4U, going out as Wax in the beginning. Survivors, assuming it's going to be a Goatman, kind of set up their team comp as that. And it looks like they have locked in for their characters.
Yeah, you know, with these type of picks and bans as well, it's kind of like, you know, from CN side, okay, Gravekeeper gone, First Officer being chosen. Fair enough, First Officer can still be reutilized from the later on rounds, but like from CN side, it looks a lot like Goatman right now. But like even for a Goatman here, look, Puppeteer, extra tanky hits, Professor, extra tanky hits. The one potential, you know, pick, as you said before too, right, Gummy, that Wax Artist here definitely would work as well. The only issue kind of is that Explorer once again. However, with different picks here too, you could potentially say, okay, we want to force CN to bring out that Breaking Wheel. Because Breaking Wheel up against Explorer, you might not be able to find him, but at least you're able to get it down fast enough to the point that he's not able to dig up pages that easily.
My question is, where is the Explorer going to spawn? We want Explorer to spawn in an area that's on the ground with lots of grass and lots of hiding spots, but we also want to put him in the safest spot. But it's going to be Big Boat, which is the safest spot, and it will kind of isolate this Explorer, so it doesn't look like that's the best choice. But at the same time, it is the most safest and the best kiting area. And it looks like the Hunter has chosen his first character. He's going to go for the stable, the most picked first round Hunter. It's going to be the Goatman going after this team comp.
We could go Patroller Goatman, like what we've done, like what Aka actually has done, yes, up against MRC. But the question really does determine how fast we can get that hit on towards the first officer, and then how fast our follow-up hits are. I would say, right, from the side of Xi'an, it's a bit of a harder comp to go against, because like B4U Survivors, it's more of a tie comp here. Skyfall seems really happy with his decision makings here as well, but like we get Goatman out first. That just means next round, it's going to be a lot harder to go up against these Survivors, and we're going up against a full Goatman counter team too.
And on a big map such as Lakeside Village, Goatman has to also use a lot of resentment to get around places, so he may have to also carry a trait such as warp or teleport in order to get to areas faster if he doesn't have enough resentment. And it looks like we are going to be picking the spawn points. We're going to have Explorer nice and safe at Little Boat, and he's being guarded by that first officer. We have the Puppeteer on the Shack and the Professor on Big Boat. What do you think about the Hunter spawn point?
It's a bit unfortunate here because it does seem like he wanted to lock at least one of the corner Cypher machines near towards top left or bottom left, but we explore around. I don't think that's doable, honestly. From the side of Survivors decoding progress too, it will be very, very, very fast here. We see the coaches shaking their hands as well. Seems like Skyfall is reminiscing a little bit during the co-op times too.
And we have the personas for the side of this Goatman. He's going to be bringing Blink, Detention, and Trump Card. We see Goatman bringing Trump Card a lot in order to change to teleport endgame so he can apply pressure. And on the side of the Survivors, 3 of them will be bringing Borrowed Time. The only Survivor without Borrowed Time is the Professor, assuming he might get the first chase.
For tie turners though, we're playing this very safely from the side of B4U. This just means that we want Explorer to buy as much time for him as possible to dig up all those pages. It's a very kind of tie guarantee type of scenario, but now the issue kind of is, okay, blink on that Goatman doesn't necessarily mean you can kite him past that 60-second mark. But once again, this will be IVS 2025 Day 1, Match 3, Game 1, second half between FT versus B4U.
And the Hunter is heading right towards green as his first chase. It is going to be the Puppeteer. He's already made his way around Shack. He's not going to be waiting inside of Shack. Hunter needs to set up this cage, but needs to have vision on this Survivor to make sure he gets him in the optimate angles. And it looks like he is able to cage him for the first time.
And we do see as well, right, Green being able to get past that pallet too. It's very nicely done here. But like once again, right, these item consumptions are going to be so fast. Xi'an still has 50 stacks of resentment here to use as well. And yes, the cage wasn't really the most optimal one out of it all, but like Green here still will be forced to use Stash Little Lewis here one more time. We see by the time that Green actually gets back his items, he's now stuck in this window. No vaulting will be doable, and that normal hit is already registered 53 seconds into his game, and we have another cage.
We have a lot of damage stacked up onto this Puppeteer. He's waiting behind this pallet, having some kind of buffer zone between him and the Hunter. Oh, blink down and immediately getting rid of him. Didn't even need to utilize this cage. The first Survivor is down. It's looking like a pretty early down, but we do also have the Explorer, so we do have more progress than what's actually shown on the screen.
However, Roland being forced to rescue really early on here as well. It's not the worst case scenario because you are playing first officer, thankfully speaking, but once again, we can't forget, it's a Puppeteer that went down really fast. We still have 3 more tie turners left to use, including first officers as well. The question now is, can we force the earlier rescue? Yes, we can, and that will be headed on towards no one, as we're kind of confused where that FO is.
I mean, with his ability to get another image of he rescues the Survivor and looks just like first officer, you can get confused, and it looks like he will be finally finding Green and is trying to cage him once again. He's hiding behind this windmill, trying to transition to a better place, and he is not caged. He has to utilize yet another cage to try and down this Puppeteer once again.
It's pretty unfortunate from the side of CN here, I'll be honest with you, because we could have landed the first hit right before Anting is ready. We see Schmitty as well being very closely nearby. However, one more cage here will probably be more than enough to actually get green down. We don't really have much more item left to use, but Schmitty, who is actually nearby to get rid of the cages. So now the containment time is even longer as CN being forced to break these pallets. It's almost 3.5 Cypher machines done. That Explorer coming in here to break the cage quietly is insane from the side of B4U.
He's going to utilize his cage to cut off green from transitioning away, is able to finally down this puppeteer, and we will be able to cheer him for the second time. He was rescued before half. We see Professor does have one in order, and Roland is slowly feeding Tinnitus and making his way towards this chair.
The only kind of big issue now is because we didn't get a hit on towards first officer earlier on. Now the question being, he's able to come in to rescue again. Explorer can get another page here. He's about to finish the second page, so the third page will be pretty close nearby as well, within that 70-meter range. But for Roland here, you have to get hit no matter what, because you don't want him to body block. That's gonna be no damage actually here one more time, and a beautiful body block from the side of first officer. First officer can still stay close nearby right after he finishes that 98% Cypher machine. This isn't looking good for CN.
The good thing about Puppeteer is even if he's not rescued with Ty Turner, he has another puppet to utilize that can tank another hit. He's going to utilize his puppet while inside of this cage, trying to buy a little more time. We have 4 Cypher machines have been completed. They just need to have that last Cypher machine. Ooh, wonderful pallet stun with a 50% page. So things are looking incredibly good for the side of the survivors.
And the body blocks and the cage breaking, just because first officer is also nearby here too. The Cypher machine is actually about to be done on time. It is going to be soon as well, as we see here, right? First officer forcing the heal there. That's what we need in this scenario. But now the question here being, the Cypher machine is more than enough. Even with tank to terror shock hit, it doesn't matter. Cypher machine is going to be primed here just about on time as well. Puppeteer being on the way out. CN has quite a lot of cages here to use, but it wasn't placed down properly. Very nice teleportation over from the gate here, from the side of green too, as now we're finally going to be able to get the gate down. But the gate is at 50% and we've no teleport ready.
Right, we just utilized that blink to down that Puppeteer for the second time. He was able to down this Puppeteer, but the exit gate's already open. 3 survivors are already at this gate, and that's a 3-man escape for the B4U survivors.
This is brilliantly done from B4U though. That Explorer coming in, hiding right behind those pallets to break the cage for that Puppeteer was insane from Schmitty as well. Very good kite as well from Green. Nice rebound from their side as well. However, from the side of CN, it does seem like he did kind of fold under pressure there a little bit. So hopefully we'll be able to see him kind of come back for game 2.
If there was a scenario where the survivors did everything perfectly, I think this may be that scenario. We had him kite long enough. We had a lot of Cypher progress. He was still up and about when they were prying up that last Cypher machine. We saw Smitty with that 50% page. They just primed it up to 50, then he went down. They did the forced heal. Wonderful support on the side of the survivors, and as you've mentioned, that little Explorer hiding inside of the cage and breaking that cage is extremely big. It allowed him to kite so much longer, and on the first officer's side, he had such excellent rescues. It was a little early because the hunter was very close, but he was able to get the no damage rescue in the beginning that allowed him to get the rescue the second time, and Puppeteer was able to utilize his third puppet after being rescued right away.
Exactly, and not only that too, it was kind of like from CN's side, I would say a lot of confusion from his part too, because like we saw first officer popping open that pocket watch, but still wanting to get the extra hit on towards first officer too. It does seem like from the side of our FT's hunter, a little bit hesitant would be the right word to use. As you know, in that scenario, immediately targeting that Puppeteer would have been the best choice, especially when he already has that tie turner anyways. Even if you do get a hit on first officer, realistically speaking, it's just too much time bosh anyway, so the survivor could still just healed up on time. And we saw how well Puppeteer rebound cutted that one as well. Even without Little Lewis to use, he was able to get behind that windmill near Shaq and basically contain even longer.
Another thing that I'd like to note is all the survivors had Tide Turner, but they only used the one Tide Turner on the first officer. We can't see, wow, the containment time on Green's Puppeteer is 147 seconds.
It's a very long containment time. We also do see there as well, right? It's kind of solid from survivors there too. First officer, 100% decoding progress, and then 200 on our other container as well. And of course, Explorer with that extra 14% just because of the page take up and trying to help out that first officer too. However, we also have to conclude now, right? B4U is at such a great advantage point as we see the points here, 6-2. And their per map and hunter is a wax artist.
So now we have all 4 hunters available, taking out the 1 hunter ban for the survivor side. I mean, that wax artist pick was amazing because he countered so many of the survivor picks. The first officer, he can get wax on him even when he's utilizing that pocket watch. And the survivor comp played perfectly into the Goatman. Do you have to give credit to Skyfall for this amazing lineup? I mean, the team comps were amazing. I was a little scared when he chose Wax Artist first, but he did such a great job countering that team.
Exactly. And like not only that too, it's also with the fact that there will be highlights that we'll have to see first from both survivor side as well. And of course, we'll see you after the highlights.
你接，我接。你的胸。80、90、90、90，5秒。
不能是啊，能点吗？能点吗 ？There's a big graph.
打了 point， 打了 point，
nice. Front gate, I'll go front gate. Drop. Nice.
And we are back. Wonderful promotion video on the side of B4U. We like their poses. They're here to fight, and they have gotten the win for round 1 with a great lead. So things are looking very good for the side of B4U. They are exacting their revenge. Not sure how it will end up in the round 2 and round 3, but they are definitely very prepared for this matchup.
Exactly. And like we also saw it there too, right? They're very happy with their performance from the survivor side as well for B4U. But now I would say it's a lot of pressure on FT. We have seen, right, their Hunter hasn't really been doing well for the first game, that they've actually been on the professional scene, which is understandable, to be fair with you, especially with, you know, this is kind of his first game after all, so like it is understandable too. But from the side of FT survivors right now, they did get 3-man eliminated last game. For this game where they do get to choose the map, we will have to at least come up with some sort of a counter pick up against sprinters, either Goldman, Opera, or Ivy.
It seems like FT was very caught off guard with the Hunter and the Survivor picks. They were really able to take advantage of it, and it depends on who's going to be going first, but as you've mentioned, Sprinter does have quite a lot of choices to work through, so even if they don't have the advantage of choosing their map, he will definitely be able to work around it. I'm just curious, what kind of map will FT be prepared with for round number 2?
I would say it's a bit hard to say because we saw Xian's Hunter pool, right? It was Opera Singer, Breaking Wheel. So, like, potentially speaking, maybe Ever Sleepy 10 would be the best, especially when we saw, you know, the mechanic coming from Adi, that he's performed well on that map as well. And even just overall from the other survivors there, too. They have done well in big maps overall. Lakeside, I would say, is kind of maybe a surprise pick from the side of B4U to use up against FT. It's just because, you know, Lakeside isn't kind of a tourney pick usually, especially with a first pick map.
Yeah, and being able to contain the Hunter almost entirely in between the shack and the little boat area, he was kind of out in the open. He was just playing around those two pallets. So great transitioning. I was able to buy so much time. Once again, the 147-second kite. Yes. The rest of the survivors, they were just decoding. If you saw Smitty and Elian also were able to get 200 decoding, and First Officer to get that 100% decoding.
And of course, for game 2, our map selections banned here. So Lakeside will be permanent banned as it was chosen in the first half. We see here, right, B4U banning out Moonlit Rural Park as their Hunter will come out first. And we're going to be able to see FT actually picking that Ever Sleeping Town here once again. They excel a lot in Ever Sleeping Town and in Chinatown, so I would say it's kind of expected from our caster side as well. But now the question kind of begins with, okay, we've chosen, you know, team comps to counter Goldman, to counter Opera Seer in round 1. Now Goldman is still available. This is quite a hard kind of counter pick from the side of FT to go up against Sprinter here.
Goldman is a very scary Hunter in Ever Sleeping Town. It's not as big, so he doesn't have to use as much resentment. The survivors get 1 ban. I'm guessing it's going to be the ban on that Goldman. I don't think they want to really allow him to use Goldman. This is the only time they can really ban him, since he did choose the wax artist in the beginning, so just getting rid of his options for Goatman entirely and making him play a different hunter might be the
交流的话
choice for the side of
不敢
FT.
说是最好吧，但是至少还挺不错的，就是该交流的东西还是会有交流，没有说就是说交流失误的情况，应该有吧，因为毕竟我们已经打了挺多年了，就是可能交流上比较好一点。
We see there too, right, from the side, of the mini interview from Mini Blue. Their communications is good. I think we can all agree on that, right? Especially with, okay, it's an early down in first half, and then they're able to actually bring it back for a one-man escape. Yes, it wasn't a tie, but like, with such a fast early down, it is still pretty hard to tie even up against Sprinter too, and in a four-man team as well. However, like, moving on now towards our second match, first half. You see here, right, getting Sprinter is a great option, because if he gets a 4-man elimination or even another 3-man elimination, it just makes the Survivor team comp even easier to kind of draft up against CN here for the second half. So potentially speaking, B4U has a chance here in 2-0 eliminating FT right now.
And the unfortunate thing about game 1 for the FT survivors were they were not able to get the before half rescues. If they were able to get at least one more before half rescue, they would still have 3 survivors running around and trying to buy more time. They did really make up for it with that antiquarian kite, but it was already 2 survivors were already returned back to the manor, and so there wasn't much options. The only options left for them was that one-man escape. But in this map, it's much smaller, and there's a lot of obstacles that hide the hunter's view, so they can actually creep up and make it to the chair earlier and actually get those before half rescues. So I definitely believe that the FT survivors will be able to perform much better. This is their map pick, so very looking forward to their performance.
Yeah, we still do have, the Aeroplanist remaining. We still do have that Gravekeeper remaining as well. Mercenary Journalist can still be very good popular picks on this map too. As you know, there's still support characters like Meteorologist, Entomologist that has been buffed. Fire Investigator works really well here as well. So they have a lot of options. As we are also able to see, the Tracy skin from the anniversary package here as well. So from all the cosplayers from the side of CN2, it's actually nice to see, self-made cosplays as well. But I do think we're gonna move on towards our ban pick phase very, very soon. But from the side of B4U, once again, they have a lot of advantage, don't they, Gummy?
I definitely think so. That point difference in the first round definitely helps them out. Speaking of cosplays, I believe you also did a cosplay for your YouTube.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy, Gummy. That's crazy, Gummy. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I support it. I watched it all the way through.
There we go. Thank you. That wig did not come in clutch from me. But once again, right, it's kind of like, okay, we see Skyfall here patting Sprinter on the back. He's been doing very well. To be honest with you, Sprinter has been so solid for the NAU region, especially, with his hunter selections as well. Like, he's the one hunter that's kind of able to keep up with the meta for such a long time and play all of them at such a high level too.
And they're very, they're all smiles. Okay, not right now, but they were all smiles when they're they're talking about strategy. It does look like he's now going to go in concentration mode.
Yes.
Since they do have that one ban, they really have to think about different options, and they have to look at the team comp, which I hear is very important. And before they did have Aaron to help them out, but he is retired, right? So
yeah.
Thankfully, they were able to get a new coach who is very talented, so it's looking good. Good teamwork.
We also do see quite a lot of YMM supporters here too, for FT as well. YM, very solid hunter from IVL League. He's been quad multiple times as well, and seeing him back isn't bad as a coach too. However, there is still quite a lot of difference, between coaches and players overall. Coaches have to think a lot more than the players do, especially when it comes to ban picking, mind gaming. The ban picks usually make up 60% of the game, and then the rest kind of just in-game depending on the survivors or the hunters in general. But as of now, from what we've seen, from the 2 coaches here too, it does seem like Skyfall has the better in-depth knowledge compared to YMM.
For the side of survivors, when they substitute, they switch, when they get new players, I don't think it's as devastating as getting new hunters, because for hunters, they have to play the entire time. So experience is very important, as you've mentioned, and not having that experience coming into IVS seems like it is hurting FT a little, but the survivors can definitely pick up their pace and give that advantage to their hunter and allow him to adjust to the different scenario. And even if they do not make it in this roundup, there is a losers bracket, so it's not over. They can just regroup, re-strategize, and try to make it back out of that bracket.
Yeah, I would say I think the hardest part is, as you said, right, it's just CN is way too new of a hunter coming into IVS. I would say if it was maybe a little bit more veteran hunters, or just hunters that have maybe one or two more supporters, two more games, it would be nice as well. And we see here, right, supporter for B4U. I'm quite sure as well from B4U side too, it is a nice trip towards Shanghai, China. Kind of come up and down with, especially for them. Some of them are returning back home, some of them are also visiting too, but it is not a foreign place for them. They've been IVS for so long now. This is practically speaking their new home ground.
Exactly, they've been to all the COAs, they've been to all the IVSs, they are the top team in NAU. Omni got very close during the NAU IVT with that Breaking Wheel. We might be seeing it, since you did say it was Ever Sleeping Town, and Breaking Wheel does do pretty good on Ever Sleeping Town. On the side of the survivors, I do feel like they would actually have prepared against a Breaking Wheel after that matchup with Pit Stoppers, so we might not be able to see the exact same results. But on the side of Sprinter, he doesn't play Breaking Wheel, he doesn't play Bonbon, but he has so many other characters left to utilize. And he's very good at his Opera Singer and Goatman. So even if Goatman is banned, Opera Singer is available. During NAU IVT, he practiced Ivy a lot, so Ivy is available. So things are looking very good for the side of the B4U Hunter.
Yes, of course. Well, to be honest with you as well, right, I do think from the side of Sprinter, we have seen him play some Bonbon and some Breaking Wheel from time to time, but it's kind of like whenever he does choose these hunters, it either gets fully countered by survivors, or he's just not able to find characters in general. Because like if we relive co-op days where Bonbon was pulled out up against TE, if we relive one of the IVT NAU during the 2022 days, it was Breaking Wheel trying to find survivors, where Sprinter can't find them as Breaking Wheel. I would say from the side of Sprinter, not a lot of kind of good experience on either Bonbon or Goatman, not Goatman or Breaking Wheel. So like, you know, getting that Wax Setters out first is so good, because now he's just have so many more selections to do.
And on the side of the SEA Survivors team comp, we've been seeing a lot of interesting combinations, and I think my favorite is the Lucky Guy Mechanic comp, because they just have 6 players running around the entire map. As long as Lucky Guy isn't chased first, it's not that much of an issue, but he can also get a different item. If they want to get some of that Cypher Rush, it is an option for the side of FT. It's a little too early to pour all their efforts into the decoders, but it's definitely an option. They can get those sneak backdoor rescues with the Mechanics bots or the Lucky Guys bots.
Yeah, and not only that too as well, it kind of does disturb the hunter quite a bit, especially when it comes to stopping, looking around to see which cipher machines are shaking, and trying to predict whether or not the survivors are actually coming in, or are they actually trying to sell. I would say it's now we're kind of at a pace where, okay, it is Ever Sleeping Town. Lucky Guy is definitely very doable, especially if you spawn near Schoolgate, near that S pallet. That chest can't be immediately open, it only takes 5 seconds to open, and Lucky Guy can Lucky Parcel to go for his second item, and Hunter won't have no time to actually catch up as well. However, for Sprinter here too, you know, Goban definitely I would say is going to be the permaban, especially for FT survivors too. So then now it's kind of like, okay, we still have Ivy, still has Opera, still has Hullabaloo. It's just very fast hunters, very nice map control hunters too. So it's not necessarily easy now, even for FT to get this tie, even if they want to.
On the side of the survivor picks, they still have Magician available. Magician is very good for containing the hunter, especially against Goatman. That could be one of the strategies, but most likely ban, as you've mentioned. We have Meteorologist is still available. Coordinator is a very good survivor, being able to decode, rescue, and also support. Being able to get that rescue and give them a rebound opportunity is incredibly big for Coordinator. So that's also a good option for the side of SE survivors. They already utilized Puppeteer. We have Fire Investigator, one of the newer survivors that do a very good job blocking off the entrances. We've seen that in the previous matches that bought a lot of time.
Yeah, for the survivors as well. And like, we do also see FT supporters here too. Shadow is clearly on the main screen for us. I do think we're mainly panning out around, the FT side of the stadium right now. But with the technical difficulties, I think it is resolved by now. Probably not, honestly speaking, probably not. But it's pretty normal, especially for just, tournaments in general. These things can happen as well. But now it's kind of like, okay, we now know for, tomorrow's matches, it will be UD versus MRC. And then whoever loses this one will go up against the losers of, our next matchup too.
UD has been having quite a rough matchup. Their first matchup was against a Japanese team. They went to the lower brackets. Now they have to go against a Chinese team. So things are looking very disheartening for UD, but we never know. The underdogs, we've seen the story happen quite a lot. They rise to the top, right? It's a possibility. Don't lose hope.
To be fair with you, UD has been doing pretty good. Like, they've actually defied my expectations quite a lot as well. The communications are good, solo containments are good as well. I do think it's just kind of mid to end game where we do have to discuss some type of strategies going on for it, but from a side of South Korea division, it's a huge improvement from my point of view as well. And like, yes, it is kind of, I would say UD will have a pretty tough matchup tomorrow, especially up against MRC too.
And since we do have a lot of time, I do also want to talk about the new hunters that aren't in the game. We've seen Peddler and Kuis come in. Peddler seems to be a very Thai hunter. She has a lot of abilities, but it's how the combination, how you use it. Survivors are actually doing a pretty good job countering her. She wasn't as broke as I thought she would be in the beginning. She did get a few nerfs after she was released, but my questions are on Kuis. What are your thoughts on Kuis?
Oh, I think we might tune him just a little bit here and there, but overall not too bad. I'd say he probably will get one additional nerf maybe before the end of next season, just before we actually see him in Koa 2. I would say probably for Koa it'll be QS Peddler meta, potentially speaking, and like we also probably will see the down, maybe not downfall, but like we won't see Goldman as much, especially after his nerf too. Potentially Opera is still going to be up there with QS and potentially Peddler, maybe for a game 3 type of hunter.
And we do also have the new survivor Escapologist that wasn't allowed in this matchup. His ability is very interesting. I've seen a lot of the times during like my quick matches, he actually moves the survivor in a worse chair and then they fail to get the rescue a lot. So a lot of communication is very important for Escapologists. If they have comms, I'm definitely sure he will be much better. But as a rescuer, what are your thoughts for Escapologist?
I think after recent buffs, he's pretty decent, like moving speed boost in and out of the fog forms. You can see the hunter within the fog 24/7 now. And I would say, right, it's also the fact that his chair moving now has been increased to 42 meters from 32 meters. So that's a whole 10-meter increase there, which will allow, hunters like Ivy to have less chance of map control, hunters like Bonbon as well. And it's just really big counters too. It'd be interesting to see. However, it is really unfortunate we still have yet to see Darkwoods being implemented towards, these big stages just yet. It's not even in IVL, IGL, it's not in IVT as well. And for IVS this time, it has been banned out too.
Darkwoods is I've been hearing a lot of teams, they don't really enjoy Darkwoods. They don't want to learn another map. They have to find their routes, you vault a window, where's the next pallet, where do you transition to? So now they have to relearn all these areas. They have to find out the transition points. The Hunter's Cottage is one of the best areas to loop. So that's one of the great additions, I think, in the Dark Woods area for survivors. And the tree houses, if you can just swing across the platforms, that definitely buys you a lot of time. And if you're a meteorologist, we have the meteorologist pick on the side of the survivors. We're getting started with the ban picks.
Finally, that's going to be great for a second pick here as we see Sprinter banning out that Sea and of course Explorer. Once again, just a reminder, since the technical issue was for so long, permaban from the side of Hunter was the Wax Artist, and of course from Survivor side it was Antiquarian Professor and First Officer.
And it looks like our predictions were right. The survivors do not want to allow Sprinter to play that Goatman, so he has been banned right away. Sprinter will be banning the Seer and Explorer once again. He does not like that Explorer. And it looks like Fire Investigator and Coordinator are his other two bans.
Aeroplanet's pick isn't bad, especially when it comes to Cypher or Shin, but we are, still missing kind of one really decent container. For this one, it would have been either Mechanic or potentially speaking, like even another good one would be Journalist, but it is hard to pull up a good Journalist versus Opera Singer at the end of the day, just because of how fast she is. So the safer option here would be Puppeteer, who can tank multiple extra hits as well.
And they were able to get the good rescuers. We have the Gravekeeper, so even if he's caught off a little far away from the chair, he can slowly make his way to the chair with the shovels. And we also have Aeroplanist that can also be a very good rescuer. His harassing is that one hover, but we haven't seen that be too effective. However, it is still there, but it really allows him to make it to the chair. So I don't think they'll be messing up on the rescues. Most likely we'll be able to get those before half rescues this time around with this team comp.
Yeah, I'm kind of just a little bit sad that we didn't actually get Lucky Guy out, because this is a patch where Lucky Guy still has yet to be nerfed. And we have seen as well before, Lucky Guy does really well up against Hollow Blue. Lucky Guy does really well up against Opera Singer as well. However, Puppeteer pick is also understandable too, just because it's more of a performative and stable, consistent type of survivor to use as well. And it's as you said as well, right? Potentially speaking, we said Aeroplanist, second rescuer, third rescuer can also be given towards Adi too.
And unfortunately, on the side of the survivors, they've utilized Antiquarian in round 1. They weren't able to really see the benefits of the survivor. They were still able to get that one-man escape, so they did see the benefit, but not as much as they were hoping for. So they need to find a different harasser, potential harasser for the next round if it's a possible. We have seen that forward do incredibly good, so that's also an option.
Definitely, but with the Opera Singer here being chosen now, we're going to go straight towards the area selection mode too. It is Area Sleeping Town here once again. I kind of forgot the map's technical issue was for so long, but spawn location wise, let's see here from the survivor side, it would be very nice to delegate Puppeteer towards maybe geishas or maybe graveyards, so it's easier to contain. And we can okay, never mind. It's going to be Graveyard in middle, Meteorologist at School Gate near the S Palace, Puppeteer at Balcony, as we do see the Aeroplanist towards the entrance of Graveyard here as well. For Spencer, you can spawn near double 11 close towards the exit gate, or potentially speaking just by geishas. But it seems like right now we're going to keep our options open. We'd rather have two options rather than one, so double 11 here will be chosen.
And it looks like she will be spawning near the Puppeteer and the Meteorologist. Not sure which survivor is a better chase. Puppeteer can tank a lot of hits. Meteorologist, if she can utilize the wind and her cloud ability, she can really buy a lot of time. But the Hunter is pretty fast, so I'm thinking that cloud might not be as useful. She might have to utilize the wind more.
Yeah, and I would say from the side of FT as well, they did expect this Opera Singer, so persona-wise, it should be very countable too. As we see here as well, it's going to be Puppeteer on Titan alongside with Meteorologist with Flywheel. We see Titaner on the Gravekeeper as well, and Knee-Jerk Reflex and Flywheel on Yuan. I would say it's understandable because Yuan didn't really do too well last game, so we're going to put him at an even more stable spot, as Sprinter will be bringing Trumpet Attention alongside with Blink.
And this is game 2, first half. I'm Gummy, co-casting with Kuroshiro Gaming. We'll be getting started into this match real soon.
Alrighty, Sprinter can take this game home in 2. If we get a 4-1 elimination here, it will be not the end just yet, because Cien has to get a 4-1 elimination as well, but it's easier for survivors to one-man escape rather than anything else. Double Palace here in middle has been dropped down, as Mini Blue will be forced out of this area here too. However, no Palace drop down near this side, which is a little bit unfortunate, but at least the good news is it is a Gravekeeper first chase, so everyone else can decode really fast, and we missed that Shadow Leap.
So it looks like he will be able to take the first hit out of his grave shovel, but it looks like she's lost some distance. He's able to make it to Fake Gate, is able to throw down these double pallets, which allows him to utilize his shovels. Hunter's just going to go ahead and break it so that he can't loot this area, and he has one shovel left to utilize. Hunter's going to break it. He's going to have to transition away.
Yeah, and like it's from the side as well. Now Sprinter is kind of like we're not missing too much shadow leaps, but from the side of Mini Blue, we're able to contain 50 seconds for free. But we got stuck while trying to get in between the pads as we were looking back here. But it's okay. Another shovel on our hands to use. We can still dash out straight towards the window the moment that pallet has been broken, so it's okay. We're still at relatively, you know, a good enough area to be in. Blink is ready on our hands to use as well. Spencer will force this other hit out as we're forcing this Graveyard to go back towards balcony.
He has no more items left. Hunter is catching up. There are no pallets. There's one pallet left there and will not be able to make it. Will be going down for the first time. However, Cypher progress is looking incredibly good, especially against an Opera Singer. Opera Singers do tend to go after their stable rescuers so that Tide Turner is not available and survivors will have a harder time rescuing. But 3 Cypher machines are almost completed. He did use quite a lot of time, is able to get the hit onto the Meteorologist with that blink.
That's a beautiful blink from Sprinter, so this just means that Meteor might have to self-heal herself with Rain Cloud. However, Addy does have an extra Tide Turner on her hands to use as well, so this 8 seconds might just end up us using 2 little Lewises here inside. We have to be very careful here, don't want to get terror shocked, but no, normal hit here will land instead as now all survivors will need to rotate out. You see Meteorologist there as well with Rain Clouds here. We want Addy to come nearby as Gravekeeper. That red circle will pop out here finally.
We did see that the survivor was decoding that Graveyard Cypher machine, but now that it's finished, the Gravekeeper will go into Graveyard and die there, so he's away from all the survivors on all of their Cypher machines, and with the help of Tide Turner, he was able to make it there. However, the basement is in Graveyard, and it looks like he does want to get that chair, take advantage of the situation.
In this scenario, we see Aeroplanets already being close nearby as well, but for Yuan, no rescue should be doable here. It's preferably speaking not to rescue in this scenario, but I would say we're not at the best spot because it's very easy for Sprinter to kind of know which direction you're in. So next chase here right after rescue will be really fast too. We see Shadow here healing themselves as a meteorologist as Yuan closer nearby right now. We have to be very careful here as if we do get spotted out, it'll be a long day. It's a Shadow Dance back here for Sprinter, a very safe and stable play. But once again, Addy is a quarter health left, so this is going to be really hard here. The moment Teleport is ready, we might not be able to see a 3-man endgame.
And it looks like the Hunter's next target is going to be Yuan as the Aeroplanist. He has a lot of items. Oh, will not be able to get that window vault and will be eating the first hit. 2 survivors have injury. The only full health survivor is the Meteorologist. Looks like the Hunter just wanted to take a hit and change targets and go pressure those Cypher machines.
Oh, but we can't get towards that 98% Cypher machine anymore, even with Teleport ready, so at least Addy is least safe for now. However, Shadow, the only one at currently now half health. We have a pushback, we decided not to use it, but the flywheel was consumed a tiny bit too early. Now the survivors need to meet them and heal, but they only need to heal once, and both of them can get healed at the same time. That's the nice thing about Puppeteer. It's a double-edged sword when it comes to healing, but at least you both can get healed and it counters single-hit hunters, and a beautiful wind from the side of our Meteor.
Shadow buying enough time for the teammates to... Oh, Terror Shock at this window vault is able to down this Meteorologist for the first time. Last Cypher machine still at 53%. Looks like the dungeon is also spawned near the fake gate area and he will be chairing the Meteorologist for the first time.
But the Cypher machine at 53% here will hurt the most. We're going to get maybe Addy to come into rescue as he's going straight behind a Graveyard right now. We're trying to maybe find a route in. It's going to take a real long route, but it is still definitely very doable too. Yuan's finally started decoding that Cypher machine. We might go for an after-half rescue. But for Sprinter here, you really can't leave the chair here just yet. Addy's on his way in as Puppeteer, but you've only one little Lewis here to use. And it's a completely new Cypher machine that's now being decoded.
They are, starting a new Cypher machine because he was chaired near the 53% Cypher machine. It looks like Hunter is going to pressure the Cypher machine and allow that backdoor rescue. It is going to be an after-half rescue. He's going to go right back to his Remnant and guard this chair once again, catching the survivors off guard, so kind of wasting both the survivors' time. It looks like he's caught the trails of Addy, who is the Puppeteer. He can utilize his puppets to still take this hit and get this rescue, so it's definitely possible, and he's finally made his way to the chair to get this rescue onto the Meteorologist. Gonna get immediate rescue, but immediate down onto the Meteorologist. This is gonna be her last chair, so she will also be returning right back to the manor.
Yeah, because like now our issue is just teleport ready for Yuan. We can go for Yuan here immediately if we want to as well. No borrow time on the side of our aeroplanets right now. We flywheel though, however. Can flywheel maybe get past this pallet? We didn't really drop in the pallet here, so that's good pallet mind game from the side of Yuan. But right now we've hovered ready. We're going to get out from this area ASAP. As now Cypher Machine currently at 60% for Puppeteer here, thankfully speaking. Yuan being able to tank that pressure is nice. However, with a 2-man endgame here, 1-man escape probably is the best we can do, as there's no items left both on that Puppeteer and on that aeroplanets, as we're changing targets now towards Puppeteer once again.
It is a good idea for on the side of the survivors to chase this Puppeteer, because Puppeteer does have borrowed time. On the other side, Aeroplanist does not. So Hunter, it looks like he's going to be going back to this Aeroplanist. He does not want to allow these survivors to decode at all. He could possibly go for this Puppeteer because he doesn't have any items left to utilize, but it looks like he's going to be going for this Aeroplanist and will be taking a hit here at this pallet.
It's a bit unfortunate, but we haven't really gotten Flywheel out just yet. The Flywheel out the window was possible before the first hit, and then the Flywheel here. As well, Flywheel beautifully done by you, as we're able to get the pallet down there on time, but we still have Remnants here left to use for Shadow Dance. But right now, Cypher Machine will be popped here just about on time. We do have knee-jerk reflex there from the pallet, thank God, but now no one's at the gauge just yet. 30 seconds left on the clock before we can get anything down, as Sprints are finally getting Yuan down, but it's okay. FT can secure another 1-man escape, but this 1-man escape really isn't enough. Because for B4U, a tie game is all what they need to win up against FT. And this could be the potential revenge arc here for B4U, as Sprints are trying to make it towards the gate right now. But Puppeteer can tank one additional hit, so it doesn't matter, as we're going to be able to escape. And now going back towards Yuan to secure that 3-man.
Thankfully, it was the Puppeteer on that. Oh, it looks like the Airplanes was able to heal himself up, but with no items at half health against the Detention Hunter. I don't see much happening, but it looks like the Hunter will be able to clean up the last remaining survivor. FT, however, were able to still secure that 1-man escape. Wonder what Sprinter... I guess he wanted to get that 4-man elimination.
Yeah, the FD has done very well when it comes to denying that 4-man elimination. Sprinter, I would say from Sprinter's point of view, right, there were multiple kind of scenarios where we could have gotten the 4-man, but I would say it's really just, as Minis Blue has said before too, we've already done lots of communications. We know how each player plays, so no matter really how bad they do, there will always be a chance for a 1-man escape. But once again, right, even for B4U Sprinter right now, the Survivors has done really well for the first game. So second game, moving on, they have a point advantage. Schmitty has an Embalmer. We also have a Mechanic May on that team. We have multiple Harassers, and we've decent containers too.
It's just a little unfortunate for the side of the survivors. They were able to get that rescue before half on that Gravekeeper. He went all the way to Graveyard, and unfortunately the basement was there, and the Hunter was able to take him all the way to the basement. They weren't able to rescue this Airplanist once again, and this seems like to be a reoccurring theme for FT. They're unable to get those rescues, and survivors are sent back early. Then they need more time to finish up the Cypher Machines, and a lot of pressure on the side of the opera singer. We did see that Meteorologist did a very good containment time because the survivors were able to heal up, but Sprinter just did a very good job going back and forth. He baited the Cypher Machine, he goes right back to the chair, so it keeps the survivors off the Cypher Machines, and they're just transitioning around the map, and it looks like he was able to secure that 3-man elimination with that strategy.
Definitely. And we see the match stats here as well, right? It's 3-1 for a B4U Sprinter. We see Adi with 226 decoding progress, Shadow with 153, Gravekeeper with 0, and Yuan with 201 decoding progress as our Aeroplanist. And containment time here, the longest will be Yuan here for that endgame containment of 85 seconds. Then you're going to be seeing Mini Blue as the Gravekeeper with 79, 39 seconds on Meteorologist, and of course 38 seconds on Puppeteer. Sprinter overall, 0 ciphers remaining, 11 pallets destroyed, 14 survivor hits, 1 terror shock, and 6 knockdowns overall. We see the Cypher Machine decoding progress as well being relatively fast towards the early game scenarios where Gravekeeper contained really well. However, the blink instant hit to force the blink into cooldown on towards Meteor, and then getting hit on towards Puppeteer, making him not allowing to use his Little Lewis's once again, brings a lot of advantage point for Sprinter. So he's played really well, as we see the match stats 9-3.
On top of all that, it looks the first chase as the Gravekeeper must have really caught the survivors off guard. Gravekeeper can tank so many hits, so he can buy so much time. They actually had 3 Cypher Machines completed by the time, well, after he was chaired, but they were able to still complete 3 Cypher Machines. So that was a 3 Cypher kite, and that's very huge. But not being able to utilize Tide Turner and being chaired in that basement just took away all the advantage that they gained from that first kite, which was a little unfortunate for the side of FT survivors.
And like also from Spencer's side as well, he cut his losses very well because he knew that Blink wouldn't be kind of used anymore, especially with Gravekeeper no idol mail left. He also knew that from the side of Survivors as well, the more damage you take, the better it is, so it slows down the Cypher Machine decoding progress. And not only that too, I would say for Gravekeeper, utilizing that Titan to go towards basement, as you said as well, did cost him quite a huge number. But one of the kind of unfortunate fact for FT now is there's going to be no overtime potential, because for CM to kind of bring this over, he's either going to need to tie or he's going to need to format elimination. Regardless of what the solution is, all what B4U has to do is to win game 3. It's kind of hard now for us to say, okay, you have a potential to, you know, win based on points. For FT, you have to win based on the total amount of wins.
And the roster changes, I think, are hurting FT quite a lot. As you mentioned, the Hunter not being the same one as we've seen in IVT, and the Survivors have changed. They're also, the team members are different from what we've seen at KOA, and it just takes some time to synergize and work together. And sometimes when the roster changes, unfortunately, it takes a little bit more time to work on that cooperation. And it looks like we're gonna have the B4U Survivors coming in next.
Oh, that's interesting. We didn't really get to see the map ban picks here at all. So I'm assuming from... Oh, no, sorry, it's second half. Excuse me for that. Right after the first pick, my brain half died. We had such a long technical issue that I thought we were at second half during that game scenario. But we do see here as well from B4U Survivors, they only need a tie game. We said as well before, Schmitty has Embalmer, has Fire Investigator, has Acrobat. Green can have Prospector forward to harass. They already have goal mining permaban, so like just getting Opera Singer out of the equation here is fine. Or if they want to, we can respect ban that breaking wheel as well.
Since the Survivors don't really know how good his breaking wheel is, that's the question. Are they going to go for that target ban, or are they just going to go for a general, we're going to get rid of the top Hunters, we're going to get rid of Opera Singer? We've seen Opera Singer, as Spencer played, very well. They don't want to deal with that Hunter. It's very hard to time your flywheels when you're an Opera Singer because she's just so fast, and sometimes she's very patient. And getting the palette mind games are also very hard with Opera Singer. It looks like Schmitty's kind of zoning out here for a second. They're concentrating. So
yeah, we're meditating a little bit before we start.
KOA 8's a very big event compared to IVS. IVS is smaller, only 8 teams. KOA has 20 teams. It's way more competitive. IVS feels like a event where you can socialize with other teams, be friendly with them, whereas KOA is like very, very competitive, super like, I have to win this, I have to win that.
I don't disagree with Schmitty. It's kind of like a formal type of icebreaker. But it is still a tournament at the end of the day, right? But in one sense as well, it is like an icebreaker. It is kind of like a mid-season type of meetup with the global teams as well, where we can see, okay, your best teams in this patch for IVL, IGL, IBT, South Korea, HMT, and NAEU, and how we kind of who kind of is the better team during that one single patch. But no, Schmitty isn't wrong. KOA is definitely very more competitive, and moving on towards the years as well, KOA has increased from 20 teams to 25 teams, so it will get even more competitive throughout, you know, the years.
And on the side of the Hunter, since it is the FT's map pick, I do think we'll most likely see a breaking wheel because it is his main Hunter. We've seen B4U struggle a little. If I was the side of FT, I would like to target the new players, Elian, because synergy, cooperation might be a little more lacking. So, you know, go for those weak spots and try to get the advantage. Yeah, and it looks like we're going to get the first 2 bans. They are going to be banning the Opera Singer, so that will no longer be available for FT's Hunter.
We see the Seer and Forward here being banned as well, so it does seem like maybe we're going towards a breaking wheel angle, as Embalmer will be chosen out here as our very primary first pick, alongside with Aeroplanus. 2 solid Survivors overall, as B4U only needs a tie. For now, we can continue to actually ban out fast decoders like maybe Mechanic, but nope, seems like we're going to go for Gravekeeper instead. It is a very breaking wheel angle if we get rid of that Gravekeeper too, so I feel like for B4U, it's a little bit obvious what CN wants to go with.
Before you must have learned from that Omni gameplay. I'm sure they'll be much more prepared, and the last ban is going to be the meteorologist. So she won't be able to fly on the clouds and avoid the spikes possible if it is a breaking wheel. And if it's a... We don't want the forward because forward can really change the game. He's high risk, high reward. But the survivors side, they're gonna play it safe, right? They just need to get that two-man escape. That's why we're bringing in that Embalmer.
Yes, and like with the Lucky Guy last pick here as well, Lucky Guy is just very decent. Like, you know, we can get Perfume, we can get Gun, we can have Flywheel, we can basically have anything we want on our hands as well. Because like right after Lucky Guy's buff too, it's just way too much of a solid survivor, and he does counter wheel with basically every item he has. So now for CN, it's kind of like, okay, Survivor's team comp now from B4U is the moment you get off that wheel for I'm gone. Green pulls distance away as arrow opens. Lian can get a rugby ball to get away or a gun, and then for Roland, just pop open that pocket watch and you're fine overall. So the only kind of viable chase is Schmitty, but if you do that, then it's a tie guarantee for B4U no matter what.
Right, so because he can resurrect himself. It does look like Elian didn't actually play the Lucky Guy during the IVT time, so it might actually be his secret pick, or he might not be as comfortable with Lucky Guy. He might have yeah. So
yeah, as proficient as you said.
I say on the side of FT, target the new players.
Definitely, yeah. Especially when you need that 3-1 elimination too, right? So in this case, we have selected. So Survivor's persona has been locked in, and CN is going to go with the comfort pick here as the breaking wheel. I would say there's now a question: Peepers, Blink, or Warp? There's three options now. Which one do we want to go with? Because, you know, Warp, Aeroplanist, Peepers, Lucky Guy, and then Balmer, and then Warp, and then Blink is just kind of, you know, overall decent, just because 60-second containment, instant down.
I mean, as long as the hunter is like somewhat picks the normal traits, I would assume he's gonna pick Blink so that he can get that first presence right away. And if he has the long spikes, he will be able to move the game much faster. He'll be able to get presence much faster. So being able to get that first hit and get that first presence, I think will definitely benefit the breaking wheel. But I guess we'll have to see. Which one do you think he's going to be choosing?
I think Warp might be the best. I just think that Lucky Guy's gun is going to come in so clutch with distance pulling. But for now, we're going to be able to see Embalmer here spawning towards the entrance of Graveyard, Lucky Guy at Balcony, middle giving towards First Officer, and of course, Aeroplanist spawning at the double window one pallet area near Schoolgate. We will be able to see Breaking Wheel here actually spawning inside Graveyard to deny access from the Survivor side. However, that one window double pallet near towards the entrance of Graveyard is absolutely maniacal when it comes to going up against Breaking Wheel. It's so hard to land those spikes, so this will test a lot of CN's proficiency on this character.
I mean, if he didn't spawn inside of Graveyard, Schmitty would most likely be the survivor, kiting him inside of Graveyard and containing him there for as long as possible. And if he does get that basement chair, he's going to be able to resurrect himself and transition out. And it looks like it's a Blink Insolence and Trump card for the side of this Breaking Wheel.
There we go. So it's going to be Instant Stroke card here alongside with Blink from the side of Breaking Wheel. Before you, Schmitty with Knee-Jerk Reflex, Flywheels, Lian as Lucky Guy with that Flywheel for also with Tie Turner, and Green with Flywheel as well. We did predict that it will be a wheel, so nice selections for the Persona side on the side of B4U Survivors. However, this will be IVS 2025 Day 1 Match 3 Game 2, second half between FD versus B4U, as B4U is now leading the second game with 3-1. CN has to return on 3-man elimination or 4-man elimination for us to continue the game, or else B4U will be able to get their vengeance from Koa 5. The professional commentaries will be brought to you by Gummy and Kuroshiro as we now move on towards the game.
He's going to be spawning in the Graveyard, going immediately into his wheel form. He's going to be looking for Schmitty first. He's at the Dragon Gate area, already threw down his Coffin, is able to get the spike immediately onto this Embalmer, so not really able to take advantage of this window. The trap is also available, so needs to be careful to dodge that. Is able to dodge his trap, not able to make it to that window. Is going to be taking that first hit, allowing the hunter to get first presence.
You know, I feel like it's an opportunity missed from Schmitty's side. He could have placed that Coffin in between the pallets and it would have made it way easier for him. But there we go. That's going to be a spike there instantly as we're able to get that snap down. Brilliantly done by CN. As we're looking now for a definite tie game scenario here. But one of the biggest things right now is we have to come into rescue. Self-resurrection is not an option here because we're too close towards ourselves, but it just seems like no one's willing to come rescue just yet. So now it'll be Embalmer, 8 seconds for that self-rescue, 16 seconds of borrowed time.
That was an incredibly early down for the side of this breaking wheel. We don't have a lot of Cypher progress, so it looks like they're going to allow the 3 survivors to continuously decode while he takes this kite once again. Will he be able to rebound? But oh, wonderful flywheel, and is able to make it to the window, but gets hit through the window and will be going down once again.
But look, wanted order on the lucky guy gummy. We have doll, yes, we have a gun, yes, but like, now it's kind of like, okay, Roland coming in to rescue as first officer. We're max presence because of that window hit. I think that was a terror shock hit there, but it's 2 survivors coming in right now, trying to support here as much as we can. Roland, that's 1 spike there instantly as the wanted order is on first officer. We can go for the second one right now as we potentially can look for a double hit, but no, it doesn't really matter as we're able to get a hit on first officer. That's really good. And now it's lucky guy with Schmitty. This Embalmer needs lucky guy no matter what. And now we're trying to get towards the window here, but the spike landed once again. We have a snap ready right now, and there goes down Embalmer. Cypher machines are way too slow. The question now is, where is this lucky guy?
We did see his bot is inside of Graveyard. The Hunter is trying to scare him off of it, and it looks like he's going to also be able to chair Smitty right next to this Cypher machine, so he's not going to be able to work on that Cypher for the time being. It looks like he really wants to get the down onto this bot. It looks like he has to just chair Smitty. First officer has been able to get up, and they were able to also pop this Cypher machine, so they are trying to recover from this previous situation.
But then once again we saw wanted order on that lucky guy as well. However, lucky guy does have a gun here to use, but this flywheel might just be enough here. We want to get an injury on towards lucky guy first and maybe potentially change targets, but the gun will come out here instead as well. That's good from the side of C, and that's what we wanted. We could potentially snap here and then leave, and that's what we want to do. As of now, we still do have peepers, don't get me wrong, but from the side of AN, since 3-man escape is currently at 13%, tie at 22, 3-man elimination at 21%, and 4-man at 42.6.
The last 2 Cypher machines don't have a lot of progress, and Hunter is pressuring them. He's going to be going towards Elian, the lucky guy, stopping him from finishing this Dragon Gate Cypher machine. He's going to be going out of his wheel form, landing the spikes onto this lucky guy. Slowly, the injuries are piling on, and he's catching up, but he has 1 pallet here to work with, is able to get the trap and down the lucky guy for the first time.
And peepers changed out first. That's what we're looking for here, as Roland right now currently the one in danger. But 2 pocket watches though, however. From the side of Cien, I'm more surprised that we decided not to share there, but he could potentially think that the Cypher machines are more than enough. So right now, the biggest kind of focus is on slugging. But if we can trick Cien down here as the breaking wheel in towards that hole, that would be for the best right now. But it seems like Roland tricked himself here instead. There's still a basement here that we can use to avoid this worst scenario here. Can Roland get towards the basement? No, he can't. So it's gonna be instant snap down here, and now lucky guy on the ground. Basement for CN. Peepers on CN as well, knowing which survivors are going to come in. And Aeroplane is still on that Cypher. We're finally going towards Leon right now, but this might be too late.
It looks like he was able to get the heal off onto the lucky guy, so he's still able to keep that self-healing. Having self-healing is incredibly important against this breaking wheel, but the Hunter has already found his next target. It's going to be Green as he's trying to make his way towards this basement, but it's looking like quite a long journey. Going to utilize his jetpack to make it closer, but Hunter's going to leave, and it looks like he's going to be closing in. He doesn't have jetpack's flywheel and is able to make it to this pallet.
It's okay, it's okay. We can stop and go. We can snap and go. It doesn't really matter here what we do. Or you can throw the trap right across the window. That's what Cien is waiting for right now. We're gonna be able to do it right around now, but it didn't go past the window there just yet. Cypher machine on 80%. First officer after half. Yes, Aeroplane does have jetpacks left to use. Therefore, we need to prevent him from actually coming in. The moment those jetpacks come out is the moment we snap. If not, then it just means that we're going to start slugging right now. Green here once again. That's a brilliant hover, just about on time, but we went towards the wrong way. We ran in straight towards the Hunter. Seeing here, we love the delivery, even though we should be the one that's delivering. As Green here, so much great mind games, as once again dodging that trap.
Very patient on this 1 pallet. He hasn't even thrown it down yet, and he's transitioning out. Does have the jetpack, his last jetpack, ready to help him transition, but will be taking the hit and will be going down for the first time. First officer has been returned to the manor. The only survivor able to decode is Lucky Guy. He does still have self-heal, and the Hunter is going for the slugging method, gonna be downing each survivor, going back and forth, and this options are slowly dwindling for the side of B4U survivors.
Yeah, wasn't able to dodge that, sadly. We jumped down too late through that pothole. Now we have Flywheel, we have Perfume. We tried to dodge it. Okay, that's going to be the Flywheel there first use, but it's okay. There's still a Perfume upstairs. We do have Peepers here as well, just to play around for a little while longer. And of course, Rugby Ball to pull away from that Thanos snap range.
We do see the Airplanist has utilized his self-heal, so he's back up, but the Cypher progress is 34 and 28, so not a lot of Cypher progress. They need a kite long enough. It looks like Lucky Guy is still up and running. He still has self-heal. If the Hunter is able to down this Airplanist one more time, he can concentrate on this Lucky Guy, so things are getting very dangerous for the side of B4U.
And there we go. The curtain has called. The snap has been made. Breaking Wheel's decision will be finalized as Aeroplanes will go down here with no self-heal left. Lian trying to buy a little bit more time as our footprints will be seen here once again. For Lucky Guy, with no balls left. So now all what's left is one more snap from Cian as he returns this beautiful 4-man elimination. However, this isn't the end just yet. Sprinter still has way too many hunters that he can utilize, but it's a brilliant performance from this side of Wheel. And let's congratulate FT for being able to move on towards the third game.
Right, congratulations for that 4-man elimination. They were able to get that win for round 2. So B4U has 1 round win, FT has that 1 round win. Things are looking pretty good for the side of FT. We were a little worried. We're wondering how they were going to get that 4-man elimination, but it looks like Breaking Wheel was the one hunter that the B4U survivors struggle with, and it definitely gave the results they needed.
Definitely. But it's just, Gummy, so many missed opportunities early game. I feel like Embalmer spawned in that one area, early game, the 2 pallets, 1 window. If we just drop the coffin down in between the pallets, you'll be able to force Wheel to get off of Wheel form and do so much more in that scenario too, right? Because, it's very similar to Toy Merchant's Catapult. It's very similar to, that's the only example I can give, but it is very similar to Toy Merchant's Catapult, right? It's like, okay, it's technically considered an obstacle. Even Clown get past it. Why can't Wheel get past it? So from a side committee, I feel like a golden opportunity missed, unfortunately.
Yeah, the first down was just too early. The coffin was way too close. If we do look at the Wheel spawn point was perfect because that would keep the survivors from containing him inside of Graveyard with that 1 strong window. He was able to get that hit pretty early on, so then he already had the extended spikes available. So things were working incredibly well for the Wheel. He was able to land those spikes very quickly on all the survivors, and they didn't have that last cipher prepared, so didn't have much choice left. And then they tried to recover by healing up the Lucky Guy so that he can have his self-healing, but when there was only 2 survivors left and Hunter just continuously goes back and forth, they're just not able to finish up that Cypher machine and they're going to have to utilize all their resources. Green was able to contain the Hunter with his jetpacks for quite a while, but he ran out of items and basically the Hunter did such a good job taking away all their items.
Yeah, and you see here too, right? Embalmer 58-second Kai, Lucky Guy 106, Aeroplane is 79, and then your first officer 27 seconds, unfortunately, just because he got snapped down. And of course we had a basement nearby too, so there's really not much left we can do in that scenario too. But I do feel like, Gummy, there were also kind of areas where it was we saw the second rescue too, right? It was Lucky Guy, it was the first officer coming in together. Potentially speaking, if we got first officer to rescue first and then to allow Embalmer to pull distance out, then maybe Lucky Guy will have an easier time when it comes to harassing. But we see the point differences here too. B4U is still leading by points because of that 3-man elimination from Sprinter. So they are, by technicality, still winning. However, if FT wants to turn this around, next game they have to win no matter what. No tie games is allowed for FT.
And there might also be a potential of an overtime. But we'll see.
Maybe, yeah. If the points align, definitely. However, we'll move on towards the highlights first as we see all for match game 3.
I mean, no. High green? No.
I die.
Can you save or? Get max.
Yeah, kill me.
try, good try.
And welcome back. This will be our third matchup. In the first round, B4U was able to get that win with the 3-man escape and 3-man elimination, giving them a huge lead in the points. In the round 2, we were able to see FT's comeback, being able to help the survivors with that 4-man elimination on Breaking Wheel. It is his hunter pick, so we definitely think he performed excellently with that Breaking Wheel, giving them the chance that we really needed at this point.
And like, it's also now we're kind of going back towards game 3. It's now up to B4U to select a map. There's kind of no map bans anymore, so now it's kind of like, okay, we know that CN kind of regained some of his confidence. Because, you know, like, especially with game 1, so we saw that hesitancy. In game 2, the confidence came back with his Breaking Wheel. However, now moving on, it's kind of like, okay, Goldman Breaking Wheel permabans, very similar to Sprinter scenario, Wax Artist and Opera Singer. So both Hunter's pocket picks are now gone. So we're kind of back to an even more even playing ground right now. However, the kind of now option is we don't have Embomber anymore to guarantee the tie. It was used in game 2, but it's not usable anymore, and we got 4-man eliminated. And now you're going to have to face up against potential another pocket pick from the side of CN that maybe before you doesn't have not a lot of info on.
And we did see that every time the team picks the map, they get the win for that round. So now B4U does kind of have that advantage because they also get to pick a map that they desire, giving them that strategy, whatever strategy they have, the support, they can actually utilize it because it's their map choice, or they can help it benefit their hunter. We've seen in the past, B4U has been doing pretty good on Chinatown, so that might be a possible pick for the side of B4U.
Definitely. But like, once again, FT excels at Chinatown too, you know, because like from the F side of FT, Shadow's a Priestess main, we've Fine Investigator, we've like Entomologist as well from the side of FT2 that we've seen before. Southeast Asia region is really based on a lot of main supports. You don't see that as much from NAU because NAU is very strong when it comes to solo containment. But like in scenarios like these where, okay, we can choose Chinatown, in which Sprinter got 3-man elimination with the Wax Artist up against a CN team, and a 3-man escape as well. Shmini that dungeon hop near towards the side entrance, the side shopping center. So like now it's kind of like it's 50-50 from both sides, honestly. I do think it's a bit more pressure still though on FT because they're still at a point deficit.
Yeah, it's a time where the hunters really need to clutch up and perform for their teammates. It looks like the choice for B4U is going to be Chinatown. FT has banned Arms Factory.
Oh, and we got Survivors to come out first. Oh, we actually banned maps now in round 3. I thought we didn't. Maybe the format changed and I wasn't up to date. Excuse me on that. But this isn't bad, I guess, because like for FT, they do worry a lot more about Dreamwitch. So the Arms Factory ban is nice. Dreamwitch is also decent enough in Chinatown 2, so I feel like for FT we could be potentially looking for a make or break up against that Dreamwitch, or another potential pocket pick of, you know, Sprinter's Anne.
Right, we did see him play Anne before, but during co-op, but it wasn't able to give him the results. So hopefully he still has the confidence to still bring out Anne on Chinatown. We did see him do very good with the Wax Artist on Chinatown. Yeah, I mean, Anne is definitely still an option available. We still have Ivy and Hullabaloo, but we haven't seen Sprinter play Hullabaloo as much, so most likely an Anne or an Ivy could be his possible picks.
Yeah, it kind of just now depends on who we want to ban as well. I feel like, you know what, now that you mentioned it, Gummy, maybe they won't ban Hullabaloo. there's a chance that they actually won't ban Hullabaloo and get rid of get rid of Goldman and Ivy first. Because Hullabaloo, yes, he is still strong. However, like with decent team comps, he is still also very tieable as well during his recent nerfs too. So I feel like maybe for FT, just to cut our losses, we can leave Hullabaloo out and get rid of Ivy and Goatman first. Because FT has suffered a lot up against Ivy. I don't think they're the best team to go against Ivy, but it is doable.
Right, and for the side of FT survivors, we still haven't seen the Magician. Magician's been one of the first pick survivors for a lot of the time in tournaments, but it looks like they were either saving him for a later time or they just wanted a different team comp. But Magician is still available. We have Psychologist still available.
Yeah,
Mechanic is still available.
Exactly.
A lot of strong characters that are still available.
So we can Cypher Rush pretty decently, can't we?
Definitely.
But we see here as well, right? That's Fancam. Oh, it's gone now, unfortunately speaking. But we did see quite a lot of cosplays, such as Doctor, Hermish as well. I wonder if any of the players are willing to cosplay for us one day. Oh, I do wonder. But for now, back to the main topic here once again. Point system is still 98. We see our permaban hunters and survivors later on. And you know, like with this movie on, it's kind of like, okay, we're still toe-to-toe, 8 to 9, just 1 point difference. But this 1 point difference will make so much more. I do think this will test YMM a lot, especially when it comes to his ban picks too. FT has done very well with those 1-1 escapes, but we definitely do kind of need better team comps to go up against Sprinter. I feel like we're lacking a little bit when it comes to the information we have on him.
I feel like you keep shifting the conversation away from cosplay, but I definitely think that's a very interesting topic to talk about.
It is. We just missed it, you know, because we're both very analytical. So like, maybe one day we should just stop talking and look at the cosplays instead. But Matt Ban picks Gummy if you wouldn't mind taking it. That's true.
It looks like Before You Sprinter will be banning the Seer and the... It's looking a little fuzzy for me. Fire Investigator.
Oh, Fire Investigator.
For the side of the first two survivors.
But FT, very surprising, Hullabaloo and Goldman ban were leaving out the Ivy this time. However, Lucky Guy will be chosen at first alongside with Puppeteer in order to answer that. So it's a bit of a harder talk there, isn't it, Gummy? Because I didn't expect Hullabaloo to be actually left out, especially when FT's biggest weakness was actually Ivy.
Maybe they've practiced up and they're very confident in this Ivy. Ivy has been countered quite well by giving them a lot of support during the kite. With the Lucky Guy, you could possibly support with the gun, or we could just tank a lot of hits with the Puppeteer. So possibly they have practiced a lot against Ivy, so they feel pretty confident. Possibly?
I think it kind of depends. It's kind of like from the side of FT, it's not a bad thing come now because we got rid of Psycho, so it kind of makes sense. Okay, Sprinter wants to actually go for that Ivy pick. Cheerleader pick isn't necessarily bad. Speed boost is good. You can buy extra time. You don't look at Hunter because Cheerleader is a different type of harass. She's a really solid supporter, and you got rid of the forward now as well, in which it confuses all those casters because now, okay, Ivy doesn't get countered by forward, so maybe now we're shifting towards a potential different character pick. Maybe Bonbon, but you don't really ban an Ivy, or you don't ban forward when you're playing an Ivy or Dream Witch.
And another thing to note is, since Before You's Hunter is going first, if he gets a 4-man elimination, that's a win for the side of B4U. So the survivors have to be very careful here. They need to make sure to at least get one survivor out, so it allows them to make it to the second half.
Yeah. The only possible take I can see here from Sprinter is playing Nightmare. Because we know he has a Naya, but Naya can't work against this team comp. Like Puppeteer just full counters you with Little Lewis, and even more. Cheerleader can't get out. Lucky Guy's just being Lucky Guy, so you can just get a Perfume to counter all of it, and Mini Glue on that Mercenary as well. This 4-ban is really kind of interesting, because it's either that he's shifting his picks, or he's mind gaming the survivors right now.
And another interesting pick on the side of the survivors is they don't have any stunners. I mean, I guess Lucky Guy is a potential stunner, but he only has that one gun, and we don't have any support. I guess the Cheerleader can support with the cheers, but we haven't been seeing that happening much lately.
Yeah.
Looks like they're gonna have to kite along for the first kite.
Definitely. We have seen Sprinter with Clown, which with Smiley Face, which isn't bad. I think his Smiley Face is decent, right? But it's not such a great character to use. You have to waste a lot of time early game just to walk the survivors because you can't pull rocket dashes immediately or you'll just get full countered. And his walk status is gone from this game as well. So maybe Ivy, but no, it's actually that Nightmare lock.
Wow, a Nightmare. We've been seeing Aka playing Nightmare in very big maps, but in small maps, we haven't seen him play as much. So very interesting. I'm sure they have a plan up their sleeves. What do you think about the counter for the Survivor side?
Well. If we reminiscence IVC, of last year, that Nightmare from the game off against FT did not go well for him. But maybe Spencer can do something a little bit more different, especially after the recent buffs as well. Nightmare does move relatively fast with poaching. However, I would say the biggest issue with Nightmare now is early game Cypher Rush is going to be insane. As we move on towards our selection mode.
And the survivors will start to pick. We're gonna have the mercenary in the middle at the scholar tree. There's many other names for these positions, but it looks like the cheerleader will be at the Lion Pagoda. We have the Nightmare at the corner of restaurant / other people call it hotel, in between the lucky guy and the puppeteer.
There we go. Oh, Nightmare going back towards Lantern Gate right now. It just seems like we're kind of maybe thinking about it a little bit, but with this spot location with constraint as well, you're either going to be able to lock the Cypher machine at restaurant or the Cypher machine near where cheerleader is. But there's usually 2 Cyphers spawning at restaurant, so it's a little bit useless. Sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes, of course. But this will make survivors run around quite a lot, and Mercenary is also in danger too, just because of how fast this Nightmare is.
But not being a hunter pick that we've been seeing him play recently, what's interesting is they did pick the map and they picked this hunter, so they definitely have some kind of plan ready for the survivors. We're gonna have Blink, Detention, and Trump card on the side of the Nightmare. On the side of the survivors, every single one of them does have borrowed time, so they're waiting for that end game situation. It looks like we only have 2 tide turners, 1 flywheel and 1 knee-jerk reflex.
Of course, this will be IVS 2025 Day 1 Match 3 Game 3 first half between B4U versus FT. Both teams now are currently 1 win each, and of course B4U leading with 1.8 to 9. Once again, the professional commentaries will be brought to you by Kuroshiro and Gumi, and now we'll move on towards the game.
He's making his way towards the middle where he does see Mini Blue, but he's thrown his crows towards the tunnel area where he will be running into another survivor. He's looking at the ground and following the scratch marks, and it looks like he is able to make it past this window, but the hunter will slowly be able to catch up. Oh, he's actually has quite a lot of distance. He's made it all the way past this pallet, and he's going all the way inside of tunnel.
Oh, but Puppeteer here is a good chase here for Sprinter here as well. Adi, ooh, vaulted over that instantly. That is bold from the side of Adi. We could have got a Terror Shock that went down really bad. But lucky guy, we see a doll there as well. So now the Cypher mission decoding progress will be relatively fast.
And he's going to utilize his first Puppeteer because this pallet here isn't that great. He's going to transition to a better place. He has the scratch mark on the Puppeteer and an Crow, trying to slow him down as much as possible. Is able to get the hit onto him, but Wonderful Puppet is able to block that damage, only at half damage so far.
But now we do a blink ready here though, so for Adi, we might not actually be able to blink predict here properly, so we might use Little Lewis here a little bit earlier. Oh no, we didn't! We were expecting to blink, but Adi didn't get that Little Lewis out. We could have gotten so, but now we see here Cypher Mission decoding progress. 70, 50, and 60 overall, as Lucky Guy already is starting a new one, Mini Blue being forced to come into rescue.
Since he wasn't able to make the hunter use his trait, now the survivors don't know what trait the Nightmare has. We've seen Aka's Nightmare bring warp, but in this instance they may not be expecting that blink. And it looks like Mini Boo is feeding Tinnitus and trying to make his way towards the chair slowly. As it reaches half, is going to be able to elbow pad, take that hit, and get that rescue before half with Tide Turner.
It's okay as long as Adi kind of just runs away from this general area. If we go towards the corner there near the two-story area, towards the right corner, Cypher Machine should be able to progress pretty smoothly here too. We see that the doll is also doing decently as well. With, I think that's 94% decoding progress. As Lucky Guy, Cypher Machine is already at 54. Cheerleader is the only slowest one here since we're trying to finish middle. As Mercenary is now decoding that new Cypher Machine at 10%.
Puppeteer able to make a lot of distance. He's made his way towards the other corner, keeping his survivors safe for the time being, and it looks like Shadow may be coming in for this rescue as the cheerleader. If she is caught a little far away from the chair, she can always utilize her motivate and catch up as quickly as possible. We'll be just taking a hit here, and we'll be able to get that rescue once again with Ty Turner for the Puppeteer.
But we still do have Blink though, we can't forget. If it's a double down here, it might be a little bit harsh from the side of the survivors. Blink isn't already on our hands to use. We missed the first one, but it's okay. It's max presence. So at least that's a lot of pressure gone from the side of Sprinter. If that fully missed, that would have been really bad. But now we see here as well, right? Lucky Guy using the doll to heal one of the survivors. I think Mercenary has crows on him right now since he's highlighted. But the crow will come out once again. Mini Blue might not be able to get healed up on time.
We do see 3 Cypher Machines. Oh, Hunter's going to teleport right away, right to the hotel where the 2 survivors were healing. It forces them to separate, and he's going to be going towards...
Lucky
he's leaving
Guy.
him.
Oh. I think we're trying to map control here as much as we can, because like there's already 2 survivors at half health, so if we can get this Lucky Guy towards half health, it would be even better, because, you know, Cheerleader has to heal, but her Cypher Machine is at 90-something%, so I do think, right, in this scenario, we're probably going to play this a little bit slower. For Sprinter, it's okay for him. Blink is not ready until another 90-second mark is down. However, for Yuan, we do have Flywheel, we can't forget. Can we Flywheel this hit? No, we'll be elbow padding out here first, as Crows will be dropped down towards Mini Blue here one more time.
And the Hunter is not leaving this Lucky Guy. He's playing around here at this pallet. He's going to be going all the way around. The mark is still on the Lucky Guy and is able to finally land the first hit onto him. He still has his item left to utilize. Hunter's going to be teleporting right away to the Tunnel Cypher Machine, but it looks like the survivor was able to leave it just in time.
The good news for Mercenary here is we have pallets already dropped down. We have one more elbow pad left on our hands to use, and the other 2 are now currently healing. Sprinter's playing this slow game here, which is okay. However, you still can't forget that there is a Lucky Guy on this field, so all your, well, at least most of your chest, will have decent enough items for the rescuer and for the Lucky Guy end game. Now we have Lucky Guy back to full health as Cheerleader is currently at 50%. Mercenary is doing really well here, but all the pallets here have been consumed in restaurant.
Mercenary at half health does not have any items left. We do see Cheerleader and Lucky Guy has healed up, so they can definitely come in for this rescue. He's running out of resources, is able to get the dash and the hit onto this Mercenary. They are starting up a new Cypher Machine since the Hunter continuously pressures the 54% Cypher Machine, and it looks like he plans on chairing the Mercenary as well.
Sprinter's actually at a very decent spot right now because we know where Lucky Guy is, we know where Cheerleader is, so we could force Cheerleader to come into a rescue, teleport to Lucky Guy to get them to half health, and then trump card change towards teleport one more time to get rid of these survivors that are nearby. However, Cheerleader's Cypher Machine currently at 77% right now. We see Lucky Guy trying to make his way in. However, those crows are so good from the side of this Hunter as well. Cheerleader has to double motivate in. But even if she double motivates in, it seems like we're just going to get Yuan to do it instead. Sprinter is now leaving this survivor on the chair. So that just means Cheerleader Cypher Machine will be permanently locked in if that's the case.
Ooh, they were able to get that backdoor rescue, so the Lucky Guy has freed up this Mercenary. Cheerleader buying enough time for his teammates. Another crow onto this Cheerleader. It looks like he's decided to change targets and stay around this tunnel area where the Cypher is. She's doing a very good job, is able to make it to this pallet, but the area here is very narrow, and it looks like he's going to be able to get the dash and the hit on the Cheerleader. But it is her first chair and her first down. He's going to teleport right away. He does not want to spend too much time chairing these survivors.
Ooh. it's a nice flywheel there, but it's at max presence, unfortunately speaking. Right now, another crow straight towards Mini Blue. If we get Lucky Guy down here on time, especially with Blink as well, it'll be so much worth it from the side of Sprinter. But now teleporting over, looking for Mini Blue here as well. This seems like a 4-man elimination game for the Nightmare, because if it is, then there's no way for Yuan to actually return this at all. Right now, we're still trying to get towards the Cypher Machine. It's currently at 83%. Lucky Guy should be able to make it and prime it on time. However, that teleport from the Lucky Guy might just be way too... Not from Lucky Guy, from the Nightmare might just be way too crucial, as we do have Basement too.
Oh, and it does look like the Hunter is going to chair him at this basement. He was saved before half, so he still has more time on this chair. Cypher Machines are primed, but all of the survivors do have borrowed time, so they do have an endgame situation. Getting down this cheerleader, Cypher Machines popped, endgame situation. Hunter has detention, and now he's going to be going back for Mini Blue.
Oh, we missed that hit. We should be able to get in between the pallets right now. Mercenary, more time bought here for us, which is already really good. However, Blink has already been consumed here as well. We see where Lucky Guy is. Mini Blue has to be very careful here with ourselves. It's not a terror shock hit down. It's such a fast fall. We don't even have defense mechanism as we're leaving this area right now. Teleport straight towards Yuan. We have a gun. It's straight towards the face here. As Cheerleader's gauge is now at 18%. No more teleport left on our hands to use as well. Mercenary straight towards back gauge. However, you can't forget Dungeon is just right there. We don't have knee-jerk reflex. We don't have flywheel. So now it's up to Sprinter to actually play this one around. Yuan dropping down that pallet early is not bad. However, right now, you've no more pallets left to play around with. You want to get a pallet still and maybe rush towards the dungeon, or you want to get flywheel ready. Yuan's doing so much when it comes to handling the pressure, but Adi has consumed so much of these pallets nearby that it's going to be a tie game, but this is enough for FT. And for Sprinter, it is a disappointment for him.
And he was able to at least secure the 2-man elimination, which gives FT's Hunter the chance to still get that win if they get a 3-man elimination. If they get a 2-man elimination, that will be a win for B4U. So still a lot of pressure on the side of FT's Hunter, but the odds are much better, and the FT survivors really performed incredibly well in this third round.
Yeah, that vault from Mercenary endgame though, if that had landed, we'd teleport straight to Yuan and fully focus on him, because Mercenary heals very slow. He's gonna hit multiple times as well, so Sprinter really wanted to utilize that 75% healing debuff.
And the survivors all having borrowed time allowed an endgame situation to even be possible, which is pretty good. They did plan out their strategy much better this time. They went for those rescues. They were able to get that rescue on the Mercenary before half with that Lucky Guy when the Hunter was concentrating on that Cheerleader. And Cheerleader bought a lot of time. So, and also the Mercenary actually bought a lot of time because that also allowed the Lucky Guy and the Cheerleader to heal up. So long kiting times for all of the survivors. They played the long game and they were able to get that 2-man escape.
Yeah, I would say, like, it does showcase this too as well, right? Early game good rotationing from Adi there too bought so much time when it comes to containment. Yes, we didn't get Blink out, we didn't get our second Lil Lewis out. However, it was already 90-second containment during that time as well. It was a little bit scary in towards the mid games here as we move on straight towards match stats. But you see here, right, it was only a 78-second containment time from Adi, but his early game rotations were kind of what definitely made the difference. And from FT Survivor's side, that mid to end game strategy and distance pulling was more than enough to be able to get a tie. However, there were some very close calls, so we might need to brush up on that as well.
And on the side of the survivors, if you look at the containment time, it was very equal, around 70 to 80. So each of the survivors contained the Hunter long enough to get the next necessary steps completed, and that just allowed them to really pick up the pace. We've been seeing them getting a 3-man elimination round 1, 3-man elimination round 2, then they were finally able to get that 2-man escape. So a big win for the side of FT survivors.
Definitely. And like you see the point difference here as well, right? It is still 1 point ahead for B4U. So as long as B4U survivors can tie this one out, it's really what matters the most. However, FT's Hunters has regained confidence. They have gotten 3-man escape round 1. They have gotten that 4-man elimination, round 2. But now, no ties are allowed. We have to win this one once again.
Right, so the side of B4U survivors, they're looking for at least a 2-man escape. But what we see happen a lot is when they try to go for that minimum, the Hunter actually ends up eliminating even more survivors. So they have to be very careful here. Possibly support, or they have to be able to contain the Hunter long enough so that there aren't any mistakes happen. Ensure that you don't get that early down in the beginning, and even if you get the early down in the beginning, find a way to recover, support, and just try to get that two-man escape.
Exactly. And like, I do feel like maybe there's a potential for mechanic to come out here alongside with Lucky Guy, as you've just said too. It is definitely a little bit more stable. We saw as well how well Lucky Guy done there with his Cypher Rush. We already started the 4th and 5th Cypher machine right after Merc performed that first rescue too. But I would say in our scenario right now is we don't really know who LCN actually plays aside from his, Pocket Bear Hunters, with the Opera and Breaking Wheel being showcased right now. However, Breaking Wheel in permaban, not Waxers, Goldman is also in permaban too.
And we do see that the survivors also banned the opera singer, so it wasn't available to him in the previous round. They're most likely going to ban this opera singer as well, since they do need to get that two-man escape. We don't have Embalmer available anymore, so that kind of dwindles the resources for the side of the survivors, but Magician is still available.
And maybe potentially speaking, right, like we got rid of Aeroplanets as well, so Aero is now gone. But like we still have Journalists, which is okay. Before You Survivors can still run double Titan Rescuers, right? So like Mercenary Journalists, as we have seen with other JP teams have done too. But I would say like maybe a lot of potential now is kind of rotated around Schmitty picking out his Acrobat as container. Schmitty not Schmitty this time, sorry. Green picking out Forward as harasser, Prospector as harasser, or they could just go decently fast decode comps like, Mech, Prospector. You can possibly have Lucky Guy again if he's not in permaban, and just a stable enough rescuer should be enough for B4U here.
Right, and the fact that the Lucky Guy held on to his Boggle item, the little present where he gets to choose what item he wants, and he was able to utilize that stun gun at the end when it was like very crucial, and that was very interesting. At first I was like, don't you want to have your items as quickly as possible? But no, it definitely worked out in their favor. So, various ways to utilize Lucky Guy. It's very interesting to see him in the meta. It's very confusing, but it's also very interesting to see him do so well.
It's okay. He's getting a nerf next season. We're fine. He's already got a nerf. So for us normal players in rank, you don't have to worry about him too much when it comes to harass. He'll probably get 3 items at max throughout the game. However, also at the same time, now it's kind of like we have seen Lucky Guy being used by B4U as well. But it's kind of just like up against the Breaking Wheel, there was no form of harassment, there was no form of maybe support for the Embalmer as well in game 2. So I feel like once again B4U, I do think, yes, we focus a tiny bit too much on solo containment. You have Green as a harasser, you have Lien who can contain, so you might as well, keep them available and use what potential you already have. So for B4U right now, we want to see some sort of harass, because yes, Goldman is gone, Breaking Wheel is gone, you can ban Opera, Ivy, or Hullabaloo, and no matter what happens in those scenarios, Ivy has to go, because you can't harass up against an Ivy.
Yeah. Harassment is definitely a very good method, especially in rank, to be able to get more survivors out. And as you mentioned, the top 4 hunters will most likely be banned. That gives them a lot of leeway room, but if it's against a Bonbon, rescuing is going to be incredibly hard. I'm just wondering, does Xiang have a Bonbon in his arsenal?
Potentially speaking, maybe you never know. But Game Tree Bonbon on this map definitely is doable as well, right? I think we can all agree on that. However, I feel like maybe from the side of both teams right now, we're still not able to see an Archer just yet, because we know Archer definitely performs well. It is a long distance type of harass if you're not okay with maybe playing Batter, who has slower decoding. But now it's kind of, we're at a point where it's kind of like, okay, we have listed out all kind of the requirements necessary to get the tie, we've listed out all the potential, but it's whether or not they're willing to play it here as well.
And also on the side of B4U survivors, I don't think we saw a coordinator. So coordinator does give that rebound potential. So she's also a very good character to potentially be used in this 3rd round. Journalist has been entering the tournament scene more, so that's also possibly interesting to see.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these are because of the JP regions, especially with journalists being chosen as well, especially them seeing how well they've done. What we're seeing here once again, right, from the crowd, it's kind of like, okay, it's the last game. There's definitely no overtime because the points doesn't really add up to tie-ish. And we're at a scenario where it's like, okay, it is a do or die situation for Xian. Is he still kind of hesitant? Is he still nervous? Or will he be able to actually take this one out on top? As we're able to actually see memes here for YMM. Sheesh.
we've been seeing a lot. And I don't see any cosplayers in the crowd. They need to show us those cosplayers.
Maybe they're all gone. They're all gone. But it's a lot of supporters from the side of FT here as well, as we did see before. But like, it's gonna be Xian who's going to have to really hold the fort here for us. Because if he can't, then for future, they will be moving on towards the lower brackets. Now, it's not the worst case scenario, but preferably speaking, you would like to win this one and go up against either the Xian team or the HNN team who wins the next matchup.
Right, so that you will get more chances even if you lose from the upper brackets. We have a lot of scary teams in the upper brackets. We have RC and ZETA in the upper brackets, and in the lower brackets, the one team that you want to avoid is MRC, but MRC will be playing with UD, so that's not too much of an issue. We'll have to see who wins in the next matchups, but preferably being able to win and getting another chance in the lower brackets would be more idealistic.
Yeah, it's also the fact that we're back to IGL finals, it seems. With Orsi and ZETA up against each other here once again for that finale spot before we move on towards just a straight ticket towards the finals. So this is kind of like now we're at a case where it's like, okay, this time it's a best of 3, it's not a best of 5, but we can't forget that Orsi did sweep ZETA in 3 games, so well, we're just gonna have to see how both teams really do. I do feel like from RC's side, the addition of Umpi makes that Survivor team very, very, very solid, maybe better than before.
And in the preliminary round, ZETA was able to actually win against RC, but then in the finals, we saw RC getting the win over ZETA, so it's also a kind of revenge match. In the third time around, who's gonna win? What I found very interesting was usually the winners of IJL and IVL don't want to play IVS, but the fact that both the Japanese teams wanted to come in for IVS, they did have a lot more time compared to the China teams of resting to get into this new tournament, so that might also be the issue, but I feel like the more tournament gameplays you play, you just continuously improve. So there isn't any disadvantage in entering this tournament, and you also get to rematch with ZETA, RC, so...
And they also get more chances to play Archer too, don't they? Because like we Archer was available for playoffs, however, it just wasn't enough matches, and I would say IVS is a nice kind of playing ground where it's kind of like, okay, we're now testing Archer. This is Archer before or after nerf as well. So at least now they know whether or not Archer is worth it to use for maybe their region qualifiers when it comes to KOA, or even for IGL Autumn too. So I would say it is nice now we're actually able to see Archer coming out just a tiny bit more. But once again, right, we see even after Meteorologist's nerf, nothing much can be done up against her. She is still strong, very similar to Antiquarian as well. No matter how much nerf, she is still up there no matter what.
And on the side of the Hunter, if he doesn't ban Antiquarian, they'll finally be able to play her and have that harassing character, but I highly doubt that he will allow Antiquarian to go through at such a crucial moment, so most likely the Antiquarian and Seer ban for the side of the Hunter. Not sure what the remaining 2 will. We'll have to see through the picks.
Yeah, and it seems like right now, we are still waiting on the teams to come out, so I think we might have a halftime referee talk real quick right before anything else happens, but yes, for now we're still at game 3 second half, so the teams haven't come out yet. Might be coming out soon. Might be technical difficulties here once again from the CN side, but sure, look, before you definitely it's very, very, very tieable. And FT, it is still pressure. At the end of the day, we see a lot of B4U supporters here too. So, it is B4U fighting right now. It's just one tie left for vengeance. And if we can't get this tie, if we can't get this tie, then Adi will fulfill his early game commentaries about being able to take B4U down once again.
Yeah, a huge improvement for B4U. We've seen FT get very far, but B4U being able to do so well against FT is definitely a good news for NAU players. I'm sure they're very excited. It's your region.
It is. It's my region, they say. It's my region, they say. But I would say, right, B4U is kind of, they've always been very close, but it's usually that the last moment that they have suffered the most when it comes to the Hunter side and Survivor side too. So, like, this is their chance once again to break this curse. And this is the most important out of it all. As you see here, I was like panning towards both teams here once again. B4U with 7 members, as FT only having 5. However, once again, it's kind of like, okay, now Xi'an has to come out up against B4U survivors, but will it really be enough?
B4U also did a very good job. The survivors did a very good job in round 1. They kind of crumbled against Breaking Wheel. I guess Breaking Wheel is kind of like their Achilles heel. What is that called? It's their weak point.
I'm not into. I'm not good enough in Roman or Greek. Unfortunately speaking, those. I didn't grow up with those. Unfortunately speaking. But yeah, I'd say maybe they're just afraid of fast movement type hunters. Because like Breaking Wheel is hard to body block, right? So like maybe just non-body block potential hunters is B4U's kind of a weak point as well. So for Xi'an, there is a potential, as you said before, Bonbon is doable. Even, let's say, maybe Knight could be a potential as well, especially after a buff as well. In this patch, is definitely doable. And we can also have a lot of other kind of numerous builds and sets that can be done too. But, like, with Waxartist being available too, I do wonder if B4U can kite Waxartist with, like, Sprinter having that Waxartist main.
I feel like B4U does very good against hunters that they're hunter mains. But if it's a hunter, their hunter character that their hunter doesn't main, they've struggled in the past against Bonbon, and this time they seem to be struggling against Breaking Wheel. In the past, they've also struggled against Axeboy. So every time they struggle against one of the survivors, like for example, when it was Bonbon, they recruited Call Me Duty, because he's a very strong Bonbon player, to kind of learn and kite around him. When they struggled with Axeboy, they got Ying.
Yeah.
And then at this time, they might need a Breaking Wheel hunter to get them the practice that they need.
It is kind of a really tough call though, isn't it? Because now it's kind of like we're seeing a lot of new hunters that has been released. Well, good hunters that is good in the professional touring scenes as well. Like we talk about Waxartist, Bonbon, Nayed, Breaking Wheel, all the other stuff. But like one of the sleepers could potentially be Hermit. We've seen I did really well with Hermit on this map up against RC during the Koa elimination stages too. And also at the same time, it's kind of like it's a lot of coordination needed. Tying up against, Hermit is decent enough. It's not the hardest to do as long as you get those Titaners rescues out. However, sometimes it does come off as like, oh, you need to heal, you need to waste more time. Do you have enough items to really contain even longer?
That's right. So a lot of the available picks that could possibly give them the 2-man escape. I already mentioned Magician can definitely be one of those factors since he can contain the hunter for a very long time. And we can also see Fire Investigator hasn't been used very often, which is very interesting. We also see Weeping Clown. They utilized Weeping Clown incredibly well during the Koa stage, and they were able to get that 3-man escape against Jin's Waxartist. So that's a stunner that can most likely go through. Coordinator also does have that support ability.
Yeah,
and Mercenary is a pretty stable hunt survivor.
Definitely. It's kind of now just, we're kind of, what, where I'll be honest, we're at a point where we're like, I think it's time for mid-break interval, because I do think this technical issue is going to last just a tiny bit longer as well, especially for the ladies and gentlemen in our chat that is now currently viewing, because both of you have went through everything that B4U or FT can do. So now we will pivot towards a new topic. Gummy, who do you think will take IVS this year? It's a bit early, But
IVS.
we will fill in this segment.
I think RC is just really strong at this moment. I will have to see their match against ZETA because it has been quite some time before they have played. Another thing I was thinking of, we could actually look at the chat. Give some...
Exactly.
Yeah,
Go for
give
it,
some
Gummy.
call-outs. Okay, let's see. Not sure which one to read.
Any one of them will do, honestly, Gummy, it's okay. But you know what the good news is? It seems like they're finally out.
Finally.
It was
That
a long
is so
break.
unfortunate. I didn't
It
get
was
to
a
read
long
out
break,
any
wasn't
names.
it? Yeah. Could have talked to the chat for a little bit. But finally we're able to see them coming in. I think it was headphone difficulties from the side of NetEase as well, because we did see staff trying to work out cable management issues as well. And maybe it was from the side of FT that were like, okay, there were cable management issues. Maybe we get it potentially fixed for the other team before we start. Maybe being the key word here. But yes, there definitely probably was cable management issues. We saw the staff kind of going under the table looking for earphones, headphones, just everything in general. And you do see here as well, right? Wristbands for heart rate monitoring.
Oh yeah, unfortunately we didn't get any time to look at the heart rate monitors. It's very interesting to see the heart rate spike to 200. Like, I didn't even know that was possible. But
randomly.
you know, it really, you can tell the difference between survivors that really feel the nerves, or even hunters that really feel, players that really feel the nerves, versus the players that are very calm and collected. And I feel like it kind of reflects on their personalities.
Exactly. But you know, look, one of the unfortunate things I think is it's a bit hard to read it as well, because you don't know which ones are which, because like there's one right underneath the team logo too. So they're debating whether or not that's the hunter's heart rate or that's the survivor underneath, because there's no heart rate like right underneath the hunter's names as well. So it is there, but it's kind of just a bit hard to read for now. I think I'll have to see from the CN format side how we're gonna do it. We see Schmidt here as well. A bit, well, I wouldn't say a bit happy, but yeah, just trying to keep the energy up. It's been a long wait for everyone. I look like a club penguin with this bow tie. This is the mood we're going for, Gummy.
Oh, you should have told me you were wearing a bow tie. I would get a bow tie.
I don't know, it's just so, I just thought it was funny.
It is nice.
It was funny to keep it going.
You know, you look like the official casters with the bow tie.
Oh, thank you. I probably should have worn a normal one, but I thought just that bow tie might be a little bit funny for the first day. But we see Skyfall here too. I think we had a lot of time to discuss strategies as well from both coaches while they were kind of getting rid of the technical difficulty issues. So I would say this kind of break works better for the Hunter side coach rather than Survivor side, because the Hunter side coach can kind of think more based on what survivors are going to select. Meanwhile, the Hunter selection is just a bit narrower.
And it also does benefit the survivors that are kind of behind, or the team that is losing, because it gives them much more time to find a different strategy. Whereas on the side of the winner, or the person that has the more advantage, it kind of breaks their momentum. So it could actually hurt the team that has that momentum, and it's kind of cutting them off. So it could possibly be a problem. But on the side of the Hunter, we finally have our first 2 bans. I was wondering why we didn't see Fire Investigator, and I just realized he's been banning Fire Investigator the entire time with Seer.
Hey, there we go. Well, I mean, we're too long technical difficulty, so I can't really remember what happened in game 1. But jokes aside, we'll be moving on straight towards the Hunter ban picks here too. We're able to see Hullabaloo and Opera seeing a ban there immediately, and of course, tanky survivors with the Psycho and Mercenary here being chosen out immediately. As Lucky Guy will be going in towards the ban picks too.
Right, we don't want to have the same situation as in the first half, where Lucky Guy has a lot of containment time and is able to utilize that stun gun. Really helps him a lot, especially during endgame when you're slowly running out of resources. And it looks like they're going to be choosing the Prisoner. Interesting. They want to try to Cypher Rush as quickly as possible to get those 2 survivors out. And even if the survivors aren't at the Cypher machine, he can utilize that connection to send progress. So the only issue is, how long can the Prisoner kite? Will he be able to take the first kite and be able to kite long enough?
Definitely. Like we see journalists here being spotted out as well, right? As we said before too, like it's just very stable rescuers. You have 2 Titans now, so even if Prisoner isn't first chase, it is going to be enough for this to be a tie game. However, one of the kind of biggest issues with this team comp is it's very, very, very Clerk dependent. Clerk can counter journalists really well. You can lock the little Orphe and then force the pilot to drop down, so there's only left that survivors can use. Even Hermit here works really well. Yes, Psycho can tank multiple hits, Prisoner can push Cypher Machines, but it is a decent enough map where you can teleport from 2 store areas towards just the other side of the map instantly as well. So for CN, a lot of options are available to use.
We also do see the Goatman and the Breaking Wheel are the global bans, and the bans on the Hunter side, we do see Hullabaloo and Opera Singer. So Ivy is available, and the Hunter will also be choosing Ivy as long as she can put enough pressure. Ivy does kind of get countered by the Prisoner as long as he's not chased first, and Ivy really depends on downing the first survivor as quickly as possible. That way she'll be able to really pressure the other Cypher Machines.
Potentially speaking, from CN here, he's kind of betting on getting this Prisoner down within 90 seconds and then going out to slow down the Cypher Machine decoding progress. However, we still can't forget, right, it is double Titans here and Psychologists being on the field, being able to heal everyone. So the Cypher Machine might not just be as slow as before, but we do move on towards the area selection mode here as well.
Yeah, and we do see B4U finally choosing the Journalist, and that was one of the characters that Elan mains. So it's interesting to see that they make different combinations according to the strengths of the players. And we can see that...
Yeah, sorry, we can't see the selection mode, sorry, got me. That we have Restaurant given towards Journalist, Prisoner, Ash, D, Umbrella Gauge, Mercenary in middle, and of course Psychologist at Lantern Gauge. Meanwhile, Pagoda will be given towards Ivy here, as it's not a bad area to spawn, as we can lock the Cypher Machine as Restaurant. However, Prisoner can still rotation at the same time, so it's overall not the worst. It's kind of now more or less just, are we going to map control when we walk around, or are we just going to try target Prisoner ASAP?
Prisoner does look like quite a tempting survivor to go after. He doesn't really have much abilities other than that one stun, and it's a pretty small stun. As long as he's not in an area that he's really good at looping, but it is the big bridge, Cypher Machine at Hotel, so it looks like the persona traits will be Blink, Insolence, and Detention for the side of this Ivy. On the side of the survivors, they have 2 Tide Turners for both of their rescuers. They need to play a little safe because they need to make sure they get that 2-man escape. And we see that 2 knee-jerk reflex and 2 flywheels, and we have 2 borrowed time, so 2 of the survivors will not have an endgame ability trait.
Definitely. And of course, this will be IVS 2025 Day 1 Match 3 Game 3, second half between FT versus B4U. This will be the final matchup of today, and of course, Tian needs a 2-man elimination to win the game, or else B4U will be able to take this win home as we now move on towards the game.
She's going to be sending her ghost towards Smitty while the main body is going towards the Scholar Tree, and it looks like she isn't... It looks like she's looking for this Prisoner. Prisoner has connected the Cypher Machines, and now she's making her way towards Hotel. The ghost still guarding that corner Cypher, and it looks like the Prisoner is going to be taking this kite.
It seems like Xian's going for a different route here. We want to actually walk up towards Prisoner first, blink him, and then potentially speaking leech on towards him. But I'm not really sure about this right now. We know that Schmitty definitely isn't decoding here, but with this connection still available to use, Prisoner can get his electrocution back relatively fast.
Since the ghost is away, oh, never mind, she recalled the ghost. So now there's a lot more pressure on this Prisoner. He's still saving this pallet for a later time. He's going to be infecting this Prisoner, and the ghost is still latched on. She's going to be teleporting to that tablet. He has made some distance, but gets 100% corruption. Will be able to get the first hit for the Prisoner.
Now for Prisoner, it's all about distance pulling. We can go back upstairs, yes, but for Xian here, the moment the blink comes through, we have to be able to register it. Prisoner still have flywheel to use here. Green needs to be able to flywheel predict here correctly, or else we won't be able to get that 2-man endgame. We're able to lock Lian Cypher Machine here, at least thankfully speaking, now, forcing Lian out of this area as Green running towards the back. Blink is ready, but we can't use it too hastily.
He also does have flywheel to utilize, so if he just times it right, he could negate the blink, but that's going to be a very hard thing to...
Nicely done there by Green, but we can leech on towards him once again, sadly. And of course, Revelation is ready from the side of our Ivy. We're just being a little bit more patient here when it comes to utilizing that Revelation here. But a Cypher Machine, if you don't do it fast enough, it will go down really fast. We see there as well, right? Green beautifully done on the electrocution, and the flywheel just to get towards the window was brilliant.
And forcing out that blink trait. Now the survivors know the trait of this hunter, and hunter doesn't have that trait for stuffing the survivors. First chair for Green. Roland's coming in for this rescue. He does have Tide Turner, while the ghost is being sent towards Schmitty's Cypher Machine, trying to stop the Cypher decoding progress. We can see 2 Cypher Machines have been completed. The 3rd Cypher Machine at 85, so we're almost 3 Cypher Kite, and the hunter is going to be recalling the ghost and heavily be guarding this chair.
Journalists can Orphe rescue here, thankfully speaking, but we're just going to force the instant hit on towards Prisoner. So we want to guarantee the tie for now from Cian, and then locking the Cypher Machines later on. So right now, we're at a scenario where everyone is at full health. There really isn't much you can do, and the connection from Prisoner will do so much more. However, we're running towards Schmitty out of everyone when it comes to with this rotation. B4U's kind of Titan rotation needs to kind of be fixed up here just a tiny bit more.
And that will be the 2nd chair for the Prisoner. We do have another survivor with Tide Turner that can buy more time and get this rescue. He's going to be infecting the Psychologist at the middle. And we already see that Roland, as the mercenary, is already feeding Tinnitus and getting ready for this rescue, since he hasn't utilized his Tide Turner quite yet. Cypher progress. We do have 3 ciphers completed. We just need to work on the last 2 ciphers.
Roland will get Leisure here, thankfully, but we didn't get a Terror Shock there, unfortunately speaking. Prisoner with 10 stacks of Revelation, they're ready on our hands to use. However, Electrocution is also ready here too, but it just wouldn't be enough, as that hit will still connect at the end. There is still 15 seconds left until Tide Turner is over, so the Cypher Machine should be enough. I would say the probably big issue now is endgame. We have Blink ready, so this can still be a 3-man elimination if necessary. For Schmitty, we can still leech on towards him. Psychologist, not much that you can do. You have to break the connection there first as well. But you do see the other 2 rescuers by yourselves too. If we go after Journalist, there's a potential that we could look for something, but right now that's wrong teleportation towards the other side of the map. Cypher Machine is almost about to be done. As we see here, Roland by ourselves, it's half health and 2 items for this Merc. However, big issue when it comes to Merc is he can't prime the Cypher Machine because he doesn't get down instantly after the hit. He will still contain his Revelation stacks. So right now, it's a huge issue for Mercenary. We need to pop on Elbow Pad out immediately. Everyone's at the exit gate right now. Everyone is at the exit gate right now. We're still currently waiting.
Just setting up for the endgame situation, but so is the Hunter because she's sending the Ghost towards the exit gates where Smitty currently is at. Roland trying to find the best opportunity to pop this Cypher Machine that's heavily guarded. Hunter does have detention, so it's going to be very dangerous here. We see the Wi-Fi heal by the Psychologist, and they're trying to allow this pop to go and is going to be able to get the hit onto the Mercenary. He's going to pop that Cypher Machine, and it's the endgame situation. 2 survivors are at the exit gate. They're opening it up, but the Ghost has stopped one of them. The main body's going towards the other, and he's doing a lot of multitasking here.
I feel like we missed an opportunity when it comes to blinking down the Journalist that was already nearby, but going for the Psychologist is also isn't a bad idea as well, because she's nothing left to use. That's a very nice blink down, as people from the other side now has yet to decode the gate. We see here, right, finally getting the gate decoded as Journalist is running now towards the back. However, we are still not leeching just yet, finally leeching on towards that Mercenary, as right now 57% decoding progress on towards that gate. Lian cannot rescue. Let's not forget, we can see where the survivor is in this scenario. So now knowing where Lian is and seeing that the Mercenary is actually near this area, this is a very bad scenario for him. He can't run towards the chair as well, because that just make it a really bad time for him. And B4U just looks like they're slowly losing their knack. However, Mercenary is not decoding the gate just yet. We're able to get a flywheel out. We're able to get that nice little Orphe out as well. But you see where Journalist is. You see where Roland is. We're now racing for time, but there's Hunt on this Hunter. So B4U, the endgame wasn't the best here, even though we got that Wi-Fi heal from Psycho.
The exit gate has been opened, but they need to get this rescue onto the Psychologist. They just need a 2-man escape and they win. But right now, the Hunter has chaired the 2 survivors, and Mercenary is at half health, trying to recover from the situation. Hunter has infected the Psychologist, because the Psychologist will be returning to the manor for the Journalist. Mercenary just trying to find a way to get this rescue. Will be able to elbow pad to the psychologist. Oh, and is unfortunately hit, and that's a 4-man elimination for the side of FT Hunter, and that gives the win to FT.
Yeah, I feel like for the issue for B4U Survivor is we should have realized that CN was playing this very, very, very safe. CN gave way too many kind of openings for B4U to take advantage of, but we weren't able to do that, unfortunately speaking. So let's congratulate CN here for another 4-man elimination game as the Ivy. That was nicely done. However, I would say some opportunities were missed, unfortunately, from B4U.
Right, I mean, really, a lot of pressure was on FT because they were behind in points, but they were able to get that 4-man elimination. Great back and forth. It was looking incredibly good for B4U because the first survivor was sent back to the manor, and they had all they had finished all 4 Cypher machines. The last Cypher was primed. It was an endgame situation, and the Ivy just took advantage of that situation, was able to get the survivors eliminated.
Definitely, because like you know, we saw that scenario, right? End game, it was a scenario where it was okay, Mercenary half health, trying to get that full stack, and then Cycle Wi-Fi heal helped out quite a lot. That's what we were looking for. Then after that scenario, we're at a point where it's like, okay, we're okay with having survivors, one survivor each at the exit gate, right? That's what we were looking for in that scenario. That's what we got. But what we've done wrong is not leaving the gate instantly from the side of Cycle, because Cycle could have pulled even more distance away. Cycle, I'm not too sure if she had knee-jerk reflex or not, but like maybe in that scenario, it was kind of like, okay, Blink was ready, but with journalists leaving that area and potentially speaking, trying to get a little bit more, maybe survivors could have just all cuddled near middle and not get the gate open first and try play the long game. Because like from B4U Survivors, it was kind of like, oh, Green did a great containment with Prisoner, and like we definitely had enough time. It was too tight, and our Cypher machines were definitely enough.
Yeah, I mean, when we want to counter Ivy, we want to wait out detention. But in this situation, there was nothing the survivors can really do because the psychologist went down. They have to force that rescue because they need to get that 2-man escape, but the hunter just immediately found the journalist and was able to down her, immediately chair her. Now she's a hunter with detention and 2 survivors have been chaired. There wasn't much options left for the B4U survivors.
Yeah. Like there is also a potential where we can say, if we just look at match stats first as well, 96-second containment time by Green. We predicted the blink, we flywheeled the blink, and we were able to buy just a tiny bit more time. And from a survivor side, it was all very decent decoding time here, just about 500% and a tiny bit more. And of course from Xi'an, it was 9 survivor hits, 2 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns. Most eliminations were endgame there as match results here too. It is a win for FT, a lose for B4U. Game 1 in Lakeside Village was 6-2 to B4U. Game 2 in Every Sleeping Town was 6-3 for FT, and of course the final nail in the coffin was that Game 3 Chinatown match, 7-2 for FT here once again.
So it looks like FT will be able to secure their win against B4U. B4U unable to get that revenge on FT, was looking very strong in the beginning of the game, but FT was able to get that advantage when it was very necessary. Wonderful job to Xian, and we will be going and watching the highlights, and we'll be right back.
Line on bushes. Talk to me. I'm precious. I'm in magic, sorry. I put it right. No! Okay. Back. Let me do the game. I got points.
I don't know.
Oh. I need you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw the highlights there of Game 3, and you know, once again, right now it's kind of like, okay, congratulations for FT for winning as well, right? I said that very nonchalantly for some reason. Congratulations, FT, for winning. Sorry, it was just when we were looking at the highlights as well, right? It was kind of journalists in middle was like, oh, I don't know. You can somehow feel the despair in that scenario where they definitely could have won or could have tied. But once again, right, it was FT who was able to take this win home, and from what I would say is it's okay for B4U. We still have elimination rounds tomorrow, so for them it's either up against ACT or KL, so it's not the end just yet.
Yes, once again, congratulations to FT. They will be able to move on. very great fight on the side of B4U. They were so close. This is the most closest B4U has ever been, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit. Is this
Almost
because
there,
it's your
guys.
region, Kuro?
Almost there, guys. It's okay. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We'll see in the elimination
So
round.
close,
It's
so
okay.
close.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
losers bracket. But congratulations to FT. They've been shuffling around players. There's been many changes, but they were able to really recover, which is a very big strength for the side of the survivors. Being able to recover despite the situations, because it's very hard to get hyped up and feel very positive when you're losing. And they continuously had the lower hand in the first round and the second round. Even though they got the win in round 2, they were still behind on points. So it was looking very scary for FT, but they were able to recover. And I think that's one of the traits that are very important in tournament gameplay, because we see this happen a lot. At the beginning, one team does incredibly good, and just randomly out of nowhere, they just recover, they're all warmed up, and it really happened for FT.
Exactly. I like Southeast Asia region is kind of a region that does that quite a lot, as we've seen in IVT as well. As always, the round 3 overturn from their side too. But the MVP here will be given to our Xian here. Average deduction points of 10,853, average tower shocks of 0.67, average knockdowns of 7, eliminations of 3, and pallets destroyed of 2.33. We have a best deduction of 1. This is kind of his first tournament and in a professional scene too. So it's nice that he actually received this MVP as well. We'll congratulate him once again, though. That double formal elimination was the most crucial part, let's say, in this victory for FT.
Yeah, definitely being able to get those 4-man eliminations gives you so much advantage in round 1. I'm sure he gained his confidence, especially with that breaking wheel, and then in round 2 he was able to perform once again with Ivy. Wonderful map control at the endgame situation. Yes, he was kited quite a lot on the side of the prisoner in the beginning, but he was able to make up for it at the endgame. Endgame, Ivy is incredibly scary. That's why most of the time you wait out the detention. He took advantage of that situation, was able to down a survivor incredibly quickly. That forces the survivors to make a move. They can't wait out detention anymore, and he really took advantage of that situation.
Yeah, and I do feel like maybe in some cases it could be lack of item usage. In some cases it also could be, let's say that psychologist early game, potentially speaking, she may not even have needed to hide, Gummy, because Psycho tanks 3 hits anyways. So even if you get 70 stacks of revelation first and then get blinked and leeched again, you're still gonna have to take a good enough 60-second, containment time before you can get that Psycho down properly. So I just feel like from the side of B4U, we definitely played very safe early game, even though when there was not too much of a need. And if Psycho did decode a little bit earlier on, potentially speaking, Cypher Machine would be enough. But this also comes with the fact that after the rescue from prisoner first chair, running towards Psychologist Cypher Machine wasn't really the best plan there. Because not only are we disturbing our survivors from decoding, it's also the fact that it allows them to easily leech on towards a Psycho once again and start map controlling one more time after you got that advantage.
Right, and on the side of survivors, we see that the Hunter usually does very good when they're caught off guard. So in the round 1, we did see Sprinter with that Wax Artist. It really seemed to catch the survivors off guard. In round 2, we saw the Breaking Wheel. That caught the B4U survivors off guard. And in round 3, it was the Nightmare must have caught survivors off guard, but he wasn't able to get the number of eliminations for his team, unfortunately. And Xiang was able to get that form elimination with one of the top 4 hunters instead.
Yes, and from the side of XN as well, it's nice, it's good performance, I'll be honest with you. Because it's also the fact that B4U is such a long-standing team already, him being first time being able to eliminate them, it does show quite a lot. Mentality game 1 wasn't the best. We saw a lot of struggle, we saw a lot of hesitation. Game 2 was more confident based when it comes to his pocket pick. Game 3, it was kind of 50-50 from both survivors and Hunter's side, but from what I would say is I do feel like Xiang kind of did give a little bit more advantage to the survivors, because there were definitely certain moments that you could leech, that you could map control, that you could force the rescue a little bit early on to give yourself a better time. However, that endgame play was the most beautiful piece I believe that he's done in game 3, because if it wasn't for that, I don't think it'd be enough for us to actually get that 4-man elimination.
Another thing to note is for the side of the FT survivors, the thing you mentioned is they are very good at least getting one survivor out. If Spencer was able to get that 4-man elimination in any of the games, it could have turned out much differently. But being always able to consistently get at least one survivor out and in the end get the 2 survivor out really helped the side of the survivors. I would have lost a lot of confidence after the first 2 games not being able to get those rescues, but they definitely gained that confidence back in that 3rd matchup along with their hunter.
Exactly. And not only that as well, it's also from the side from FT as well, right? You saw Spencer as well, game 1. Okay, 3-man elimination is fine because it's a wax artist. That's so understandable. Game 2, however, when the Opera Senior came out, you saw how he was kind of very down, not despair, but it was kind of frustration from his side too, where he wasn't able to guarantee the 4-man elimination and take the game home, lead before into a better position. But honestly speaking, there's really not much that from our caster side that we can say about Spencer. Most of his performance is already at top notch, where there really isn't much nitpicks that can be done. So once again, right, it's B4U survivors that we probably have to delegate a little bit more time to. However, we will move on directly towards the interview now.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人潇潇。首先恭喜 FT 拿下今天比赛的胜利，我们请到了西洋和 Mini Blue 来到赛后采访，先打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FT 战队的西洋。
大家好，我是 FT 的 Mini Blue。
欢迎欢迎！哇，这样一个翻盘的 BO3，先采访一下 Mini Blue 好了，就是有没有说是在备战间看完刚刚结束的这个半场，已经是反复横跳？
很紧张，
很紧张，但是对队友有十足的信心，对不对？
信心是有的，但是比分落后嘛，所以还是会紧张的。
对，因为毕竟就是看最后那个半场了，还是提着一口气的。那接下来想问一下西洋，第一次来打比赛，然后这2场面临的都是要必胜的局面，会不会也会感觉到一些压力和紧张呢？在场上？
会的。刚才我有点好奇，刚才我的心率飙到多少了？
对，就感觉那个心跳速度非常的快，然后是不是手也会有一点点不受控制，就很激动？
会的。
哎，因为我当时看到教练是一直在那边跟你们沟通嘛，就当时教练有没有说是给你一些思路，或者是帮你去缓解一下比较紧张的情绪？
会的。那我们的教练把能做的事情全部都做到位了。
就包括有一些局内的一些提醒啊，然后包括一些思路，其实都有去帮你去预测到，对不对？
没错。
所以今天真的是整个团队努力的结果。那接下来还是想问一下，首先就是我们今天西洋的那个4抓非常非常关键破轮，因为当时是选到了绝活嘛。那你觉得那一局会不会因为是绝活，所以其实压力没有刚刚结束的那把那么大呢？当时上场大概抱着是一个什么样子的心态？
抱着一种必4局的心态。
对，必须要4，而且毕竟是绝活。当时开局那么好的节奏，击倒了入殓师，你会觉得那已经是一个必4的局了吗？还是觉得哎呀，保险起见？
不，当时不会觉得很稳定，但是后面减员以后基本上是心是弱下来的。
那把的节奏。
减员之前都是不确定的。
太行云流水了，就感觉整个就是雷厉风行的一个4抓，特别帅，对吗 ？Mini Blue？是不是大家在备战间哇这样子？
太强了！
对，你们备战间可热闹了。那我必须想要问 Mini Blue 的一波，就是你有一个非常非常面对噩梦、惊险又刺激的几个节奏点，就翻超那波，然后包括是翻版那波，其实全队的压力也在你身上。当时如果快速击倒的话，可能我们不知道结局会怎样。那会儿你是一个什么样子情况呢？你有没有觉得说哇塞，我竟然做到了？
是有觉得就是为什么可以翻那个船，但是。后面看的时候发现，就是拉的那个加速嘛，很关键。
对，拉队员给到了激励 ，YYDS 也是队友给到了一个非常棒的一个辅助。当时有没有捏一把汗？就你们回去复盘的时候看到那个身位，有没有觉得哇还好？
太极限了。
对啊，今天的每一个操作，包括今天的翻盘也是非常非常极限的。那接下来也是非常想问一下我们刚刚结束的那个半场，因为前期在追击囚徒的时候，好像节奏没有那么好哎。当时会在场上有没有一点也会觉得有点心急，觉得哎呀这个节奏要怎么处理呢？西洋
肯定会有的。但是那个首追节奏不是争赢的节奏。所以肯定心里会有很多那个乱七八糟的想法。
当时是怎么赶紧调整一个状态，或者你觉得到哪一个节点为止就比较安心了呢？
一直到击倒记者才安心。
一直到最后那一秒。
对，甚至要到最后击倒佣兵才安心。
对，就是还是有一点不太敢置信，说会不会真的，万一再出现什么意外？
对，
因为场上的局势也是瞬息万变嘛。
没错。
那 mini blue 呢？那刚刚结束的那几局，因为今天确实是翻盘嘛，然后包括其实对面的很多 BP， 我觉得应该也是会让你们有一个措手不及，包括第一局的蜡像师，然后马上刚才讲到的噩梦又出来。
就是感觉到好像在打阿卡。
感觉好像在打，这角色池怎么这么深啊？
就出其不意。
对。
打到我们就是就是我们准备好的东西，突然间被打乱。
就感觉场上的局势，就不管是对局当中，在 BP 上面就已经是你在博弈一层，我在博弈一层的这样一个状态。那你觉得今天最刺激、最惊险的是哪一局？你来给我们总结一下的话，你的选择是？
那个佣兵翻到那个床吧，然后还搏到了那个板。
对，那个实在是太至关重要了。那夕阳呢？面对今天的表现，你觉得今天第一次上场，整体来说的话，是否还满意呢？因为我个人感觉真的是非常漂亮的一个最后的一个成绩了。然后包括这次在 IVS 的话，作为新人，有没有什么特别想要去挑战的选手或者是队伍呢？
今天自己的表现其实不算特别满意。BO1的跛脚羊有很多可圈可点的失误，然后想挑战的话。其实中国和日本的职业队都很想交手。
要打就打职业队。mini blue， 你也跟他一起打职业队，对不对？
对的。
好的，也是感谢两位来到赛后采访，期待两位接下来的表现。再次恭喜 FT 拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。 欢迎来到2025 IVS 洲际邀请赛第一天第4场的比赛，让我们掌声有请战队登场。有请 ACT 战队 ，Welcome ACT Esports。
送你们去见 Before You。
欢迎13、星燕、11、狗狗、真真九、九优。接下来欢迎 KL 战队 ，Welcome Kilo Love Forever。
Before You，我会为你们报仇的。
欢迎黑王、晨曦、图图、Yuki、小易、小歪、卡荣。这里是第一天第4场的比赛，由 ACT 对阵 KL， 我是主持人潇潇，让我们一起期待接下来的精彩对决。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to IVS 2025 Day 1, Match 4, Game 1 between ACT versus KLV. We just saw our mini intro trash talk there, as we've seen as well. ACT saying they'll be sending KLV back to B4U, and then KLV saying, oh, we'll take revenge for you, B4U. We're catching so much strays today as a region. However, it will now finally be our final matchup of today, and we'll see who actually goes up against B4U tomorrow.
Right, in round 1, we had UD versus ZETA. Just to recap, ZETA were able to get the win for that first matchup. We had a very intense matchup, RC versus MRC in the second round. RC were able to get the win for that matchup on round 3 that we've just watched all together. We had B4U versus FT. Things were really close, but FT was able to get the win for round 3, and we have our last matchup here today. That is KL versus ACT, and I'm excited. This player seems very passionate, and their declarations were very funny too.
Yeah, I do feel like KLV is a small rebranding of ORD because there are still kind of old players from ORD, so this could be potential still the same old team. However, there are still kind of newer players coming in as well, you know, and players do often change names, so this could be potentially the same ORD Survivor type team comp that you are used to seeing, with just a few adjustments here and there, and of course a newer Hunter too. But moving on towards this setup, it's kind of like, you know, I do think the community had a lot of talks as well, which, oh, why was ACT invited instead of maybe, let's say, Wolves, WBG, or even CQ, and, you know, GG in general. But it's kind of like, it's kind of like an invitation, so people can reject it. And I do feel like with ACT accepting this, they do quite need it as well, because it's a nice practice before KOA or IVL Autumn starts.
Right, and the stats that we have for ACT is from the IVL matches up a few of the games, since they weren't able to make it to the group stages, championship stages. So great learning opportunity. We love the excitement, and we already have the bans and picks. It looks like for the side of KL, they will be banning Moonlit River Park, and oh dear, I didn't see the second one.
I think the last one was Chinatown, and we've selected Ever Sleeping Town. Oh, we get the note soon, but that kind of went through really fast. As we move on here then towards the first survivor from KL, Kirabit. Okay, average selection points of 8,032. We're going more and more out there for you guys, so everyone in the chat goes for them. And of course, 44% escape rate, average of 0.11 heals, average decoding progress of 160.56, and average rescues of 0.44. We do see that Kira here is a bit of a shy one here, but of course, from the character selection too, it's also meteorologist and mechanic that are their preferred picks. As we move on towards our next survivor.
Showing off his logo, we have the next player. It's Y. Interesting name. We have no stats on this survivor. We had a lot of players changes. A lot of player changes on the side of KL. Sometimes they're just not available. And Y is one of those survivors that we have no stats on because he was not in this team when they won Korea's. Is it Korea?
HMTs.
Yes.
And now we have Chen Xi. Chen Xi is overall quite a decent player as well. You see here, right, the main rescuers with Nice and of course Gravekeeper too. We see, a lot of, from the side of South Korea is kind of the one that brought in this Night meta in towards IVL. You don't see it as much in IGL, but it is definitely very doable up against Hullabaloo as well. You see here, right, with average reduction points of 7300, 11.33, average containment time of 57.75, average rescues of 1.11, decoding progress of 103.11, and an escape rate of 44%.
And next we have Wen Yi. I don't know why I don't have any information on this person, but it looks like they made the puppeteer and the fire investigator.
Overall, pretty solid type of, characters here to be used as well, but it does seem like from the side of KL, they have really decent containers, but we really haven't seen any rescuers role just yet, so potentially speaking, they might have some sort of pocket pick that we don't necessarily know.
Yes, since there's a lot of survivors that don't have a lot of stats, it's hard to predict or know what they main, but we have seen Kirabit once again. It looks like we're going to be looking at the Hunter for ACT ZZ9. He's known to play the Goatman, Ivy, Bloody Queen, Opera Singer, and Axe Boy, so a very large pool and definitely is able to play all of the main 4 characters.
Yes, and not only that as well, I do feel like from the side of ZZ9, Zunjo, he's a very solid hunter overall. He does have quite a lot of good character usages, especially from that Dream Witch too, but sometimes I do feel like what might be lacking from him is just a little bit more experience and expertise. And with him joining IVS this time, I feel like if he's able to fill in these gaps, ACT will be able to go such a long way in, these touring formats too.
And another hunter is also available for ACT 9U. He's most likely to come out towards the later rounds. He plays the Breaking Wheel and Hullabaloo, so we could possibly see another Breaking Wheel main do some damage to the KL survivors. And then we're going to take a look at the coaches. They're very essential in this game. They will do all the research. They'll help you with the picks and bans.
Yeah, and it's kind of like from the side of our coaches too. It's definitely a lot of work to be done as well. But there is also kind of the talk where it's now kind of depending on whether or not we've done research on KL or not. Because like with these type of survivor teams, you have veteran players that are coaches for this team. You've also just newer players overall that have a little bit more drive compared to older players and better reflexes too. But we see here for KL survivor side, kind of discussing maybe just the strategies points a little bit, but still I do think because we kind of missed our map selection mode, a little bit sad, but you're able to get fan service here, at least from KL. So
exactly,
do give them a lot of support as much as you can, of course.
Yeah, so not a lot of information on the KL hunter because Zinan and Ilzin were the 2 hunters for KL, but it looks like we got new hunters, so also no data on their new hunters. We got 2 survivors that used to play on this team that are also not here, Ziyao and Yao Di. So again, no information on the new players.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of like IBT HMT is just usually 4 games, and as long as you won all 4 games, you get an invitation here. You don't really see much from the other regions as well, so it is kind of hard to gauge their actual skills and experience levels. And even though we saw FT, from the last matchup too, we got a new hunter in instead of HIM this time. So now it's kind of I would say probably the biggest fear factor is stage fright for KL, because we do see them as well, just a little bit giddy here and there, but mainly shy and embarrassed.
Yeah, so we see certain mistakes that survivors usually won't make or hunters usually won't make, but the nerve sometimes just really gets to survivors, and the least experience you have, the more nerves get to you. We can see heart rate spiking, and I'm sure they're even more frustrated than we are.
You see here, right, why with Nightpick instantly alongside with Puppeteer? We see the triple fans here as well with Seer, Antiquarian, and Magician.
And on the side of the survivors, we have the Knight Puppeteer and Gravekeeper, so double Rescuer on the side of KL. That might hurt their decoding a lot, but as long as they can contain the Hunter long enough and rescue, it's not going to be a problem.
Alongside with the Novelist, of course, and Dash Aeroplanist to pick finding from the Survivor side, it is a really slow decoding team comp here, so it seems like for KL, since it's their first matchup, they might give it a go. But like with Zhengzhenjiu having Goldman, like Goldman is a bit harder here play right with Nice and Gravekeeper, but it's not like it's not doable if we maybe brought excitement.
So a lot of tanky characters on the side of the Survivors. They're expecting a very hard Hunter to rescue against, so they're going to do this double rescuing. How are they going to work with the decoding is a little unsure, but as long as they have a Survivor that can contain the Hunter long enough, it won't be too much of an issue. And the Hunter will be choosing the Goatman, the most reliable, most likely first pick Hunter.
Yeah. There's kind of two options here for Goatman. The first one is to either go after Knight first, waste some of his items and then change targets without using his own items, or go after Aeroplanist, Wish Blink / Puppeteer as well. But we'll move on towards the area selection modes here. First we go. The map is, of course, once again Ever Sleeping Town, and from the area selection mode from Survivor side, Puppeteer close towards Graveyard entrance, balcony given towards the Aeroplanist, meanwhile middle for that Knight, and of course the School Gate, near to close towards the School Gate, that once in the Lamp Palette, will be given towards that Gravekeeper.
And the Hunter will be spawning next to Puppeteer and Knight. So as you've mentioned, we can have the Hunter try to bait out the Knight's items and then switch targets to the Puppeteer. Puppeteer will most likely try to transition inside of Graveyard and contain the Hunter there as long as possible so that the Survivors can decode, most likely.
Yeah. But it's kind of like, you know, I do really look forward to this too. A Knight once again being showcased for ourselves right now as our coaches do shake hands. From Persona side, it's gonna be double tie turning here on the side of our Puppeteer and Wish / Gravekeeper 2. We're able to see Flywheel and Knee-Jerk Reflex on Aeroplanist alongside with Flywheel on Knight as well. Zhengzhenjiu going to run that trump card detention alongside with Peepers. And of course, this will be the first matchup between KL versus ACT for IVS Day 1 match for Game 1 first half in Ever Sleeping Town, alongside the professional commentaries being brought to you by Gummy and Kuroshiro.
And we have the Hunter spawning near Dragon Gate. He's slowly making his way towards the Puppeteer, who's already made his way towards Graveyard. No, he's going to change targets. He's turning towards the middle. Cure Rabbit has already left the middle Cypher Machine, so the Hunter's still trying to decide which Survivor to go after. It does look like he will eventually choose the Puppeteer in the end. Puppeteer already safely made it inside of the Graveyard. He's going to be throwing down a Peeper to see if he ever comes out of this Graveyard area while transitioning back to the middle where he'll be ready to Cure Rabbit.
Oh, there we go. Knight being forced out here one more time. We do have 96 on hands of Wenyi. Just on the outer side. That's so unfortunate. But a hit will not register here just yet, as we want to buy a tiny bit more time. That's okay. For Zhengzhenjiu here, we can actually force out another little Lewis. So it's overall pretty nicely done.
And he will be taking that chip hit. It's the same as when he utilizes his puppet, but he does get a little bit faster movement. And it looks like the Hunter is able to cage him once again. Last puppet for the side of Wenyi. His items are slowly dwindling. Is able to make it out of this cage for now, but not really. And is going to be able to take him down. A very early down for the side of this Puppeteer.
Puppeteer with Tide Turner, and we have a basement that's even better. Cypher Machine overall is 145% decoding progress here, so for KL, this we'll have to rescue. I feel like if we don't rescue, it's kind of a miss. We see Kira Rabbit here immediately for the first rescue, but tactically speaking here, this Knight does not have Tide Turner, so we can potentially speaking go to Chivalrous Rescue as we're going to make our way down, but that's going to be the chip hit there dealt instantly. We didn't win a single mind game there, which is unfortunate.
And getting another hit inside of the cage. He's at 75% damage. He is able to rescue with his Chivalrous Sympathy, so he does have that shield, but they really need to get out of this basement. Hunter blocking them off with that cage is going to be taking a hit while in his puppet form and trying to transition out of this area, but downing him immediately, unable to get out of this basement.
I feel like
area.
Zazanjo kind of missed an opportunity to hit Knight there, because Knight was next to the stairs as well with the Puppeteer. So we could potentially just hit the Knight and then cage for that Puppeteer once again to get him down for a double down potential. But that's still okay for now. We're still backing towards basement just because of how strong a Goldman is in that graveyard area too. But now Tunsi coming in for the rescue. We have double cages here dropped down instantly, so it's not going to be an easy feat.
And he is hit out of his shovel. The cages are still there. He's taking his time to break the cages, isn't able to do so. He goes past the cage, but the cage expires, and he's now further and further away from this Puppeteer, unable to get that rescue. Unfortunately, he did have wanted orders. The hunter saw him coming from very far, sending the first survivor back to the manor, is able to cage and get the hit onto the Gravekeeper right away.
Gravekeeper, you know what? After Gravekeeper's buff, your shovel doesn't get fully consumed, so it's only around 30%. Well, that looks like it's a 25% consumption rate, but Gravekeeper will go down there instantly as that shovel was still in cooldown. The only unfortunate part about this is I feel like if Gravekeeper utilized that shovel just a tiny bit earlier, it definitely would have been doable as well. However, you know, you can only buff Gravekeeper so much because he's been buffed like twice already with his shovel animation. So realistically, in this case, it is kind of just Tunsi's mistake, unfortunately speaking.
And the only survivor that could come in for this rescue is this Aeroplanist, but he doesn't have Tide Turner. It's a basement rescue. Things are looking incredibly bad for the KL survivors. Getting that one wanted order onto that Gravekeeper really hurt the survivors. He was the one survivor that can just dig right into the basement. He was the one survivor that could really do that efficiently, but he's able to get the down onto the Gravekeeper and get another basement chair. They're not going to force this rescue. How are you going to get out of the basement if you don't have Tide Turner? All the hits were going to stack up together. We do see Y is feeding to Nidus, but the Hunter is continuously throwing down these peepers, so now the survivors are even slower, and they can't really approach the chair.
I'm more surprised how that Peepers didn't really sneak out where that Aeroplanist is, I'll be honest with you, because it's so close. But once again, we're able to see where Aeroplanist is. Instant connection with that hit. Zunjo is still really accurate with this Goatman. I mean, this is the man that started with Blink Goatman and continued with a meta of Blink Goatman. So right now, still looking for the Aeroplanes. We can't really vault over anything just yet during jetpack animation. So that will be Aeroplanes going down. As nice, chip damage left. We can go Patroller, we can go Blinker, we can go Excitement. So all what it matters right now is just walk across this park and look for our Nice.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the slugging method and just down the survivors, down the other survivor. He's gonna utilize self-heal. He's gonna come back, get rid of their self-heal, down them once again, and secure his 4-man elimination. That one basement chair has kind of hurt the survivors a lot.
Yeah. I would say one of the unfortunate parts of just IVS in general is our current patch is a little bit late, so we won't be able to see final deductions at all when it comes to kind of these, you know, final end moments. So Gummy, oh, never mind. I was about to say why not go for a 20-minute game, but it seems like we'll be able to finish this pretty early on, as that hit was not countered by the prediction, unfortunately speaking here. However, Airplane's still on the other side. We can change the warp if necessary, but as of now, it does seem like Dungeon is gonna go for the chair. And the teleport comes through, and it should be a guaranteed 4-man elimination.
Airplanist has gotten up. He still has jetpacks to work with, and the dungeon is here, but can he outlast? Wonderful Flywheel is able to stay alive for a little bit longer, has 2 pallets and a window to work with, but running into this Hunter will be able to secure his 4-man elimination.
You know, the good thing for KL right now is it just means that we can see ACT go shirtless next game. Because in this case, I do feel like, okay, look, it's game 1, it's okay, let's just get all our pocket picks out from ACT and see where we go from there. But a 4-man elimination from Goldman, from Zuniju, I would say for most of us spectators, it's not really a surprise up against, you know, other regional teams, especially with how kind of dominant Zuniju has already been in the IVL meta.
And just a few details for the side of the HMT survivors. KL, it's just, at first he was trying to decide which survivor to go for. He was able to transition all the way inside of Graveyard. He dropped a peeper. As soon as the Puppeteer went for that Cypher Machine and that peeper, he changed targets once again. So he kept baiting the survivors. They're trying to guess, is he coming for me? Is he gonna change targets? He had peepers, so survivors are slowed down. But unfortunately, it's a basement chair. The Knight was able to get that rescue and was able to get out, but another basement chair? It's like, what are you supposed to do in this situation?
Yeah, I feel like we might have the transitioning points weren't really the best, as you said as well. And at the same time, it's kind of like, we saw how strong Goldman was as well, right? When it comes to locking the basement entrance to the moment that we saw the opportunity to do so as well. Because like in that scenario, I would say it's a bit hard to get out of the basement, so that's fair enough. But the moment Gravekeeper comes into rescue, by that point, I do think we probably should have realized that rushing out of basement would be the finer option, and not going near it anymore would be even better. And even from the side of Gravekeeper too, that shovel cancel was pretty devastating.
Yeah, and we had a little bit of an early down on this Puppeteer. He did have the most containment time at 47%, and we had the most decoding on both the Airplanist and the Knight.
Definitely. And like with this moving on forward, then it's kind of like we have kind of gauged out Kale a little bit. It seems like they have taken game one to a point where it's like, okay, we're gonna play rescuers, we're gonna play stable. This is kind of just our first exhibition match, so it's okay. It's not the end here just yet. However, at the same time, we're kind of now thinking, okay, there could be some certain potentials in which KL can return back a full elimination, because we don't really know who their hunter is. But with a scoreboard here, once again, it is 5-0 for ACT.
Right, it is harder for other regions that don't have the yearly tournaments. They've also had roster changes, so a lot of reorganizing for the side of KL. They might need the warm-up matches like we saw for FT. They struggled a little in the beginning and they were able to recover, but it's just a China region against HMT is just hard in general.
Yeah.
And yeah,
like,
it looks like
we do see the ACT survivor stats here as well, with Sen coming out first. Sen transitioning from GG to ACT. It's been a rough transition because he needs to start everything from scratch, because he was initially speaking a secondary container / a rescuer main, but now being shifted on towards a main container, being, you know, the Puppeteer and the meteorologist better preferred picks, is a little bit tougher for him, because he's like a little bit of a jack of all trades, master of none. But now being ACT, I feel like he has found his place.
And we'll be moving on to the next survivor is 11. He takes a lot of the rescuer role, so we can see he chose First Officer and Mercenary as his main, but he also plays Forward and Gravekeeper, so he can also utilize Forward to harass, has a lot of game points.
Yeah?
Oh, okay.
Well, it's almost about the same thing, isn't it, Gummy? But like, it's at the same time, it's kind of like 11 was initially in Wolves too, right? But I do feel like when it comes to him being in Wolves, they didn't really synergize as much, but in ACT, it's just a bit more different. As we now finally move on towards our third survivor here, who is Sai. From the side of Sai, I see him more as a container, secondary container instead of a harasser, but his anti-current has shown good performances as up against Opera Singer. Goman, maybe not so much, because we don't necessarily speaking play anti up against Goman, but Opera Singer definitely yes. That harass potential is still there from the side of ACT.
And our last survivor that we will be seeing is going to be Gogo. He is known to be taking a lot of the decoder roles, so we've seen him play very interesting characters. We saw Explorer, Pharaoh Lady, Gardener, Fire Investigator, Magician, Journalist, Mechanic, Lucky Guy. So a lot of different survivor pool. He has a very big survivor pool, and he's able to play anything. Whatever his teammates needs, whatever combination they need, he will be able to make up the best team.
He also seems very relaxed as well. We just saw him there with his OK sign as well. But now it'll be straight towards Kale's Hunter, Shadow. Shadow, if I'm not wrong, has changed names quite a few times, but I do remember him being that Hermit Nightwatch main last year in Ortiz team comp, or maybe 2 years ago. He is those like type of brown tree type hunters that has played quite a lot. Unless I'm thinking about the wrong person, then oops, sorry. However, very strong. We saw the stats there, right? Very strong overall. I think it was 80% 4-man elimination rate, and preferred characters were Goldman and Ivy.
So second half, the Hunter needs to get a 4-man elimination in order to get a tie for round 1. So a lot of pressure on the KL Hunter, but we have seen him before, as you've mentioned, so he's not new to the tournament scene, which makes him have a lot more experience. He will be able to find a way to work around these Chinese players. Hopefully.
Yeah, there's like a lot of kind of drafts that the CM players here can do. It's just, it's as you said as well, right? Way too many tourney games compared to all the other regions. Like even for IJL, there's like a, well, not monthly, but like every 6 months, well, every 3 months you'll have some for summer, autumn, or even spring. And they've also local IVT tournaments too. But we'll move on straight towards the ban picks here. First, as now, it'll be Kel Shadow versus ACT Survivors. It's 25-0 for ACT Survivors, as their first two bans were Seer and Antiquarian.
Yeah, there are your most likely permaban survivors for the Hunter side. On the Survivor side, they were able to choose their first officer first. They really wanted to get their choice of rescuer, which is the first officer, so they did end up choosing him first, and they followed up with the puppeteer.
It's an overall pretty solid, as Aeroplane Seer has finally been banned. So we're now getting rid of one of the fastest decoders, meaning that there is still potential, you know, we can get Meteorologist out, is still available to use. Lucky Guy might want to be recycled now, but for a third pick, there's also Novelist that can be used to counter Goldman if Shadow decides to go that route.
And we're waiting for the third pick, and it will be the Magician. So it does look like the Survivor side are preparing for the Goatman. It's a very normal Goatman comp. We're just looking and waiting for the fourth. We have our Rescuer. Looks like it's going to be the Novelist. We've been seeing some Novelist bans here. Hunters do not want to deal with that swap and the pellet stuns. He can be quite annoying, and especially if he wants to make it to the chair, he can also swap with a Hunter and get closer to the chair and get the rescue.
And we see here, right, it will be that Gardner final pick here, thankfully speaking. Gardner isn't bad. I kind of wanted to expect more of an Archer pick here, but Gardner will be recycled for ACT to go up against Shadow's Opera Singer for Game 2. But like, yes, Gardner can tank extra hits like a Puppeteer. She also does have really high movement speed boost to fund for transitioning effects as well. So at least from the side of ACT, we kind of do know we want to rotate away as fast as possible. And if possible, we can get Gardner to dismantle the chair and to increase its chair count down by an extra 10%, just for a tiny bit more Cypher Rush.
Alright, we're just waiting for the Hunter to make up his mind. We're all guessing Goatman. Most likely Goatman, but I mean, maybe he'll go Wax Artist, maybe not on this map, but it's a possibility. He was able to get that 3-man elimination as Wax Artist.
Definitely. And like, there's also other potentials, such as, you know, this team comp is good when it comes to breaking wheel, because you can break Gardner's bubble easily. We talk about, the thing is, usually in round ones, we talk about Goldman, Opera Singer the most. It's especially with the fact that, like, look, ACT has gotten a 4-man elimination round one, so it is pretty obvious from our side that Sharon is either going to go the top two, Opera or Goldman, or maybe one of his pocket picks that we have yet to know.
Right, he's discussing a lot with his coach, trying to keep the survivors on their toes, and he's keeping us on our toes as, oh, he's going to be going for the Ivy pick instead of the Goldman. Interesting.
Ivy isn't necessarily the worst pick, but also at the same time, it's like we can gain 100 stacks of Revelation regardless of what happens. Even for Magician, you can't chase after Magician as Ivy just because of one Magician's Wand and the Leech is off. So in this case, I feel like for Shadow, we're kind of finding a rock at a very hard place. It's like digging diamond with stones. So it's a bit harder to say, but we'll move on directly towards the area selection mode here. Once again, though, it is Area Sleeping Town. Let's see where the survivors are going to spawn.
We're going to have the first officer in the middle. Your rescuers usually take the worst kiting spot. We have the Magician at Dragon Gate or Dancing Geisha. We have the Puppeteer at the balcony, and we have Gardner at the school front.
And of course, Ivy here will be spawning by double 11 near the graveyard gate. It's overall not too bad since we can lock Cypher machines all around the map first while chasing after Gardner during that 50-second shield. However, even with the shield available to go, if early game decoding is slow, even for Ivy, it doesn't matter there too much. So right now, I would say a lot of this now does depend on Cypher delegation for endgame, and of course how well the survivors do rotate as well. But we'll be moving on straight towards the Persona page right now.
Hunter will be bringing Blink, Insolence, and Detention as her trades. On the side of the survivors, we see 3 flywheels, 3 borrowed time and 2 tide turners, 1 on the Gardener and 1 on the first officer. Will possibly buy enough time for the survivors, especially if it's the first survivor that is chaired. This is game 1, second half on Ever Sleeping Town. I am Gummy, casting with Kuro. We'll be getting into the game real soon.
In towards the game then, let's see. First chase will be Sai, it seems. Nope, we're going to bring the Phantom straight towards Sai first as Puppeteer will begin this first containment. However, Cypher Machine will just be a tiny bit slower. Gonna go towards 11 to lock the Cypher Machine and potentially speaking that Magician as well. Sai could maybe want to play around a little bit longer until that shield is gone before we commit for this chase.
Main body on Gogo, and she's going to recall the ghost, send it towards the graveyard where he will be able to infect Zen, while the main body seems to be around the middle area trying to look for a survivor. And as she's finding her pick of whoever she wants to chase, she's going to be infecting all of the Cypher Machines on the way. Doesn't look like she's able to find it looks like she's looking for possibly XY. She's also infected yet another survivor. 3 survivors have been infected. She's looking for a Gardener, and so the Gardener is just not being found at this point. She's made it all the way to Corner House.
Gardener also had enough time to look for a chest here, as we see that extra elbow pad on her hands for usage as well. So no more toolbox here to get rid of items. Even with us finding Gardener this early, even if you leech, look, the Ostracon will be left downstairs. That's just how the positioning goes, unfortunately speaking. But go. First chase potentially, as we go intertwine. We're intertwined a little bit with Sen. But that's okay. Blink might open here first. Sharon decides not to commit.
And it looks like she's just going to give up on this Gardener and commit onto Gogo inside of Graveyard. He's going to go towards the outside. Oh, wonderful blink, but misses and utilizes his illusion to make it to the pallet. So still no hit onto the survivor. Trait has been utilized and he's doing a very good job containing her so far. Oh, gets the teleport and the infection is able to get him to walk towards her and get the first hit onto this Magician.
This is still very bad for Sharon though, because of the fact that we missed a blink now, we have to wait a little while longer before we can get a hit on towards Magician, which is why we changed targets towards Sen. For a Puppeteer with 29 stack, it's overall not the worst, because you can force yourself to look at the Hunter during your Little Lewis mode. So right now, Little Lewis will come out here first, as now we're kind of waiting around these pallet areas. Flywheel is available to use, as we're able to safely vault over that pallet.
And it looks like the Hunter is forced to break this pallet because there is a lot of pallets in this area. Hunter trying to get more scare onto this Puppeteer. And the scare is 73%, so the corruption is slowly building up. He's hiding behind the walls here, unable to get the scare with the main body. He's going around the back where the ghost will be meeting him and won't be able to infect him because he's still on cooldown. And it looks like he's just going to be teleporting.
She got in on time, but it's just I said having Flywheel there kind of hurt it the most. If there was no Flywheel, we would have changed immediately towards Little Lewis mode. That's an extra 40 stacks of Revelation, 55 in total right now. But we see the Cypher Machine decoding progress too. That hit landed during Revelation animation, which is good for Shadow. However, you still don't have Blink, you still have the Leech. But this Leech should be able to take the game home.
We do see the corruption is at 80% onto this Puppeteer. The ghost is still latched onto him, so she can see him exactly where he is. Isn't able to get the scare, so he lives a little bit longer. The ghost will get off. Is at 90% corruption. She just needs 10 more % corruption. He's looking at the Hunter. Oh, wonderful pallet stop, prolonging his kite at 75% damage.
Sen's doing such a good job at hugging the walls and looking in towards the walls, just so then Ivy can't Revelation Scream with Phantom 4. We're able to follow that just about on time, but finally the hit there will register. We see here as well, the third Cypher Machine already done, and the fourth Cypher Machine currently at 80%. Gardener being forced to move out of this area is okay, but she will be the first one that comes into the rescue because she has that Tide Turner.
That kite was just so long. We have 3 Cypher Machines completed. The 4th Cypher Machine's about to pop. They have 2 endgame last Cyphers. And it's only his first chair. The Hunter needs to start pressuring the Cypher. Decoding progress. Isn't able to get the rescue quite yet. Sending the ghost off towards Graveyard where he will be able to infect Gogo once again.
Oh, we kind of teleported right in front of Gardner's face there. We realizing Gardner got the shield up on time, so decided not to go for it anymore. Looking for Magician here at half health with Flywheel, but it's his first time on chair. Yes, the blink did come out, but the Cypher Machine with the most decoding progress was near Gardner.
And it looks like they were able to get that rescue. First chair on this magician, so the survivors just taking turns on chair. They have so much time. They have 3 cipher machines being worked on. Hunter's going to be infecting that cipher machine nearby the gardener's chair. Will be teleporting and will be pressuring Zen.
As of now, Sai on his way in. We might be teleporting quite a lot here across the place just because it's still a 4-man endgame. However, the rescue will come through on time as we hit the illusion out of everything. Sai still does have flywheel, Sai does still have an elbow pad, so we could just elbow pad out or we can save it for later on. As of now, we've additional cipher machines here just upstairs by balcony as Sen is already decoding that cipher machine near towards the back. But even so, there's only so much you can actually try and harass because all cipher machines are now being slowly opened.
We have 4 survivors up and running each. 2 survivors that have their first chair, but no survivor close to being eliminated. Hunter's going to be sending her ghost towards Gogo. We'll be able to teleport to him and try to get that corruption more onto the survivor, but is able to avoid it by vaulting that pallet.
Yeah, the flywheel usage by ACT is great. However, I feel like from Sharon's side, we're allowing ACT to kind of do it too easily when it comes to those flywheels to cancel out the 100 stacks of Revelation. Right, it's still a lot of map control. But now the kind of issue is, even if you do teleport, you probably won't be able to land that extra 40 stacks of Revelation for corruption of transference. So now it's just a matter of, okay, we're going to be able to teleport over. We got extra stacks on first officer, which is nice. However, it's a first officer we're talking about here.
He's at full health. He has 2 pocket watches to utilize, so not your most ideal chase. The ghost is still guarding one of the cipher machines. Looks like she's going to be recalling the ghost and calling him back inside of graveyard while teleporting away so she can try and put a lot of pressure on the ciphers.
It's now we're at a point where it's like everyone's meeting up, everyone's healing, everyone's looking for cipher machines to be decoded. There's just Sai there popping up crows there, but it's okay, that's no problem at all. Man's just walking around having a good day. And like you see the cipher machine decoding progress too, like 2 ciphers at like one at 78, one at 65, the other one slowly being closed up towards 50 plus. And now we're positioned at a place where it's like, okay, you can leech on towards me, no problem at all. We can see how well ACT Cypher delegation was early game 2 in order for us to have such an easy mid to end game.
And the hunter does know where the dungeon is. It is in the middle, trying to pressure the magician cipher machine, but cipher machine's popped. It's the endgame situation. 4 survivors up and running. Having so many survivors endgame definitely benefits the survivors, but the hunter does have detention, so they have to be very careful not to overcommit to the opening exit gates.
It's a good blink here from the side of Shadow, but now the issue is it's very different compared to B4U because everyone's at a gate each. This is a slower down compared to usual, and like even if you want to teleport, it's a little bit hard. Garter can still come in to rescue due to that shield. However, pros will be popping here instantly for us. Asen just got hit by the tram. Not realizing this, unfortunately speaking, is a little bit of a UFO because possible 3-man elimination there is definitely viable as well. Now we're at a point where it's Sai having dungeon at middle, Sai having knee-jerk reflex, and we just got rid of the Ostracon nearby as well. So this will guarantee a 3-man escape here from the side of ACT. 11 trying to come in for rescue one more time, but 1 pocket watch pop would be enough to guarantee the dungeon.
Oh, is he gonna go for this dungeon? It looks like he's heading towards the exit gate. No, he's gonna try and mind game and utilize his pocket watch to get the dungeon. He's gonna get the... He wasn't able to get the hit and will be able to get the dungeon escape.
That 5-second Titan tank came out pretty clutch, didn't it? But like from the side of ACT, it does kind of showcase, look, we did know what we wanted to do. The Cypher delegations was very well done as well. And they've kind of ticked off all the requirements needed to play up against that IV2. So now it's an 8-1, game 1. We still have a game 2, but like with this progress going on further, it just seems like ACT will be able to take this game home in 2.
I mean, just really wonderful job on the side of the survivors. They all took turns on the chair. They all took turns taking hits. Not too much. They still have a lot of items left. They were able to prime up that cipher machine with 4 survivors up and running. Hunter was able to quickly down that magician to at least ensure that 1-man elimination, but on the side of the survivors, just wonderful
containment times overall.
Containment time all around. And the hunter, unfortunately, she did want to get the down onto that magician, so that means she's not guarding one of the exit gates. The ghost was on one of the exit gates, but they got rid of that Ostracon and she was busy cheering up this Magician, which allowed both exit gates to be opened, and that allowed the dungeon escape on the first officer. Unfortunately, it was in the middle, so he did take advantage of that as well.
Yeah, and I do feel like from the side of KL2, it's a lot of finding from the early game scenarios, so we didn't really commit to anyone just yet. However, in a scenario like that where you were meant to kind of look for the gardener first as you run around the map to pressure the cipher machines, I just felt like from Sharon's routing there, it wasn't really the best. And like with the stats here as well, 146-second containment time from that puppeteer, 36-second containment time from 11, the first officer, 87 containment time from our magician, and of course a 42-second containment time from that gardener, with a total of 7 survivor hits here and 8 pallets destroyed from Sharon, 3 knockdowns in total.
And also in the beginning of the game, she was able to infect all the survivors, but she took quite a while looking for this gardener. She didn't find the gardener, then she finally decided to go towards the graveyard and chase the puppeteer. But at that time, they had so much cipher progress, and so just wonderful job on the gardener hiding in the beginning. She expected to be found. She didn't decode the cipher machine right in front of her. She transitioned all the way to corner house, and she was able to escape the hunter entirely.
Yeah, and like with the points here 8-1 right now, it's kind of hard for ACT to lose based on points, even if we move on towards game 2 and game 3. However, for KL now, I do think the main focus will be on wins. I guess the only good news here is, look, Goldman is permanent banned right now, so you can ban Opera Singer next for KL Survivor side, but realistically speaking, even for ACT's Hunter right now, his Hunter pool is big enough. And he also does have an IV alongside with Dream Wish 2 to the point that it's not necessarily enough bans for you to gain a huge advantage.
Yeah, and he also has other interesting picks such as Bloody Queen, but we will first be looking at the highlights and then we'll be right back.
谁救？骑士。倒了。拍到了，拍到了，拍到了，拍到了，拍到了，拍到了，拍到了，拍。会换的，没事，别换。闪交了吗？闪空了，闪空了。OK， 好溜，好溜，好溜，好溜。估计有30-40。离还在我这里。听我说，听我说，一会儿我。3、2、1，开了。走了，走了，走了。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on straight towards match 2, well, game 2 between ACT versus KL. We saw a very dominant performance here, 8-1, a 3-man escape from the survivor side of ACT and a 4-man elimination from the side of their hunter as well. As we're moving now on towards game 2, we will be able to see the map selection bans picked soon as well. But in our case, we will have to kind of talk about, you know, how KL can maybe potentially draft into a potential tie or a win condition.
The points differential is a little alarming, so they will have to come up with a very good strategy. Both of the survivors and the hunter needs to perform incredibly well in this next round so as to keep them in this game. But if ACT does get another huge round win, that will be the end for today. So they need to at least get a tie for round number 2.
Yeah, and especially for KL as well, they did mention that they want to take revenge for B4U. So now we're kind of at a place where we probably can't play that much rescuers anymore. We need definitely faster decoders, especially moving on towards the second game. And we also do know that, look, it's probably going to be either Opera Singer or depending on who you ban, IV/Hullabaloo. So now we're at a case where it's definitely very possible for ACT, both Survivor and Hunter side are very dominant. We saw the 3-man escape, we saw the 4-man elimination. So now in our scenario, it's kind of like even if you do tie on one side of the faction, the threat just isn't over yet.
And the real unfortunate thing about the KL survivors during round first half was the fact that they actually had 4 cipher machines completed, but not being able to rescue the first chaired survivor the second time, and then also getting that dungeon chair for the graveyard in the second survivor that was chaired, it's those little things. They had enough Cypher machines. They just needed to prime that last Cypher machine, but the little itty bitty details just didn't work out in favor of the survivors, and that basement really just hurt them so much. Maybe they'll be more lucky with the basement location this time around.
Oh, we're gonna have to see the area selection mode, don't we? Because, like, I think today we've seen mainly bigger maps. No hospital has been selected here just yet. Maybe it's just not in favor of the hunter. No Leo's memory as well, which is something more surprising from my side. But with the map selection, here we go. Kale choosing out Leo's memories as ACT deciding that their survivor will come out first. And of course, hospital there was banned in exchange.
Leo's memory, it's a pretty good area for a possible opera singer. Wait, who is going first? The hunter for KL.
Yeah. It seems like it's Kale's hunter up against ACT's survivor. So we know the Ivy is gone. So maybe the map choice here is just so we can play either Goldman or opera singer on this map, since Ivy really isn't the best.
And most likely for the side of ACT survivors, they will not allow them to play the Goat Man. Since he is a pretty scary hunter, we don't want to allow him for round 2, which gives the KO hunter still 2 more options, the Hullabaloo or Opera Singer. Hullabaloo hasn't been coming out as much, but it's definitely a possibility. For their previous hunter, he did also play Hullabaloo. So it does look like they are ready to play all 4 of the top hunters.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot to choose here, but we'll move on to his interview for
我们队内有讨论过 IVS 的机制是报名还是顺延。当知道顺延的话，大家戏称的就说那是没希望了，大家好好休息吧。然后当真正得知机会摆在面前的时候，其实反应更多的是不可置信吧。就是居然真的轮到我们了，因为前面的队伍都有人员变动或者各种各样的原因嘛，所以说这个机会到我们身上，那我觉得应该是，一开始是不可置信，后面就是有惊喜吧，就是既然有这么一个参加国际大赛的机会，也是要想着好好把握住。
There you go. It does seem like from Gogo's side, it was a surprise for them to receive the invitations, but I would say an interesting point that he mentioned was the teams that had maybe major changes when it comes to either the Survivor comp or their Hunter comp. So potentially speaking, it is also to take this time to kind of reorganize and just to get used to each other before going in towards IVL, where, it does matter quite a bit more, because the winners of IVL/IJL gets a direct ticket towards Koa.
Oh, that is a very great advantage. But what I'm a little concerned about is if you do get that ticket to Koa and you don't have to go through the regionals, sometimes when there's big meta changes and character changes, we've seen that they can't really keep up. I've seen it with MRC. They won IVL and they had to skip the regionals when Goatman and Hullabaloo suddenly became the huge meta, the new meta, and they weren't able to keep up during the group stages, and they were able to get to playoffs, I remember, but he didn't have that same confidence or that same competition with the other hunters, so they weren't able to get too far. And since we will also be having, we have the character bans and selections.
We're going to be able to see Sia and Nikurian with the first 2 bans from Shadow, and of course Goman there being permaban. Lucky Guy and the Fire Investigator will be chosen out here. It's a good map for Lucky Guy. There's a lot of chests close towards Shack, close towards Christmas Tree, even towards the corners of the corners of the map as well, alongside which just outside Factory. So Lucky Guy will have a lot of potential in this map, as he will go in towards permabans and picks just for this game.
The Fire Investigator is very useful, especially when you want to transition or block off the Hunter. It looks like the Hunter will be banning the Mercenary. He doesn't want to allow that stable Rescuer, and he'll try to stuff them, and the Survivor side will be able to pick up the Gravekeeper instead of the Mercenary.
Novelists are being banned, so we've one less to worry about when it comes to harassment. I would say probably Opera Singer is Sharon's angle right now, so if we want, we could get that journalist out. The Acrobat also isn't a bad choice here too. We've seen Composer being chosen out quite a lot as well, just to go up against the Opera Singer, but I guess Acrobat is more of a safer pick. It does make it pretty obvious that CN does not like Aeroplanist as much.
Yes, And it looks like the survivor side kind of expect that opera singer. We have the acrobat that is able to get that distance that he needs to transition into pallets when he's going against opera singer, and we've seen fire investigator really block off the entrances of the factory or cottage in order to transition further and transition to different areas. So an opera singer against this team comp doesn't seem so bad for the side of the survivors.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that even for Sharon here, like I do understand the selection when it comes to the map, but it is still very hard for him to play other hunters that is in his pool as well. Like even Waxer, this is hard to play here, Knight is hard to play. Hullabaloo may be an option, because I can see how Hullabaloo can do well in this map. We've seen it before. But usually this map is chosen just for Goldman, especially for round 1's 4 survivors, even though the hunter still can get those 3-man eliminations.
So a little bit of pressure on the side of the KL Hunter. It does look like he will be going and utilizing this opera singer. With the fast movement speed, he'll be able to down survivors faster and hopefully get more eliminations in this round 2, since they are down 1 round win.
Yeah. As of now, what I would say is it's a little bit harder here when it comes to the hunter just overall chasing survivors across this map. Like Acrobat, Fire Investigator is a bit of a tougher one here, regardless of whether they're in factory or shop. But now moving directly on towards the era selection mode. It is Leo's memory here. Once again, it's a map that KL has chosen. So I do wonder what maybe strategies they have for survivors instead of for hunters. As we see here, Gravekeeper near containers, as we see, not Fire Lady, what? As we see Opera Singer towards bottom right, 2-story given towards Fire Investigator, middle given towards Lucky Guy, and of course Shack area here will be for the Acrobat.
And the opera singer will be spawning in between the Gravekeeper and the Fire Investigator, possibly blocking off the Shack's Cypher Machine. If there isn't one, it'll be at the corner and it might mess up his rotations. But it looks like the coaches are going to handshake and bow, and will slowly be heading towards the personas for the survivors and Hunter.
Look, let's see here. It's going to be Trauma Detention alongside with Blink here on the side of Opera Singer, and of course Survivors will be Flywheel Tightener for Fire Investigator, Flywheel Knee-Jerk Reflex for that Lucky Guy, Knee-Jerk Reflex on that Acrobat, and of course Tightener on our Gravekeeper. It's overall not too bad with 2 Tighteners. It's usually more than enough to guarantee tie up against the Opera Singer, and of course once again this will be IVS 2025 Day 1 match for Game 2. First half in between KL versus ACT. This is our last matchup of today, and of course it's only Game 2 first half. Professional commentaries will be brought to you by Kurosho and Gummy.
Hunter will be spawning at this corner and slowly making her way towards the factory, where she will be running into the Fire Investigator first. He's already made his way towards the 2nd floor and he's made his way towards the window. Oh no, there's 2 survivors here. Go has made his way down the stairs and he's going around the outside of the factory.
It's not too bad because we can still lock certain areas around. We do see as well, right? Sharon's Shadow Leap now has been cancelled. We can Shadow Dance back, but it's still more distance created away. Which your targets here once again though, looking for the Fire Investigator upstairs. Not Fire Investigator, looking for the Lucky Guy upstairs. But this Lucky Guy has an extra pocket watch that he can use if necessary.
So it looks like since there were 2 survivors inside a factory, there's only 2 Cypher machines being worked on. They're going to have to transition out of here while the hunter goes after this Lucky Guy. He has made enough distance utilizing this pallet. It's a very strong pallet, but now that it's destroyed, it's going to be much harder to loop. He has made it inside through that window, and the hunter needs to close his distance by vaulting this window and going back into a shadow form.
There's our pocket watch utilized here. We can buy at least 20 odd seconds here with the pocket watch, but that flywheel, early flywheel here from the side of sight is nice as well. Now we're kind of just trying to buy a little bit more time until our items are already missed that hit though, which is very unfortunate, as now we're able to kind of make our way towards no pallets here just yet, as we'll take the normal hit, cancel out the Shadow Leap, and double pallets here straight towards our back, the Christmas tree here at the back.
So keeping the hunter away, going to this corner, he has Blink, and she misses. She said, oh my goodness, we got the terror shock, and she finally lands the hit. Now she has first presence also available and will be able to chair this Lucky Guy for the first time. Lucky Guy doesn't have any items left, so Rebound Kite is looking incredibly difficult unless the Fire Investigator can assist with his airbag. We'll have to see which survivor does end up coming in for this rescue.
Definitely. And not only that too, we can't forget that if Shadow actually missed a blink there, I think it'll haunt him for the rest of the days, because he did miss his first blink as well up against the Magician. But one more time though, go. Let's see the airbag, how good it is. Can we push him back right there? We did. And of course the Shadow Leap comes through, and we missed the Shadow Leap, as that will be a no damage rescue. Lucky Guy going directly to the corner just to protect our friend Fire Investigator.
And while he's in his Tide Turner mode, he's gonna be digging up one of the chest boxes to help him with that end. Rebound Kite is able to get a stun gun, so this is definitely going to help him. Hunter is going to get rid of the last airbag on this map. Fire Investigator does not have any items left, but he's still at full health and he was able to get that rescue before half.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we nerfed Lucky Guy's chest opening speed. We have seen this happening quite a lot as well, so with this gun being available to use, we have Flywheel ready in 17 seconds too, and of course Graveyard being nearby, being able to secure the rescue, double knee-jerk reflex Flywheel. It's generally speaking enough. Yes, we're already starting the last cipher, but with Acrobat finishing off his, he can go towards middle to decode at 65%, as Gravekeeper right now taking the hit, as now Sai. Let's see how well this Rebound Kite is.
He does have a little bit of distance, so Gravekeeper is going to body block for the Lucky Guy, and Lucky Guy does have that stun gun to utilize. Gravekeeper is continuously body blocking because they just need to finish up those last two Cypher machines with around 60% progress each. Hunter just trying to get the hit onto this Lucky Guy, is able to throw down this pallet, will be breaking all these pallets, so it's forcing him to transition away. Now she's continuously walking back, so she could try to avoid the stun gun, but isn't able to avoid that stun gun. And we got the Acrobat coming in with the Firebomb as well, unable to go into her shadow form. She needs to walk and catch up to XY.
I think we might just pop open the Cypher machine right now, as 11 is still here remaining on the ground side. We still have a Flywheel left on our hands to use. We're going to vault over that instantly as well, and there we go. That's what we need, a Flywheel left on our hands to use. We can Flywheel there first as we vault over. It's okay, Shadow the Spark. We vault over one more time, but the Terror Shock will finally connect. We do have a teleport, and it seems like the gate is opening a little bit slow, so there is, well, no, there is no claustrophobia. We just weren't at the gate on time. But it is a nice 4-man endgame. But now in this case, how much time can we buy before the tension runs out?
The survivors are being very cautious, realizing that teleport is up and available. It looks like the Hunter will be able to find the Acrobat, unable to do much. He will be going down immediately. She'll be carrying him near the moon gate, so it looks like the other survivors are... There's one going towards front gate, and the other survivor is waiting around shack for that backdoor rescue. Hunter will be teleporting to the front gate.
Flywheel! It's so early with the Flywheel. We can't Shadow Dance back here though, so it's still okay. The only big issue now is Acrobat can't open the gate, so Acrobat has to kind of rotate around this area to potentially come for the rescue, even though Gravekeeper has 2 shovels. Acrobat opens the gate way too slowly, so it is understandable for you not to do so, but right now, tonight is from that Gravekeeper. Sen is going behind a factory as well, but now it's kind of at a place where we're like, okay, do we want to chase after Gravekeeper? Yes, we want to, because this guarantees a 3-man.
So she's going back to her Remnant to try to cut the Gravekeeper off from this chair, keeping on the other side towards Moongate. She's going to utilize her cloak to close the distance, is able to hit him outside of his shovel. We do see Acrobat's going for that backdoor rescue. He had to go all the way around so that the Hunter does not see him, and the Hunter is still trying to down this Gravekeeper. He's buying so much time, and they are able to get that backdoor rescue.
Yeah, at least the gate's being open right now, so you know what, Shadow didn't do bad. I'll be honest with you, there was a huge potential for a 3-man elimination there, but it's more or less just, it was Gravekeeper that was within your POV. So it is what it is by this point. At least it wasn't a 3-man escape, because ACD Survivor has done really well when it comes to body blocking and when it comes to just getting that gun from Lucky Guy to prolong the containment. But let's graduate though the tie game here for ACT, as we'll move on towards the second half pretty soon as well.
So for the side of the KL survivors, they just need to get a 2-man escape or a 3-man escape and win round number 2. KL was able to get a 2-man elimination, so it's not too bad for the side of these survivors.
It's really just hard to say now because like we talked about this before, right? It's more or less just it is a map you've chosen. Yes, Shadow finally got the tie game that he needed for that one, but even so, like this is still a map where you have Zhenjiu with his Operating, with his Ivy, and with his Huddle Blue too. There is potential of Dream Witch being played on this map as well because we have seen Sprinter doing it before, we have seen Zhenjiu doing it before as well, and just so much other more options too. I do know that Bonbon can work really well on this map as well, as long as you're not within 2 story areas. But like right now, I would say, okay, Kale, potentially speaking, we could pull an Embalmer out. There is still that possibility.
Right, so for the ACT Hunter, he needs to get the least is a 2-man elimination so they can make it to round number 3. Anything more is a win for ACT and they will be able to move up in the brackets. KL will be moving down in the brackets, but it's not over for them. They will be going against whichever team loses will be going against B4U.
Exactly. And like during the double elimination rounds as well, I would say if this continues from the side of KL, I'd say, look, we can steadily go up slowly and rising, right? But now focusing on the tie game is definitely one of the more important parts. We don't have to focus on tomorrow's games just yet. And I would say, like, for the elimination rounds on tomorrow's games is usually the last 2 games. And then the first 2 games would be kind of, you know, up against the top teams. You're going to be able to see Orsi versus ZETA. But we see here as well, ACT versus KL with the match that's coming, if you wouldn't mind bringing us through.
Wow, we see the lucky guy has 113 containment time, was able to get that stun gun, really made a difference. We also had the assist for the Gravekeeper as they were priming up those last 2 Cypher machines. He was body blocking and just keeping this lucky guy alive, and that stun gun really kept him alive till the very end. Hunter was eventually able to finally down this lucky guy, and she did have that endgame trait, so she was able to do the back and forth and apply pressure on the exit gates. They were able to get that 2-man escape, but lucky guy with the 100 containment time being able to allow the survivors for a 4-man endgame situation.
Now with the points here, it's currently 10-3. We're currently got a 7-point deficit here, so you know, a 3-man elimination or even a 4-man elimination would be preferred here, because even if we tie here, it's so hard to get that 4-man and 3-man escape for round 3 as well. But from the side of KL here, we have seen, you know, there are mechanic, there's meteorologists, there's very stable rescuers as well from their team. So everything here is still doable. It's kind of just how we perform. Because like it's as we've seen in the first half. Look, they had 2 rescuers. They did get into basement twice in a row, but they at least still got the Cypher machine just about done. So if they can keep this performance up, they could potentially speaking still get a tie, especially in Leo's memory, where it is a little bit more of a survivor-sided map.
Right, as long as they avoid that basement, I definitely think KL survivors have that ability to get that 2-man escape. Just make sure to know the location of that basement and just steer far. Do not get close to that basement. Avoid any Cypher machines near that basement. And we got a little plushie for the survivor.
Oh, would you look at that? But sadly we'll move on from that. Could I get to see it again, unfortunately speaking. But we see here as well from, you know, KL's survivor side, it's their first time. So honestly speaking, like hesitancy, confidence, it's not the highest of it all, but it is also understandable too. Now, of course, one additional thing is that Sculptor will not come out on this matchup, so it's just not going to come out. We will probably see Operating or Ivy, considering that it is still Ninja at the end of the day. Or maybe if you want, we could practice Nightmare, because you see a lot. I do think Aka's influence made a lot of people play Nightmare. I would have loved to see Night a little bit more, but we're not going to be able to see Pepe in IVS.
That's right, only a few people were able to make it to... Wait, they were able to make it to playoffs, but they just chose not to play IVS.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh. I mean...
So it's like a lot of, you know, team changes overall and roster changes. So for this one, I'd say ACT definitely benefited the most out of all teams, because they are the one that have roster changes.
And they didn't go to the final, so that means they had some time to rest, and then they could go into IVS. MRC didn't really want that rest. They went straight to IVS. So
yeah, I think they need this. It's more or less for their hunter as well, XC and for Bailu. XC's performance has been a little bit unstable recently, as Bailu is still a relatively newer hunter as well for game 1 and for game 2. But like it is just trying to relieve a lot of pressure. But we'll be seeing a interview here for Kilabit.
很多年前 Soba 已经在毛女榜上也是有打过的，就打过他的毛女，然后我有去特意去看。 然后就发现，原来职业上面也有玩毛女的人，就想对认识一下他。
Well, there you go. We might see a Mind's Eye this game. We might see a Mind's Eye this game. But if we really want to see Soba, we are going to have to win up against ACT first. Unless we're able to win our elimination rounds towards the bottom for the next few days, and then C or C down there if they lose up against ZETA.
Since the KL survivors concentrated on getting the rescue in the first matchup, they could possibly go for a Cypher Rush situation in the second matchup and just try to Cypher Rush and get 2 survivors out. We got Mechanic. We haven't quite seen Mechanic. We've been seeing Lucky Guy being chosen over the Mechanic, so he has lots of different items that can really benefit him, and we will be going into the ban pick phase. We do see Goldman is in the global ban, and the Knight, Puppeteer, and Gravekeeper are on the global ban for the survivor side.
Yeah, and like we see here as well, it's just Ivy here being perma-banned. Now we're looking at a Psychologist, and of course that Arrow Planet finally chosen it from the CN side. You don't see Arrow as much as before in CN, but I do think it's just more room, it's more prone to error. It's understandable if you want to play someone just a tiny bit safer, but he is still one of the survivors that has the highest skill ceiling.
ACT's Lucky Guy performed incredibly well, so it looks like ACT's Hunter is going to be banning that Lucky Guy as the 3rd ban. And on the side of the survivors, as their rescuer, they are going to be able to secure the first officer.
It's not bad though, meteorologist there being banned, as we have seen IVT SE as well in how Sean she is in that 2-store area, and of course the Acrobat, as you said as well. Like it's a genuine good pick. Everyone can contain everyone, can decode everyone, can heal. Psychologist is quite a strong performative character too, with that Wi-Fi heal, with that whistle, with that empathy. But Zhenzhenjiu, with Ivy being banned, yes, Opera Singer is still available, Hullabaloo is still available. I do think now it's kind of depending on him kind of betting on what personas the survivor actually has, and depending on which they have, he'll choose the other one.
And the KL survivors have definitely done their homework. ACT ZZ9 has played Ivy the most in the past matches. He chose Ivy 4 times over Goldman, which he chose Goldman 3 times. So they definitely did their homework and they were able to ban Ivy. Most likely an opera singer gameplay we'll be expecting. The side of the survivors also seem to be expecting the opera singer, seeing their team comp. We got the acrobat that gets that distance. We utilize the first officer with that pocket watch. Ada can help with tanking the hits or healing up, and we also have the aeroplanist that can really get a lot of distance away, utilizing those jetpacks and transition. So the survivors are definitely prepared for this round against Opera Singer.
Yep, we're gonna go on straight towards the air selection mode then. It will be Opera Singer spawning by Christmas tree gauge. I'll be able to see the officer at containers, middle given towards our aeroplanist, shack for acrobat, and of course factory given towards the psychologist as well. If Psycho is lucky here, her cipher machine might not be locked, but instead the bottom left runes cipher will be locked instead. But if it is, then we kind of do know that Psycho will have to rotate quite a lot just for her to be able to decode. But moving on towards the persona page we go as well, it'll be Titan and knee-jerk reflex for Y, it'll be knee-jerk reflex flywheel for our acrobat, then knee-jerk reflex flywheel for psychologist, Titan and borrowed time for first officer. So then Joe, as the opera singer here, which confined space detention alongside with Blink. We're going to be moving on towards the second game of second half between ACT versus KL. Currently ACT on a one win up, and of course professional commentaries will be brought to you by Kudo and Gummy.
And we have the opera singer spawning near the Christmas tree right into her shadow form. She's making her way towards the shack. This is the area that a lot of the survivors like to loop, so she did bring confined space so that he can't keep looping this one window. The pallet here has already been dropped. Hunter will be breaking it, returning to a remnant, and trying to catch the acrobat off guard.
But Acrobat in Shack is so strong, especially in Leo's memory. So we have seen this happening quite a lot before in Koa stages as well. But now we should be able to get towards this window just about on time as well. But once again, it is an opera singer we're up against. And of course, a beautiful mind game there played as a second ball we'll be able to utilize as we get in between these triple pallet runes near Moongate.
2 more pallets here that he can utilize and loop. It looks like he noticed that the Hunter did have confined space. Oh, we'll be able to take a hit here while throwing down this pallet. So he did immediately leave Shack after he saw the Hunter vaulting that window.
But from what you hear, he still has a fireball left to use alongside with Flywheel as well. But in our case right now, no blink will be ready for usage. That's a very nice pallet mind game there as we got the pallet down on time. But now in our case scenario, can we bait out Flywheel? We didn't need to bait. It was an instant hit down there. As we can see, is there a basement nearby? Nope, it's a factory. So then we'll chair him directly in towards, well, near towards the Moongate.
First chair for the side of the acrobat. However, it was a pretty long kite. We do see Cypher progress is pretty good. Average is around 60 to 70, but he was able to get 1 Cypher machine completed while on this chair. The airplanist is going to utilize his jetpack to make it to the chair and get this rescue. We can see that he does have Tide Turner, is going to be eating a hit here and getting that rescue before half.
Yeah, and also at the same time, it's now we're looking at a double down, so why being able to take that hit? However, Acrobat still having one more fireball left. The question really begins with, can we kite 20 seconds? Because if we can't, that double hit will be pretty devastating here from the side of KL. And then no mind games will be played by Acrobat, as Acro is trying to rotate out as far as he can. But it just doesn't seem like it'll be possible anymore. But the flywheel came in pretty clutch in our scenario, so Winnie, very nice rebound kite containment.
We were a little scared when Airplanist went down. We thought it was going to be a double down situation, but Acrobat really doing well with this rebound kite, is able to outlast his Tide Turner, is going to be able to get that pallet stun as well. It looks like the Acrobat is done warming up and he is able to contain this Hunter for quite some time. The Airplanist has also gotten back up.
But Acrobat has no more pallets here left to use, but we still managed to dodge the hit there just about on time. It's 3.5 Cypher machines done here, as Aero can still come in for the rescue if he wants to, but we have first officer after all, so let's just leave it to him for now. Aero having to decode a new Cypher machine by himself, and of course Psychologist at a 58% Cypher machine decoding progress. Officer on his way in right now.
Oh, but wanted order is on this officer, so he's going to have to utilize his pocket watch to make his way towards the chair. But at the moment, he's going... Okay, now he is making his way slowly towards the chair, but needs to be careful not to get a hit too early on because he wants to make sure to get this rescue. He does also have Tide Turner available, so if he can just get this rescue, Acrobat can live for a little bit longer.
But we might be banking on a terror shock right now. The moment we touch that chair, ooh, no hit to check. Can we? That's no damage rescue there. But at least Acrobat is back down on towards the ground. Winnie here is trying to hide around for a little while longer. We're trying to find him here one more time. As there we go. The Lucifer on the ground will be able to allow us to navigate towards the survivor as Psycho has healed up that aeroplanist. Last Cypher machine at 50 something odd %. We don't have teleport, nor warp, nor trump card. So this blink, we'll have to use it all the way towards the end.
I mean, for the side of the KL survivors, they just need to get that 2-man escape to tie up round number 2. And the Acrobat has just been sent back to the manor. Last Cypher machine at 80. It's almost primed. Can the Hunter make it towards that Cypher in time? They are starting a new Cypher machine, and Y is leaving his Cypher machine.
But Y doesn't have borrowed time here, so in our case, it's best just to pop it instantly as well. We missed that Shadow Leap as well. It's now on a 6-second cooldown. Seeing the other 2 Cypher machines here currently being decoded, what might be the best actually is just to maybe go over and decode, or just look for the tie here instead. It does seem like KL can guarantee the tie game here at least. But now rushing out of this area, Tansi being by himself as the first officer here, we cannot give a terror shock. That's the most important thing out of it all. And it seems like Y will be able to get back towards this last Cypher.
Yeah, all survivors are at full health, so they will be able to tank more hits before going down, and they are buying enough time. The last Cypher machine at 93%. Wonderful pallet stun. Survivors are really able to pallet stun this opera singer, and it looks like the Hunter is trying to decide whether to pop the Cypher machine. It's the end game situation. 3 survivors up and running. Remember, they only need to get a 2-man escape to tie up round number 2.
We still have Blink left on our hands. If we can get this Blink down fast enough, we could potentially speak looking for somebody else. There's going to be somebody on the other side. Just Blink him down. There we go. He should have popped up the pocket watch instantly there. Why on the other side? But we know that it's an aeroplanist here, which means he has no items left. Gate is at 30-40%. It's not enough. But Officer, we should have popped that pocket watch a little bit earlier on. If it wasn't for that, we could have been able to kite for a little while longer.
And the Hunter now going for why the aeroplanist in the vicinity. They have to sneak this backdoor rescue. The psychologist is going through Shack and going towards the moon gate while the Hunter is concentrating on trying to down this aeroplanist. Oh no.
But even for aeroplanists here, if you want to run back towards the Cypher, it doesn't really matter. The chair here is just so far away with no items left as well. Y here is now hiding around the place. But does that mean Psycho can go over and decode the gate? No, not really, because we want to buy a little bit more pressure. But it just seems like we lost that Pala Mind game. Kirapish able to come back here for the second rescue. But the question is, we need to pop open that that pocket watch. However, Flywheel is now ready. Can we Flywheel? We did Flywheel the right one. We got the hit on towards Psycho. We can go back now. Get that first officer down here one more time. Gate at 60-something%. But a tie turner just isn't enough. No hitch over. We didn't even vault the pallet. As of now, this might be another 4-man.
Aeroplanist is healing himself up at 94%, so he can get up and possibly go towards the Christmas tree gate. Hunter is applying a lot of pressure on Moon Gate, and none of the survivors are approaching it. Cure Rabbit will be picked up and chaired next to this gate. The tension is still up, so getting this rescue is going to be very hard.
Oh no! First officer got found instantly. Aeroplanist with no items left in our hands to use. We're trying to get towards the chair, but can we bait the terror shock? We didn't. We didn't. As Aeroplane is back on towards the chair here. It's a guaranteed win game here for Zoninjo, that's for sure. Because Aero was after half rescue, but he just seems like he wants to look for more. We can go back here to guarantee the chair on towards that FO and then eliminate our Aeroplanist. But for Kirabe here, going back towards the gate one more time. It's a little bit of a risky scenario here, but chairing would be the best option.
Since the airplanist does not have Ty Turner, the Hunter has all the time in the world to down this psychologist. The tension is out, but she's already at half health, so it looks like she's going to take this hit. And it is a 4-man elimination for ACT's Hunter.
We saw Zoninjo there also just sigh of relief for that 4-man elimination too. But I do feel like in our case, it's really just that pocket watch not being popped open earlier on, especially with a 50-meter range to affect the Hunter. Hurt it KL quite a bit. We were it was definitely enough, right? Definitely more than enough for a tie game to go on towards round 3. But because of that one mistake, we will be given that 4-man elimination here for free to go towards ACT.
And the luck was also not on KL's side. When the Gravekeeper was coming in for that basement rescue, he had wanted order. And this time when the aeroplanist was coming in for the rescue onto that acrobat, he also had wanted order. So the Hunter could meet them far off. He had to utilize his jetpack to just get to that chair. So a lot of items and a lot of the things really worked out in favor of the ACT Hunter. Just going to be congratulating each other. But it was really close. KL almost got that 2-man escape, because they had the 3-person endgame situation, but the Hunter didn't have teleport. He only had Blink to work with, so yeah.
I would say it's more or less just the fact that we forgot it was a Blink and a confined space detention. Maybe throughout the game we were like, Acrobat probably said, hey, it's confined space, and the moment the detention popped out, it was like, oh yeah, probably doesn't have trump card. A bit obviously he doesn't have trump card, but in that scenario I feel like we might have forgot just that he does have Blink still, and that he doesn't have trump card, so the Blink open will definitely be guaranteed there, regardless of how fast you drop down that pallet. It doesn't matter if there is a Blink. So I feel like from the side of KL, it's a bit of forgetfulness, but that forgetfulness will take their game 2-0 away, and it's a very good dominant victory for ACT as well.
And it's a little unfortunate, the endgame situation. All 3 survivors were at the Moongate area where each survivor, they were taking turns, they were continuously chaired, so they couldn't even open that exit gate. It was stuck at around 60%, and they kept feeding tinnitus to the Hunter, and the Hunter kept finding them. So they're down, they're trying to get that backdoor rescue. The Hunter goes back to the chair, so the Hunter just took away all of their options and was able to secure that 4-man elimination at the end.
And we see here as well, right, with the match stats, here we go. It'll be 105-second containment from the Acrobat. Acrobat rebound kite was honestly speaking brilliant up against that opportunity after the first rescue from the Aeroplanist. However, even after that as well, we saw it too, right? It was definitely more than enough Cypher machines. We saw the Survivor even decoding an extra new Cypher machine as well. And with the total match results today, it was a clean sweep from the side of ACT. 2-0, 8-1 for first game, and then a 7-2 for the second game.
Really interested to see how ACT will do in their later games with the upper brackets. They have been shown to be very strong against KL today. KL will not be finishing. They will be going to the lower brackets and they will try to fight their way back up.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, for tomorrow's game as well, then we're going to be able to see ZETA versus RC for our first matchup. And of course, for the second game, it will be ACT versus our FT. And then for the lower brackets, it will be, if I'm not wrong, UD versus MRC. And then finally, B4U versus KL. For KL, if they maintain this type of just gameplay overall, I feel like they do have a chance when it comes to beating B4U. But it does come up a lot with, just decision makings overall and just item consumption and kind of rotations. Because we see, right, they have solo containability. It's just a lot of the other kind of mistakes that they made was quite big and crucial.
Right. And we will be going straight into the highlights.
好，我来扣个火球，我来扣个火球。可以，扣了，开。先下门去了我。火灾出手。能留多久？困死了。快快放没啥。OK， good。好。看到。火了。骗，可以。
Well, we just saw the highlights there as well, and I would kind of want to know one thing was, Chaos Survivor was saying that our opera singer did not have Blink, and then Blink came out, so we do see there it's kind of like miscommunications from the side of our survivors too. So preferably speaking, that will have to be changed just before our tomorrow's eliminations brackets as well. However, once again, it is a congratulations towards ACT for winning our matchup today. And we will still have this one more MVP left. Gummy, who do you think will be the MVP from the side of ACT?
I mean, the Hunter has been able to get 4-man eliminations both in round 1 and round 2, so I think it just has to go to ZZ9. I mean, the Survivors also did incredibly well, was able to get that 3-man escape, but the person that stands out the most is the Hunter to be able to get that 4-man elimination and the game in round 2, most likely.
Yeah, and I do think it's also like the dominance performance as well from their side, allowing survivors to have an easier time too overall. But even for us, it's maybe from the side of ACT, like we've done quite a lot of, in one sense, criticisms based on their survivor team play as well from time to time, especially with just mistakes they made, and Dylan Joe as well being a relatively new Hunter. There is definitely mistakes made, but I would say being able to guarantee these double 4-man eliminations does kind of showcase how well he performs in a global setting too.
And congratulations to ZZ9. He did get the best deduction. He did do an incredibly good job. Hunters being able to get that 4-man elimination really takes the pressure off of survivors. They just need to go for that 1-man escape. In this case, they were able to get that 3-man escape and the 2-man escape, but a very hard carry for the side of ACT's Hunter.
Yes, and of course we see here, right, with average deduction points of 11,640, average terror shocks of 0.5, average knockdowns of 8, average eliminations of 4, average pallet destroyed of 2.5, and of course his first best deduction for IVS. And of course there may be many more to come as well. We'll be going towards our interview phase here immediately, and we'll see you all afterwards.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人潇潇。首先恭喜 ACT 拿下今天比赛的胜利。我们请到了真9和11来到赛后采访，先来打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ACT 真9。
大家好，我是 ACT 的11。
欢迎两位。第一天的第4场，我们终于等来了大陆赛区的首胜。今天辛苦了，这个2-0，然后包括现在时间比较晚了，因为我们也知道 ACT 是第一次来到 IVS 来到上海线下，所以。真9这个第一次打 IVS 感受如何啊？在场上会不会感觉有很多不一样的地方？
给 舞台搭了个房子，很有意思。
觉得我们舞台搭建不错，5星好评，我很满意。那11呢？11我感觉你现在有一点严肃哎，但是今天对于我们来说还是一个很漂亮那个2比0。那你会觉得今天这个2比0是挺满意的，还是觉得仍有进步的空间呢？
还有很多就是需要查漏补缺的地方，不能就是因此2比0，然后之后懈怠。
就不能掉以轻心，因为今天大家整体打下来，感觉还有很多提升的空间，非常非常的严肃复盘了一下。那接下来第一个问题想问一下真真九，因为开局第1局的时候，感觉优势就特别大，特别是你那个4抓，我觉得就是完全好像是翻手为云覆手为雨那种感觉，一切尽在你的掌控之中。那开局是怎么这么快的就得到了一个巨大的优势？包括后面又是如何把控整场对局的呢？
因为被人家能修的电机被封住了，所以他们修机很慢，就慢慢打。这把就开局就是优势局了，然后就正常抓人、正常手持就能把优势延续下去。
确实是第1局打出了那种压制的感觉，然后包括到下半场的时候也能看到我们求生者那边配合的非常好，前中后期基本上可以说是没有给到对面机会。当时队内是做了一个什么样子的运营，能让你们的配合看起来如此的无懈可击？
就是开局的时候该防的防，然后该报信息的就不让土匪有打我们信息差的机会。
就大家沟通配合很好，最后你还是非常秀的跳了一个地窖。当时那个地窖是不是有跟队友说，哇，这个包跳的还是很有信心的呢？
因为前期的优势太大了嘛，然后还有道具，基本上5秒无敌，然后基本上是必走的。
道具还在，优势在我，所以第1局拿下了一个非常大的一个领先。那是不是就像11说的，第2局可能就有一些细节觉得没有那么满意？要不要来复盘一下？因为第2局我们来看的话，好像前期优势很大，最后虽然是平局，但是不是你们也觉得其实还能做得更好呢？
就是中途跑机的时候电机慢了一点，因为当时搏命没有沟通好，然后导致我没有修机。然后如果多核修那个10%的话，队友压力后期也会小一点，然后基本上电机也能压好，然后门也能开，基本上就是个3出的局。
就是很细节的一些配合，但是场上的局势实在是太瞬息万变了，可能是想要把很多细节都做到更好。但是我觉得今天因为确实是第1场 ACT 的比赛嘛，然后慢慢的去熟悉这个场子，今天做的已经非常不错了。那接下来也是想问一下真真九，因为刚才我一直在有没有赛后采访之间反复横跳，因为感觉最后还真的有机会打到一个 BO3的一个整局嘛，所以当时开门战的时候，你有没有觉得在想，就是第3局这个 BP， 你是抱着保平去打的，还是想说看能不能争一下今天2比0结束比赛呢？
因为是8比1，所以就选了风窗歌剧，当然就是奔着保平去嘛，不然就我的歌剧拿出来争胜还是就是有点小夸张的，就是所以为了保平，就是刚上场就做好 BO3的准备了，所以选了一个风窗的歌剧去打。
一本正经的说了一些令台下观众笑出来的东西，我们解说听得两眼一黑，什么原来本来是有一个 BO3 等着我们，但是有没有说打着打着发现，哎，今天这个局势好像优势慢慢的显现出来了，大概是挂的离门那么近的时候，你会有觉得这把哎有机会2比0吗？还是依然
就是不会想这些嘛，因为就算有优势，我也觉得我会给他搞成平局的，就是但是开门战就是对面还是就是有一点小失误嘛，然后让我有争胜的机会了。
对，所以你刚才在后台复盘，就说你走过去的时候，本来以为那个门它是
是大副，他那个坚决点的样子，
对，
让我有点小慌张，因为我知道飞行家是没有点多少的，
对，
但是那个大副那么坚决的样子，又让我有点动摇。
对。真真就有一点悲观，因为大副点的太自信了，所以觉得那个门可能开了，就觉得感觉还是一个平局。那大概是什么时候就是觉得 OK， 真的是可以安心下来了？
就是当时是飞行家交了自愈，然后我挂了心理，这个时候我只需要排到3板卡人的人就可以保一个3抓了。
哎，当时11在后台看真真九刚才结束的那把，有没有觉得他开门战其实整个的一些定位还是很准确的？你们在备战间有一个什么样子的反应？还是在备战间大家在复盘？因为我感觉11现在还是很严肃。
都有吧。然后看那个开幕战，大概率感觉是要平了，因为没有底盘嘛。然后就 ICU 里仰卧起坐。
我看到11刚才那么严肃，我就想到那个就是真正想赢的人脸上是没有笑容，他一直在很认真的在想，就刚才结束的那个对局。那今天因为刚才也讲到2位是第一次来到 IVS 嘛，然后。刚才也说，今天我们大陆赛区的首场胜利，因为我们大陆赛区一共有2支队伍，然后今天你们第1场胜利已经拿下了。接下来的这个赛程有没有特别想要去碰一碰的海外赛区？包括今天一整场比赛看下来，有没有觉得哪支战队，哎呦不错，很有实力？让我们来检验一下。自信，真9，不要在赛后采访这么悲观。
既然要赢的话，那就首先都想打嘛。但是明天先挑战一下大陆的底盘。
挑战一下大陆的底牌。I'm watching you， 因为今天底牌也是赢了嘛，对吧？那11呢？11看到台下这么多还在举着相机，然后跟你们互动、跟你们挥手的观众，微笑，来一个 big smile， 跟大家讲2句。你看那边好多欢呼声、掌声送给他们。你看他今天好严肃。
谢谢大家愿意来支持我们，来线下看我们的比赛。在此就是感谢现场支持我们的每一位粉丝。
好，谢谢大家，说的太棒了，今天真的很棒了，回去好好调整，自信即巅峰。好的，也是感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 ACT 拿下今天比赛的胜利。让我们把画面交还给解说席。
And welcome back. That finishes up all the matches for today. And just a recap, in the first match we had UD versus ZETA. ZETA was able to win. We had RC versus MRC. RC was able to get the win. On the third matchup we had B4U against FT. FT were able to get that win. And the last match that we've just watched is KL versus ACT, and ACT was victorious.
And for today's matches as well, we're finally done with the first day. We will have day 2 tomorrow as well, around the same time as we have begun to. As of now, we still have the remaining 8 teams with us for the remainder of day 2. And then of course in day 3 and then move on towards day 4, it will slowly be cut it down little by little. However, tomorrow matches are the ones that are the most important of it all, especially for the elimination brackets. Right now with 4 teams, 2 of them will go home depending on who will lose. Therefore, we're staying tuned for that tomorrow as well. And of course from the NAU region, it will be B4U. And of course from the Southeast Asia region right now, it will be FT. That is in the upper brackets, and then B4U in our lower brackets. And we also will be able to see, quite a lot more to see as well, because I wish RC and ZETA coming in. It's mini semi-finals for us, and of course that being the first matchup, it's nice to see. ACT versus FT, I feel like these 2 teams are very similar enough when it comes to maybe survivor type of synergy and strength, but for the Hunter, I would say ACT has a little bit more kind of the upbringing compared to FT, since it's a relatively new Hunter, right? So like for tomorrow's matches, it will be pretty interesting to see.
I want to really watch the lower brackets because it's our last chance, and you either make it here or you're just finished for the entire tournament. When we saw IJL and IVL, we've actually seen the teams that went to the lower brackets eventually make their way to the championships, and they actually were able to win the championship for RC and Wolves. There are our matchup points for today.
We're going to be able to see UD versus ZETA here as well. Of course, it's a win towards ZETA. It's a clean 2-0 sweep. And of course, for the game 2, it'll be RC versus MRC, with RC winning within 3 games. And now, with the tournament graphics, we see here, right, day 1 has already been concluded. For day 2, it'll be match 5, 6, 7, and 8 with ZETA, RC, FT, ACT, and then elimination rounds with UD, MRC, and of course, B4U versus KL. And depending on who loses the upper brackets round, they'll be going towards the lower brackets to face up against the winners of the losers 2.
So if you are in the upper brackets, you still have another chance even if you lose this matchup. Very looking forward to RC versus ZETA. They've been having a lot of rematches. And ACT and FT, since ACT didn't make it to the finals for IVL, wondering how they will do against FT. FT has struggled a little in the beginning, but they were able to recover. So it's an interesting matchup. We'll be interested to watch the
Exactly. And of course, we can't forget about tomorrow as well, right? The first game will begin at 12 p.m. UTC +8 for Beijing time. And then each match will be 2 hours, separately speaking, depending on if we go on towards overtime. There is still potential for overtime, by the way, so it's not over just yet. But once again, though, I do think it's a nice conclusion for IVS Day 1. Like, we didn't really have regional versus regional type of conflicts, and it's all in between different people too. So with this, we will also be able to see a review of the day as well. And with that, I think we can conclude, well, can't conclude game 1 just yet. But of course, we will have to see you guys tomorrow, won't we? But, you know, moving on forward, right? There is still a lot going on forward, isn't there, Gummy? But I would say in this case, it's kind of like, do make sure to keep spectating on in-game as well to get your golden apples. And of course, with the recent Qixi skin, and of course, that mechanic BLK skin that has recently just came out, do make sure to grab your offers for those skins too.
Cheer for the teams in the lower brackets. This is their last chance, so give them all the courage and all the love so that you can see them for longer if possible. Kuro being from the NAEU region, he most likely wants to have them continue, right?
Oh, well, we'll see about that. You know what, for us casters, we don't have anyone we support. That's how we do things. Everything is non-biased. However, for tomorrow, you know, it'll be quite interesting to see more or less in our case. But look, once again, like V4U isn't out just yet. You still have FT as well from Southeast Asia side too. So it's overall still okay. It's KL versus V4U tomorrow. So I do think that matchup will be pretty interesting to see since it's our first time going up against the HMT team as well.
Thanks.
나이스. 이거 세트 말할까나.
계속 돌릴 때고. 뒤 보지 말고. 오 나이스 나이스.
起きへんと思うから急いとかね。結構急いこれ狙える全然狙える頑張れ頑張れ下ろしたいい時間いやめっちゃいい可以好打切都是闪现回転使ってるあった黒出れない出る避けました。いけ。さよなら。避けた？我们避け小心，小心。这个东西没法防。 你在
front gate, I'll go front gate. Go. Nice.
被吊死，被吊死，被吊死，被吊死。飞机小心。
Line up bushes. Talk to me. I'm precious. I'm in match. Sorry.
I'm putting play.
No.
高了。
3、2、1，开了。
走了。
开。点小门去了我。
火灾出手。
能留多久？
快死了！
快死了！骗，
可以。
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're all on board. Through the fires we unite again. No one dares to cross our lane. We'll fight until we reign. Top of the mountains is where we stand. We'll never lose our dreams again. We'll fight on till the end. Facing struggles, we fight, we won't retreat. A bond so strong, no one can compete. United we stand, we won't accept defeat. We'll fight together, making victory so sweet. In the journey of life, challenges repeat. Together we ride, the world's at our feet. Keep on fighting! Through the fires, we unite again. No one dares to cross our lane. We'll fight until we reign. Top of the mountains is where we stand. We'll never lose our dreams again. We'll fight on till the end. Weather the storms, we'll find a way.